Chapter 1. Your name is Belolta. On that radiant day, I emerged into the world, heralded by a cacophony of cries. Congratulations, my king. The prince has been safely born. Laughing heartily, only one person remained seated beside the high throne, as the sovereign of the entire planet. He was filled with exuberance, relishing the joyous tidings brought forth by his subordinates. Speak, Lal, what is the battle power assessment of my son? Your Majesty, the initial battle power of the prince at birth is a formidable 1,500 points, a level only surpassed in your youth. Listening to his subordinate's report, it seemed that this Lal had been loyal to the reigning king for many years, even having witnessed the king's childhood. The king listened intently, hope igniting within him. Come, Lal, take me to the incubation chamber. As the king spoke, a sound emanated from the detector positioned by his left eye, numbers leaping and flickering across the display. Lal's ocular detector mirrored this activity, and both men felt an acute tension envelop them in but a fleeting moment. The numbers settled on 20,000 and 23,000, just as two figures entered the hall. First and foremost, congratulations to King Vegeta. The birth of the Prince of Planet Vegeta is indeed a matter of great joy. The pair, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, stood before the king. It was the tall one who spoke, his appearance striking. Moreover, do not neglect the matters entrusted by Lord Frieza. Startled, King Vegeta immediately flew forth to stand before the two, maintaining his royal composure, though his presence was markedly overshadowed by theirs. King Vegeta, our esteemed Lord Frieza, has deemed the equipment of the Planet Vegeta squad to be rather outdated. He has sent us to deliver the latest detectors. In addition to their previous functionalities, these can precisely sense the location of each individual. Furthermore, they possess a recording feature. Even if the detector is damaged, it can instantly transmit data to other devices. The stout figure displayed a cunning grin before continuing. However, the cost of these new detectors. King Vegeta was well aware of the man's intentions. For many years, Frieza's forces had exploited the reputation of Planet Vegeta to plunder its resources. Yet, he found himself powerless to resist, for the battle power of the two before him was sufficient to obliterate him. Of course, I have not neglected Lord Frieza's orders. These new detectors are indeed impressive, Lal. Purchase the devices brought by Mr. Sabra and Mr. Dodoria, and equip them within our elite squad. Lal, seeing the king's resolve, promptly acquiesced and made his way outside, where the so-called new detectors lay abandoned in the open air. As the discussions continued, Dodoria's ocular detector suddenly emitted a sound, numbers fluctuating rapidly. With a hint of confusion, Dodoria glanced toward a certain direction. I believe that is your Scion nutritional chamber, isn't it? King Vegeta, unsure of the implications, replied, Yes, Mr. Dodoria. Quite impressive battle power. Indeed, 1,500 points. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta calmly remarked, That is my newly born son, indeed the finest generation of our Vegeta planet over the years. Yet his words were not finished when Dodoria interjected with derision. Ha! Indeed, with proper training, he could serve as a mere foot soldier in our Frieza force. Despite the provocation, King Vegeta, with clenched fists, refrained from expressing his discontent, forcing a semblance of composure. Yes, yes. Let us depart. Dodoria, we must report back to Lord Frieza. The two had come to Planet Vegeta, fully aware of the birth of King Vegeta's son, yet the child's combat potential hardly captured their interest. Zarbon had long since lost his enthusiasm, prompting him to summon Dodoria. After a brief exchange, the two made their exit, but King Vegeta etched Dodoria's final words into his memory. Humph. Worthless monkey my king. They have left. Rail dared to return to the hall, intending to inform King Vegeta, My king, those scanners are indeed newer than what we possess, yet they remain discarded. Items of the Frieza force. Fearing the wrath of King Vegeta, he lowered his voice, a palpable aura emanating from him as fragments of stone fell within the hall. However, after a few moments, King Vegeta restrained his fury. Very well, Rail, let us proceed to the incubation chamber. What is this place? In an unfamiliar setting, numerous infants were submerged in nutrient liquid. At the center stood a large circular chamber, where the infants had regained consciousness. Though their eyes had yet to fully open, a closer inspection revealed a warehouse-like environment, surrounded by intricate machinery. Before his thoughts could fully coalesce, the infant's mind was bombarded with a cacophony of sounds, which upon closer listening, resembled mechanical noises. Congratulations on your successful rebirth. You have been reincarnated in the Dragon Ball world, on planet Vegeta, as the son of King Vegeta. Oh, I remember dying, it seems I have returned to life. The infant rejoiced, yet the mechanical voice continued its proclamation. Your data panel has been activated. You may view your own or others' data at any time. Your exceptional talent for comprehension has been unlocked. Your combat growth mode is now active, allowing for an automatic increase of 1 combat point per minute for 3 years, with corresponding enhancements to all strength metrics. Your power concealment mode has been activated unless you choose otherwise. No one can perceive your true strength. The system service concludes here with a final reminder. After 3 years, the combat growth mode will automatically update, allowing for a 1-point increase per second, with all strength metrics improving through practical experience that I in a deep slumber. As the infant absorbed the mechanical voice, the phrase in a deep slumber puzzled him. Hello? 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 System? System? Am I truly in a deep slumber? Just as he struggled to comprehend, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from an unknown source outside. The infant was startled. What is that? Is this energy? I need to check my panel. It didn't say how to view it. The infant continued to express discontent when suddenly an intangible barrier began to materialize within his mind, known as the interface. So the thoughts within can manifest. He mused, let us see what that aura was just now. The interface displayed. King Vegeta Fury, battle power 11600, explosive energy value 13200. So it is King Vegeta. This must be the highest battle power among the Scions at present. Having been reborn into the Dragon Ball world, and with the system declaring me to be King Vegeta's son, could it be that I have become Vegeta himself? At this moment, the infant continued his silent contemplation when the hatch was opened, and 2 figures entered. King Vegeta and Raul, in front of the hatch. King Vegeta surveyed the newborns, and one face appeared somewhat familiar. Whose child is this? My king. He is the son of Bardock. Bardock. No wonder his face looks familiar. I recall his name on the list of those who advanced to intermediate warriors last month. Indeed, my king. However, Bardock's squad has not completed sufficient missions, so he remains classified as a lower-tier warrior and is currently stationed on another planet. Nonetheless, he is a capable squad leader. As the conversation concluded, Rail genuinely believed that the lower-tier warrior exhibited remarkable potential. Given King Vegeta's slight recognition, he felt compelled to engage in polite discourse. That moment, King Vegeta examined the incubation chamber, and the detector relayed a reading. 121 points, not bad for a lower-tier warrior. He could serve as a training partner for my son. Rail, what is his name? My king, he is called Raditz. Excellent, make a note of it. Yes, my king. In an instant, King Vegeta had Rail document all the newborns with high battle power values. They soon arrived at the largest incubation chamber in the center. 1,500 points, indeed impressive, but the title of Vegeta cannot be bestowed upon him. Observing King Vegeta's dilemma, Rail suggested, my king, why not assign a name with a similar meaning? Should the prince surpass you in the future, the title can be granted to him then. King Vegeta closed his eyes in contemplation, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. That is a feasible idea. Let us name him Belolta. As King Vegeta's words echoed, Rail recorded them. The prince of planet Vegeta was thus named Belolta. Within the incubation chamber, an aura of joy seemed to emanate, and the ocular detectors of the 2 registered changed, the value leaping to 1503. My king, it seems the prince is quite pleased, huh? Belolta, from this day forth, you are the esteemed prince of planet Vegeta, inheritor of the legacy of King Vegeta. Chapter 2, The Shadow of the Divine. On the planet where the Scions existed, tranquility had long been a rare occurrence, but a year ago, Belolta had embarked on a cosmic journey with his squad now. Having returned to planet Vegeta, Belolta had resided there for over 6 months. The landscape was a vast plain, where some Scions could still be seen moving about. Yet beneath the ancient towering tree, there remained a solitary figure, resembling a child. Standing sideways, his tail rhythmically striking the massive stone before him, much like during his time on Namek. Big brother! A single cry elicited a response from the child, who gazed at the distant figure gradually growing larger. Clad in the battle attire of planet Vegeta, the figure exuded an innate pride his younger brother, Vegeta. Born in the 2nd year of Belolta's existence, this brother emerged with an initial fighting power surpassing that of his elder sibling, even exceeding the youthful Vegeta King. Thus, the title Vegeta became the name of his younger brother. However, the noble bloodline of Vegeta King bore unexpected tidings. Last month, he welcomed his 3rd son, who possessed a meager fighting power of less than 150, a source of embarrassment for the king. Such a low combat ability was utterly inadequate for one of royal lineage, hence, he publicly declared that his 3rd son would not be groomed as a warrior scion. Instead, he planned to send him to a remote scion planet, under the guise of allowing him to engage in management, with a journey set to commence in 2 years. As Belolta regained his train of thought, he noticed that Vegeta was accompanied by another individual, also dressed in combat attire. Raditz, the subordinate previously tasked by Vegeta King. Raditz spoke first. Prince Belolta, the king requests your presence. Why father summons me? What could it be? Is it for the celebration of my younger brother's first month? Not quite. I am unaware of the specifics, but I did see a new guest in the great hall, resembling a cat, accompanied by another holding a staff like a tea that moment. Vegeta's words sparked a realization in Belolta's mind. Could it be Beerus has arrived? Years ago, the arrival of the system bestowed upon him immense, innate power. Belolta glanced at his own status panel once more. The panel displayed, Belolta, reborn transmigrator, combat power 14,510,000, explosive combat power unknown, external display 5,500. Talent 1, extraordinary comprehension. Talent 2, automatic growth of 1 combat point per second, all power metrics enhance with practical combat experience. Belolta sighed inwardly. In 3 years and 5 months, I have indeed surpassed 10 million in combat power. Yet I've spent my days frolicking with Vegeta and Raditz, utterly failing to enhance my combat experience. With Beerus' arrival, the situation changes if only I could catch Whis' attention and train on Destroyer's planet. After voicing his thoughts, Belolta resolved to act. With a burst of energy, he soared towards the great hall of Vegeta King, leaving the two beneath the tree in stunned silence. Wow, my brother has grown stronger again. Vegeta observed Belolta's ascent, noting the rising numbers from his ocular scanner, which ultimately settled at 5,600. He marveled, recalling that just last month, his brother had only just surpassed 5,000 and now had increased by 600 points. Truly, he was a formidable presence, second only to their father in Vegeta's heart. The 5,600 figure represented Belolta's external display. Yet, as he soared through the sky, he suddenly slowed his pace, pondering, why am I so exhilarated? As a teacher of the Destroyer, Whis has encountered countless beings. While I may have broken the 10 million mark at 4 years of age, whether my current strength would catch his eye remains uncertain. Perhaps I should first assess the situation. Lost in thought, he paused midair for some time until the two finally caught up. Brother, wait for me. I wish to see father in the great hall as well. Gazing at the diminutive Vegeta before him, it became evident that over the years he had come to regard himself as an object of admiration, resembling a devoted shadow. Perhaps it was due to the bonds of brotherhood from a previous life that stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. In this reincarnation, having a younger sibling was indeed a delightful circumstance. Very well, let us embark together. With that, the trio soared into the skies. However, at this moment, it was only Belorta who bore the responsibility of guiding the two others, and it wasn't long before they arrived outside the Grand Hall. The group was returning from an outer planet. Just as they exited the capsule, the foremost among them exuded a calm demeanor and possessed an imposing presence, a true veteran of countless battles. Father, Raditz attempted to call out, but quickly remembered they were outside the hall, promptly silencing himself. Upon seeing the two princes outside the hall, the approaching figure moved forward to pay his respects. Prince Belorta, Prince Vegeta, your prowess has indeed escalated. Prince Belorta. After the customary greetings, Bardock expressed his astonishment at the prince's strength, prompting a simple smile from Belorta in response. Yet, he chose to disregard his son for the time being. Belorta understood the reason. Having just completed their mission, their priority was to report back. If not for the fact that he and his brother were princes of planet Vegeta, they might have been overlooked entirely. Uncle Bardock, it appears that father has guests within the hall at present. Could you relay the information to me? I shall present it to father later. You and Raditz may return home to rest this year. You are eligible for advancement to a mid-tier warrior. Upon hearing these words, Bardock frowned at the use of you. Prince Belorta, we are low-tier warriors and do not require such formalities. As for advancing to mid-tier, that is premature. In half a month. We must still travel to planet Kinesa. Seeing his son standing by, he conferred with his team before handing over the intelligence and mission details to Belorta, thus alleviating a significant burden. Only then did Bardock speak again. Let us go, Raditz. Yes, father. Upon hearing this, Raditz promptly followed, considering today a rare day off granted by Belorta. The brief exchange soon came to a close, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from within the hall one of King Vegeta's attendants. He had come to summon Prince Belorta and Prince Vegeta to the Grand Hall, hastily approaching them as he exited. Prince Belorta, Prince Vegeta, the king requests your presence. Noticing the old attendant's flustered demeanor, Belorta gestured for him to calm down. Grandfather Raoul, there's no need to rush, please. Take your time. I apologize, Prince, but it is not quite a summons from the king, rather. It concerns two rather peculiar individuals who have arrived possessing strength surpassing even that of the former Frisia. They seem to be some sort of gods. Upon hearing this, Raoul hastily concluded his explanation, and Belorta understood. I see, Grandfather Raoul. Let us proceed. With that, Belorta led Vegeta toward the Grand Hall, traversing through the doors into the inner chambers, heading towards a door that directly led to King Vegeta's private quarters. As they approached, a sudden exclamation of disaster echoed from within. My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus. Through the gap of the door, Belorta and Vegeta beheld a scene of utter humiliation. The king of planet Vegeta was kneeling before others. Witnessing such disgrace, Vegeta was poised to act impulsively, his fury ignited, ready to kick the door open. However, Belorta intervened before he could unleash his wrath. Brother, father, do not act rashly. Those two inside are far beyond our capabilities. Belorta cautioned. He did not wish to exhibit bravado. Their adversary was the god of destruction, Beerus. With his current strength being insufficient even against Frieza, confronting him would be tantamount to courting death. The two remained outside, while the sound from within grew more intense. The king of the Science? By the looks of you, even while kneeling, I sense your defiance within. Frieza had imparted a lesson during his first visit, yet after all these years, the king still displayed such arrogance. Beerus spoke slowly, saying that gods are high above, while those who kneel continue to apologize. Ever since he learned of the other's identity, he had become humble, fearing that the other might destroy the entire planet Vegeta in an instant. The few little ones outside the door. Should I let them in, or should I have you call them? With a change of topic, Beerus' hand was already pointing in that direction. King Vegeta quickly waved his hand. Lord Beerus, I'll let them in. No need to trouble you. Ral, bring the kids in. With a shout, the few outside opened the door, and Ral entered the hall with the two princes. Father, what are you going to do to my father? The sudden shout made King Vegeta and Ral tense up. Vegeta burst in, unable to control his emotions, and yelled at the god of destruction. Frieza was right. Scions are indeed a bunch of monkeys, so rude. Beerus's seemingly calm words instantly made Vegeta feel controlled. He wanted to rush forward, but at that moment, he couldn't break free from the invisible restraints. Let go of me, you bastard. Noisy. With a reprimand, Vegeta was completely pressed to the ground, as if Beerus was toying with a chick. The pressure made him unable to move, his body instinctively filled with fear. In that moment, Vegeta's pride as a noble bloodline was momentarily shattered. Chapter 3. Belolta releases his true power reborn in this world. This place is now his new home. Watching his brother and father in such a predicament, Belolta felt a fluctuation due to the influence of his bloodline. Beerus tilted his head slightly. Although the fleeting aura had no effect on him, the person he was looking at was not much bigger than the child in front of him. What are your thoughts? His own emotional fluctuations had unconsciously released his true power. Now facing Beerus's question, he still maintained politeness. Lord God of Destruction, due to my father's and brother's impulsiveness, you've developed a bad impression of the Scions. I apologize to you. After hearing this, Beerus felt more at ease with a respectful address, realizing that there were indeed cultured individuals among the Scions. However, it was surprising that his father would send a child to plead for forgiveness. It seems that when we go back, I need to convey to the Supreme Kai that our Universe 7 Scion race may need to be recreated. Yes, Lord Beerus. I am listening. Before he finished speaking, Beerus continued, since you're polite, your father and this immature brat don't need to die so quickly. Tell me, what is your name? My name is Belolta, Lord God of Destruction. Belolta, has the Oracle Fish mentioned this name? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately turned to the guy beside him. Belolta followed the direction, and the person with an even deeper power was from the angel race. O Lord Beerus, the Oracle Fish seems not to have mentioned any names. Just reminded that perhaps there will be someone among the Scions in the future who can contend with you. Oh, so the Scions are just the unclear figure from the dream I had while sleeping earlier. As Beerus spoke to himself, no one dared to interrupt him. Vegeta was still in fear, while King Vegeta was still kneeling and begging for mercy. But seeing his eldest son so composed, he could at least breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Hey kid, your power seems to be stronger than all the Scions combined. Show me your full strength. This was a command. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta and Ral looked confused. They all knew Belolta's combat power, which had tested at a maximum of 5,300 recently. Although no Scion of his age could compare, how could the God of Destruction say such things? Kid, if you don't unleash your full strength, today will be the day of the destruction of the entire planet Vegeta. Beerus added calmly, which made the others even more fearful. Lord God of Destruction, my strength is not enough to catch your eye, but if you wish to know, I will comply. Watching the energy ball slowly gathering in Beerus's hand, he understood that even this single strike would truly be enough to destroy the planet. Therefore, He removed the weighted training uniform, which had a button at his waist, and as his outer garment fell to the ground, it shocked King Vegeta and the others, as the outfit created a pit in the ground. Weighted training. I estimate about 10 tons? Beerus muttered to himself. Seeing this, Whis could tell just by looking and said, closer to 30 tons, Lord Beerus. Belorta ignored their conversation, took a deep breath to adjust his energy to its optimal state, and in that moment, a terrifying number transmitted from the detectors of King Vegeta and his two companions. The battle power kept soaring until it reached 160,000, at which point the detector could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. But this was not Beloruta's true power. Roars echoed as Belorta quickly underwent significant changes. His appearance was gradually enveloped by energy, and an imposing aura erupted in an instant. At this moment, King Vegeta was completely stunned. His eldest son had such strength. Rail, bring the latest detector. Rail, who was not far from Belorta, was already overwhelmed by this battle power and could not move. Only when he heard the king's call did he come to his senses and handed over the latest detector he was carrying. When King Vegeta put on the detector, he finally saw his eldest son's true power, 67 million. Not only that, but the number continued to rise, rapidly surpassing 20 million. It reached 79 million, and it seemed the detector had stabilized, but this thought was quickly shattered as Belorta continued to unleash his energy, the aura still surging. 31, 23 million, 32, 56 million, 36, 68 million, 46, 79 million. King Vegeta watched the numbers rise steadily until they surpassed 45 million, and he was suddenly taken aback, his expression dazed, completely stunned in place. Soon, Belolta stabilized his momentum, and this aura represented his final form, the god of destruction. This was the greatest aura I could achieve at this moment. This aura was still too insignificant for a god of destruction, but he and Whis were both thinking, could a Scion's aura expand to such an extent? This guy in front of me has achieved such accomplishments at this age. Whis, how does he feel? Beerus and Whis were conversing, and at this moment, he wasn't asking, but confirming something with Whis regarding what the Oracle Fish had said. After hearing this, Whis replied, it seems that what the Oracle Fish said is not inaccurate, Lord Beerus. Belolta, my son has such strength. What is Frieza compared to that? For a moment, King Vegeta completely lost himself in excitement, and his words struck hard. This remark interrupted Beerus's mood, and he shot a cold glance, instantly extinguishing King Vegeta's excitement. Beerus, with a stern expression, thought this level of strength was something to be proud of. As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus teleported away, and with a single punch, Belolta collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Afterwards, Beerus turned to King Vegeta and said, your child is not bad. He's a polite guy. But your attitude just now made me very angry. This punch is for your son to bear. Thank your son for it. Your Vegeta star doesn't have to be destroyed so soon. Let's go, Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. With a flick of Whis's staff, a colorful beam of light descended, and in an instant, the two disappeared from the spot, leaving a few behind in the lingering fear. In the midst of the universe. At this moment, Beerus recalled something. Whis, how is Frieza's task going? It seems to be nearing completion, Lord Beerus. It is estimated that in about 2 more years, we will be able to clear 1/8 of the useless land in the 7th universe. 2 more years? Frieza has plundered quite a bit of resources using my orders over the years, so that should be enough, right? His ambition seems quite large. If it weren't for not finding other suitable races, I would let him mess around for some more time. Lord Beerus, Vegeta Star is also within the clearing range, and Frieza has a lot of resentment towards this planet. He has a lot of resentment towards the Scions, right? But with such a talented guy among the Scions now, I am curious to see if he can reach a level to compete with Frieza in 2 years. Lord Beerus, you would prefer him to surpass Frieza, wouldn't you? There are too few talents in the 7th universe. I can't even find a suitable candidate for a God of Destruction successor. It's been tens of thousands of years, and it's still the same. After all these years, I think Frieza is also tired of it. So let's have someone else take a look. All right, Lord Beerus. Chapter 4. To be worshipped as the new king? King Vegeta was still in shock and fear. Despite his son just showcasing their formidable power, his illusion was shattered by a single punch from Beerus. However, King Vegeta quickly changed his mindset. With Belorta's current strength, the Scion race no longer needed to fear Frieza. A battle power of 45 million. Ral, how much battle power is Frieza rumored to have? After a while, Ral came to his senses and replied, my king, 530,000. Yes, 530,000. Although this is just his outward battle power, the difference in multiples between Belorta and him is so vast that we no longer need to fear that despicable frozen demon. Immediately summoned the squad leaders with battle powers above 5,000 to discuss the succession of the throne of planet Vegeta in 3 days. Hearing the word throne, Ral was startled, but thinking of the current strength of the crown prince, it was indeed appropriate. So he immediately echoed, "My king is wise." 3 days quickly passed. In the nutrient solution chamber, the 4-year-old child opened his eyes as the chamber door slowly opened. "Grandpa Ral, how long have I been unconscious?" "Prince Belorta, exactly 3 days." 3 days, huh? Belolta kept recalling that punch from Beerus, realizing that he couldn't completely withstand it. However, it was precisely that blow that significantly boosted his strength. The Scion's ability to recover and increase combat power after near death is indeed quite impressive. Berorta carefully felt the changes in his body. The continuous surge of energy inside him was boiling. At that moment, he was brought back to his senses by the voice of Lardy beside him. "Prince Berorta, while you were unconscious, King Vegeta has decided that the throne will be inherited by you. Today marks the return of the captains of each team. You should come to the Great Hall, as there are other matters waiting for you." Berorta was not surprised by this topic, since he had revealed his strength. His father would certainly entrust important responsibilities to him. However, what he was thinking about now was something else. According to the timeline, there are still 2 years left, right? When Vegeta was 5 years old, Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. I need to intensify my training to become a Super Saiyan during these 2 years. Belorta's gaze became deep at that moment, seeming to focus intently on a certain point ahead. And then he spoke, "I believe my father can arrange things well with you. Let's go, Grandpa Ral." At this time, the Great Hall was almost filled with powerful Saiyans, with King Vegeta seated on the throne. And on either side were the seats of Belorta and Vegeta. Vegeta had long since sat as high as his father, but after being crushed by Beerus earlier, his young heart undoubtedly had its pride somewhat shattered. "King Vegeta, what brings us here in haste from other planets? You should know that I am just a few planets away from joining King Frieza's army." One person below seemed to bear anger, clearly a Saiyan who had long since turned his heart towards Frieza. "Girdle, you are being too presumptuous. How can you address our king by his full name?" The others nearby immediately reprimanded the behavior, but Girdle did not relent and continued to provoke the one in the seat. Naturally, King Vegeta could not tolerate such a person, and a surge of anger erupted from him, causing the readings on that person as scouter to instantly rise to 15,006. This seemed to calm him somewhat. However, Girdle appeared unafraid, laughing derisively. "Hee, we Scions all serve King Frieza. What I say is also for the sake of King Frieza's mission. If it is not completed within the set time, don't forget what King Frieza said earlier." As he spoke, Girdle pointed at the scouter on his eye, seemingly indicating that his sensory transmission was already activated, and that everything he was saying could be clearly understood by Frieza's army. At that moment, he wore a sinister smile, which seemed to be the reason he disregarded King Vegeta. Just when King Vegeta was at a loss and Vegeta was preparing to get angry and teach Girdle a lesson, their scouters suddenly exploded. Not only that, but all of the scouters present exploded at that moment, completely destroyed. It seems that the superior warrior Mr. Girdle is indeed very eager to serve Frieza. At this moment, 2 figures slowly emerged from the corridor, one in front and one behind, Belorta and Horror. Upon hearing the noise, Vegeta turned to look, excitedly smiling. "Big brother." Vegeta rushed forward. But at that moment, he was paralyzed by fear of Beerus and couldn't move. Later, seeing his brother knocked down and unconscious for days, he felt helpless. Now, seeing his brother safe and sound, he was naturally happy. "Vegeta, you are the proud prince of planet Vegeta. The so-called setbacks are just temporary. We have a brighter future ahead." Belorta could see the fear in Vegeta at that moment. Now, speaking these words was meant to comfort him. Simply put, he slowly floated down and arrived next to Getter. "Lol, please equip everyone with our latest detectors, the ones you and your father remade." Upon hearing this, Lol immediately acted according to the order. In this brief moment, Belorta remained calmly floating there. Getter, seeing this, wanted to say something, but for some reason, he felt an invisible pressure coming from this mere 4-year-old child that rendered him unable to move. This pressure was something even King Vegeta had never exerted. Getter's heart trembled continuously, and he suddenly realized that this aura of pressure seemed familiar. He had only seen it once before, at King Frieza's home. He really couldn't understand how Belorta could possess such power. Soon, the latest detectors were delivered, and Belorta signaled everyone to put them on. Then he spoke. I assume you all want to know why I intend to destroy these detectors. It's simple, because I don't want Frisia or anyone from Frisia's army to know about what's coming next. With that, Belorta took a breath and began to roar fiercely. In an instant, the entire hall started to shake. Those outside, who couldn't participate in this meeting, were shocked. The Bardock team, currently on patrol outside, remarked Bardock. It seems something significant is happening inside the hall. Should we go in? One team member asked for the captain's opinion, but Bardock stopped them, saying no, mister. Lal had previously informed me that today is Prince Belorta's coronation. I believe this tremor is caused by Prince Belorta's aura. At this moment, back inside the hall, everyone present gasped in shock. What? Prince Belorta's battle power has soared to over 46 million. That was more than the 530,000 that Frisia's army claimed. Over 80 times. Meanwhile, Getter, standing in front of Belorta, was so frightened by this aura that he fell to the ground. His highest battle power was only 9,800. He had never witnessed such a scene, and he was already shaken to the core by this invisible force. King Vegeta stood up in shock on the high seat. He had seen his eldest son's true power before, but the numbers now were not what he had seen a few days ago. They were still rising. 5347, 5689. It broke 6 million. 6223, 6367. Below, Belorta was still unleashing his aura, and all the Scions held their breath, not daring to blink. They were all astonished. But more than that, there was a sense of hope. Hope for planet Vegeta. Hope for all Scions. 6,956. It broke 7 million. 73 million. Until the detector's reading settled at 73 million. Everyone was in disbelief, staring at the detector and checking it repeatedly. Some even asked Ral for the detector again to scan a few more times, but the numbers were indeed the same. Gita, Godi, Belolta calmly spoke, palms facing forward. As a natural energy orb gathered at this spot. At this moment, Girdle wanted to speak, but panic overwhelmed him under fear and pressure. As the energy orb shot out with a thunderous sound, Girdle disappeared along with the orb, soaring into the sky. Belolta sensed the dissipating energy of his opponent and then regained his composure. At this moment, the values on everyone's eye detectors surprisingly returned to 5,600 points. This little farce unfolded before everyone and ended quickly, but Belolta did not stop there. Grandpa Ral, take down Girdle's confidant. Ral reacted swiftly and immediately responded, yes, Prince Belolta. Team Bardock. With a loud command, the doors of the Great Hall were immediately burst open by a group of people, and soon the team of Bardock, who had been assigned to patrol outside today, flew in. The figures moved through the hall, and in just a few exchanges, Girdle's subordinates were captured and handed over to Belolta. Bardock's eyes flickered sharply as the team stood beside Belolta. At this moment, Bardock, who had already received the order, loudly declared, welcome, new king. Seizing this opportunity, Bardock shouted at the appropriate moment, as requested by King Vegeta and Ral 2 days prior. Meanwhile, King Vegeta on the high seat looked on with satisfaction at the new king of planet Vegeta. Chapter 5. Belolta's plan. Everyone in the hall continuously congratulated, and cheers echoed throughout. Bardock had already executed Girdle's captured subordinates on the spot, and Belolta did not stop him, nor did King Vegeta. Since they were loyal to Frisia, they were traitors to the Scions. Bardock slowly floated back to the high seat amidst the cheers of the crowd. At this moment, King Vegeta was already standing to the side. As the Scion with the highest combat power on planet Vegeta and the heir of the noblest bloodline, he was naturally poised to inherit the throne of the Scions. Belorta did not have this position in mind. He was only worried about how to protect all the Scions 2 years later. So at this moment, he had to announce something in preparation for the strengthening of all Scions. Taking one step at a time, he walked up to the throne, turned to face everyone, who seemed to be waiting for the new king, waiting for the command of a powerful new king. Everyone, I do not intend to inherit the throne. As the words fell, everyone was stunned, struck in their hearts by this sudden statement. One person below shouted, Prince Belorta, what do you mean? Since the arrival of Frisia's army, we Scions have been under their oppression. Now that you possess such immense fighting power, you can surely lead us Scions back to glory. We Scions are the strongest fighting race in the universe. How can we willingly submit to that frozen demon? Doge, you're talking too much, Law reminded from the side. But as he spoke, he hesitated. Doge was right. As a noble fighting race, how could we Scions submit to that frozen demon? At this moment, Law also suddenly didn't know what to say. Belorta, you have such fighting power as a descendant of the noble Scion bloodline. Why are you unwilling to lead the Scion race? King Vegeta asked his son beside him, and upon witnessing his son's immense power, he naturally chose to support him. Belorta shook his head with a bitter smile, leaving everyone puzzled. Then he said, "Father, Grandpa Ral, Captain Dorge, everyone, do you really think that my strength is very powerful now?" This statement left everyone confused. After all, he had a battle power of 73 million, which even Frieza, at 53 million, could not match. Of course, Prince Belorta, your strength is evident to all. At this moment, a loud voice came from below, and looking over was Bardock speaking. Could there be anyone who wouldn't recognize Prince Belorta? His words were meant to encourage Belorta, and, at this time, Bardock still thought it was frightening for an ordinary scion to feel pressure from a 4-year-old child with such strength. Belorta burst into laughter at this moment. "Uncle Bardock, you misunderstood. Everyone, what I mean is that my current fighting power is not even close to Frieza's 80. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked stunned. Their expressions filled with confusion as they exchanged glances. "Prince Belorta, what are you saying? Isn't Frieza's fighting power 530,000? Your fighting power is 73 million, Bardock said. But as he spoke, he slowly closed his mouth, surprisingly deep in thought, and then exclaimed in disbelief, "Could it be that Frieza has never shown his true strength?" "Yes, Uncle Bardock. Father, 530,000 is just Frieza's base fighting power. His final strength is 120 million. As soon as this was said, those present who had witnessed Frieza's brutality trembled at the mention of this number. Meanwhile, King Vegeta was already stunned by this figure, beads of sweat inexplicably forming. "Then, Prince Belorta, you should take on the responsibilities of the throne. This is the hope of all Scions," Bardock said from below, but Belorta still shook his head. "Everyone, defeating Frieza is not my ultimate goal. A few days ago, I was severely injured and fell into a coma in the healing pod. I was injured by a god." King Vegeta listened from the side, wanting to signal Belorta to refrain from mentioning this matter, but instead, he intervened to stop his father. He was a god of destruction, the pinnacle of this universe, and to him, the likes of Frieza were nothing. My future goal is to surpass that god. Everyone, although we Scions pride ourselves on being a naturally born warrior race, Frieza's arrival has already demonstrated the vastness of the universe. If we continue as we have in the past, we are undoubtedly waiting for the destruction of our home. Belorta changed the subject, and everyone fell silent at that moment. The term noble fighting race had flowed among the Scions for a long time, but in recent years, it had long been a misnomer, something that everyone knew in their hearts but was unwilling to face. So now, what we should consider is not the matter of the throne, but how the Scions can quickly enhance their combat power. First, starting today, all of you need to pass this on. All Scions must begin special training, based on weight training and gravity training, as a basic guarantee for improving foundational combat power. Additionally, there's a characteristic we Scions have always possessed. After a near-death experience, our combat power will significantly increase. Father, this is why my combat power was only over 40 million when I fought Beerus, but has now surpassed 70 million. After listening to Belorta's words, everyone was deep in thought. Some indeed felt that it seemed to be the case. Bardock was reflecting on his own experiences at that moment. It was precisely through years of battles that he had grown to such strength among lower-class warriors. Even though the members of his team were unaware that his current combat power had already broken 10,000. This is a secret training. Grandpa Ral, the earlier explosion of the detector needs to be reported to the Frieza Force as an accident. And the reason reported should be that our nutrient pod container had a sudden explosion. Yes, Prince Belorta. Furthermore, I need you to lead a group of technical personnel to create training devices that can achieve at least 300 times gravity, so that every Scion with over 5,000 points can train inside. Understood. Lastly, set the location of my spaceship to Namek. Once things stabilize here, I will set off again. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Brother, you're going to Namek again, the place you visited a year ago. Why do you want to go back?" Belorta did not respond to this, but smiled and said, "Vegeta, this time, I'm taking you with me." With that, Belorta turned to the side and called out Uncle Bardock. "From now on, I need Raditz to accompany me on my journey." Bardock did not refuse, saying, "Of course, Prince Belorta, Raditz has long been your attendant and should naturally be by your side." After making these arrangements, Belorta loudly addressed everyone, starting now, let's act according to my plan. He also instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant about the movements of Frieza's army. Chapter 6, Potential Development. Not long after, on planet Vegeta, it seemed just as peaceful as usual. A vast plain, once a place where Belorta often trained, had now gathered some scions. Grandpa Ral, have they all arrived? Yes. Prince Belorta, all teams with a battle power of over 5,000 are gathered here. Everyone quiet. At that moment, the voice coming from the side was Bardock. As a scion fully supporting Belorta, despite still being labeled as a lower-level warrior, he had already gained his own authority in a certain sense. Everyone, please line up according to the intervals of 1,000 battle power. Under the command of Berorta, everyone present quickly lined up as required, and Badak was no exception. Already positioned on the right side. Captain Badak, we should be over there. That's where the higher-ranked warriors are. Kidwa, Prince Berorta didn't say to arrange by rank. I know, Captain, but having a battle power over 10,000 ISNT exclusive to the higher-ranked warrior teams. Captain, your battle power has exceeded 10,000. At this moment, Kidwa suddenly shifted his thinking and became excited. The other 3 members of Badak's team also came over, and even the usually taciturn Totep showed a smile at this moment. All right, hurry up and get back in position, Badak instructed them. Although he was pleased with his own battle power, he knew he was addressing Prince Berorta, who had over 70 million battle power, and he didn't want to provoke the prince's temper at this moment. In front of him, Berorta carefully observed the rows of warriors. This lineup might seem strong to them among the current scions, but Berorta knew that their battle power was even inferior to Frisia's dispatch teams. What surprised him the most was that scions with battle power over 10,000 were so few. So weak. Although Belolta spoke calmly, the group of people below felt a sense of dread upon hearing such words, standing still and not daring to breathe loudly. Lol, my requirements are very simple. Those with a battle power of 5,000 to 6,000 must adapt to 5 times the gravity training within half a month and be able to perform as usual within 3 months. For every additional 1,000 battle power, the gravity training increases by 5 times until everyone adapts to 300 times the gravity training and moves as if it's normal. As for those below 5,000 battle power, they need to improve as quickly as possible within 2 months and then undergo the same training. I believe that 2 years will be sufficient for this. Law wanted to express the difficulty of this command, but before he could speak, the various teams were already whispering to each other, all expressing that such a requirement was indeed challenging. However, Belolta simply looked at everyone calmly, not wanting to disturb their momentary turmoil, standing tall, as if waiting for something. Bardock noticed Belolta's actions and signaled the team members to follow the prince's gaze. There, the captain looked like Raditz. Bardock looked over and saw the person flying from afar. It was indeed that kid, but what was this aura? During his time in battle, Bardock had already developed the ability to sense auras, and the powerful aura from the distance was truly unimaginable to him, especially since it came from a child he had accompanied home before. In the distant sky, the figure grew larger and gradually multiplied, and only then did everyone see that 4 people were flying over. Since they were all wearing detectors, the values jumped even more rapidly as the figures approached, until the 4 landed in front of everyone, and the largest value actually froze at 160,000, a battle power of 160,000. Captain, could that still be Raditz? It's unbelievable. At this moment, the most shocked were Bardock's team, especially Bardock, who had been cautiously watching the figure that looked like Raditz. Finally, he blurted out, "Hey, kid, are you really Raditz?" This shout was a question directed at that guy. Bardock knew that Raditz's battle power at birth was 121 points. Even with arduous training, how could he possibly reach 160,000 in just 4 years? Of course, Belolta was an exception. But just thinking that it was his own son made him start questioning seriously. Father, Prince Belorta instructed me to always hide my combat power. Uncles, as Belorta stepped forward and spoke a sentence, everyone immediately knelt down. The highest prince of planet Vegeta showed such respect to them, which left them astonished. Understanding this, he continued, saying that it should indeed be this way for you to address them. Raditz and the others possess such strength because I took them to Namek a year ago, where the Grand Elder has amazing abilities to unlock human potential. Since then, I have commanded them to train under heavy burdens, and it has been so for more than 6 months. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and marveled at such incredible abilities, truly extraordinary. Prince, can we also have our potential unlocked? Do we need to go to Namek with you? A captain from the crowd asked, and everyone turned to look at Belorta, seemingly in anticipation. Uncles, you will stay on planet Vegeta for now and will not go to Namek at this time. After Belorta's speech, everyone felt a bit disappointed, but before he finished speaking, he turned and said, "However, the development of potential the Grand Elder has taught me. Today's training is to help you develop your own potential first. The orders I issued earlier are based on this. After these words, everyone undoubtedly felt delighted. Regarding this ability, the Grand Elder of Namek did not impart it. It is a talent specific to certain individuals from Namek. Belorta mastered the development of potential a year ago through his extraordinary comprehension granted by the system. So there is a reason for him to say this. The conversation did not end there. Belorta continued, "Uncle Bardock, please come forward." Belorta spoke calmly. As if in his impression, this prince of planet Vegeta was always polite to those older than himself. For such a title, Bardock couldn't accept it directly. He was genuinely taken aback and, adopting the exclusive posture of a warrior from planet Vegeta, slowly approached. Although the prince had previously displayed immense strength at this moment. Standing in front of him, Bardock found it hard to gauge, as if Belolta had completely lost his combat power. Bardock didn't ask for the reason. He speculated in his heart that this might be due to the mastery of his aura. He saw Belolta slowly rise, slightly taller than Bardock, and he placed his palm as if to stroke the top of Bardock's head. Bardock noticed that the prince was using that miraculous power for potential development, as Belolta's eyes were shining with a piercing white light at that moment. Chapter 7. Weak transmission of bloodline. The bright, white light shone in Belolta's eyes, and Bardock clearly felt the changes within himself at that moment. Not just him, everyone present felt a strange aura. All eyes were focused as Bardock let out a roar, and his potential was successfully unleashed. Bardock clenched his fists, staring in disbelief at his hands, feeling like new power was surging within him. The team's detectors were all activated, and the readings were continuously rising. At the same time, others present also turned on their detectors, and in an instant, a combat power of 560,000 refreshed everyone's understanding of lower-class warriors. Is this my potential? Bardock felt the change in his strength, and Belolta spoke up, "Uncle Bardock, I have developed 60 of your potential. The rest still requires your own training for maximum efficiency." 60%? Prince Belolta, but I already feel like all my strength has erupted. Training is endless. Even with my current strength, if I look back in the future, I might not even regard this power as significant. Belolta said this seriously, also clarifying it for everyone present. He had to make them understand that the strength they considered powerful at the moment was not true strength. While streams do not flow upwards, they will gather more and more, and the strength of a stream can never withstand the surging sea, but the sea ultimately forms from the gathering of streams. Listening to Belolta's words, Bardock pondered, but he couldn't imagine that a 4-year-old child could express such thoughts. All right, everyone, next let us continue. Time passed quietly, and soon everyone was finished. Wait, Prince Belolta, I'm sorry. At that moment, in the distance, someone stumbled and ran over, not knowing what had happened. Rushing over after today's events had concluded. Paragus, what is going on? You're very late. At this moment, Lar was seemingly angry, but he was also defending this lower-class warrior. I apologize, Prince Belolta. Paragus was on a distant planet. I thought he wouldn't make it, so I didn't report to you. Prince, I'm very sorry. Paragus was already kneeling on the ground. Regarding this situation, Belolta was only recalling carefully. It seemed he had searched for a long time in his mind for this guy's name. Oh, Broly's father, but Broly won't be born for another 2 years. He'll be one of the newborns with Kakarot. Seeing Belolta in deep thought, Paragus was already terrified. As a lower-class warrior, he was like Bardock, who always charged to the front lines, and his own strength was not high. He had always feared King Vegeta and was constantly cautious. He knew the prince's strength, so Belolta's demeanor at that moment naturally made him tremble. It's fine, Grandpa Lar. Mr. Paragus, please come forward. Belorta calmly continued to speak, stating that although Broly was mad in the future, the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan was real. If he were to observe and comprehend with his extraordinary insight in the future, it might lead to a remarkable fate for the legendary Super Saiyan. Moreover, Broly's immense strength would naturally be an important combat force in the future. Seeing that Prince Belorta showed no anger, Paragus slowly stepped forward, fearing that any wrong move would provoke the other party, and thanked Prince Belorta. Using the same method as before, Belorta surprisingly faced him with his palm open, and he felt a miraculous change. The extraordinary insight was being loaded, as he was facing the extremely faint bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan and was in the process of comprehension and observation. Belorta was taken aback. He actually observed the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline in Paragus. What incredible comprehension ability. Awesome. At that moment, it seemed he remembered that he was originally a traveler. The Super Saiyan bloodline, the legendary science. In the ancient times before planet Vegeta, one individual broke through their own limits and became a legend. From now, that individual could be called the ancient Super Saiyan, and since then, the Super Saiyan bloodline has been passed down among the older generation of Saiyans. The characteristics of a Super Saiyan bloodline include being born with immense power, which grows over time and can expand infinitely, but it can also lose its nature. Although Prowess has a weak Super Saiyan bloodline, he is currently unable to awaken it successfully. The extraordinary comprehension allows the host to automatically acquire the Super Saiyan bloodline. At 0-1, as the sound of extraordinary comprehension faded in his mind, Belorta's eyes shone even brighter. Prowess saw the prince looking terrifying at that moment, and for some reason, a vision of a giant beast roaring surged in his heart. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Tuna's voice was slow, and only then did Belorta come back to his senses. Rail wanted to step forward to understand the situation, but when he saw the prince slowly descending, he stopped his tracks. Belorta approached and signaled for Prowess to get up. "I'm sorry, Mr. Prowess. It seems I frightened you, and I don't know how to explain it. However, your potential has been developed, but it seems you haven't practiced or fought for a long time. You still need to stabilize the power gained from this developed potential." Hearing the prince's words, Prowess quickly reacted. At this moment, he truly felt an infinite power. At that time, someone below shouted loudly, "How is this possible? It's even higher than Bardock's battle power. 700,000. 700,000? Is it really 700,000? Listening to the excited remarks from below, Belorta was not surprised. The dormant Super Saiyan bloodline had its potential developed, and over 2,000 battle power was raised to 700,000. If Broly's potential were to be developed 2 years later, how powerful would he be? It seems that the Super Saiyan bloodline is my next step. Belorta had some trivial matters on his mind, but Prowess was already kneeling on the ground, expressing immense gratitude. He never expected to have such a day. Coming back to his senses, Belorta suddenly remembered the future and said, "Well, everyone, in addition to the secret training that lies ahead, the power of our descendants is also indispensable. Our Saiyan offspring will be even stronger. We Saiyans should unite. We don't need to abandon those who are still in their weak phase just because we are powerful now. We also shouldn't worry about ourselves if our strength hasn't met expectations, nor should we exclude or envy others for being strong. We must believe in ourselves and in our kin." After saying this, Belorta felt a sense of relief. At least that's what he thought. In the future, it would indeed change Prowess's mindset. And not only that, King Vegeta also appointed him to an important position on planet Vegeta, but that is a story for another time. Belorta turned to Raul. "Grandpa Raul, the rest is up to you. My plan must not be leaked. I probably won TB on Vegeta for the next 2 years, but I believe Uncle Bardock will be a great help." He paused for a moment, then added, "Also, let us not worry about 2 years from now. Let us do it this way for now. How much longer until the spaceship is ready?" Raul pondered for a moment before replying, "Prince Belorta, it should be ready in about 5 days. All right, then let us leave it at that for today." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 8. Departure to Namek. 5 days isn't too long. We can set off for Namek tomorrow. At this moment, Belorta was still on the grassland, in front of that giant rock, his tail continuously striking it. What was different today was that, besides Vegeta following closely behind him and the attendant Raditz, Bardock had also been called here. With the 10,000 strike, the giant rock seemed to have a spirit, and with the final blow, it shattered. Bardock, who had been watching silently, stepped forward only after the rock broke. Just as some fragments fell at his feet, he picked one up casually, but it was just a piece of rubble. Yet it had an indescribable weight. This giant rock weighed about 3,000 tons, and I've been striking it with my tail for nearly a year. And today it finally broke. Belorta spoke calmly, as if recounting something simple. At that moment, Bardock was shocked and casually asked the reason. "Prince Belorta, why do you want to strike this massive rock?" Although it was incredibly heavy, such a degree of force would be enough to shatter it with just a finger. The tail can also be considered our weakness, and at the same time, the tail is the source of our Saiyan power. The tail? Bardock was called by Belolta for no other reason than to give him a preliminary understanding of the concept of Super Saiyans, starting with the tail. A year ago on Namek, I witnessed many things aside from the miraculous power of the Grand Elder. There was also something called the Dragon Balls. I inquired about the history of the Saiyans. The history of the Saiyans? I know a bit. Planet Vegeta was not our original planet, but was later plundered for survival. As for the reason, the elders said it was because the original planet was destroyed by our Saiyans through overexploitation. That's correct, but also not entirely accurate. Uncle Bardock, We all know that when the full moon rises high in the sky, it is when we scions are at our strongest. That's because we can transform into the unstoppable great ape warriors. Yes, the idea that overexploitation led to destruction is not entirely accurate. To be precise, it was because, in ancient times, our original planet was destroyed by the violent power of a scion, and that power came from our tails. But it was not the transformation into a great ape, but rather into a super scion. Super scion. Bardock repeated this name, unsure of where he had heard it, his mind racing with memories, suddenly realizing it was the one that Frisia's clan feared. Super scion. Yes, but the ancient super scion was not the same as the one he feared. The ancient super scion was much stronger. However, what we must first become is the super scion that Frisia fears. Bardock pondered at this moment, then suddenly spoke, Prince Belolta, are you already a super scion? Bardock hoped for Belolta's affirmation, but the reality was seeing him shake his head. I can only tell you that transforming into a super scion can enhance our base power by 50 times. 50 times. Bardock's exclamation did not interrupt Belolta, who continued. Calling Uncle Bardock here was to tell you about this, and I believe that in the future you will also be able to transform into a super scion. I know you have the willpower and determination. Upon hearing Belolta's words, Bardock knelt on the ground, thanking the prince for his trust. When you return to planet Vegeta, I will certainly strive towards becoming a super scion. Yes. Let us work hard together and see whether you succeed first on planet Vegeta or we succeed first in our training outside over the next 2 years. Haha. Following the great prince, Bardock saw Belolta smile for the first time. After all, he was just a 4-year-old child. Seeing him was like seeing his own son. However, deep down, Bardock still sensed the unfathomable aura of this prince. Perhaps it could be described as an aura, but more accurately, it was a kind of heart. The next day quickly arrived, and everyone was focused on sending off Prince Belolta and Prince Vegeta on their journey. King Vegeta also arrived under the spaceship at this moment. Belolta, Vegeta, take care. Seeing his eldest son off again felt heavier this time than the last. Previously, he thought Belolta was just going out to train and play. But now as the strongest combat force of Planet Vegeta, he was not just his son's identity, but also the future of Planet Vegeta. Father, don't worry. I've already told Grandpa Raoul everything that needed to be said. Always stay vigilant about the movements of Frisia's army. In these 2 years, we must not confront them head-on in public. If we must fight, we will do so secretly and leave no trace. At this moment, Vegeta interjected, and King Vegeta did not blame him, but smiled and said, Right? You and your brother are correct. Be cautious. Father, Mother, I'm going with the prince. Raditz, your father, and I will be waiting for you. Bardock, not good at communicating with his son, stepped forward at this moment. You little brat. Follow the great prince and don't lose the Scion's face. Yes, everyone bid farewell to the spaceship, which slowly ascended. In just a few seconds, it vanished like a shooting star, flickering like a flame, disappearing into the sky, already soaring through the universe. After the spaceship disappeared, planet Vegeta returned to normal. The facade prepared for Frisia's army was also ready. Thus, under the plan laid out by Belolta, planet Vegeta quietly proceeded, departing for Namek. With Belolta's command, the spaceship sailing through the universe had a target, changing its course and heading straight for that vibrant planet. The spaceship was equipped for daily life. But the most important was the gravity chamber that had been there a year ago, which Belolta specifically had Raoul modify. This gravity chamber could be set to a maximum of 800 times normal gravity. At the beginning, Belolta stood outside the chamber and adjusted the gravity to the maximum. Big brother, I want to go in too. As Belorta was about to step into the gravity chamber, he heard Vegeta's voice behind him. At this moment, he was only 3 years old, and although his small figure carried a hint of the royal arrogance like King Vegeta, he appeared somewhat cute in front of his brother. It's not that great inside. The pressure here is much greater than Grandpa Raoul's. But there's a 5 times gravity chamber nearby you could try. Let Raditz accompany you. Raditz approached at that moment and immediately replied, All right, Prince Belorta, Prince Vegeta, let's go to the nearby gravity chamber. Only 5 times? I can handle 8 times at Grandpa Raoul's place. How much is it here? Vegeta, looking quite Sundra and not willing to give up, was about to kick forward when Belolta immediately grabbed him. Although they are only a year apart in age, for some reason, Belolta was already a head taller than him. Inside, the gravity is 800 times stronger. Are you sure you want to go in? Belorta held Vegeta while saying, after hearing about the 800 times, Vegeta finally gave up. All right, Raditz, let's go. But looking at his brother, still seemed reluctant. He wanted so much to become strong like his big brother. Chapter 9. Absorbing Zero. 1. Directly ascending to Super Saiyan 2 after resolving the small incident, Belorta stepped into the gravity chamber, and the moment the door closed, it isolated both sides. After spending some time in the gravity chamber, he completely lost track of time. One day, in the gravity chamber with 800 times the gravity, Belorta finished his meditation, took a breath, and then opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a trace of blood inexplicably appeared in the air. This was the blood of the Super Saiyan lineage. Although this was only Zero, one of the Super Saiyan bloodline, Belorta could clearly perceive the power of this blood through the resonance between bloodlines, awakening his extraordinary comprehension and absorption. As the words fell, the trace of blood suddenly vanished into thin air. It had already been flowing within Belorta's body. What he had seen earlier was merely a projection derived from his comprehension. At this moment, he continuously merged with himself, allowing the power of this blood to truly become part of him. After about a quarter of an hour, the familiar sounds of breathing echoed again. Belorta's eyes flickered, a hint of red light shining through his clear gaze, and suddenly his body surged. In a daze, Belorta's hair also swelled with the momentum, changing colors continuously, sometimes yellow and sometimes green, as if a yellow-green light was attached to his aura. Roars erupted, and the momentum exploded continuously in the gravity chamber. Fortunately, this gravity chamber was crafted with special materials by Tuller. Otherwise, the entire spaceship would have exploded from within. This is the power of the Super Saiyan lineage. Belorta clearly felt the energy constantly flowing from his spine, as if he could touch the threshold of the so-called Super Saiyan. It is said that the foundation for transforming into a Super Saiyan lies in 3 million and anger. Otherwise, it is the hidden power aura from the spine. My strength has long reached that level, and as for anger, I have always felt it unnecessary. In that case, my opportunity must be the energy coming from my spine at this moment. Then let it come. As Belorta's aura surged once again, the exterior of the spaceship shook. In another gravity chamber, Vegeta and Raditz naturally sensed the changes outside. This is my brother. Yes, Prince Belorta's power has improved again. All right, Raditz, we can't fall behind. Let's continue the fight. On the other side, Belorta's aura was still rising, and at this moment, the light formed a tangible shape, clearly showing the energy erupting from his spine, like a spring. That loud shout immediately broke the barrier here, and within this gravity chamber, a new power aura echoed. Within the golden flames, there seemed to be a flicker of flame passing through, and in that floating space, Belorta hovered there. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Belorta constantly feels his strength, which is indeed immense, but for some reason, he does not experience the discomfort and fluctuating emotions that he had after his first transformation in the original story. However, upon reflection, he thinks that perhaps his power is sufficient to control this strength after transformation. This feeling of enhanced power seems to be more than just 50 times. Belolta retracted the leaking radiance, concentrating the aura of his entire body within himself. Soon, there was no more golden light shining in this place. Only he stood dazzlingly alone. Is it at full power now? What will happen if he continues to enhance it? Berorta was talking to himself, disregarding the present moment, and once again elevated his own momentum. Suddenly, the spaceship soaring through the universe seemed to encounter inexplicable thunderclouds, with lightning flashing nearby. With another roar, the subsequent shock didn't throw Vegeta and Raditz out of the gravity chamber. Instead, the gravity chamber on that side was directly shattered by the powerful aura. A flaw appeared at the rear of the spaceship, and the Scions could not survive in the universe. At this point, Raditz and Vegeta were completely at a loss. Hurry! Prince Vegeta, go to the gravity chamber and summon the Great Prince. I will initiate the backup measures. Good. Vegeta stumbled over and began banging on the door of the gravity chamber, which was set to 800 times normal gravity, while also pressing the button next to it. He exclaimed, Brother, it's bad. The spaceship has been destroyed, and there's a huge hole in the back. Unbeknownst to him, Belolta seemed to have heard the commotion outside, as the shaking that was happening suddenly ceased, and it felt as if the gravity chamber had gone silent. Vegeta stood there in confusion. He did not hear his brother's voice and couldn't figure out how to open the door to the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Raditz was activating the spaceship's backup measures, which could automatically repair the damaged areas, and the results were quite remarkable. However, at that moment, a shadow quietly appeared at the side of the ship's breach. Raditz was suddenly so startled that he couldn't make a sound, but as he came to his senses and sensed carefully, he detected a familiar energy. He cautiously asked, "Is that you, Prince Belolta?" The figure in front did not respond, but raised a hand to make some sort of gesture at the breach. Within seconds, the breach began to automatically heal, even faster than the spaceship's automatic repairs. As the spaceship returned to normal, the figure turned around and said, Raditz, it's only been a short while since we last met, and you don't recognize me?" At that moment, the gloom dissipated, and from frontal view, it became clear. The person had a golden mane of hair shining in front of him, and lightning seemed to be swirling around him. Raditz had never seen such a form before, but upon recognizing the familiar figure, he felt relieved and shouted, "Prince Belolta, it really is you. Your power is incredible right now." Hearing the commotion, Vegeta rushed over, and upon arriving, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, brother, you look amazing." Vegeta immediately put on the scouter. At this moment, he still couldn't sense any ki, but the scouter's readings were showing nothing. However, just after 2 or 3 seconds, it actually exploded. "This is the latest scouter? Bro, your power has broken through again. What is the reading now?" Belmont smiled but shook his head. "Vegeta, you need to learn to sense ki like Raditz. Right now, my power cannot even be detected by Frieza scouters, because my current strength is already dozens of times that of Frieza, or even more than 100 times. Belmont is still as calm as ever. Even with such great strength now, he remains unperturbed. "What? Are we still going to Namek? Big brother, you're already so powerful." Belolta let out a breath, and at that moment, the transformed state dissipated, everything returned to normal. Then he changed his tone. "Of course we have to go. This state I just explored needs to be stabilized. We are going to Namek, not only for you and Raditz to further enhance your strength, but I also have other matters to attend to." Oh, Vegeta just nodded. But recalling his brother's appearance just now, standing there with lightning all over and golden flames glowing, he was even more curious about this. "Brother, what was that state just now?" Not only him, but Raditz also wanted to know. Belolta pretended to be mysterious and then said that is Super Saiyan. "As for me, I was already in a state that transcends Super Saiyan, which can also be called Super Saiyan 2, but I can still reach a further full power state. Though I can't do that for now," Berorta said, pulling up the panel in his mind. The system panel could only be seen by him. At this moment, the panel displayed Belorta, Reborn Transcender, Combat Power 100 million, Burst Combat Power Unknown, externally displayed 10 to 15,000. Mastery Status, Super Saiyan 1 can reach full power. Super Saiyan 2 Talent 1, Super Absolute Comprehension Talent 2, automatic growth of 1 combat power per second. Various strength data increase with practical experience. Comprehension and observation gained. Namekian potential development, transcending Bloodline 0. 1 already fused. Chapter 10, Arrival at Namek. Super Saiyan. So cool. Big brother. I want to become like that too. Vegeta excitedly said, and Raditz naturally looked on with admiration. Belolta smiled at them and gently said, "Of course. You both can do it. We need to stay on Namek for 2 years, and during these 2 years, I will train you to achieve full power Super Saiyan." Wow. Hearing his brother's affirmation made Vegeta even happier, like a child, because he truly is a 3-year-old. "All right, Raditz, how long have we been in the gravity chamber?" At this moment, Belolta remembered the time. Raditz went to check the spaceship's positioning, and it clearly showed the distance remaining between the 2 planets. "Your Highness, it seems we have been here for 20 days. Just wait another 7 or 8 days, and we'll arrive." I didn't expect so many days to have passed. Belolta really didn't realize how quickly time had passed. Then he looked at the gravity chamber that Raditz and the others had used, which was destroyed beyond recognition. "In a few days, you should come to this gravity chamber and see if you can adapt to 15 times the gravity." 15 times? Raditz thought for a moment and felt he would be fine, but looking at Vegeta, he said, "Prince Belolta, isn't that a bit too fast? Prince Vegeta's tolerance should be at most 10 times. Hey, Raditz, are you underestimating me?" Berorta had not yet spoken, but Vegeta called out first, puffing up his chest and saying, "Brother, trust me, it's just 15 times. A small problem." All right, don't worry, Raditz, I'll be watching from the side. And it's not like we jump to 15 times all at once. We can do it gradually. "Yes, Your Highness." After a brief chat, the group headed to the remaining gravity chamber. In recent days, Berorta had been continuously training Vegeta and Raditz, even helping Raditz find his rage and the hidden strength in his back. Just like that, they were soon to arrive at Namek. If Namek continued to be this peaceful, it should be a good planet. At this moment, the Namekians were also looking forward to the future. "Mori, it seems our friends are almost here." The accommodations on Namek did seem strange compared to Vegeta's planet, But this was the local specialty. In a larger residence, there was one individual who was quite different from the other Namekians. He was quite large and appeared elderly, sitting in an oversized seat. At this moment, as if sensing something, he spoke to the person next to him. It's that little guy from Vegeta's planet. Oh, it seems he has changed quite a bit in the past few months. Elder, are you referring to that scion child named Belorta? Mori asked, recalling the polite little child who had come mysteriously before. However, upon hearing that he was a scion, the Namekians present were a bit on edge, as scions worked for the Frisia force in the universe. But as time passed, that little child turned out to be well-behaved and truly kind-hearted, and naturally, the locals gradually became closer to him. Yes, this time he brought companions. It should be the brothers he mentioned before. Oh, Elder, how much longer do you think it will be? I remember Belorta said he had a request to use the Dragon Balls next time. Mori was inquiring about the Elder, who did not seem to ponder for long before responding. You and Nail should go collect them. Let him use them this time. The child is not inherently bad, and he possesses great power. Our future will also rely on him. Mori did not quite understand the latter part of the Elder's statement, as the Elder's knowledge was vast and his thoughts profound. But since the Elder agreed to the matter of the Dragon Balls, they would go collect them. Oh, by the way, once the Dragon Balls are collected, have Nail come to see me. He is an outstanding combat-type Namekian and should be developed. After his last battle with that child, I think it's time. All right, Elder. With that, Mori left the residence and headed in Nail's direction. Belorta, I hope you can help me solve that lost child in the darkness this time. The Elder's deep gaze looked into the distance, murmuring to himself, his face showing signs of weariness. In the universe, lights were flickering, appearing to be a spaceship on the move. Inside the spaceship were Belorta and the others. At this moment, Raditz looked at the instrument display and reported to Belorta, Your Highness, we are about to arrive at Namek in 3 minutes. Good. Vegeta excitedly spoke first, as he was eager to know what the Dragon Balls on Namek that his brother mentioned were, especially since Raditz said they could help grant any wish. Well, Raditz, remember not to make too much noise when we land. Just like last time, landing in a remote area will be fine, and we can fly over later. Okay, Your Highness. While they chatted, the spaceship had already crossed into the outskirts of Namek and was about to enter the planet. Accompanied by the countdown from the spaceship, in the last 3 seconds, the ship safely landed. The hatch opened, and the 3 of them slowly walked out. For this trip, Belmod didn't bring the team along, leaving the other 3 on Vegeta's planet to guide everyone in their training. Vegeta looked around, finding this place completely different from planet Vegeta. There was no technological power here, and the people seemed to lack any strong energy. After searching carefully and using his scouter, Vegeta managed to detect one person with a power level of 78,000. Is this really the strongest fighting power on this planet? Vegeta muttered with a disdainful expression. Big brother, there are no strong people here. The highest combat power barely matches mine. Can these people help us train? Vegeta had a skeptical expression, but Berorta, at this moment, looked very confident. He didn't know what else to say. Baylor smiled gently and slowly said, Vegeta, do you remember what I said on Planet Vegeta? Don't think that just because someone is weaker than you, they are truly weak. Sometimes what you perceive isn't what you think it is. Besides, a battle power of 78,000 isn't low, right? If I hadn't developed the potential of the team leaders, this would make them stronger than anyone on Planet Vegeta, aside from the 3 of us. That being said, however, Vegeta couldn't think of a rebuttal for a moment and quickly became stunned. After all, a 3-year-old child's brain cells aren't that many. Seeing this, Belorta laughed heartily and said, No need to think too much. Let's go meet the Grand Elder of Namek. Vegeta, remember to be polite. Yeah. Big brother, I will definitely be polite. Raditz watched from the side, thinking something unbelievable. This little Vegeta now acts proud in front of everyone except his big brother, and there is really no need for a 3-year-old to emphasize politeness too much. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them took off, with Vegeta following behind the 2. Belorta headed in a direction while sensing the Grand Elder's location. And as they flew past, 3 streaks added to the scenery of Namek. Chapter 11. Enhancing Vegeta's comprehension in a flash. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Below, 2 people had been waiting for a long time, holding a large orb, and just as the last one fell, they finally had 7. Looking up, Mori happened to spot the 3 coming from afar. Mori waved, and at that moment, Belorta saw the 3 Elder Mori below and slowly descended with the 2. Elder Mori, nice to see you again. Long time no see, Brother Neru. Seeing his big brother greeting, Vegeta politely followed suit, and Raditz did the same. Naru was still a bit dazed, finally realizing it was Belorta, the same Belorta who had come to Namek almost a year ago and stayed for nearly 4 months. Naru looked at the child in front of him. He had grown taller, but what was even more noticeable was his presence. Although Belorta did not release his energy, Naru was still astonished in his heart and finally spoke. You are Belorta. I didn't expect such a big change after just a few months. Although I can't sense your energy, I feel that your strength has reached an unfathomable level. Belorta just smiled. It was the result of his training. Brother Naru is the same. His strength has improved even more. It's all thanks to the Elder. I have already had my potential developed by the Elder, but I'm still far behind compared to you. While they were reminiscing, Muli suddenly remembered the Elder's instructions. Oh right, Belorta. The Elder has known you were coming for a long time, and these wish balls are also prepared. Yes. By the way, Elder Muli, can they join us as well? We came this time for my brother's matter. Of course, Belorta, you all can come with me. All right, thank you very much. Under the leadership of Belmod, Raditz and Vegeta also expressed their gratitude, and the group followed Mori to meet the Grand Elder. Inside the residence, the Grand Elder was still sitting there, perhaps due to old age. He was unable to stand up in front of anyone. They met the Grand Elder. Belorta respectfully greeted, and the other two followed suit. It's been a long time. Belorta, you truly are a remarkable little fellow. Your strength has deepened in the blink of an eye. Haha, Elder, it's all due to fate. Belorta smiled and humbly said, while bringing Vegeta forward, Great Elder, I hope you can unlock my brother's potential this time. I also want to see how much his potential has grown under my training. The Great Elder had a kind expression and nodded in agreement, extending his hand to signal Vegeta to come forward. Vegeta looked at this enormous figure, feeling a bit strange. Brother, do I really need to have my potential unlocked by him? Can't you just do it directly? Upon hearing this, the Great Elder was taken aback. This ability to unlock potential had surprisingly been learned by the little one, Belorta. However, he did not show it, while Belorta shook his head and said, Just go ahead. I have my own plans for your growth. Hearing his brother say this, Vegeta understood it was for his own good, so he timidly stepped forward. Thank you, Great Elder. We'll wait outside, said Belorta as he took Raditz out with him, while Mori and Naru also exited. Inside the room, the Great Elder continued to smile, and Vegeta, feeling more familiar, no longer felt that strange. He quietly waited as the Great Elder's hand patted Vegeta's head, seemingly searching for something, muttering to himself. Indeed, it's peculiar. I didn't expect that as the little one trains, your latent abilities have expanded so much. The Great Elder smiled again and said, Little one, you have a truly remarkable older brother. Vegeta was naturally delighted to hear that. My brother is the best for me in the entire universe. Outside the house, several people looked at the wish orbs arranged on the ground. Raditz muttered to himself, Is this the wish orb that His Highness the Prince mentioned? Yes, darling. You can also call them Dragon Balls. They were created by the descendants of the Dragon Clan from Namek, specifically made by the Elder, came the response. After hearing this, Raditz nodded along, looking quite impressed. Belorta looked at the Dragon Balls, having already thought about his wish. Elder Mori, please summon Purunga for me. All right, here we go. Mori then began to chant in the Namekian language, which roughly meant to ask Purunga to grant his wish. Soon, the sky darkened, the ground shook slightly, and a beam of light appeared. The brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls illuminated the sky, leaving Raditz in shock as he noticed that a dragon god had appeared in the sky. Purunga's appearance was majestic, resembling both a dragon and a human. Belorta recalled the anime from his previous life and was stunned to see it in reality. This is the Dragon of Namek. Inside the house, a magical feeling surged within Vegeta's heart. Suddenly, a continuous flow of power enveloped him, revitalizing his body. Although he only had a basic understanding of energy, he felt his own strength trembling at that moment. What? My battle power has increased so much. Vegeta was scanning himself with the scouter, and his power level was continuously skyrocketing. Originally at only 80,000, it had now stabilized at 160,000, doubling in value. My development ends here, but your potential is still immense. Speaking of which, there was a commotion outside. The Elder looked outside to sense the energy, then spoke, I see. Your brother's idea is quite good. Vegeta didn't quite understand the Grand Elder's words, but the Grand Elder signaled that he could leave, so he immediately went outside, thinking of telling his older brother the news right away. Belolta, state your wish. Upon seeing Purunga, even Belolta was shocked. Mori called out to him, and after a while, Belolta finally reacted, Oh, okay. Elder Mori, please help further develop my brother's potential. His name is Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Mori and Neru were astonished. Is it really possible to develop potential like this? However, Mori still asked the dragon in Namekian, Purunga, please help this scion, named Vegeta, further develop his potential. After waiting for a while, everyone was anticipating what would happen. At that moment, Vegeta rushed out from outside and flew over, saying, Brother, my potential has been developed. The Grand Elder is amazing. My battle power has reached 160,000. Not bad, Vegeta. Hearing his brother's laughter, Belolta also felt happy. However, at that moment, there was an unexpected turn in the wish. Purunga delivered a message. I'm sorry, but Vegeta has already had his potential developed by the Grand Elder and cannot be developed again. Belorta heard this and his expression darkened, realizing that it seemed potential development really couldn't be stacked. After thinking for a long time, Purunga was also waiting for other wishes. At this moment, Belorta had a flash of inspiration. Elder Mori, please help me request Purunga to enhance Vegeta's comprehension ability. Comprehension ability, alright. After saying this, Mori immediately turned to Purunga. As the Namekian language ended, everyone was waiting again. However, Vegeta was unclear about the situation and only looked at his brother, who seemed to be eagerly anticipating the large figure that resembled both a human and a dragon above. No problem. With Purunga's confirmation, a red light suddenly appeared in its eyes, and soon a voice came, saying that the wish had been granted. At this moment, Vegeta below felt a sudden change within himself, as if a flood of inexplicable spiritual thoughts surged into his mind. Chapter 12. The Demon Race Shrek. With the realization of the wish, Vegeta's comprehension ability was instantly enhanced, and at that moment, many of the bottlenecks he encountered in his training were opened. Most importantly, Vegeta took off his scouter. His ability to sense energy reached an extraordinary level. Brother, I can sense and judge energy now. At this point, Vegeta dazedly looked towards another area where two Namekians were standing. He surprisingly focused on one of them, who possessed unfathomable strength, even surpassing his own battle power of 160,000. Vegeta asked his older brother, Brother, is he the one I detected with a power level of 78,000 earlier? His strength is incredible. I can now vaguely sense that his 78,000 energy is merely a fade to mislead others. It is definitely not his true power. Belorta smiled and nodded, not only affirming what Vegeta had said, but also feeling very satisfied with the wish to enhance. Belorta, do you have 2 more wishes? Have you thought about them? Yes, sorry to trouble Elder Mori, but I would like Purunga to enhance Raditz, the companion beside me. As soon as this was said, Raditz was the most surprised. As a prince's attendant, he had already achieved considerable fighting power under Belorta's guidance, and he never expected to receive this honor, with the second wish being used on himself. Your Highness, how can this be? This is a wish from the Dragon Balls, and it's being used on me. Of course, Raditz. You and I have lived together since childhood. For these 4 years, we have been companions, and we will continue to be companions in the future, right, Vegeta? Of course. I listen to my brother anyway. Raditz, you are my brother's attendant, and if my brother calls you a companion, how can you give up this opportunity? At this moment, Raditz half knelt on the ground. As a warrior of planet Vegeta, he should behave this way. Seeing this, Belorta hurriedly helped him up. No need for that, Raditz. We must grow stronger together. There are many powerful beings in this universe, and we strive to protect our homeland. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, the second wish was fulfilled, and Raditz felt a miraculous sensation surging in his mind. This is the enhancement of. How wonderful. Just as miraculous as when the Grand Elder unlocked his potential. Raditz reflected at this moment, and with the enhancement of, other things inexplicably emerged in his mind. After watching the Great Prince's Super Saiyan transformation, he now vaguely felt the sensation of touching that transformation. All right, Belorta, what about the third wish? The third wish. Belorta pondered deeply. Originally, his idea was to use Purunga's ability for triple potential development, but the Elder's ability couldn't be stacked with the dragon, so that idea was scrapped. Now, he really needed to think carefully about what to wish for with the third wish. All right, it's decided. Elder Mori, please ask Purunga if he can enhance my potential ability. Mori was surprised to hear this. As it stood, Belorta's strength was already quite formidable, and there probably wasn't much potential left to enhance. Nevertheless, he respected Belorta's request and immediately turned to face Purunga. Purunga, please help Belorta with his enhancement. Oh, you want to enhance potential ability, not develop it, right? At this moment, Mori realized and confirmed with Belorta, who nodded and said, Yes, Elder Mori. You certainly have a lot of ideas. After saying this, Mori continued to speak to Purunga, saying, please help Belorta enhance his potential ability. In the same Namekian language, Purunga heard this and didn't he respond as quickly this time. Instead, a considerable amount of time passed, and with a red glow flashing in his eyes, Belorta experienced the same. Finally, Purunga slowly said that he had enhanced Belorta's potential ability. This little guy has considerable strength. After this training, his power might reach a deeper level. Well then, the 3 wishes have been fulfilled, so I will take my leave. After Purunga said this, his figure slowly dissipated from the air, and the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground also lost their glow. Unlike the Dragon Balls on Earth that shoot off in all directions, they turned to stone at this moment. According to Elder Mori, they could be used again in about 130 days. Feeling the additional abilities granted by the dragon's wish, Belorta's potential ability seemed to expand rapidly. If the original range of potential ability was like a swimming pool, now it was like a complete soccer field. With such enormous potential ability, the next step was to develop it. Belorta secretly sighed. If he could develop his current potential abilities with the insights he gained, how much stronger would he become? Thank you, Elder. Belorta cupped his fists towards the residence where the Grand Elder was located, while also thanking Mori and Neru, saying, I truly appreciate your help, Elder Mori, Brother Neru, in gathering the Dragon Balls for me. The Grand Elder has said that you are friends of our Namek, so there's no need for formality, haha. Well, Belorta, what are your plans next? Are you going back to Vegeta Star directly? Neru asked from his side. However, Belorta could tell from his eyes that Brother Neru wanted to have a spar with him. Brother Neru, we won't be going back for now. I need to stay on Namek for half a year to stabilize myself. Additionally, I have sensed an evil presence. It seems to be from the Demon Clan. Upon hearing the words Demon Clan, Mori recalled something and immediately transmitted a message to the Grand Elder, regarding the Demon Clan. It seemed that Belorta's control over his energy had reached an extraordinary level. Let's summon them again. Okay, Grand Elder. To everyone else, Mori appeared to be frozen in place. But Belorta understood that he was communicating about the Demon Clan with the Grand Elder. Belorta, come with me to see the Grand Elder. Seeing this, Belorta spoke up, Vegeta, Raditz, you two go with Brother Neru for a stroll. I appreciate your help, Brother Neru. It's no problem, Neru replied casually. Vegeta looked reluctantly at his older brother, while Belolta continued to wear his brother's smile. Go ahead, I'll come find you later. All right, let's go, Raditz. Okay, Your Highness. Inside the residence, Belolta followed Mori to stand before the Grand Elder again. Belolta, you are a person of miracles, a scion full of wonders. You are already aware of the matter regarding the demon race. Yes, Grand Elder. The purpose of this journey is not only to train my brothers, but also to uphold the first agreement made all those years ago. As for Shrag, I will take action to resolve it. The name Shrag seemed to have not been heard by the Namekians for a long time. After so many years, probably only the Grand Elder could discern a bit about his deeds. He had merely gone astray. When he was sent to Shrag Star, it was not only to escape the chaos of Namek at that time, but also to eradicate his evil heart. However, things did not go as planned, and he ultimately fell into darkness. The Grand Elder's expression darkened, as if he were lost in thought for a moment. Shrag was the most outstanding Namekian of his generation, almost possessing all the power of the previous generation of Namekians. Of course, your current strength is sufficient to deal with him, but I still hope you can show mercy. If he remains inclined towards evil in the end, then destroy him. These words spoken by the Grand Elder came from the mouth of a father. He had never imagined that the strongest Namekian born from his bloodline would end up with a dark heart. Belorta sighed, but things could not be changed. If he did not take action to eliminate it now, it would pose a threat to the universe in the future. If possible, I would show mercy. Then, thank you very much. Chapter 13, The Power of Nairu. Belolta walked out of the Grand Elder's residence, soaring into the air to search for the presence of Raditz and the others. From the Grand Elder, he learned that Shrag would come to Namek in 7 months, which was indeed unexpected for him, as it was something that didn't happen so early in the anime storyline. He wondered if things had changed in the Dragon Ball world because of him. He also didn't know what kind of strength Shrag possessed now, but from his perception, the evil aura that flashed by on Namek that year was not weak. He feared that Shrag might have already been there once. Thinking about these things gave him a headache, so Belolta decided to stop pondering. In any case, coming to Namek was to enhance his strength. Once he became powerful, enemies would no longer be a threat. However, Brother Nelu also had limitless potential. He was already different from the original Nelu in the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps the Dragon Ball world he was reborn into was not the same as the anime. While lost in thought, Belolta noticed Brother Nelu, along with Vegeta and Raditz. At that moment, for some reason, Vegeta unleashed his aura, preparing to compete with Nelu. Brother Nelu, my brother says you're also very strong. At first, I didn't believe it. But after my understanding and abilities improved, my perception of energy reached another level. You are indeed very powerful, so I want to spar with you. Wurawa Scion, Super Vegeta. Suddenly, a surge of pride emerged, and Vegeta's aura erupted in an instant, seemingly enveloping the area. Seeing this, Belorta did not intervene. He also wanted to see how the current Vegeta's fighting power and skills compare to others. However, it seemed impossible for him to defeat Neru. Although Vegeta was somewhat different from his original self, that pride of a scion was deeply rooted. It was a test of patience. Otherwise, how could he grow? While Belorta was lost in thought, the battle below had already begun. On the other side, Neru did not unleash his aura. Facing the charging Vegeta, he seemed to dodge effortlessly, occasionally blocking Vegeta's attacks, but it looked as if he were an old man playing with a child. Vegeta missed his opponent with a quick turn, feeling somewhat annoyed. He then rushed forward, his fists fiercely striking towards Neru, gaining speed. But it seemed Neru had seen through Vegeta's moves and blocked all of them. Seeing this, Vegeta decided to create some distance. This traditional prince's fighting style seemed to have been learned since childhood. Accompanied by a loud shout, countless energy blasts surged toward Neru, causing dust to rise around him, and the ground beneath him became a deep crater. Finally, with a brilliant flash, Vegeta confidently unleashed his ultimate attack, a proud smile spreading across his face. However, those familiar with Dragon Ball understood that these were merely flashy attacks without real damage. As the dust settled, the figure revealed was Neru. And Vegeta suddenly lamented that his opponent hadn't T-dodged. This was his strongest strike. How could Neru withstand it? Neru still hadn't unleashed his full power. Using the unique skills of the Namekians, one hand quickly stretched out and firmly grasped Vegeta, and then he charged in with his own body. In just a moment, with a few punches and kicks, Vegeta suffered a fierce blow, and with a final sweeping kick, he was sent crashing into a nearby mountain, causing it to collapse. But Neru didn't T-stop. Instead, he began to gather energy for a powerful attack in midair, unleashing a wave of energy that surged toward the crumbling mountain. With the sound of an explosion, it marked the end of the match. It took a while for Vegeta to drag his heavy body out, his battle suit shattered. Covered in injuries, he accidentally caught sight of his older brother, who seemed to be right in front of him. Brother, Neru is indeed very strong. With weak breath, Vegeta fell into Belolta's arms, but he wasn't angry. He smiled and murmured, I'll just take a nap. Consider this a test of your will. Your Highness. As the dust settled, Raditz finally spotted the figure. It turned out Prince Belolta had already arrived, observing the match from above, and then he flew over, with Neru following behind. Neru, thank you. If I don't teach this younger brother a lesson, there will surely be problems in the future. Earlier in the sky, Neru had sensed Belolta's arrival. Initially, he thought the match with Vegeta was just for practice, but when Belolta communicated with him, saying as long as he didn't actually kill his brother, he could go all out, so he had exerted a bit more effort later on. Belolta, wasn't that a bit too much of a blow for him? It's fine, Neru. We are Scions. If we continue to hold onto our past arrogance, it won't benefit our training. After Belorta finished speaking, he was about to carry Vegeta to the ship's infirmary when he added, Raditz, your combat power is quite impressive now. If you don't mind, you could have a spar with Brother Neru. You might gain some unexpected insights. I know that with your enhanced comprehension ability, you must have some feeling for Super Saiyan in your subconscious. Let's see if this battle can bring it out. Upon hearing this, Raditz immediately gestured. Understood, Your Highness. I will not let you down. Watching Belorta leave, Raditz was also ready at all times. At this moment, Neru suddenly sensed a surge of energy growing out of thin air, the power increasing rapidly as if it were going to break free from this planet. It seems you have hidden your strength too, Raditz. I'm sorry, Brother Neru. I don't have the absolute control over Ki like Prince Belorta, so my released energy has always fluctuated between 3,000 and 160,000. Raditz seemed genuinely apologetic, but his momentum did not stop. His energy continued to rise. With a furious shout, the distant Belorta smiled happily, and the character panel displayed in front of him showed Raditz Scion, Hidden Combat Power 3,000-160,000. True Combat Power 2, 570,000. Burst Power 3, 890,000. It seems Raditz is going to give it his all. This is wonderful. I look forward to seeing him transform into a Super Saiyan. Returning to the battlefield, Raditz unleashed his full power, and Neru was taken aback. Not expecting the Scion race to be so extraordinary. No, perhaps it should be said that those who train alongside Belorta are all extraordinary. Another legendary figure at just 4 years old. It seems that after you returned to your homeland, you also didn't waste time in training. Naturally, Brother Neru. Come on, how deep have you become from your former power of 30,000? Are you at the same level as His Highness? As for Belorta, I'm not quite at his level. But I've improved a lot. After saying this, Neru adjusted his breathing. In that instant, the entire battlefield seemed to be constrained, and the heavens and earth shook. The ground began to crack. Not at all weaker than Raditz's earlier aura. No, this energy, it's very powerful. While Raditz was shocked, an angry roar erupted, and the surrounding mountains crumbled. Raditz was even more astonished. Brother Neru, you have actually reached this level. This overwhelming aura, Raditz had only seen once before, which was when Prince Belorta first displayed his true strength after arriving on Namek. That sense of oppression, he would never forget. Even though his own ki had exceeded the 3 million mark, he still felt a chill in the face of such energy. Opening the panel displayed, Neru, Namekian. Hidden Combat Power 500, True Combat Power 14, 680,000, Burst Combat Power 47, 990,000. Physique, perfect fusion of Namekian combat type and dragon lineage, has become a so-called Super Namekian. Talent, infinite assimilation. Chapter 14, The Gap in Strength. Raditz falls into a rage. I didn't expect Brother Neru to be this strong. Although Neru's aura had risen to a certain height, he showed no signs of anger. The energy enveloping him gradually seeped into himself, as if Neru was turning it into his own. While he restrained his aura, his momentum showed no signs of dissipating. He slowly spoke, "It's all thanks to Belorta. He truly is a miraculous scion." Raditz naturally agreed with this. His ability to surpass the entire Vegeta star and even the Frisia army was also due to more than 2 years of training with His Highness. Raditz, shall we continue this spar? Neru asked, not in a mocking tone, but as a fellow warrior from their respective homelands. Although Raditz was only 4 years old now, Neru had already regarded their group as comparable opponents. Of course, Brother Neru, even if there is a gap, the spar continues. I also want to see how high I can reach against several times the strength difference. The two exchanged a few sharp words, and after understanding each other's thoughts, 2 dazzling lights suddenly clashed in the sky. The competition was now invisible to the naked eye, but sparks flew as the electric light ignited, enough to topple small planets. The booming sounds continued, the flow of ki violently converging. This was a spar, and Neru would not use his full strength, but out of respect for the warrior, he would not hold back. Flash wave, Neru shouted, and the two moved further apart. On the other side, Raditz had already gathered energy in his hands, ultimate energy bomb. In an instant, the battlefield seemed to fall silent, with the 2 energy waves confronting each other, energy continuously outputting outward, seemingly unable to determine a victor. Raditz ended this dance first, moving at high speed and launching a stunning assault with fists and feet, seeming to gain the upper hand over Neru in a single exchange. But Neru merely smiled. When Raditz swung his final punch, he actually missed. It was the afterimage technique that Belorta had taught them. However, with a swift turn, Neru followed up, delivering a flying kick without showing any mercy to a 4-year-old child, followed by a heavy punch, extending his arm to grab Raditz. With the other hand, striking repeatedly, ultimately tossing him into the distant mountains, seemingly repeating the fate of Vegeta being bullied earlier. As expected, Neru immediately adjusted and concentrated his power. That posture gathered at his fingertips, crackling with energy, a dark energy orb enveloping the moment. Like Killing Cannon. It was a version of the magic Killing Cannon. At that time, Belorta had pointed out this move to Neru, and he didn't expect that he would really explore this technique. But the guy beneath the mountain did not show weakness either, gathering energy in the shadows. A fierce energy wave shot out, and once again 2 energy forces collided. In an instant, the battlefield was reduced to a broken land, the ruins unbearable to look at. Dust rose heavily, covering the 2 fighters' struggle. The battlefield lost sight of them, but sounds echoed from the sky, signaling the arrival of a new round of clashes. In a daze, it seemed that Neru still had some strength left, charging forward with a heavy punch, while the Raditz falling in front of him was already battered, his battle suit in tatters. This spar should end here. If we continue, someone will be lying down for a long time. After all, Raditz was still a child. And as the elder brother of the group, Neru naturally did not have the heart to continue fighting. Standing high in the air, he called down, and Raditz fell, truly having no strength to retaliate. The gap in strength is indeed vast. In his memories, Raditz had grown up alongside Prince Belorta since childhood. Since King Vegeta ordered him to be the prince's attendant, he had trained with His Highness, always supporting him. Not only that, but Belorta also took great care of him, never making him feel inferior as a lower-class warrior due to his royal status. In training on Vegeta and then on Namek, I have never let Prince Belorta down, nor don't want to let him down. As the prince's strength grew stronger, how could I stop here? Following his heart, Raditz felt his aura surge once again. He should have been weak, but he seemed to recover his strength, miraculously holding himself up in mid-air. The earth trembled at that moment, and the clouds dared not linger. The sky darkened. What is happening? Neru was confused, but he could sense that the sudden turmoil in the world seemed to be related to Raditz at this moment. A roar of fury echoed through the sky, with thunder and lightning seemingly aiding him. Raditz's aura was continuously rising, and for a brief moment, Neru seemed to see another figure. Raditz's shadow deepened, his aura suddenly expanded, and his hair began to flow at that moment. This feeling of energy was rapidly gathering, and Raditz could clearly feel an endless source of power surging from his back. It seemed like golden light was surrounding Raditz, and his shadow flickered in and out of view as his aura increased. For some reason, Raditz's expression appeared fierce. Neru sensed something unusual at this moment. Raditz, what is wrong with you? Why does it feel like he can't control this aura? Neru repeatedly called out, trying to bring him back to normal, but it seemed that Raditz had no reaction, still rising in flames. Suddenly, a tremendous momentum erupted, and this power made Neru feel fear. This power, an invisible pressure, surged in, and while Neru was stunned, Raditz appeared out of nowhere to his left. Looking directly at him, Raditz's eyes seemed hollow, his entire body enveloped in a faint golden flame. Before Neru could react, Raditz raised his hand and swept it across. Due to the incredible speed, Neru couldn't even defend himself, and he was struck and kicked away, crashing down beneath the mountain, causing the entire mountain to collapse. Neru slowly climbed up from the rubble, blood slightly oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his body bore wounds. He expected that this counterattack would be so powerful. Raditz, what on earth has happened to you? Looking up, Raditz seemed to be in a frenzy. When their eyes met, Neru felt a sense of crisis as Raditz dove toward him. Seeing this, Neru immediately dodged, causing Raditz to miss. However, the entire mountain was flattened with that one strike. Accompanied by a shockwave, the mountain disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a massive crater. Just like that, it was indelibly damaged. If he had been hit, he would probably have lost his life. This couldn't go on any longer. With that thought, Neru unleashed all his aura, the rising energy shooting into the sky. The energy surged higher and higher, quickly reaching the peak of what Neru could achieve. He expected that even with all his energy raised, he still couldn't match Raditz in this state. What on earth is this condition? Before he could think much more, Raditz noticed Neru's figure and charged at him. At that moment, the strength of a 4-year-old child struck Neru's arms, and he couldn't withstand it. For a moment, he was forced to retreat step by step, and the final blow even knocked Neru back to the ground. After this strike, Raditz continued to gather energy, a massive aura surging at this moment. No, this strike would destroy Namek. Neru struggled to get up, but he realized that his injuries were too severe to heal and recover slowly. Raditz had inflicted too much damage on him. I'm sorry, Brother Neru, it's my turn now. A soft voice echoed, and it seemed that a figure had appeared in the sky, coming from nowhere. Chapter 15. Turning Crisis into Safety. Raditz Super Saiyan. Has he entered a transformed state? That violent heart couldn't be controlled? After Belorta sent Vegeta to the spaceship's recovery room, a powerful aura surged in, and he realized that Raditz was about to ascend to Super Saiyan. However, it wasn't going smoothly, as Raditz began to rampage. At that moment, Belorta carefully sensed, and when he seemed to grasp something inexplicable, his whole figure vanished in place, and in the blink of an eye arrived at the battlefield where Neru and Raditz were fighting. Neru, leave the rest to me, he calmly said. Neru seemed to see a lifeline below. Belorta's appearance could indeed withstand Raditz's furious attack at that moment. It was indeed the mimicry of Super Saiyan, but Raditz's current state had a significant boost, increasing his power by 35 times. At this moment, there was still some leisure time. Although Belorta had absolute control over his ki, As a traverser, he still preferred the intuitive display of stats. It was more satisfying to see. The panel displayed Raditz Scion, Mimicry Super Scion, Combat Power 136 million, Burst Unknown. Burst Unknown? It seems Raditz's potential still has a lot of room for growth. Belorta was indeed delighted that Raditz, who had trained alongside him since childhood, could also become a member with unlimited potential. Good things can wait. For now, let's deal with the rampage. After a moment of self-talk, Belorta erupted with momentum, raising his own energy as well. In an instant, the massive aura caused a disturbance in the space. Neru was incredibly shocked. In just a few months, Belorta's energy had increased by several times. Belorta did not transform into a Super Scion, but simply increased the intensity of his energy, and that was enough. As his words fell, the energy gathered by Raditz began to surge, but at that moment, Belorta wanted to play a little. He turned his hands to one side, slightly bending his posture, and in an instant, blue and white flames gathered in his hands. Kamehameha! Suddenly, a powerful energy wave surged out, opposing Raditz's energy wave. From the looks of it, Belorta seemed to do this effortlessly, as if he could solve this crisis with even more force. However, he could not destroy Raditz. He only needed to disperse his raging energy. Huh! With a furious shout, Belorta raised the height of his energy wave slightly, directly overwhelming Raditz's energy wave. The light of the Kamehameha shone brightly in the area, and Raditz seemed to be engulfed in it. At the moment the energy dissipated, Belorta flashed and stood before Raditz, placing one hand on his forehead, seemingly transmitting some kind of power. Raditz suppressed that raging energy, calmed the excitement in her heart. Only then can you truly become a Super Scion. At that moment, Belorta was transmitting something. Raditz seemed to hear the prince's voice, his head shaking continuously, his body seemingly struggling against something. After a while, Raditz's eyes gradually regained their expression, no longer hollow and devoid of light. Prince Belorta, I have disappointed you. No, Raditz, I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself. Yes. Prince Belorta has believed in me since I was young. Always has, always will. In the midst of their conversation, Raditz closed his eyes, carefully feeling that original magical power, that continuous energy flowing from his spine. He remembered the prince's words and gathered his spirit to suppress his restless heart. In that moment, the world was no longer shaking, and the sky was free from the unsettling thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Belorta no longer needed to help him. Raditz took a deep breath, and as he opened his eyes, a golden light seemed to flicker in his gaze. With a shout, Raditz was enveloped in dazzling golden light, and even his hair transformed, flowing in the wind like golden strands. This power was profound. This power was unending. Raditz carefully felt the energy. This was the true Super Scion. Your Highness, I did it. To be honest, even though Raditz was only 4 years old now, he still had long flowing hair, just like in the original story. Belorta couldn't help but tease, you little brat. You reached Super Scion 3 first. Huh. Raditz, well done. Your Highness. So this is what it feels like to be a Super Scion. It's wonderfully amazing, with endless power. Belorta smiled and said, yes, Raditz. This state can be referred to as Super Scion Stage 1, which has a 50 times increase compared to the normal state. However, we still need to enhance our basic strength so that we can have even greater power when transforming into a Super Scion. Raditz nodded in agreement, acknowledging that what the prince said was true. Since childhood, the prince had always valued basic combat power. At that moment, Neru finally recovered and arrived beside them. Looking at Raditz, it seemed that without going berserk, his energy intensity was even greater. You Scions are truly an abnormal existence. This energy is really immense. But Belorta, your strength is probably more than what you just displayed, right? Haha, brother Neru, it's all a result of training. I can indeed transform into this state, but like Raditz, I only mastered this form recently. To stabilize this transformation, I still need to train hard. Well said. Oh, by the way, I just remembered something, Belorta. Didn't you suggest to the Elder to create a training room that allows for weighted training? After you left, the Elder had Elder Mori make a wish to Barunga, and it seems that the weight limit of that training room is... How much was it? Oh, it can allow for a maximum weight of 300,000 tons. How much? 300,000 tons. At this moment, Belorta was taken aback. He had indeed mentioned that the Elder should create a training room, as it would allow the Namekians to enhance their overall strength. However, 300,000 tons was too exaggerated. His battle suit only weighed 30 tons. and the massive boulder he used for tail training was only 3,000 tons. How many times the gravity would 300,000 tons be? He didn't understand the conversion. After muttering to himself for a while, Belorta felt dizzy and decided to ignore it for now and just go check the depth. Naru, lead us there, please. If possible. I plan to train with Raditz and Vegeta inside. Sure, of course. That training room is very large. Elder Mori was thoughtful. There are 10 separate rooms within the training room, and currently, there should still be 2 available. But don't worry, even if it's just one room. It can accommodate battles between up to 5 people. Wow, that is really convenient. Belorta exclaimed. After that, Naru led the way ahead, and Raditz also released his Super Saiyan form, following Belorta. Chapter 16, Accidental Encounter Soon. The 3 arrived at a location. It was very spacious, surrounded by mechanical structures. When Raditz approached to observe, he marveled at the precision. This was indeed something granted by the dragon. Hearing Raditz's words, Belorta echoed, Porunga is really impressive. Such a level of technology is definitely unattainable by planet Vegeta. Naru smiled beside them and said, let us go inside. At the entrance, 3 guards stood watch. Raditz sensed that their power was also extraordinary, likely not inferior to Naru's. However, upon getting closer, he recognized them as those he had met on Namek. When the 3 saw the newcomers, their serious expressions immediately turned into smiles. Not for any other reason, but because they saw Naru and the figure beside him. Ah, is that you, Belorta? It really is. The 3 approached, and Belorta greeted them. Brother Dor, Brother SG, Brother Dante, long time no see. Ah, I was wondering why Naru's aura was so amplified earlier. It turns out he was sparring with Belorta. They had all sensed the fierce battle earlier, but had to stay to guard the area, so they couldn't step away. Mainly, they had sensed an unusual aura, but it quickly vanished, so there was no need to worry further. Haha, Dante, I can't compare to Belorta. This guy is still as impressive as ever. Even stronger than before. Belolta stood beside with a smile. Brother Naru, the word powerful makes me feel a bit shy. I'm still just a kid. Haha. The few of them chatted and laughed, reminiscing about old times, particularly recalling the scenes of Belolta training with them. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like Belolta was still out there at an unseen height. After some pleasantries, Naru led the 2 further inside, quickly revealing the full interior. However, true to the style of Meek Star, this grand training room resembled a residence. Oh, here it is. Belolta, what do you think? Following Naru's words, Belolta looked into the room, only to find it completely empty. Or rather, it felt hollow to him. This place? Brother Naru, quite unexpected, right? How does it compare to what you once called, the Spirit House? The Time Spirit House. All right, that's it. At that time, Elder Mori, after making a wish, recalled that you mentioned a peculiar house and specifically inquired with the Grand Elder, who surprisingly had heard of it. Seeing that Belolta was genuinely interested, Naru continued. The Grand Elder said this special thing was created by a certain deity, and that deity's servant learned it by chance while accompanying them. Later on, after that deity disappeared, the servant was arranged to wait on a new planet for a new deity. The Grand Elder suggested that Elder Mori make a wish to temporarily summon that servant to help with the creation. Belorta listened and seemed to sense something familiar. Wasn't that Mr. Popo from the Dragon Ball world on Earth? However, at this moment, Raditz asked in confusion, Brother Naru, doesn't the Dragon God grant any wish? Why not just ask the Dragon God directly for a wish instead of requesting that servant to come? For this question, Belorta was also curious. But it seemed that in the original work, the main characters never asked various dragons to fulfill such a spiritual room. After hearing this, Naru began to explain. Originally, Elder Mori wanted to make a direct wish, but for some reason, Porunga said it was beyond its capabilities, so they turned to request that servant instead. Later, some functions provided by Porunga were added. Oh, I see. Raditz nodded, somewhat understanding, but Belorta was feeling uneasy. The creation of the time chamber actually exceeded Porunga's capabilities. Could it be that the room was not made by an ordinary deity? It seemed that Mr. Popo's original master was very special. While Belorta was pondering this, Brother Naru thought of something and spoke to them again. By the way, Belorta, there are 2 types of rooms. One type has a time limit of 48 hours. If you exceed that, the entrance door will close forever, and you won't be able to get out. This was informed to Elder Mori by that servant. When we were training inside before, we followed his advice. The other type has no time limit, equivalent to a regular room, without that external time dilation, but also has functions provided by Porunga. The reason is that the time chamber is too much of a strain for the Namekians to use right now. We should first use the latter to strengthen our foundation. After Naru finished speaking, Belorta was still deep in thought, realizing that this rule was a strict order. As long as the time chamber was created, it would impose a 2-day training limit. This restriction was not an issue for them now. He knew very well that even if they were trapped inside, as long as their strength exceeded the time chamber's capacity, they could break the dimensional connection to the outside world. Thank you, Brother Naru. Raditz and I will just go to the regular room. This time, we only need to train for a few days and find a place that won't be easily destroyed. After figuring some things out, Belorta thanked Naru and turned to Raditz behind him. Let's go. Okay, Your Highness. With that, the two stepped through the door one after another. Meanwhile, on the spaceship heading to Namek, inside the healing pod, Vegeta was recovering and the pain in his body was gradually dissipating. One must say, this healing liquid is truly a miraculous substance. At this moment, although he still couldn't move, he could at least sense the nearby energy. There was a faint energy approaching. Who could it be? Vegeta was confused in the incubation chamber, while outside the spaceship, 3 figures were swaying back and forth. How strange, there are actually those monkey spaceships here. Hey, Gudu, be careful, this spaceship looks like it belongs to the Scions, but the scale and material precision seem different. Check if there's anyone inside. People? Gudu heard the guy behind him and immediately turned on the detector. Wow, such a high battle power, it's actually 3 points. I said, JIS, are you nervous? Are you afraid of those monkeys? Those punks? What I mean is it's not those Scions, but for some reason, this spaceship feels strange being here. What is strange? Anyway, we discovered the trajectory of this spaceship in space earlier, and since we followed it here and saw it on Namek, we might as well go in and take a look. Exactly, Bart is right. Since we've also come in Namek, let us see if there are any strong guys. If possible, let them join the King's army. I also need to find some little brothers. If not, we can just destroy this planet as a test for King Vegeta. That's what we'll do. Just as JIS was about to say something, the little guy couldn't wait any longer and rushed inside. Bart followed behind, signaling him not to be too nervous. Since that's the case, he also stepped onto the spaceship, naturally wanting to see what was inside. Chapter 17. Who are you? The detector was always on, and it felt strange here. The 3 of them made their way inside the spaceship, and it didn't look special, just that the space was quite large. They passed 3 rooms that seemed to be for resting. As they moved forward, there was a small fork in the path. And to the left were 2 strange doors. One of them was wide open, revealing a dilapidated interior, seemingly destroyed by some energy, while the other door, despite their full effort, they couldn't open even a little. Just then, JIS cautiously spoke up, but the little guy didn't believe in omens, and, after unleashing all his energy, still couldn't budge the big door. So he gave up, jokingly saying, JIS, what is wrong with you today? You keep feeling this, and that's strange. When you took Sabo to Liz Star recently, did he influence you? You seem so nervous. Faced with Gudu's teasing, JIS had a helpless expression, not wanting to respond to the little guy, but at that moment, an inexplicable killing intent startled him, and his detector actually started beeping with data. The data kept rising, and after breaking the 10,000 point mark, Gudu awkwardly said, I said, JIS, you're so petty. Just talking about it, and your battle power spikes. It's not me. Just a calm response. Gudu didn't take it to heart, but the detector's data continued to rise. After breaking 50,000 points, he turned to Bart. What is going on? Why did you suddenly explode with power? At that moment, Bart looked confused. Explode with what? Gudu then noticed Bart's bewildered expression and looked back at JIS. But he broke out in a cold sweat because the data had already exceeded 100,000 points, but it wasn't any of the 3 of them. Could it be Captain Jinyu? Looking at the data approaching 120,000 battle power, Gudu muttered in fear, but JIS shattered his fantasy with a single sentence. How is that possible? Captain Jinyu and Raikum are training their team on Winter Star. Then who is this? Gudu swallowed hard, still not understanding what was going on. But the other 2 had already assumed battle stances. However, the data from the detector made them feel weak, and even Bart couldn't help but shiver at that moment. It climbed to 500,000 and was still rising. Could be King Vegeta? Seeing that Gudu was still imagining things, JIS simply shouted, Run. Quickly. Bart, take us away. With Jesus' command, Bart reacted, quickly picking up JIS and Gudu and flying out. As the fastest in the Special Forces, he was absolutely confident. Even facing someone with over 500,000 battle power, he believed he could escape. He thought he should be able to get away. Having quickly flown a considerable distance from the spaceship, Bart looked back and muttered to himself, We should have escaped, right? JIS, Gudu, are you okay? Huh? Where did Gudu go? Who is this kid? At that moment, the scene became awkward. Bart looked puzzled. He was originally carrying Jais and Gudu, but now it turned into a little kid. Luckily, Jais was still there, but soon Jais noticed something unusual. A tail was swaying in the wind, seemingly popping out from Bart's hand. Seeing this, Bart opened his clenched fist, flinging the kid away. "Who are you guys, daring to intrude on my brother's spaceship?" The little kid shouted. Bart looked disdainful at Tail. "It really is those monkey spaceship. Gudu was wrong." As Bart was talking to himself, Jess stepped in to stop him, then pointed to the detector near his eyes, signaling him to take a look. 730,000. Looking at this data, Bart shouted in surprise, causing JIS to be momentarily stunned. But luckily JIS reacted quickly and stopped Bart again, then spoke to the little kid. "Little kid, which planet are you from, and who is your brother?" JIS knew clearly that in front of someone with strong battle power, he needed to maintain a weak and flattering demeanor, so he acted this way. "Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Who are you guys?" Seeing that the kid didn't respond, Bart suddenly felt a surge of anger. "JIS, don't worry about that. Maybe the detector is broken. How could a little brat have such battle power?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bart threw a punch, not waiting for JS to react, and quickly charged towards the kid. At that moment, seeing the opponent charging at him like a fool, the kid laughed, merely dodging slightly, and Bart missed completely. Almost unable to stop his momentum, he looked around but couldn't find the kid's figure. It was only when JS shouted from behind that Bart noticed the kid was already flying above him. The kid scoffed and shook his head, making a gesture that indicated Bart wasn't good enough. "Hey, ugly big monster, your punch should be like this." The kid mocked, then dove down, delivering a punch that rushed straight at Bart. Bart widened his eyes. He wanted to escape, but for some reason, a tremendous pressure hindered him. And until there was a loud explosion, raising dust, Bart's cries of pain finally came to an end. As the dust gradually settled, the ground had turned into a crater, and JIS was drenched in cold sweat. A terrifying scene suddenly appeared before him. Bart seemed lifeless. That proud speed didn't show at all. Just waiting for the wind to blow the mist away, he lay unconscious in the sunken crater. "Hey, you guy, are you going to say anything?" The kid flashed forward, originally intending to question the person in front of him again, but from behind JS came an inexplicable noise. "Jess, wait for me. Why did you leave me behind?" By the way, just now a little brat suddenly appeared in front of me. His battle power was astonishing. The newcomer was Gudu. He had finally caught up with JIS and the others. While complaining, the detector in his eyes kept beeping, interrupting his words. "This battle power, it's 760,000. GIs looked at the silly teammate and turned him around. When Gudo looked over, he was immediately startled in place. "It's this little brat." As soon as the words little brat came out, a wave of energy shot towards him. GIs shielded Gudo in front of him. But in the face of the overwhelming power difference, Gudo was instantly knocked unconscious by the energy blast, lying on the ground like a dead fish. "It's your turn." The aura emanating from the three people made the doll feel uncomfortable, as if they reminded him of someone he had seen from afar in the past. Since the other party refused to explain the reason, the doll simply decided to severely injure the three and capture them. With a single wave of his hand, the energy gathered in his palm quickly surged up. In this urgent situation, GIs couldn't care about anything else. "Frisia, our team was attacked by unknown scions on Namek. Their combat capability has exceeded 7. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive pressure of energy surged towards him, scattering GIs in midair, leaving only the doll's aura blazing hot in the area. It seems like that guy said something I didn't catch." The doll went to check, and instantly felt awkward. There was no aura left at all. He was still thinking about letting his brother interrogate them. They were too easy to beat. "Forget it. I'll take these 3 guys' bodies to my brother." In just a moment, this little farce came to an end, and the doll flew off with the 3 motionless strange men in tow. Chapter 18. The Fury on Planet Winter on Namek. Everything seemed to move slowly. But that peaceful scene was a rare ray of sunshine in the universe. Occasionally, a meteor would streak across the sky, merely a spaceship soaring through space passing by this place. However, what caught people's eyes now was a little doll holding 3 immobile, strange-looking men. Strange. I can feel Narugo's energy, but why can't I see my brother and Raditz? Vegeta's side flew over, following Nelu's energy, and had arrived above the training room on Namek. However, as he got closer, he couldn't sense his brother or Raditz's presence, which left him feeling confused as he muttered to himself. "Hey, Vegeta." Below, a few people were chatting and laughing, and Nelu also sensed a strong energy approaching. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Vegeta, who had previously been injured and sent to the spaceship for healing. Turning to look at the sky, he confirmed it was indeed Vegeta coming, so he greeted him. Upon hearing the noise, Vegeta landed on the ground and immediately asked, "Nelu, where's my brother?" Nelu replied, "You mean Belolta? They're inside the training room. You'll have to wait a bit." Belolta said he would train with Raditz for a few days. He wasn't sure how long it would take. While explaining, Nelu also noticed the 3 people Vegeta was carrying had no life signs. It seemed they had all died at the hands of the doll. "Vegeta, did you fight with them just now?" "Oh yes." Vegeta simply tossed the 3 of them onto the ground, then said these guys were sneaking around on my brother's spaceship, and their energy felt evil. I originally planned to injure them and hand them over for disposal, but I didn't expect them to be so weak that they died instantly. Nara showed a slight at this moment. No wonder a strong energy had come from the direction of the spaceship just now. It turned out to be Vegeta's doing. He had heard Belorta mention before that Scions gained strength after a near-death experience, and these 3 were just unlucky. Looking at the 3 on the ground, Naru frowned, feeling as if he had seen them somewhere before. "Vegeta, do you know who these 3 are?" Upon hearing Naru's inquiry, Vegeta shook his head, saying, "I don't know. They wouldn't tell me the reason, but it seemed like this white-haired guy shouted at something before he died. I couldn't hear clearly." At this moment, Vegeta leaned in closer to examine the 3, and then noticed some familiar items. "Hey, these scanners look a lot like the ones from our Vegeta star." While he was talking, Vegeta took out some extra scanners from his pocket. When the scanners were taken out, they instantly expanded in size, going from ring size to the size of glasses. "Naru, look, don't they look similar?" Following the 2 scanners that Vegeta handed over, Naru compared them and noticed a certain emblem on the left one. At that moment, he appeared somewhat surprised because that emblem was quite familiar. It was the emblem of the Frieza Force. So they are from Frieza's side. Seeing the emblem indeed shocked Naru, but he calmly continued. "The Frieza Force is notorious in the universe, but they have a large scale of power, and very few can resist them. So far, I haven't seen anyone who can oppose them, which is why I was shocked that these 3 are from the Frieza Force." However, he thought to himself that with Belorta on Namek and Raditz having reached an exaggerated level of strength, there was no need to be too nervous. "Frieza?" Vegeta slowly repeated the name. "So it turns out this guy is one of them. Then their deaths are not to be regretted. My brother told me since childhood that Frieza is a great evil, having enslaved our homeland long before my brother and I were even born. Now Vegeta is secretly training on planet Vegeta. My brother said that Frieza is one of the bad guys he wants to take down. When I become stronger, I will also help my brother." Nairo listened to the child's excited words and felt that Vegeta was courageous, unafraid of evil, and had a kind heart. Good. The sounds of laughter and joy unknowingly flowed into the partially undamaged detector in Nairo's hand as time passed. At this moment, in a certain hall, a grotesque figure with 2 horns on his head was sitting on the throne, listening to the sounds transmitted by a detector from his subordinates, his anger growing stronger. It seems that those monkeys need to be taught a lesson early. This person, exuding authority, had his face twisted into a fierce and terrifying expression as the words from the detector continued to relay information. It seemed Frieza had not gone out today. Summon him. "Yes, Lord King Cold." A subordinate hurriedly ran out, and it did not take long before Frieza arrived in the hall, followed by a purple-skinned man. But the earlier messenger was nowhere to be seen. Although King Cold saw this, he did not care much about the messenger, casually saying, "Frieza, how did you kill that guy?" "Papa, I was watching my subordinates train, and that guy got in the way, so I killed him without thinking," Frieza respectfully replied. Gesturing to one of his subordinates, "This is Captain Jinyu of the Special Forces, greeting you, Lord King Cold." King Cold did not dwell on this and ignored the ugly purple figure, instead tossing the detector over. Frieza caught it, but his face was filled with confusion. "Look at this transmitted image," King Cold said calmly, but Frieza noticed something odd about his father today. Following his words, he opened the transmission screen of the detector. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 3, and upon closer inspection, it was a child, but Frieza quickly noticed something critical. A tail? A scion? That's Bardock and the others. Jinyu beside him also recognized them. They were his team members. The image continued until Bardock was killed in one blow. Good was blown apart by an energy blast, and even Jisoo barely managed to transmit this footage back to the surveillance on Planet Winter at the last moment. King Frieza. The team was attacked by unknown scions on Namek. Their combat power exceeds 7. The detector's voice suddenly cut off, followed by a massive energy wave crashing in. Then everything turned white. Bardock, Jisoo, and Good were actually all killed by the enemy. After viewing the footage, Jinyu was shocked, but not entirely because of their deaths. It was the data transmitted during the battle that reached an astonishing 760,000. Hee, Frisia, it seems entrusting the Legion to you isn't particularly wise. Now, even the Scions can slaughter 3 members of your special forces. King Cold's deep words pierced Frisia's heart, and this old man was actually mocking him. Jinyu, seeing this, quickly spoke up, Lord King Cold, it's just a tale. It's too early to call them Scions. Jissa might have been intimidated by a strong opponent, stumbling and mistaking them for those monkeys. After all, King Vegeta has only about 12,000 battle power, and the entire planet Vegeta combined has no more than 300,000 battle power. How could there be someone with 760,000? Just as Jinyu was defending his King Frisia, the detector emitted another sound. It appeared they were members of Frisia's army. Frisia? So it turns out this guy is one of them. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Frisia is a great evil. Now Vegeta is secretly training on planet Vegeta. My brother said Frisia is one of the bad guys he wants to take down. When I become stronger, I will also help my brother. The voice from the detector stopped here, and King Cold did not continue to play it. He was also angry on his throne, but cast a disdainful glance at Frisia below. The hall fell silent, and Jinyu quickly shut his mouth, trembling in place. Suddenly, a fierce energy erupted in front of him, and the evil aura surged, a massive energy wave sweeping through, causing the entire hall to tremble. And the ground outside began to shake. At this moment, all the personnel on planet Winter realized what was happening, and various teams inexplicably bowed toward the royal hall. The anger from the Ice Demon clan exploding in an instant. In a moment, a kingly aura surged into the hall, and Frisia had transformed into a more mature form, his complete form. Chapter 19, Paragus' Transformation. The hall was filled with an evil aura in an instant. Frisia's overwhelming energy swept across planet Winter in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Hee, Frisia, do you intend to destroy the royal hall? King Cold looked at the furious Frisia without offering comfort. After all, he was his son, instead wearing a mocking expression. Frisia exhaled, then suddenly regained his composure. I truly apologize, Papa. Looking at Frisia at this moment, King Cold slightly turned his neck, seeming tired of sitting on the throne, and slowly spoke. I used to think your evil was enough to take my place, so I entrusted power to you, and the planet I gave you is also called Planet Frisia. However, looking at it now, if your Legion's performance is lacking, I wouldn't mind bringing your brother back. After all, his abilities are not beneath yours. Hearing the word brother, Frisia twitched his mouth, and after calming himself, he respectfully replied, My brother is busy in another galaxy. Bringing him back would be too troublesome. Let me handle it personally. King Cold seemed not to take Frisia's words seriously. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling a guard to bring some delicacies from a certain planet. Since that's the case, then let's set off. Those monkeys should be dealt with early. After all, isn't there a legend about super science? Let's get to work. Frisia stabilized his emotions, took his leave, and left the hall, with Jinyu following closely behind, trembling. It was not until they were far from the royal hall that Frisia finally exploded with anger, thinking that, damn it, if it weren't for the plan still being unfinished, I would have killed that arrogant old man long ago. An old fool who is stagnant and complacent, even regressing back to his second transformation, dares to point fingers. With a series of scoldings, Frisia casually unleashed several energy blasts. Disregarding whether there were clansmen or soldiers on planet Winter, several places became engulfed in flames. Lord Frisia, about that detector. Prepare the spaceship to return to planet Frisia immediately. Contact Zarbin and Dodoria. We will arrive in 42 days. Let them gather the Legion teams outside on planet Frisia. We need to meet our old friends. The day of those monkeys' demise is approaching early. Yes, Lord Frisia. According to Frisia's orders, Jinyu immediately unleashed his energy, charging towards the Legion base on planet Winter. Meanwhile, Frisia kept replaying the images from the earlier scanner in his mind. That Scion with a battle power of 760,000. Ho ho ho. How interesting. King Vegeta, you are secretly acting. As for that Scion monkey on Namek, once I destroy planet Vegeta, it will be your turn, along with your so-called big brother. With each burst of angry, evil laughter, Frisia vanished, and at that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky, heading toward the Legion base. In the universe, countless stars stand, but only a few possess the right to independence. In this galaxy, the title of the universe Emperor Frisia has always been passed down. He is undoubtedly the absolute ruler of this realm. However, at some moment in the darkness, planet Vegeta, which had always been dependent on Frisia, was quietly changing. Shooting stars continued to flicker, and as they swept through space, they would always pass a planet, which has a very memorable name, Planet Vegeta. On planet Vegeta, a brightness that hadn't been seen in years seemed to have emerged since the birth of Belolta, and everything was moving forward toward the light. Now, 45 days had passed since Belolta left planet Vegeta, and at this moment, King Vegeta, sitting on his throne, found himself lost in memories. Your Majesty, a voice called, bringing King Vegeta back to reality. Yes, Rael, what's the matter? Your Majesty, I have good news. Bardock has also broken through to a power level of 700,000. Hearing this news was truly exhilarating. King Vegeta recalled that it had only been a short time since Belolta had unlocked potential, and Bardock, who originally had a power level of 560,000, had now surpassed 700,000. Great. When Belolta comes back, he should be very pleased to see his uncle like this. Haha. Things had changed a lot. Unlike the original Bardock, who was just a low-level warrior, Belolta had grown up with Raditz and had always respected Bardock. Later, when Bardock fully supported Belolta's ascension to the throne, King Vegeta agreed to let the low-level warrior be regarded as his son's uncle. Bardock's rise in power was naturally pleasing. But at that moment, a name flashed through King Vegeta's mind. What about Paragus? Wasn't it said that he had great potential? Belolta directly unlocked his power level to 700,000. How much has he improved now? Rael paused for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Rael's difficult expression, King Vegeta spoke directly. Rael, you don't have to hide it. Your Majesty, recently Paragus has fallen in love and has been a bit lax in training, so his power level hasn't increased much. However, he is still the top in the team, with a power level of 780,000. Rael intentionally mentioned Paragus's power level, trying to prevent King Vegeta from being too upset. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta did feel a bit angry, but after a moment of fury while sitting on the throne, he sighed softly. Well, Belolta said that we Scions must unite. Besides, Paragus also supported Belolta at the time, so there's no need for punishment. Rael, remind him that it's only been a short time, and he's already let himself go? Yes, Your Majesty, I will instruct him immediately. With that, Rael turned to leave. But King Vegeta spoke up again. There's news from the monitoring team. It seems there's information about the winter star on Frisia's planet. We should pay attention to it. Is it time for the next transaction? Yes, Your Majesty. I will be more vigilant in the coming days. After speaking, King Vegeta signaled that Rael could leave, and Rael flew forward. As he passed through, it seemed that planet Vegeta had undergone significant changes. In just a few dozen days, the Scion aura had noticeably increased. It appeared that everyone had adhered well to the orders Belolta had given before leaving, except for one particular individual. Under the giant tree where Belolta once trained, two individuals seemed to be gazing at each other with affection. However, the pleasant moment was short-lived, as one saw Rael approaching and immediately shyly ran away, leaving Paragus standing awkwardly, feeling chastised. Paragus, have you forgotten what the prince said before he left? Mr. Rael, you don't need to say more. I've already reported to the king. The king, considering the trust Prince Belolta placed in you, has no intention of punishing you. However, you have greatly disappointed me. You've also embarrassed the prince, wasting the potential he unlocked in you. Paragus felt ashamed and didn't know what to say for a moment. He knew what he had done while Belolta was gone, neglecting his training in front of others and relying on the potential unlocked by the prince without making any progress, instead focusing on his own personal matters. However, after Rael finished expressing his anger, Paragus approached him. Mr. Rael, I have never forgotten the words of Prince Belolta. Look, as he spoke, Paragus suddenly unleashed his energy, and in the blink of an eye, his power level had risen to a new tier. It seemed that his aura was dominating this small area. Even Rael found it hard to withstand. But the increase in momentum was far from over. Soon, the heightened energy reached the royal hall, and King Vegeta, sitting on the throne, clicked his tongue in astonishment. This guy Paragus. Meanwhile, in another hidden location, Bardock, who had just finished training, also sensed the unusual energy. This energy? Captain, that brief burst of energy was very powerful. It seems like it's Paragus's aura. Bardock smiled at this moment, realizing that everyone had misunderstood him over the past few days. I thought that guy had really stopped training and had actually surpassed me. Back under the giant tree, Rael was stunned in place by the immense energy, standing unsteadily, and quickly urged, "Stop it, Paragus, I've understood." Hearing Rael's words, Paragus immediately retracted his energy, but he also apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Rael. After Prince Belolta unlocked my potential, I noticed a significant change in myself. After a few days of training, I discovered that there seemed to be a powerful bloodline force stirring within me. It is very strong. I only trained for 10 days, and my power level surged, but one day while in the training room, I went wild, so I temporarily stopped training." As he spoke, Paragus's face inexplicably turned red. "She was a teammate of mine during a mission 2 years ago. I fell for her back then and took the opportunity to resolve my lifelong matters." Chapter 20. Acting on one's own. Terrifying Dodoria after hearing this. Rael understood the situation. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be done about the wildness. "I'm afraid only Prince Belolta, who unlocked your potential, can resolve this when he returns. Have you resumed training recently?" "Yes, Mr. Rael, but I've been training independently. I'm afraid of going wild again and hurting my fellow clansmen." "All right, I will report this to the king. You should calm your mind. And as for you and her, that's nice." With that, Rael left, heading toward the training room. It was only then that Paragus realized Mr. Rael had essentially given them his blessing. It seems that planet Vegeta is as usual, except for the minor incident with Paragus. Everything appears to be quite normal. However, on another planet, things are quite lively and busy. Ever since the information from Planet Winter arrived a few days ago, Planet Frisia has been in a flurry. Zabon continuously informs all the Legion teams outside that they must return before King Frisia comes back to the planet. Otherwise, there will be severe punishment. "Zabon, what do you think is going on with King Frisia this time? Why is a bunch of monkeys gathering their legions all of a sudden?" The person asking is Dodoria, who is quite puzzled, while Zabon is more in thought, simply replying, "I don't know, but the information is about destroying Planet Vegeta." "Destroying Planet Vegeta? That's great. I've never liked those monkeys." Dodoria seems particularly excited about this, bursting into laughter. "When will King Frisia arrive?" "Probably in about 20 days. And it only takes about 18 days to travel from Planet Frisia to Planet Vegeta, so it's a total of just 50 days. This time frame is a bit fast. Indeed, it's a bit rushed. Not to mention whether the teams outside can make it back in time." The message came from Captain Jinyu, and it said that King Frisia is extremely angry this time. The king is angry. Dodoria is shocked, saying, "How can a bunch of low-power wild monkeys make King Frisia angry?" Zabon is also puzzled because just half a month ago, King Frisia had dispatched various teams from Planet Frisia, and now they have to rush back immediately, which is quite unpredictable. But since the message is about destroying Planet Vegeta, it must be that those scions did something. Thinking of this, Zabon immediately asks, "Has anything happened on Planet Vegeta recently?" "Nothing, right?" Dodoria recalls that indeed, nothing unusual has occurred, but then he activates the eye sensor, asking the team station on Planet Vegeta if there have been any major events recently. Following the sensor, after a while, a sound comes through, reporting that there are no significant abnormalities on Planet Vegeta. However, there is a small matter recently. Those scions have been moving too frequently, constantly gathering in one area, and some of the scions are no longer wearing sensors. Zabon, who initially didn't take care, became puzzled upon hearing the last sentence, and then asked, "Wasn't there a period when we rarely intercepted any scion sounds?" After Zabon's question, Dodoria recalls that it does seem to be the case. He nods in agreement. The nearby team on Planet Vegeta should immediately investigate. Zabon angrily reprimands, startling the censor, which immediately responds, "Yes, Lord Zabon." Seeing Zabon's sudden nervousness, Dodoria says, "They're just a bunch of wild monkeys. What kind of storm can they stir up? Maybe their sensors are broken again. After all, they're all our old equipment. Hey Zabon, since you're worried, let's go investigate the situation on Planet Vegeta and make some profit before they're destroyed." "Absolutely not. King Frisia instructed us to wait on Planet Frisia." "Don't be so rule-bound. As long as the job is done, the king won't blame us. If you're worried, I'll take a team and go ahead. And you stay on the planet to wait for the king. If I find out anything, don't come and take my credit." Saying this, Dodoria walked out with a mischievous grin, but Zabon couldn't shake off a strange feeling that arose within him. "Hey little guys, crank up the speed to maximum and try to give King Frisia a surprise before he returns." Dodoria had already rushed into the spaceship with the team, energizing everyone, saying, "Your chance to be promoted to the Special Forces Reserve is right in front of you. Let us see if we can seize it." "Yes, Lord Dodoria." With the excited responses, the spaceship slowly ascended, powered out of space, and quickly headed toward planet Vegeta. Time passed quickly, and Dodoria looked ahead, excited as they were about to reach planet Vegeta. I'll sell the sensors we brought back to them for a profit. Report, Lord Dodoria. Just as he was pleased with himself, his subordinate brought him news that there was a Scion team ahead. Hearing about the Scion team, Dodoria wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, he asked, which team is it? From the flag's appearance, it seems to be an A3 level lower elite team called Bardock. Bardock? Oh, Rao mentioned that that newly promoted intermediate warrior. Get closer, connect the passage. As soon as he finished speaking, the spaceship slowly moved forward, connecting with the incoming spaceship. In the passage, Dodoria and his subordinates stepped out, and upon seeing the visitor, it turned out to be Bardock himself. Who was there for the transaction? Lord Dodoria, Mr. Rao has sent me here to wait. May I ask if you have brought the latest sensors from the Frisia army? Since it's a transaction, Dodoria didn't beat around the bush. With a gesture, his subordinate brought out 3 batches of sensors and placed them in front of everyone. Not bad. Bardock stepped forward to check, and after confirming there were no issues, he had his team take them back, and the corresponding payment was handed over to the other party. Well then, we'll take our leave. With the transaction completed, Bardock turned to leave. But Dodoria added a question, even though you bought so many sensors, why did I hear someone below say that many Scions don't wear them anymore? His words carried a cold tone, and for a moment, the spaceship fell into silence. However, this was merely Dodoria's imagination. He was unaware that these Scions had undergone dramatic changes. Seeing that the other party didn't respond and merely turned their head to glance, Dodoria appeared somewhat angry, yet still wore a sinister expression. What kind of schemes are you monkeys plotting behind the scenes? Upon hearing this, Bardock was momentarily taken aback, thinking that the guy had discovered something about planet Vegeta. The moment Dodoria caught Bardock's moment of distraction, he revealed an evil smile. You often gather at a certain place. What exactly are you doing there? Dodoria inched closer, his voice growing louder in Bardock's ears. Clearly, he had discovered something. Watching the other party clench their fists as if about to do something, Dodoria then exploded with confidence, maxing out his battle power, saying, What? Do you want to fight? My current battle power has reached an unprecedented level, 22,000. You Scion monkeys tremble here. Chapter 21. Bad news. Dodoria is annihilated, returning to a day after Belolta's departure. At this moment, Rao is discussing something with King Vegeta, and he has also called in some team leaders, including Bardock. So is this how things are decided? What do you think, my king? What they just discussed was to prepare for Belot's plan. Rao suggested using money to make the Frisia Force team near Vegeta relax, and he set his sights on Dodoria and Zabon. As the 2 captains of Frisia's advance team, they have significant authority in monitoring Vegeta. Unlike Dodoria, who has been profiting from selling detectors over the years, Zabon is clever. Frequent dealings with him might draw attention. The king is right. Zabon is more loyal to Frisia and won't fall for money, so future transactions should lean more towards Dodoria, who seems to be more arrogant. What's the matter? Are we going to act? At that moment, inside the spaceship, Dodoria looked disdainfully at the lowly Scion monkeys, confidently radiating his power, with a battle power of 22,000 that seemed to create a barrier, making others hesitant to approach. However, all of this was just a figment of his imagination. Bardock looked at him in confusion, wondering how a clown could go from a slight battle power to another and be so excited about it. But he remained cautious. After all, Dodoria was still wearing a device that could communicate with the Frisia Force at any time. Lord Dodoria, why unleash your battle power? The pressure is too intense. The team members looked at Bardock's sudden reaction, shocked for a moment before they realized, and began to perform poorly, but Dodoria was foolish enough to believe them. Hurry up and tell me what you're doing behind my back, or when King Frisia comes personally, there won't be a good ending. Bardock didn't expect a fake performance would yield important information. Dodoria was indeed arrogant, but then he realized he was the one who was slow to understand. Frisia was actually coming to Vegeta? Lord Dodoria, may I ask why King Frisia is coming? We haven't done anything bad or anything behind the scenes. We are unaware. While Bardock and his group were still performing, a voice came from behind, sounding somewhat weary but very respectful, until they saw who it was, Rao. Previously, King Vegeta had given him a reminder, and Rao had specifically reinforced the team outside, not expecting to receive news that Frisia was coming, which shocked him, prompting him to come personally for this transaction. Oh, it's Rao. Dodoria saw an old client. It was this guy who suggested to King Vegeta to purchase a large number of detectors from Frisia Planet, allowing him to profit immensely in a short time. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, the voice slowly revealed that Vegeta was about to be destroyed. Upon hearing the word destruction, the scions present exchanged wide-eyed glances. Was this the reason Frieza was coming? He was going to destroy Vegeta. Hey, Mr. Zabon. At Frieza planet. For some unknown reason, waves of battle team spaceships were towering here. Half of the planet was already filled with this massive army. Moreover, there were still endless teams flocking to this area. It had been nearly 12 days since Dodoria had gone to Vegeta. He should be trading with the scions there by now, right? Although no particularly special news had come yet, Zabon still sat indoors with a worried look, but when a familiar voice came, he felt a bit of comfort. Lord Frieza, you arrived 10 days earlier than Captain Ginyu notified us. All present. With the words dropped, Zabon, along with his subordinates, respectfully knelt towards Frieza, also saluting Captain Ginyu. However, everyone's faces were filled with pride because they were all warriors of Frieza planet. Ho ho ho, Mr. Zabon. It seems you have been doing quite well at Frieza planet during this time. Seeing Zabon managing everything so well, Frieza naturally acknowledged this loyal subordinate. The king overpraises. Frieza looked around, feeling that something was missing, and then remembered someone asking Mr. Zabon, "May I ask where Mr. Dodoria has gone?" At this moment, Zabon didn't know how to respond. After all, that bastard Dodoria had disobeyed the king's orders. He instantly wore an awkward expression and then hesitantly said, "Lord Frieza, Dodoria led a team to Vegeta some time ago. He said he would pave the way for the king." After thinking for half a second, Zabon loudly stated the latter part, giving Dodoria a bit of face, as he feared that revealing the truth would anger the king. However, paving the way for the king didn't count as lying, right? Oh, I see. I thought he was trying to gain something again. However, the scions are not easy to deal with now. Frieza was unconcerned. He knew very well what kind of character Dodoria was. If he wasn't still somewhat useful, he wouldn't have tolerated him for so many years. Zabon, upon hearing this, realized that the king already knew what Dodoria had done from the first half of the sentence, but was confused about the second half, looking at Captain Ginyu with a puzzled expression. Bardock, Jeice, and Guldo were killed on Namek. Once these words were spoken, Zabon was extremely shocked. Bardock, who had a battle power of 50,000, was actually killed, and he died on Namek, a planet with little combat capability. However, even more shocking was the next sentence, as Ginyu spoke again. The murderer is the scions. Those barbaric monkeys? Zabon couldn't believe he repeated, those scion monkeys. How could it be? Mr. Bardock has a battle power of 50,000. After so many days, Zabon finally understood where the unease in his heart had come from. Since receiving the news that King Frieza was personally returning to destroy Vegeta, he always felt a seed of unease sprouting in his heart. Zabon was one of the earliest followers of Frieza, so he understood many things very well and naturally knew why King Frieza had always kept Vegeta under surveillance. Rather than monitoring Vegeta, it was actually monitoring those scions. It was the first time Zabon had visited the king's homeland, a place he had qualified to visit. On Winter Star, there was an unwritten legend that was said to have been passed down from many generations ago by the king's ancestors. It was said that the scions were the arch-enemies of the Ice Demon Clan, and among them would be born a legend that would destroy the Ice Demon Clan. The Super Scion. Zabon recalled that rumor and suddenly panicked, unconsciously trembling as he uttered this name that Frieza had feared for a long time. However, as he was talking to himself, a small soldier rushed in, shouting, "Not good, not good." As soon as he ran into the room, Frieza snapped his fingers, and a wave of light shot out, causing the soldier to kneel directly on the ground. "Which team is this? How can you be so flustered as a member of my Frieza force?" "Lord Frieza, he is from Dodoria's team, responsible for delivering messages." Zabon, who was lost in thought, was brought back to reality by this interruption. Seeing the king's anger, he quickly answered and stepped forward to ask the soldier, "Slowly tell me, what happened?" The soldier trembled in fear and then stammered, "The scions have gone crazy. Lord Dodoria has been killed." Chapter 22. The blade points directly. Bad news always spreads quickly, and the detector was right at the trading site inside the spaceship. The group of scions became enraged upon hearing that Frieza was coming to destroy planet Vegeta. In that moment, Dodoria sensed something unusual. What is going on? After realizing, Dodoria reopened the detector, and suddenly the data skyrocketed. Not just one reading, but 3 or 4 positions registered rising battle powers. 660,000. Is the detector broken? How could this group of monkeys? It was none other than a member of Bardock's team, named Dodoria, who had already unleashed his power, and he was the first to erupt with battle strength, appearing in front of Dodoria in an instant. What do you want to do? I thought you discovered something. But I didn't expect Frisia to be alarmed and personally come a Bardock. The next matter is up to you. I need to return to report to the king. Yes, Mr. Rao. Once the words were spoken, Rao no longer displayed his previous respectful demeanor, instead looking down on Dodoria and giving instructions before turning to leave. Bardock then ordered kill. With the kill order given, Dodoria did not hesitate at all. Even though Dodoria's battle power was only 22,000 now, it was just a dying gasp. He immediately threw a heavy punch that knocked Dodoria to the ground, killing all his subordinates behind him. And despite Dodoria's hefty build holding on for a while, he was finally blasted out of the universe by a powerful energy wave and subsequently disappeared. However, at that last moment, the detector still recorded the information and sent it back to the team. So at this moment on planet Frisia, a soldier came running and shouting loudly. What? Dodoria is dead. Zabon was shocked. The Scions really dared to take action. It seems what Captain Jinyu said was true. But after calming down, he asked another question. Lord Frisia, Captain Jinyu, how much battle power did the Scions who killed Bardock and the others on Namek have? Upon hearing Zabon's question, Jinyu hesitated to answer, staring blankly at his king. Zabon realized the seriousness of the situation and decided he didn't want to know anymore. So he spoke again. Lord Frisia, we must immediately mobilize the troops. The destruction of planet Vegeta cannot be delayed. Hearing this, Frisia was momentarily taken aback. But looking at this loyal fellow, he smiled and said, Ho ho ho, Mr. Zabon, no need to be nervous. Captain Jinyu, relay the order, head to planet Vegeta. Yes, my king. After the formalities, Jinyu stepped outside. A purple light streaked across the sky, and in a moment, all the troop teams were ready in an orderly manner, with spaceships lined up, all heading towards planet Vegeta. Watching the numerous spacecraft in the sky, Frisia smiled again. Ho ho ho. Then, under Zabon's shocked gaze, Frisia transformed into his final form, and for a moment, the entire planet Frisia felt the wrath of this emperor. My king, Mr. Zabon, this journey is not just to deal with that group of monkeys on planet Vegeta. I also want to draw out those 2 monkeys on Namek, and their lives will be taken by me personally. Do you want to know the battle power of the opponent? Frisia's question at this moment seemed calm, but upon closer inspection, it exuded endless terror and pressure, leaving Zabon feeling as if his heart had shattered. Lord Frisia, that guy, ho ho ho, that monkey's battle power is 760,000. 760,000. Zabon's first reaction upon hearing this battle data was immense shock because this already surpassed his king's base strength in his first form. He couldn't help but think, could the rumors of the Super Saiyan be true? Ho ho ho, Mr. Zabon, it seems you were frightened. With a cold gaze, Zabon adjusted his thoughts and finally spoke. Lord Frisia, I am indeed shocked, but that group of Saiyan monkeys will naturally not be your match. You are now in your final form, possessing 60 million of super strength. Ho ho ho. Indeed, Mr. Zabon, then let us set off as well. Yes, Lord Frisia. Meanwhile, Rao had returned to planet Vegeta. He flew anxiously to the royal palace, where King Vegeta was about to head to the training room when he saw Rao rushing in. Rao, what is the matter that you're so flustered? Reporting to my king, Frisia is coming. What? This news was indeed unexpected. But King Vegeta still instructed Rao to elaborate after calming his emotions. That guy Dodoria has already been dealt with by Bardock and his team. According to him, he seemed to not know why Frisia suddenly dispatched a large army. But the destruction of planet Vegeta is a done deal. How could this be? Have they discovered our secret? I'm afraid so. After some contemplation, King Vegeta couldn't make up his mind. Currently, the battle power on the planet has significantly increased. But Belolta once said that Frisia's ultimate strength is 120 million. Even now, they are still unable to resist him. At this moment, Bardock and his team also returned to planet Vegeta, rushing outside the hall. My king, gather the troops. Bardock appeared to be in a hurry and quickly took out a detector, which seemed to be only partially damaged. Upon seeing this, King Vegeta and Rao understood Bardock's intentions. The news of Dodoria's death had likely already been reported back to Frisia's army. Moreover, there is one more thing. Bardock said, as he opened a certain data point on the detector, the Imperial emblem above was clearly flashing red, proving that Frisia had already arrived at planet Frisia, and even their army was on the way to planet Vegeta. Bardock, notify everyone to prepare for battle. Yes, my king. After receiving the order, Bardock left some of his team to guard the area and flew off to gather all the combat strength on planet Vegeta. King Vegeta then spoke to Rao. Rao, immediately contact Belolta and inform him of this matter. But my king, the return from Namek to planet Vegeta takes about 30 days. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the prince and his team to return. There is no other way. We can only do our best to hold on, and we must wait until. In just a short time, King Vegeta lost his spirit, seeming to revert to the humble appearance of being ruled by demons. If we really cannot hold on, then we will leave a message for Belolta and the others in the end. We mustn't let him down. My king, set Tabul's spacecraft to the alien planet, which is remote and has no strong individuals. Frisia's army surely won't find him so quickly. My king, yes. After saying this, Ral immediately turned and carried out King Vegeta's orders. Chapter 23. Darkness Descends, Fear Within. It's only been 18 days from Frisia to planet Vegeta. During these days, Frisia kept imagining how to annihilate that group of monkeys, and in the end, he slowly uttered, "Let us just use a destruction ball to blow them away, shall we?" Ho 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 ho. Lord Frisia, there are 4 hours left until we arrive. At this moment, Zabon came to report, and Frisia could hardly wait to appear before that group of scions. All right then, Mr. Zabon. However, my king, there's one more thing. The radar has intercepted a signal, seemingly coming from planet Vegeta. Oh, it seems that King Vegeta wants to recall those 2 scions from Namek. Upon hearing the word signal, Frisia thought it was a distress message from King Vegeta, and indeed, as he suspected, Ral had long since transmitted information to Belorta, who was far away on Namek. However, Frisia did not know that the signal intercepted by Sabo was just from King Vegeta's young son. Ignore that signal. When those 2 scions return here, I will personally kill their king in front of them, and then torture them well. Yes, my king. The spaceship continued its journey amidst this conversation, with numerous planets flashing by. The massive fleet of warships was the Imperial Army under Frisia's rule. Sigh, I wonder which planet and which people will be destroyed next. Looking at the reflections standing tall in the sky only cast more darkness over the already dim universe. Some of the indigenous people on the planets were hiding, inevitably letting out their lamentations. There are only 4 hours left, but that is enough time to do many things. On planet Vegeta, everyone was extremely tense as Bardock relayed orders to each squad. This was a critical moment for the survival of planet Vegeta, and events had unfolded very suddenly. Hey, Paragus. After many days of searching, Bardock finally found this guy in a vast area, as Paragus's whereabouts had been quite elusive. Bardock, Paragus, finishing his meditation, looked at the newcomer with confusion. What's wrong? Why you look so anxious? As Bardock quickly approached and pulled him up, Paragus asked this question. There was no time for lengthy explanations. In short, the situation was dire. Frisia was coming. Frisia, what happened, Bardock? Upon hearing Frisia's name, Paragus felt a deep-seated fear. He had seen Frisia from a distance before, and the pressure had left him breathless. Frisia was not an ordinary person. Moreover, during missions in the past, everywhere he went there was the infamous reputation of Frisia and his army. He was a born evil emperor. The plan had been exposed, and Frisia was personally leading his troops to destroy planet Vegeta. Bardock's gaze was deep as he recounted the terrifying news, and his tightly clenched fists immediately jolted Paragus awake from his anxiety, transforming it into shock and trembling. Destroying planet Vegeta? How could this be? Paragus, what's wrong? Seeing Paragus like this, Bardock noticed his lack of fighting spirit and shouted, Are you going to betray planet Vegeta? Are you going to let down the prince? We are no longer as weak as we once were. Even if Frisia comes in person, we should have the ability to resist. Despite Bardock's encouraging words, Paragus tried to calm himself, but felt his legs trembling uncontrollably. No, Bardock, you don't understand. Even if our battle power exceeds 1,000,000, we cannot resist him. Just like Prince Belolta said, with a battle power of 12 million, I once witnessed his power from a distance. Paragus didn't want to recall that incident, but the memory kept resurfacing in his mind. Back then, he was on an unknown planet completing a trade mission when he returned to the spaceship and witnessed something unforgettable and terrifying. For some reason, Frisia and his special forces had also gone there. Luckily, he had completed the trade early and returned to the spaceship. But that planet was consumed by a heat wave in an instant. The oppression brought by a battle power of 12 million was something neither of us could withstand. Do you remember the time I fainted and returned to planet Vegeta? It was pure luck that the spaceship had escaped the planet's pull, avoiding being caught in the aftermath. But even that aftermath made me faint on the spaceship for 5 days, and when I returned to planet Vegeta, I remained asleep for another 3 days. Paragus recounted that memory of the trading place on that planet, which was destroyed by Frisia with a single blow. He would never forget that day or the overwhelming fear he felt. Paragus, what about your pride as a scion? Seeing Paragus in such a state, Bardock spoke softly. It was a shame to see him cowering like this, especially after the great prince had developed his potential. Wouldn't it break the prince's heart to see you like this? Upon hearing the mention of the prince, Paragus decisively replied, Yes, Prince Belolta. Bardock, has the great prince returned? If he were here, we wouldn't have to fear Frisia. Mr. Ral transmitted the message more than 10 days ago, but the prince is on Namek and won't return for at least 25 days. At this point, Paragus sighed heavily with pain. Bardock stepped forward and continued, We must gather our strength to resist. Paragus, the aura you unleashed a few days ago has already surpassed mine. You cannot lose heart at this moment. With Prince Belolta absent, we must bear the responsibility of protecting planet Vegeta. Just as Bardock was planning to inspire him, Paragus, whether struck by a sudden thought or something else, suddenly exclaimed, Haha, no, there's a chance. Prince Belolta, just then, the sky darkened abruptly, and in an instant, planet Vegeta seemed to fall into darkness. At that moment, all the Scions looked up, staring at the enormous fleet approaching. The Frisia army is here, someone shouted from afar, and the various squads began to gather at the front lines of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta and Ral also flew out from the palace, and at that moment, rays of Scion energy illuminated the sky above planet Vegeta. This energy, soon, Bardock and Paragus sensed an overwhelming aura. They both knew that the source of that pressure must be Frisia. Paragus, quickly, to the front lines. Before Paragus could react, Bardock had already dashed out, soaring into the sky alongside his comrades. Paragus wanted to finish his sentence, but could only press on and follow suit. Chapter 24. Unexpectedly, even low-class Scions have talents. The Cosmic Emperor is undoubtedly a young man from the Frost Demon clan, who possesses absolute military power and personal strength, Frisia. At this moment, the universe is in turmoil, with Frisia's army emerging in full force, causing everyone in sight to live in fear, worried that they might be here to annihilate their planet. However, what some people could not imagine was that the entire Frisia army was headed in one direction, planet Vegeta in the southern galaxy, home to the Scions, who had always served as Frisia's minions. A bunch of lowly Scions actually have today, on a distant corner planet far from the southern galaxy. A native was secretly delighted, his eyes gleaming with red light as he spoke to himself. Dr. Lockie, it seems there are others like us who harbor hatred for the Scions. That so-called Cosmic Emperor should annihilate the Scions completely, accompanied by an unknown laughter. At this moment within Frisia's army, the leader was the Special Forces team, led by Jinyu. Jinyu was currently instructing his teammate Raikum, in this battle to destroy planet Vegeta, we must first thoroughly torment those lowly monkeys to avenge Berta and the others. Yes, Captain Jinyu. But Captain, the Scion who killed Berta and the others is on Namek, right? Raikum still had that dull expression. Although he, like Berta, possessed a battle power of 50,000, he was not very bright, so his words at this moment did not evoke any annoyance. Jinyu explained, We'll destroy planet Vegeta first, and then the monkeys on Namek will naturally show themselves. Although he still didn't understand, Raikum's only thought at this moment was to eliminate the Scions that Frisia hated so much. Yes, Captain Jinyu. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zarbon followed Frisia, and a laughter echoed on the Special Forces spaceship. It seems Mr. Raikum is quite spirited. Greetings, King Frisia. Very good, Mr. Raikum. In this mission to annihilate planet Vegeta, you will lead the charge and eliminate those self-important monkeys first. Frisia looked outside the spaceship, and the army had already arrived above the surface of planet Vegeta. From the perspective of the Scions, it was a sea of darkness, but what Frisia saw were the Scions leading the charge in front of the Legion's ships, whom he despised even more. He pointed to that area and spoke to Lycom. After making a gesture and assuming a standard Special Forces pose, Lycom confidently replied, Yes, Lord Frisia. At this moment, the Legion ships also plunged into the surface, already roaring through the sky of planet Vegeta. The continuous booming sounds frightened some lower-power Scions, causing them to instinctively retreat, while those high-power warriors who could sense energy immediately detected an overwhelming power subtly emanating. Just as Belolta said, Frisia's combat capabilities. King Vegeta gazed at the ship in the sky at the center, which should be where Frisia was located, and that aura was indeed shocking and terrifying. My king, I have already transmitted the information to His Highness the Prince and have made the arrangements. King Vegeta took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and then loudly declared, "My people, now that external enemies are attacking, the defense of planet Vegeta begins here. I, King Vegeta, announce our departure from the Frieza Force. We will go to war. Fight, fight, fight." With each shout from King Vegeta, the vanguard of the Frieza Force felt an inexplicable fear rise within them at such a fierce display. What? Just a bunch of lowly monkeys. Charge! The captain of the vanguard commanded, and all the vanguard squads rushed out, while several Scion teams were also dispatched. In just a few encounters, the sky erupted into a fierce battle. The momentum from both sides surged, and the roaring sound of energy waves ignited in an instant. Frieza, witnessing this from his spaceship, was also taken aback, not expecting these Scions to dare to fight him. Seeing this, Jinyu immediately signaled Raikum to lead a team to join the fray. Upon receiving the order, Raikum stepped out of the spaceship and floated into the sky. In an instant, the conflict on the battlefield, which was originally only a few thousand power levels, suddenly showed readings of 56,000 on everyone's scouters. It's Lord Raikum. Charge, everyone! Kill these lowly monkeys! With Raikum leading his team into the battle, the balance of victory seemed to tilt in their favor, and the morale of the vanguard teams surged. Pushing back the Scion squads slightly, Raikum plunged into the battlefield, weaving between each Scion, and wherever he flashed, a Scion was struck hard. Although he fought with fiery enthusiasm, he was puzzled by the scouters at his eyes. These Scions actually possessed considerable combat abilities. Their power levels ranged from 3,005 to 6,005, and just now, there was even one with 13,000. Raikum muttered in confusion. When did the Scions have so many fighters with over 1,000 power levels? Among the recently repelled Scions, there were even two with power levels exceeding 10,000. At this moment, inside the spaceship, Zarbin checked the data from the scouters and also discovered clues. These Scions on the battlefield were not the critical forces he had previously known. They actually had such high combat power. Lord Frieza, the Scions seem a bit off. It appears their overall level has improved significantly, Zarbin reported. But at that moment, Frieza was looking somewhere far away, where the Scions had gathered, particularly at King Vegeta. However, following the king's gaze, it seemed he was paying more attention to two individuals nearby. "Mr. Zarbin, may I ask who those two are?" Upon hearing the question, Zarbin looked closely and realized he had no impression of them. He then checked the detailed records of planet Vegeta, and to his astonishment, the spaceship's reconnaissance system had the complete list of all members of planet Vegeta. Truly unbelievable. Lord Frieza, it seems one is a lower-class warrior named Bardock, and the one beside him is also a lower-class warrior named Paragus. Lower-class warriors? Frieza chuckled coldly upon hearing this mismatched title. Mr. Zarbin, it seems we have a significant problem with the data we possess. Zarbin did not understand Frieza's meaning and looked at Jinyu, but at that moment, Jinyu appeared stunned, as if he had seen something shocking. "Captain Jinyu, what's wrong?" Zarbin called him back. After calming down, Jinyu muttered, "How can there be such two individuals among the Scions? This profound and unfathomable aura is actually emanating from these two Scions. Could it be? Lord Frieza, could those two be the ones who killed Bardock and the others?" Jinyu's self-assessment indicated that those two definitely possessed remarkable combat power, as he had closely observed them but could not perceive them clearly, only briefly feeling a sense of fear from their overwhelming aura. No, while they do have strong auras, it shouldn't be them. It's impossible for them to return to planet Vegeta so quickly from Namek. It seems planet Vegeta has undergone tremendous changes. Frieza still looked towards that direction, seemingly directing all his pressure towards that spot. The other side sensed an inexplicable danger, and Bardock quickly moved to protect King Vegeta. "My king, be careful." Just now, a powerful aura tested this place in an instant. Chapter 25. The might of Bardock. Bardock glared ahead, his gaze fixed on the spaceship. "Since they want to test us, let me return the favor." With that, Bardock extended his palm forward, and a surge of energy gathered from his hand, followed by an energy blast that shot out. The energy wasn't particularly strong, but it eliminated the weaker foes with power levels over 10,000 on the spot. Just as the energy blast was about to reach the spaceship, a strange purple figure flashed in and deflected the blast to another location. Looking at his slightly trembling hand, Jinyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, extraordinary strength. It even made me tremble a bit." "Hey, you there, state your name." "I, Captain Jinyu, will personally handle you." Jinyu shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the battlefield, reaching Bardock's ears. "Clown." Bardock only replied lightly, then flew forward, clearing away the obstacles in his path and arriving in front of Jinyu. "My name is Bardock. What about it?" Seeing Bardock suddenly appear before him, Jinyu was even more shocked, and for some reason, his body broke into a slight sweat. That inexplicable feeling surged again, and he inwardly lamented. When did the seance become so powerful? However, Jinyu quickly calmed himself, looked at the battlefield ahead, and mocked. Hee, Bardock, I'll remember your name. You do have decent strength, but those guys can't match you. Raikam can wipe them all out. Upon hearing this, Bardock turned slightly to look, and it was this small opening that Jinyu smirked and swiftly threw a punch. Humph, you fell for it. Oh, is that so? Just as he was feeling smug, Bardock had already grabbed Jinyu's fist, and Jinyu only then realized with difficulty that he couldn't move. What's going on? Despite Jinyu putting in effort, he still couldn't budge, as if Bardock had him firmly in his grasp. What trick did you use? Feudal rage. Bardock disdainfully replied, and after a casual remark, he directly threw Jinyu out. For a moment, Jinyu couldn't control his body, and it took him a while to stabilize his falling form. But when he looked around, Bardock was already gone. As he scanned his surroundings, the battlefield was filled with shouting and chaos. Bardock had begun to clear the area. Bardock's figure darted back and forth in the battlefield, and his speed had already shocked Jinyu. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard squads were instantly shattered within mere seconds. At this moment, Bardock had arrived in front of Raikam. It's your turn. After witnessing the previous scene, Raikam no longer had the heart to fight. This person, who revealed no combat power, had taken down all the vanguard squads, and his only thought was to flee quickly. Where do you think you can run? Bardock, moving with incredible speed, had already reached right in front of Raikam as he tried to escape, and without any reaction, he was met with a powerful punch, following up with several kicks. Raikam felt as if he had taken hundreds of punches in an instant. His battlesuit was shredded in mere seconds, and he collapsed to the ground, severely injured. With a dive, Bardock wasted no time and unleashed a wave of energy. When facing weaker enemies, he always ended them swiftly, as not torturing them was a basic respect for others. What? In an instant, he scattered all the vanguards. Even Rikumu was killed. Inside the spaceship, even seeing this scene, Sabo was still very shocked. Meanwhile, Jinyu, who stood beside the battlefield, began to feel fear. Just that guy's explosive burst of energy had already surpassed him. If we were to talk in terms of battle data, the opponent's power level was definitely not just the same as his own 120,000, but much higher. Yeah, but thinking of this, Jinyu unexpectedly began to laugh wildly to himself. Bardock noticed this bizarre behavior and thought, is that guy going crazy? Jinyu, while laughing maniacally, flew towards Bardock and stood before him, arrogantly declaring, even though I can't see your aura, your battle power indeed exceeds mine. So, don't blame me for taking your body. His tone was truly detestable, but Bardock was left confused. At this moment, Jinyu spread his arms wide, and suddenly the battlefield was filled with flying sand and stones. A chilling wind swept in from an unknown direction, and then they heard him shout, "Swap." The two were not very far apart, and in an instant, Bardock sensed something unusual. Something within him was stirring. However, after a few seconds, the strange feeling came to an end. Now that I possess your powerful body, you will be thoroughly tormented by me. A strange light flashed before Jinyu's eyes, causing Bardock to be dazed for a few seconds. When he regained his senses, that purple creature had started its bizarre laughter again. Hey, are you out of your mind? Why do you always make weird sounds? Bardock kindly reminded him that this person should really check if something was wrong with his head. Hearing the noise from the opposite side, Jinyu widened his eyes, startled. What's going on? My body swap technique failed? Hearing that guy talk to himself again, Bardock had already lost patience. He had always heard that Frisia had a powerful special forces team, and the team leader named Jinyu had a battle power of 120,000. Now seeing it with his own eyes, it turned out to be just a guy whose head wasn't quite right. Bardock suddenly flashed forward and swept toward Jinyu, who was still lost in self-doubt, kicking him away abruptly. Following up with a flurry of punches, Jinyu, unable to defend himself, spat out large amounts of blood. No, impossible. My body swap technique actually failed. Jinyu was still fantasizing, and after dragging his heavily injured body to react, he thought, your battle power must have exceeded my triple. Bardock, who had intended to continue his heavy assault upon hearing this, revealed a disdainful look and slowly said, it seems the special forces in Frisia's army are nothing special. You should also be able to sense my aura, right? Let me show you. As he spoke, Bardock's gaze shifted towards the spaceship in the center, fixated on the position where Frisia had not yet appeared. His words seemed deliberately directed at him, thus the volume was raised a bit. Meanwhile, The Cosmic Emperor inside the spaceship was also observing this scene, and upon hearing Bardock's words, he murmured, "Then let me see how much this scion has grown." Having already known that the scions on planet Meat had an astonishing battle power of 760,000, and now that Frieza had personally come to planet Vegeta, he naturally wanted to understand why the scions had suddenly become stronger in such a short time. Back on the battlefield, the sky seemed to gather clouds that would not disperse, and the ground began to shake violently. Jinyu, who was closest, truly felt fear at this moment. The scions really could raise their aura to this extent. Facing the onslaught of fierce winds, Jinyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably as furious roars echoed throughout the heavens. As his aura continued to rise and grow, Bardock stood like an imposing figure at the peak. In an instant, Bardock's might expanded in all directions, and everyone present felt an immense pressure. Chapter 26. Frieza takes action, Paragus' hidden power. Facing the ever-present terror in the universe, Bardock unleashed all his energy, pushing himself to the limit. In just a moment, as the tremors of the earth began to settle, the figure that seemed to stand proud in the heavens finally became visible. With a slight movement, Bardock appeared before Jinyu, who had been knocked away. In mere proximity, Bardock threw a powerful punch that Jinyu couldn't react to in time, and after the heavy blow, he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Immediately after, Bardock, filled with overwhelming energy, dove out, grabbing Jinyu as he fell and shooting upward. Facing the spaceship, Bardock shouted, "Frieza, are you too scared to come out and destroy planet Vegeta yourself? Let this Jinyu guy perish." Saying this, Bardock hurled Jinyu towards the spaceship, then gathered energy in both hands, unleashing a powerful energy wave that surged towards Jinyu and violently impacted the spaceship. However, at that moment, a figure resembling a dumpling head appeared, gathering energy with one hand to block Bardock's powerful energy wave. As the dust settled, the purple and white figure was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza himself. "Oh no, it's Frieza." Paragus, watching the battlefield from a distance, saw Frieza's terrifying appearance and fearfully muttered, "That's Frieza's true form." Just like when he destroyed the giant red trading planet. Not only was Paragus frightened, but also Rao, King Vegeta, and a host of scions began to tremble inexplicably. The scions who could sense energy naturally felt the unusual power, while those who needed a scouter for assistance were shocked by the terrifying data as soon as they activated their devices. One of the 2 data points that had emerged during the battle exceeded 10 million. Just as one scion was stunned by this moment, in an instant, all the scouters suddenly exploded. Clearly, the surge of data had exceeded the detection range of the scouters. "Paragus, Bardock won't be able to take on Frieza. Quickly go help him," Rao shouted, knowing that Bardock and Paragus were the only ones on planet Vegeta who could hold out against Frieza. Sending him to help defend was also to delay Frieza and allow the weak children in the incubation chamber to escape planet Vegeta. At least the scions wouldn't be wiped out. At this moment, Paragus was suffocated by the pressure, but quickly adjusted, thinking to himself that he could not let down the potential developed by the prince. He then unleashed his aura, and in an instant, this previously unknown low-level warrior stepped forward. There's another one? On the battlefield, Frieza sensed the suddenly erupting aura from afar, and then looked towards Bardock. "Oh ho ho ho! It seems you scions are indeed giving me a bit of surprise." A figure swiftly rushed over, reaching Bardock's side in no time. "Bardock, I have something important to tell you. Prince Belorta can return at any moment." Just as Paragus spoke, Frieza, lacking patience, unleashed a wave of energy. Another figure suddenly attacked. Although Bardock managed to block the energy wave, the subsequent heavy punch sent Paragus flying. "Paragus, are you still worried about others?" Frieza's voice echoed as he kicked out again, forcing Bardock to retreat. The clash lasted only a moment, and it could hardly be called a battle. Both of them were struck hard in the blink of an eye. "This is Frieza's power, huh? Bardock lamented as he sensed the overwhelming difference in strength, and he once again exploded with energy, charging at Frieza. He engaged in a momentary exchange of blows, but felt like he couldn't land a hit as Frieza effortlessly dodged every attack. Bardock didn't expect the gap in their power to be so vast. After all, it seemed Frieza hadn't even unleashed his full strength yet. "This guy isn't even using much effort," Bardock thought to himself, while keeping an eye on Paragus' direction. At this moment, Paragus had also returned to the sky. "Paragus, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but as expected of Frieza, even when I exerted all my power, I was still kicked away." "No, Paragus, you didn't use your full strength at all. What are you really worried about? I can sense your power is above mine." Bardock's words hit the mark, but Paragus didn't know how to explain. After shaking his head, he said, "By the way, Bardock, we need to let Prince Belorta sense our energy. That way, he can return instantly." Hearing this, Bardock was confused. "What are you talking about, Paragus? The prince is still on Namek. Even if he receives a message to come, he would still be on his way." While the two were talking, Frisia had already gathered energy, and a ball of red flames ignited in the sky. Those two are really noisy. Even in battle, they're so distracted. Without waiting for the two to react, Frisia directly launched the massive energy ball. Bardock didn't have the heart to listen to what Paragus was saying anymore and immediately took a defensive stance against the energy ball. Seeing this, Paragus also gathered an energy wave to try to counteract the powerful energy. "No, this energy is too strong. Bardock's stamina was slowly depleting, and his energy was beginning to weaken. The previous battle with Frisia had clearly inflicted too much damage on him. Paragus, seeing this, muttered softly, "If this continues, Bardock won't be able to hold on. Hasn't Prince Belorta sensed this energy yet? Whatever, that hidden power, At this moment, Paragus seemed to make a significant decision, as if breaking some shackles. In an instant, his eyes began to look unusually vacant. While he still had some self-awareness, Paragus shouted at Bardock, "Bardock, get away!" At the same time, Frisia noticed the strange change and felt a flicker in his heart as a storm of thunder echoed, and an even greater energy surged violently. Bardock looked back and saw an extraordinary presence, while far away, Vegeta and the others were also astonished by this change. What happened on the battlefield to suddenly unleash such powerful energy? "Is that Paragus?" "My king," I hadn't had the chance to say when I found Paragus. He explained that he wasn't slacking off in his training. It was just that there were other circumstances, perhaps something unusual happened during his potential development. On the battlefield, Paragus suddenly became terrifying, his entire body emanating a faint green aura, resembling some ancestral form. At such a close distance, Bardock naturally knew what this feeling was, the power of the great ape. Chapter 27. The frenzied power of the great ape, Frisia's destructive energy ball. Paragus unleashed his full power in a fit of rage, momentarily losing consciousness. In the final moment, he obliterated the incoming energy ball with his hands. Bardock was shocked. This power was very familiar, or rather, all Scions were familiar with it. It was the power they wielded when transformed into great apes during a full moon. However, now Bardock saw that Paragus had unleashed this power without transforming into a great ape. It seemed that this was not just simple great ape power. "That's great, Paragus. This is your true strength." In that instant, Bardock felt a glimmer of hope, the hope to defeat Frisia. However, a second later, Bardock sensed something was wrong. It seemed that Paragus no longer recognized him. "Paragus, what's wrong?" Bardock approached, repeatedly asking. Paragus was holding his head, and after exhaling, he slowly said, "Bardock, hurry, get away." Paragus, with the remaining consciousness he had, shouted at Bardock while delivering a blow that sent him flying far from the battlefield. This immense force knocked Bardock away to the location where Rao and the others were. On the battlefield, Frisia finally realized this was a significant matter. It turned out that Scions really had such powerful strength. However, while Frisia was shocked, Paragus, now devoid of self-awareness, charged at full speed. With just a single punch, Frisia found it difficult to withstand. Even after successfully blocking, his body still retreated several dozen meters. Damn it, the great Frisia was actually pushed back by Scion Monkey. After a bout of anger, Frisia retaliated with heavy punches, striking Paragus repeatedly. Paragus, suffering from the pain, let out furious roars. And at this moment, he erupted with even greater energy, seemingly more intense than before. A more significant energy swept across the heavens and the earth. And now Paragus's body underwent a different transformation. His hair even flew up in an instant, engulfed in a green flame as if it were wrapping around him. The sky trembled with thunder, and amidst the resounding roars that echoed through the heavens, Paragus seemed to undergo a transformation. Seeing this, Frisia felt an ominous premonition arise within him, recalling the rumors from his homeland about a certain Scion known as the Super Scion, who was the destroyer of the Frisia race. Damn it, what Super Scion? That's impossible. The echoes of Frisia's inner thoughts resounded, and he transformed that into hatred, releasing his energy with all his might. In an instant, another wave of energy swept across the entire world. It was the absolute power unique to the Cosmic Emperor. And that battle power of 12 million finally revealed itself to everyone. Frisia's body became much more robust, and this transformation, full of boundless strength, was his 100 power form. However, Paragus seemed unconcerned. After a thunderous roar in the sky, he charged forward, and Frisia flew towards him as well. In that moment, the two waves of energy collided, and the explosion lit up the sky, impossible to describe. This was not just a flash of lightning and fire. It was a fierce clash of absolute powers. You lowly scion monkey, you will pay the price. After the collision, it seemed that Frisia's strength had increased, but he also couldn't gain an advantage. Neither side could easily break through each other's defenses. However, in such a heated battle, Frisia was actually being matched blow for blow by a scion, an insult to himself. I will make this planet perish. With a furious shout, Frisia unleashed an even broader wave of energy, creating a massive energy ball resembling a small planet in the sky. Frisia is going to destroy planet Vegeta. Bardock regained some energy, and, with such power on the battlefield, he bursts forth again, hoping his strength can help Paragus in the fight. However, when he gets close, Paragus, regardless of whether he is an enemy, has already lost focus and only knows to attack anyone in sight. With one punch, he sends Bardock flying again, and in the blink of an eye, Bardock is severely injured once more. Ha ha ha. As expected, a monkey is just a monkey. After the mockery, that unusual energy blast is unleashed by Frisia with all his might, seemingly to engulf the entire planet Vegeta. Brother, why are we suddenly heading back to planet Vegeta? In the universe, a spaceship is flying at full speed, and inside the cabin are Belolta and his companions. When they exited the hyperbolic time chamber on Namek, they saw the three guys Vegeta brought back, looking completely lifeless. He naturally recognized the three and felt a surge of bad premonition. At that moment, the detector in his pocket continuously beeped with signals. Perhaps it was because they were isolated from the outside world in the hyperbolic time chamber. Now, just 10 minutes after stepping out, the detector was filled with urgent communications. Prince Belolta, planet Vegeta is about to be attacked. Frisia is sending a large army. If you can make it back, please hurry to provide support. Upon receiving this news, Belolta hurriedly said goodbye to Niru and, along with Vegeta and Raditz, rushed to the spaceship, immediately heading into the cosmos. Even after traveling through space for many days, he still worried. He had not informed the two about this news. Sigh, Frisia's army is coming to planet Vegeta. What? Raditz exclaimed in shock. How could this be? What does that guy Frisia want? The message came back. Frisia wants to destroy planet Vegeta. That despicable Frisia. Vegeta was also gritting his teeth on the side. Raditz asked how it could be like this, while Belorta was lost in thought. Don't forget, the Frisia Force has the ability to monitor planet Vegeta. Perhaps Frisia discovered the plan I had my father prepare earlier, or maybe Vegeta exposed his strength by killing those three. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was more concerned about the latter statement, and for a moment, he felt guilty, fearing that it was his actions that had suddenly put planet Vegeta in such danger. Prince Belorta, can we make it in time? After all, Namek was too far from planet Vegeta. Oh, it's fine. There's no need to be too anxious. As long as we reach halfway, my abilities can sense this distance, and I can directly teleport there. Upon hearing about teleportation, Raditz realized that when he battled and lost to his brother Nappa, he had unleashed an unknown power, and it was the sudden appearance of the prince that had stabilized him. It's just a bit regrettable. I originally planned to train you and Vegeta together, so at least both of you could reach the Super Saiyan transformation, but it seems Vegeta has fallen behind. Belorta noticed Vegeta's sudden decline in spirits and could tell he was feeling guilty. He jokingly patted his brother's head and then spoke. Don't worry. I won't let that Frisia guy succeed. It's my fault, or else Frisia wouldn't have detected us through his scouter. Don't blame yourself. Frisia's ambitions are vast, and the destruction of planet Vegeta is only a matter of time. That's why I had Grandpa Rail and Uncle Bardock hurry to instruct everyone to train. Now, I just hope Uncle Bardock and Mr. Paragus can hold out until we arrive. Chapter 28, Bardock's Awakening of Regret. Frisia's invasion fails a red light shone brightly in the sky, resembling a miniature sun. Bardock struggled on the ground, having already exhausted all his strength after being attacked twice by the frenzied Paragus. Seeing Frisia's overwhelming power, he could only pray for a glimmer of hope. All the Scions seemed to accept their fate at that moment. It was all over. Even Paragus, in his current state, could not withstand it. Rail stood by dumbfounded, as if the years had etched deep lines on his face. Though King Vegeta was unwilling to accept it, he could only face the reality helplessly. In the end, he sighed, Belorta, we are still going to disappoint you. On the battlefield, Prowess remained in a frenzied state. Upon seeing the fiery force approaching like a sun, every cell in his body seemed to become more excited. At such a critical moment, Prowess, in a state of no self-awareness, actually erupted with energy once again, his momentum rising steadily. The surrounding green aura continued to expand, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed Prowess' body was changing. His hair began to float in the air, and the originally green aura started to reveal a golden light. However, after a series of roars, when the wind settled, Prowess did not continue to ascend. At that moment, he faintly expressed, "I cannot let Prince Belorta down." As the blazing sun approached, Prowess swung both hands forward, using all his might to resist the incoming massive energy blast. Roars and explosions began to erupt from the ground, tearing apart everything in their path, and everyone, friend or foe, started to flee in all directions. The damage from the scorching sun not only created craters in the ground, but also engulfed Prowess, as if his entire being had vanished into the earth. The earlier aura gradually dissipated, and Bardock sensed the fading energy of Prowess. Damn it, even Prowess in that state couldn't hold out? Bardock pounded the ground repeatedly, filled with hatred not just for Frisia, but also for himself for lacking the strength to protect his homeland in this dire time. Damn it, damn it. His self-reproach echoed like a revolving lantern in his mind. If only he had trained harder, if only he had fought harder. Even though Prince Vegeta had already predicted Frisia's plot and had countermeasures in place, why were they still unable to escape? Bardock kept falling into memories. From the moment he was born, he recognized that Scions were the most exceptional race in the universe, the strongest warrior tribe. Then came Frisia, who suddenly descended upon planet Vegeta, and everything changed. The Scion race became mere lackeys of Frisia's army, the lowest of the low, until the birth of the Crown Prince. From the time Bardock could remember, Raditz had been by his side. After 4 years of super transformations, Bardock realized it was time for change. But unexpectedly, with the prince gone, they had once again become mere vassals. "I'm no longer the person I used to be. If only I were stronger, strong like the prince. Strong enough to save planet Vegeta from Frisia's hands." His self-reproach continued, and he re-evaluated himself repeatedly. At this moment, the sky began to flash with lightning, countless bolts striking down around Bardock. Damn it, damn it. Bardock, you must always remember that before Frisia came to planet Vegeta, we Scions were also excellent warriors in this universe because we never abandoned our heritage as descendants of a warrior race. Father, I remember. I will always remember. Father. Bardock, you will also become a father. Choose a name for your child. Raditz, perhaps he will only become a low-class warrior like me in the future, but he will still be a warrior of planet Vegeta. What? Mr. Rail, is that true? The king wants to make Raditz the bodyguard of Prince Belorta. Of course, Bardock. And it seems Prince Belorta also likes your son very much. Heh, that little brat. Who would have thought that just a year apart? He has grown this much. Father, I didn't mean to hide my strength. Raditz, well done. I am proud of you. Yes, Raditz. I am proud of you, just like your father. Father, mother. You little brat, when you go out with Prince Vegeta, don't lose the pride and face of the Scions. I know, father. If Prince Vegeta is to reach the top, I will definitely protect him. You little brat Raditz. Take care. Goodbye. Goodbye, father. Bardock. Father. Uncle Bardock, I believe in you. You will definitely succeed because I know you have that strong will and determination. On the battlefield, a heartfelt voice inexplicably echoed, as if only Bardock could hear it. Perhaps it was a telepathic connection. Bardock thought of his child, his wife, and that voice, kinda Raditz. Prince Belolta, I cannot fall. I cannot simply fall down. Even if I cannot defeat you, even if I still lack the ability to touch the battle between you two. But Prowess has now been defeated. I must persist. I must gain that power. In the meantime, bolts of lightning struck down, almost tearing the entire land apart. Yet Bardock remained unharmed, miraculously rising slowly to his feet and stepping forward step by step. The crowd behind, originally filled with despair, began to shout with hope together. It's Bardock's aura. It's the Captain's aura. The captain hasn't fallen. Bardock's aura began to swell in an instant. Bardock took a step forward, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and instantly arrived beside the struggling Prowess. He single-handedly caught the small son in front of him and simply said, Prowess, leave it to me. Prowess could only muster the remaining momentum to resist, no longer having the previous frenzy, as if regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Bardock, he smiled weakly. Bardock, you also. Before he could finish speaking, Prowess could no longer hold his form and dissipated his aura, collapsing. Bardock looked ahead. The small sun was still erupting with heat. In that moment, he roared. In the blink of an eye, his hair turned golden, his eyes fierce, and he exuded a powerful aura. This incomparably strong aura was bringing Bardock an endless source of strength. He took a step forward, and the small sun began to retreat. At this moment, Frieza finally snapped out of the excitement brought by the destruction of planet Vegeta. What's going on? How can this energy be so powerful? This is absolutely impossible. Frieza! Bardock's roar startled Frieza into shock. He not only felt the super energy at this moment, but also realized the energy ball he had intended to use to destroy planet Vegeta was rapidly flying back toward him. The energy ball had already slipped from his control. No, impossible. Frieza raised his aura again, as if he had pushed his power to the critical point. But the energy ball was still uncontrollable, continuing to advance toward him. A huge explosion erupted, the energy ball instantly engulfing the sky. And Frieza's entire fleet was annihilated in an instant. It seemed not a single survivor remained. After the aftermath settled, everyone saw Frieza stubbornly floating in midair. He had not been destroyed by his own energy ball, but he was heavily injured and had reverted to his final form, unable to showcase his full power. Chapter 29. Mutual Destruction. The Great Explosion of Planet Vegeta. Frieza suffered a tremendous blow, even injured by the destruction ball he had unleashed. At this point, he was spitting blood, and even the arm he had used to resist the energy was obliterated. Now in his final form, combined with his weak aura, he was no longer the so-called Emperor of a universe. Damn monkeys, how is this possible? Bardock flashed forward, appearing before Frieza in the blink of an eye. Looking at the golden-haired figure before him, Frieza couldn't believe it and blankly recalled the legends left by his ancestors. Yet he still refused to give up. How could you monkeys possess such powerful strength? Absolutely impossible. I, Frieza, the Ice Demon royal lineage, am the strongest in the universe. Frieza launched a punch, accompanied by a chaotic roar of energy, attempting to scatter the powerful being before him. However, contrary to his expectations, Bardock simply reached out with one hand and caught what he thought was a powerful blow. Who are you? I am just me, a Saiyan. Merely the Super Saiyan you have always feared. Frieza, you have lost. Lost. How can anyone say those words to me? He was the great emperor of the universe. Now he was being defeated by Saiyan like a fallen dog. Looking at Frieza's currently weak state, Bardock could no longer muster the desire to continue fighting. This invasion war was your defeat. Go back to your place and never come to planet Vegeta again. After saying this, Bardock let out a breath, and his state was lifted, but looking at Frieza, he added, if you dare to invade planet Vegeta again in the future, I will personally destroy you and your Frieza planet. This was a warning. However, to Frieza, this warning was laughable. He never expected that those who once deserved to be reduced to a subordinate of Frieza's army would one day possess the capital to challenge the Emperor of the universe. Bardock simply watched quietly, completely unaware of Frieza's actions. At this moment, Frieza had already raised both hands toward the ground, unknowingly transmitting some energy. Only after a few seconds did he reveal a sinister expression. I didn't expect the Saiyans to have so-called mercy. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't give the enemy a chance. You monkeys all deserve to die. After saying this, Frieza immediately unleashed his entire being, causing the energy beneath the ground to erupt. Only then did Bardock realize, transforming instantly back into Super Saiyan form. Frieza, ha. Even if you're a Super Saiyan, so what? Only 3 minutes, the planet will be destroyed, and you all will still die. Frieza. Frieza's actions further enraged Bardock, who then unleashed a powerful energy wave. In an instant, Frieza could not withstand it and was blown to smithereens. Although Frieza was dead, the embedded energy continued, and the countdown to the destruction of planet Vegeta was still ongoing. Bardock rushed back to the base to inform King Vegeta and Rao, but everyone was powerless. Mr. Rao, do you have a spaceship to escape quickly? Bardock asked anxiously, but in this tense moment, Rao couldn't recall anything. Suddenly, he looked toward a certain direction and said, "There's a spaceship." After saying this, Rao waved a small ring, which instantly expanded into a spaceship. It was an experimental craft made by Prince Belolta to travel to Namek. Although it was imperfect, it was enough for a short escape from here. However, this spaceship could only carry 2 people. How can this be? For a moment, everyone was stumped. What good is a spaceship that can only carry 2 people? Countless people of the Saiyan race were here. How could they leave anyone behind? After deep contemplation, King Vegeta smiled and said, Bardock, you and Paragus have also become the strongest warriors of planet Vegeta. I believe you can find a suitable planet to rebuild our home. Tell Belorta that we did not let him down. Looking at the still unconscious Paragus, King Vegeta signaled Bardock to keep both of them safe. My king, this is not right. You are the king. King, over the years, I have been unable to protect my people as a good king. I have been cowardly and weak in the face of gods and Frisia. But now, as planet Vegeta is about to be destroyed, let me truly be a king and use the power of a king just once. Bardock, I command you to take Paragus and fulfill the king's will. Escape the impending destruction of planet Vegeta and meet up with Belorta to rebuild our home when we have the capability in the future. My people, please forgive my selfishness. To atone, I, King Vegeta, will bury planet Vegeta with you. With that, King Vegeta signaled Ral to use his abilities. Ral then transported Bardock and Paragus onto a spaceship and immediately pressed a button, sealing the spaceship as it flew towards the sky. No one knew where it would go, and gas emerged from the spaceship, putting Bardock into a deep sleep. Ral, is that spaceship really the experimental model from before? It seems to have many functions. My king, that spaceship was bought from planet Adra before and indeed has many wonderful uses. It was originally meant to keep an eye on the mischievous Prince Vegeta. Oh, Sigh Ral, do you think that when Belorta rebuilds our home in the future, the Scion race will be different from when I was in power? As Ral spoke, he began to tear up, unsure of how to respond. Accompanied by King Vegeta's final laughter, the countdown ended, and the Scions on planet Vegeta, although they successfully repelled Frisia's army, still vanished without a trace in the southern galaxy. In legends, there exists a place known as the Underworld, ruled by the King of Hell, Yama. Above the Underworld are the 5 great kings of the realms, the highest of whom is the Grand King, though he usually only operates in the Underworld. The 4 major galaxies of East, South, West, and North are managed by their respective kings. At this moment, on a verdant planet, a creature with tentacles on its head, wearing sunglasses, seemed to have adopted some human habits and was about to announce an uplifting message. Hey, can you hear me? Eastern King? Western King? Northern King? What are you up to now? You suddenly called us, and I don't feel like arguing with you right now. The first to speak was the Northern King, located in the Northern Galaxy, who was also on a planet and communicating through his tentacles, but his planet seemed much smaller than the others. Who wants to argue? Your jurisdiction has the weakest power, and I can't even laugh. Who has weak power? The places under my jurisdiction are all growing. Just wait and see. Stop arguing, you two, Southern King. What is the matter? The Eastern King, the only female among the 4 regional kings, stepped in to ease the tense atmosphere. Yes, I have something important. Do you all remember planet Vegeta? Of course, it seems to be a planet inhabited by Scions, and now it is under Frisia's army. After the Western King spoke, the Northern King, upon discovering some information, was surprised and said, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, and Frisia's presence is also gone. What do you mean by gone? Frisia is dead. A new voice came in. It was the late-arriving Western King, who looked puzzled. The Eastern King also had questions, and after investigating Planet Vegeta's situation, the two were also shocked. It's really gone. The so-called Universe Emperor, Frisia, is dead. Upon hearing this, the 4 kings were extremely happy, and after discussing, they decided to inform all the galaxies about this news. Chapter 30, The Remnants and Destruction, The Dawn of the Scions. Hey, can you hear me? The same voice echoed across the galaxies, reaching everyone who had a bit of strength or prestige. For a long time, there was a person who called himself the Universe Emperor, and that was the guy named Frisia. On this day, autumn of the year 735 of the AC, Frisia and his army perished along with planet Vegeta. The news spread quickly, and soon joy erupted across the 4 major galaxies and among various planets. It seemed that the universe had not seen such laughter and joy for a long time. Hee, Universe Emperor? Seems a bit arrogant to be wiped out by those monkeys. But planet Vegeta has indeed been destroyed. Dr. Raichi, should I still activate the Hachiyak device? I don't know if any Scion survived, so we're happy, while others were not. On a certain planet, a figure who seemed to hate the Scions muttered to himself upon hearing the news of Frisia's death. In the universe, a light point was rapidly moving towards a certain direction. That was the group heading to planet Vegeta, led by Belorta. At this moment, inside the spaceship, as they got closer, Belorta sensed many energy signatures. He could instantaneously flash to planet Vegeta, but he did not do so. Instead, he silently thought to himself, is that Paragus' energy? It seems to have become very agitated. It appears he cannot control his ancestral bloodline. This is Frisia's energy. Is he in perfect condition? That. Haha, Uncle Bardock. I didn't expect him to be the first to become a super scion on planet Vegeta, just like in the original. The energy dissipated, indicating that Uncle Bardock had triumphed, but why did it feel like there was another energy on planet Vegeta? Huh, what's going on? What? While deep in thought, Belorta suddenly came to his senses and immediately asked Raditz. Raditz, quickly, search for planet Vegeta's location. The anxious appearance of the prince startled Raditz. It was the first time he had seen the prince so terrified. As he searched for planet Vegeta's location, for some reason, the radar began to blur and eventually became unable to locate it. Raditz knew the reason for this situation. Planet Vegeta no longer existed. Prince Belorta, planet Vegeta has disappeared. Disappeared? At that moment, Belorta finally realized and opened the detector, revealing a message that was hidden beneath his anxiety. Your Highness, that guy Frisia self-destructed, and planet Vegeta will be destroyed. Some children from planet Vegeta have survived and scattered into the universe. You must take Prince Vegeta and Raditz to safety. Moreover, the king advised that we may have to owe you. Belolta listened to this message, which was sent by Grandpa Rao before the destruction of planet Vegeta, but due to his own issues, beside him, Vegeta was also taken aback and then asked, what do you mean? What happened to the disappearance? At this moment, Berorta showed no expression, only engulfed in self-reproach. Raditz was even more terrified. Your Highness, planet Vegeta has been destroyed. With a trembling voice, Raditz cried out in despair. Vegeta found it hard to believe. What on earth happened? How could planet Vegeta be suddenly destroyed? Father. Belorta was filled with self-blame at that moment. If only he hadn't hesitated to see if Bardock could successfully transform, or if he had instantly teleported over upon sensing Paragus' agitation. But it was all too late. Besides the endless self-reproach, Belorta felt like a murderer. He indirectly harmed the entire Vegeta star and his whole race. Just as he was trapped in endless self-blame, gazing through the vast universe. Belorta seemed to be in deep thought, mourning. At that moment, a light point quickly streaked across his line of sight. Raditz, use the radar to check what that is ahead. I feel like it's some kind of spaceship. Belorta said a word, and Raditz seemed to be filled with hope, immediately starting to investigate. Soon, he had an excited look on his face. Prince, that's a spaceship. It's a spaceship from planet Vegeta. However, amidst the excitement, the radar displayed an image, revealing that the flashing spaceship was just a single-person flight pod. Raditz's face fell in disappointment again. But as the spaceship got closer, even though the presence inside was very weak, almost non-existent, Belorta sensed something for some reason. Fixing his gaze in that direction, his vision shifted, and in a moment, Belorta suddenly disappeared, appearing inside the spaceship. Although the space of a single-person pod was not large, it was just enough to accommodate 4-year-old Belorta without being too cramped. As a powerful being could fit inside, Belorta seemed to have a sense of comfort in his heart, and he softly uttered a word. Tabul did not expect that the one in the flight pod was his own little brother, the youngest of them all. It turned out that what he felt earlier was not just a faint aura, but a call from his bloodline. At this moment, Raditz also turned the spaceship in this direction, and soon arrived at the front of the flight pod. After opening the hatch, he absorbed the flight pod. Slowly walking out of the flight pod, Belorta held his younger brother and also put away the flight pod. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately rushed over. It was Tabul. It seems that father sent my brother out before Frisia reached planet Vegeta. At this time, the spaceship's radar inexplicably displayed several flickering points of light. Noticing the sound, Raditz immediately checked with the detector, and joy began to spread across his face. Prince Belorta, Scions have escaped, not just one, not just two. Observing for a moment, Raditz realized it was the same situation as before. Although his excitement diminished, there was an inexplicable warm current slowly rising in his heart. Your Highness, it's the flight pod from planet Vegeta, a total of 25. Hearing this news, Belorta looked back at the universe, and as he thought of something, tears unexpectedly flowed down his face. He was stunned, and then slowly said, the Scions have not been destroyed. The points of light on the radar are Father and Grandpa Rao sending out scattered young children, and in the future, there will still be planet Vegeta. There will still be our homeland. At this moment, listening to the words of the great prince, Raditz and Vegeta seemed to understand something, as if they were looking at something. Watching many flight pods flashing quickly in the universe, Belorta did not say another word, just at this moment. Tabul woke up from his sleep, seeming to see his family, and let out a laugh. The laughter seemed to echo in the spaceship, yet at this moment, It walked back and forth in the hearts of the three. Although planet Vegeta was destroyed, the Scions were not extinct. Those 25 young children arranged to escape in the universe, along with the 4 of them, were indeed planet Vegeta, the future planet Vegeta. What place is this? In the spaceship, Bardock, who had been in a coma for an unknown number of days, arrived at an unknown planet. As he woke up, he opened the spaceship, and similarly, Paragus also woke up during these days. When the 2 of them stepped out of the spaceship, their first words were questions about this place. And as they looked at the beauty of the land, it surprisingly did not resemble the war-torn planets they had fought on in the universe, but rather a beauty they had never felt before. Hey, hey! At this moment, on the wheat field, a farmer was coming with a hoe. Although these 2 guys had stepped into the field, the old farmer did not blame them, just smilingly reminded, "Kids, you can't step here. My wheat field is waiting for a good harvest." Noticing under his feet, Bardock reacted and quickly stepped away from the wheat field, and Paragus did the same. However, upon sensing the atmosphere of this place, he was puzzled. Why do the people here have such weak auras? Bardock also noticed that it was indeed too weak. The scenery here was just right, not destroyed by Frisia's army in the past. "Excuse me, what place is this?" This is Bowsy Mountain." "Sir, we're not asking for the name of this place. What is the name of this planet?" "Oh, so you are aliens. No wonder you have tails." At this moment, Bardock and Paragus finally realized that their battle suits were tattered, and their tails were waving in the air, looking quite down and out. "The place we live is called Earth. Since you're a friend from outer space, you are very welcome. You look very hungry. Come to my house, and I'll make you something to eat." Earth. Hearing this name felt strange, but it was indeed easy to remember, if their memory served them right. It seemed to be in the northern galaxy. However, at this time, the 2 indeed felt hungry, as the old farmer had said, so accepting the old farmer's invitation, they decided to get familiar with the place and politely followed him to visit. Chapter 31. 2 Powerful Scions. "Thank you, sir." Noon had arrived, and Bardock and Paragus were currently guests at an old farmer's house in Bowsy Mountain, expressing their thanks while enjoying a hearty meal, watching the 2 alien guests eat. The old farmer was seeing this for the first time. However, since the prepared food suited their tastes, there was no need to worry about anything else. And he just stood there in a daze, exclaiming, "Wow, their appetite is indeed astonishing." Noticing Bardock's somewhat unrefined behavior, he paused for a moment and reminded Paragus as well. After wiping the grease from the corners of their mouths, the 2 thanked the old farmer again. After the meal, the 2 were at a loss about what to do next, unaware of Prince Belorta's whereabouts. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, the 2 just sat there in front of the small house, feeling a bit melancholic as the light filtered through. "Hey!" At this moment, Paragus suddenly shouted, as if he had thought of something, and turned to Bardock, saying, "Bardock, we could go to Namek. Think about it. If His Highness the Prince returns to planet Vegeta, he should also return to Namek. You mean we might encounter Prince Belorta on Namek?" Yes. Although it was a good idea, Bardock sighed after thinking about it. The spaceship had run out of fuel. All right. Although feeling disappointed, Paragus thought of another idea. It was something he hadn't finished saying to Bardock before. "Bardock, do you remember I said that His Highness the Prince can return to planet Vegeta at any time?" Bardock pondered for a moment. He did recall hearing those words during the battle with Frisia, thinking he had misunderstood. However, now, hearing Paragus mention it, they indeed needed some hope. So he asked Paragus, "What do you mean?" "Prince Belorta told me that he has a method to capture auras called instant transmission. It seems that as long as he senses the aura, he can instantly move to the location of that aura." "What? There's such a secret technique? What do we need to do?" Bardock naturally felt delighted. Since it was spoken by His Highness the Prince, it was undoubtedly true. Then he listened as Paragus continued. "Now this place called Earth is in the northern galaxy. I don't know Prince Belorta's location, but we need to release our auras as much as possible so that Belorta can capture our auras." "I see." Bardock thought for a moment, and then Paragus asked Bardock, "Although I was unconscious at that time, I still sense your change. You had already reached the Super Scion level His Highness mentioned, right?" "Yes." Bardock did not evade this because he knew Paragus could reach this level too, and during the battle with Frisia, the power he displayed in the Great Ape state was not inferior to that of a Super Scion, just that he could not fully control that state. "Wow, indeed. You took that step first. Hee lucky. But what was your state at that time?" Bardock inquired about the Great Ape power, and Paragus thought for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to inform him, but he needed to organize his thoughts to explain. "Well, His Highness the Prince told me that the Great Ape power comes from our tails and requires the Blutz waves generated during a full moon to transform. However, After I was trained to unlock my potential by His Highness, he said there was still a faint ancient scion bloodline within me. Indeed, I once lost control during training, and it took all my strength to recover. When fighting Frisia, I had to use that power again, but I didn't expect to lose control again. At this point, Paragus seemed to recall something. He had severely injured Bardock twice during his rampage. An ancient bloodline, huh? Bardock pondered. Paragus then asked Bardock, "Can you transform into a Super Saiyan again now?" "I don't know. It seems I transformed successfully out of anger at that time. Moreover, the Super Saiyan state comes with an inexplicable excitement and seems to carry an innate anger, so I need to control myself as much as possible. I can try." As they spoke, the two of them flew away from the location, searching for an open area in the sky. Fortunately, the area was large enough, and they soon found a wide space, so they didn't have to worry about the explosive energy harming others. In this place, Bardock adjusted his breathing and tried to recall the state of being a Super Saiyan. It must be said that Bardock's comprehension was exceptional. He seemed to sense that a certain energy was slowly gathering. This is it. In an instant, with Bardock's shout echoing, the world darkened and trembled. Huge stones rose around him, and his hair surged with golden light. In the next moment, Bardock's eyes flickered with a light green hue, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan once again. Bardock tried to contain his aura and the inexplicable excitement as much as possible in order to maintain his rationality. This is the Super Saiyan. Indeed, this power is truly overwhelming. With Paragus' shock and cheers at that moment on a small planet, perhaps it couldn't even be called a small planet, just a sphere, there stood a creature with tentacles on its head alongside a monkey and a grasshopper. In an instant, all three of them were sweating nervously, staring at Earth. How is this possible? How could there be a power on Earth that rivals Frisia's? No, this power seems even stronger than Frisia. The creature that spoke immediately slumped to the ground as if deflated. Is another villain about to emerge after one has perished? No, wait. This creature might not necessarily be evil. Anyway, let me investigate. Earth, this location. Saying this, the somewhat plump creature conjured an image in its mind with its tentacles, showing Bardock and Paragus on Earth, both continuing to unleash their power. When did Scions appear on Earth, and two of them at that? Wasn't planet Vegeta destroyed? How could there still be Scions alive, and with such immense power? Though shocked, it pondered for a moment, revealing a strange smile as it muttered to itself, "These two Scions are within my northern galaxy range, so I guess I can't blame myself for taking in the South Kai's people. Hey, it's the North Kai. I'm the North King." Suddenly, the scene shifted to an unknown location, resembling the Heavenly Tower, where a massive circular disc floated in the air. A being resembling Nezuko received this information. "Lord North King, long time no see. Heavenly God, long time no see. I'm contacting you because I believe you're aware of the two Scions on your Earth." At this point, the being named Heavenly God paused for a moment. He indeed knew about them. However, he was surprised that the North King would inquire about this matter. Is he going to deal with those two? I can't handle them. Hey, don't be nervous. I want you to contact them and have them come to me. I have something to inform them. Oh, I see. I understand, Lord North King. After this exchange, the communication was abruptly cut off, but the Heavenly God was left in a daze. Doesn't that mean they need to descend to the underworld? At this moment, someone approached from behind him, a figure dressed in black. "Lord Heavenly God, there's an urgent matter." "Oh, Mr. Bobo, what is it?" "Your evil incarnation. King Piccolo's seal has been broken." "What?" The Heavenly God was troubled, but then he thought of the two Scions on Earth. Their power was indeed sufficient. Since Lord North King asked me to contact them, why not ask them for help? "Mr. Bobo, I need you to accompany me to the lower realm." "No problem." Lord Heavenly God. Chapter 32. As long as there are enough vegetable people. It seems it's not possible. 2 hours had passed, and Bardock and Paragus appeared somewhat fatigued. Indeed, Earth was too far from Prince Belorta's location. It might also be that our energy is not strong enough. Bardock said. Paragus contemplated for a moment. How about we look for fuel for a spaceship on this planet? We can only do that, but we also need to improve our strength again. At least you, Paragus, should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan too. Hello. Just then, two voices came from behind. Bardock and Paragus immediately became alert, shocked that they hadn't sensed anyone appear behind them. "You don't need to be nervous, Mr. Scions. I'm Bobo, and this is my master on Earth, Lord Heavenly God." "Bardock, did you sense that?" "I couldn't detect the opponent's energy at all. I didn't sense a thing, and I have a strange feeling." While the two were whispering, Bardock suddenly realized, "Lord Heavenly God, a god. You are a deity? Why have you come here? Since you know we are Scions, you aren't here to deal with us, right?" Bardock inquired. while Paragus eagerly awaited the response. Yes, I am indeed the heavenly god of earth. I am not here to deal with you. On the contrary, I need your help. You need not worry. In terms of strength, you are much stronger than I am. Oh, Bardock was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect a deity to admit his weakness. So what is it about? This place isn't suitable for conversation. Let us change locations. With that, the heavenly god and Bobo slowly moved forward. As they approached each other, in just a blink of an eye, a flash of light passed, and in an instant, the four of them appeared in a new place. This is the heavenly god's temple. Actually, I hope you can help eliminate a demon king. And Lord North King also wants to meet you. North King? Bardock thought of this name. Perhaps he is also a deity. However, upon hearing the term demon king, both he and Paragus were puzzled. In the universe, the only place known as the demon realm is the demon world. Are you saying the demon king comes from the demon world? Paragus casually asked, which indeed shocked the god of heaven. He didn't expect a scion to know about a place in the demon realm. He himself was from the demon realm, as he was my evil doppelganger. Before I became the god of heaven, I separated the evil energy within me, but I didn't expect it to create a great demon king. Listening to these words, Bardock suddenly realized something. Hey, you are an Namekian, right? If that demon king is your doppelganger, how could he come from the demon realm? An Namekian? Hearing this unfamiliar name, the god of heaven looked puzzled, but for some reason felt a strange sense of familiarity. Hey, god of heaven, don't you know your own identity? Moreover, as your evil energy incarnate, it counts as part of you, and you can't even defeat yourself? Paragus spoke bluntly. Upon hearing this topic, the god of heaven appeared extremely awkward. I'm sorry, as I grow older, my strength is not what it used to be. That guy has become stronger relying on the powers of the demon realm, and I really can't compete with him anymore. God, how can you say that about yourself? Bardock replied, it's okay. Mr. Bobo, I still have self-awareness. Seeing the other person's demeanor, Bardock perhaps wanted to comfort him. That Namek is located at the edge of the universe. There was a major incident that nearly led to its destruction. After its revival, Namek rarely contacted outsiders. We only learned about it again, thanks to Prince Vegeta. You may have forgotten your own identity for the same reason. Listening to the Scion's words, the god of heaven nodded thoughtfully. In an instant, it seemed that fragments of memories returned to his mind. Although they were disjointed, they finally provided some clues. However, at this moment, the matters here were more important. Thank you for your explanation. Perhaps I did indeed live as an Namekian once. Iam Bardock. And he is Paragus. Thank you, Mr. Bardock. The situation is like this. After being separated, his power has grown stronger. However, he was sealed by a human from Earth. But I don't know why that seal has now been lifted. It was Mr. Bobo who told me about this, and I gradually sensed his existence again. His appearance undoubtedly brings great trouble to Earth, so I hope you can take action. The god of heaven seemed to speak humbly, and this was the first time Bardock and Paragus had seen a so-called deity request something from mortals. However, Paragus asked another question at this moment. God, may I ask how strong that so-called demon king is, and when will he appear? Also, you mentioned Mr. North Kai wants to see us. He should also be a deity, right? Because we don't have much time. Bardock understood Paragus's meaning and then explained on his behalf, God, we still need to find the prince in the universe and meet up with him, so we can't stay on Earth for too long. Once we gather enough fuel for our spaceship, we will set off. Therefore, our time on Earth will be limited to the time it takes to gather fuel. Oh, I see. If it's just about eliminating King Piccolo, it won't take too much time. However, the North Kai wants to meet you, which may take a little while. While communicating with the two Scions, an unknown sound suddenly came from the sky. Hey, can you hear me? I am a North Kai. Where did that sound come from? Bardock and Paragus exchanged puzzled looks, but the voice continued to explain. Two Scions to him. Bardock, Paragus, right? I am the North Kai mentioned by the god of heaven. I want to meet you. As for your search for the prince in the universe, I certainly have a way. Upon hearing this news, both of them exclaimed simultaneously, really? North Kai? Yes, ahem. I'll leave it at that. God, you can continue talking to them, and then take them to King Yama. I have other matters to attend to. Understood, North Kai. After the words were spoken, the place seemed to return to normal, and the previous sound disappeared. However, Paragus was quite impatient and immediately took out something from his waist. Excuse me, is there any soil here? Soil? Oh, yes, there is dirt over here. Then, Mr. Bobo led Paragus to one side, and the god of heaven followed curiously. What are you doing? Seeing Paragus pull out something familiar, Bardock understood. These are the vegetable people. They can help you against the Demon King. If that King Piccolo's combat power doesn't exceed 1,500 points, he won't be able to defeat them. Although Bardock was explaining from the side, the god of heaven was still confused. He watched as Paragus touched the soil and then spoke to himself. Fortunately, the soil here can be planted. After saying this, he placed the seeds into the soil, and after pouring some nutrients, they unexpectedly sprouted, with little beings with vegetable heads popping out. 4 amazing little creatures emerged, and at this moment, the god of heaven was shocked. These 4 beings actually had considerable energy. He finally understood what Bardock had said earlier about the 1500 combat power. Thank you very much. With these 4, we need not worry about the crisis with King Piccolo. Then, let me take you to meet North Kai. Chapter 33. The prince is actually in the divine realm? Then, I'll send you here. Mr. Bardock, Mr. Paragus, I truly thank you. With those vegetable people, I believe Earth will safely pass through the crisis. The god of heaven sent the 2 scions to the underworld, thanking them as they parted. Next, King Yama will guide you. I will return to the heavenly palace now. Thank you, God. Although the god of heaven's combat power was not high, the 2 still respectfully bid farewell to this deity. After all, he was a god. Looking at the somewhat eerie surroundings, with little ghosts moving about, they could probably guess where they were. The 2 were infamous subordinates of Frisia's army in the universe. But at this moment, these 2 scions were different from the rumors. King Yama sat on his throne, his massive figure exuding an aura of authority. Upon seeing the 2 sent by the god of heaven, he was initially quite shocked. As he governed the underworld, he knew what had happened on the Scion's planet. Ahem, I am King Yama. The god of heaven said that North Kai wants to see you, right? Ah, you're indeed lucky to be appreciated by North Kai. I remember the first time I met North Kai. The 2 watched as this King Yama began to reminisce, his words droning on, and they quickly interrupted him. King Yama, can you just tell us how to get to North Kai? Since his speech was interrupted, King Yama decided to let it go. After all, they were brought by the god of heaven, and being requested to meet by North Kai was something worth respecting. This is the place. Inside is a path called Snake Way. Just follow it all the way to the end, and you will reach North Kai's residence. The 2 looked in the direction King Yama pointed, and the entrance to Snake Way indeed looked like a giant snake's head. Let's go. After exchanging glances, the 2 entered Snake Way, where they could see clouds gathering around. This road indeed seemed endless, but they flew straight ahead, racing through the passage. And it didn't take long before they reached the end. Is this the end? It seems so, but why don't we see where the deities are? 2 people looked around at the end, and surprisingly, there was nothing there. Just then, a sound came, as if a monkey was baring its teeth. Then someone said, Hey. Over here, the 2 looked up in the direction of the voice and found a small round ball floating above. They then flew up and landed in this place, where a familiar feeling washed over them. For them, it felt indeed familiar, just like on planet Vegeta. It seems that the gravity on this small planet is the same as that of planet Vegeta. Well, however, it's already quite different for us. Wow, you guys are really impressive. Here, the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. 10 times. Sorry for the inconvenience. Haha at this moment. A person with tentacles and wearing a costume with the words King Kai on it approached. The 2 looked at him, originally to hear what he had to say, but the other party suddenly burst into laughter. For a moment, they thought this chubby guy was scared. This is the so-called North Kai, right? Why does he not seem powerful and even seem a bit off? For a moment, Bardock and Paragus both felt this way, and then Paragus swung a ki blast towards him. The North Kai was instantly scared and dodged to the side. Hey, what is wrong with you 2? Oh, sorry. I thought you were going crazy. What do you mean by going crazy? Scions don't have a funny bone? Didn't you hear the funny joke just now? Hearing the word joke, Bardock and Paragus recalled the 10 times and sorry for the inconvenience he mentioned. This pun really caught them off guard. Although it was a small joke, the 2 quickly became serious. Bardock asked first, Lord North Kai, you mentioned in the Heaven God Temple that you have a way to find our prince. What is that method? The North Kai suddenly showed a strange smile, causing the 2 to step back in disgust. Don't step back. I'm going to show you a vision. With the North Kai's words, the 2 were no longer shocked, but they felt even more that this North Kai must have some issues. The 2 slowly stepped forward again, and the North Kai said, Come, place your hands on my back. Although they didn't understand, they followed his instructions. Soon, many images flashed in their minds, showing various planets. Until they reached a very large planet, the image gradually became clear. In a vast space, this place seemed filled with endless energy, and on a plain here, 5 people were gazing at a distant mountain. Seeing the images in their minds, Bardock and Paragus were shocked. It's Prince Belolta. Yes, Prince Vegeta, and Raditz is there too. You could try to communicate with them. The North Kai's words surprised the 2, and Bardock spoke up first, a bit awkwardly. But after a moment, he made a sound. Prince Belolta? Prince Belolta? At this moment, It seemed that everyone on that planet heard a sound. And when they turned to look, Bardock and Prowess saw the front of the figure. Indeed, it was the prince. "Oh, Uncle Bardock, it seems you and Mr. Prowess have arrived at Lord Northkai's place." "Yes, your highness. How did you know we were here with Lord Northkai?" "Huh. I asked Lord Kaishin to contact Lord Northkai, so of course I knew." Lord Kaishin. When the two heard the name Kaishin, they were surprisingly amazed that the prince could contact a deity. "So, your highness, you are now with Prince Vegeta and Raditz at the deity's place?" "Yes. You should be able to see the images here. This is the Kaishin realm." "The Kaishin realm?" For a moment, the two felt emotional, but soon they became serious again. Bardock spoke. "Your highness, we still let you down. King Vegeta, Mr. Rail, and the others, I already know," the prince said in a tone of self-reproach. He fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Uncle Bardock, Mr. Prowess, it's my fault. I sensed your energy on the spaceship, but I was too self-righteous." "Your highness, you can't say that. It's our own power that is too weak, leading us to always rely on you." Prowess immediately replied from the side. Bardock then added, "I was too careless. I felt pity at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Frieza ignite the planet and cause it to explode." Sighing, Bardock thought to himself, Belolta sighed at this moment, but remained strong. "We still need to look forward. At least our people are not extinct. The 25 escape pods sent before Planet Vegeta's destruction are the hope for the future of Planet Vegeta." Seeing the eldest prince still filled with aspirations, Bardock and Prowess were also ignited with longing. At this moment, Bardock asked again, "Your highness, can we go to your place, Lord Kaishin's place?" Prowess also looked forward to this, but Belolta indicated that it wasn't necessary for now, because there were more important matters. "Uncle Bardock, you and Prowess should stay on Lord Northkai's planet for now. We will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Moreover, the planet where you're staying has magical wishing orbs like Namek, called Dragon Balls. There might be a possibility of resurrecting the entire race in the future." Upon hearing this, the two were particularly surprised, not expecting Earth to have the wishing orbs that the prince had mentioned before. However, Bardock suddenly thought, "Isn't the deity the Namekians? Could it be that the wishing orbs are related to the deity?" In any case, they finally reunited with the prince, so their anxious hearts could be somewhat at ease. Chapter 34. Rescuing the Kaishin. The story returns to that time, on the spaceship, looking at the future hopes. Belolta then gave the order to return to Namek. After many days, Belolta and his companions returned to the landing site, since he had informed Brother Neru in advance. He and Elder Mori came to welcome them. The few slowly descended from the spaceship, and their condition was indeed not good. Neru and Mori learned from them about the destruction of Planet Vegeta and expressed their regret. However, Neru noticed the child in Belolta's arms and explained, "This is my third brother. I happened to encounter him in the universe riding in an escape pod. Perhaps it was Father who sent him out early. Just like those 25 children, Tabul is also the future of the Scions." The group returned to the Grand Elder's place, and Belolta naturally did not miss the opportunity to develop his third brother's potential. However, Tabul indeed had poor innate abilities. Even though potential was developed, his strength did not increase much. Belolta could only sigh in his heart. Just like in the original story, if things went like the original, he would not have the ability to deal with Frieza's subordinates and would run to Earth seeking Vegeta's help. Well, although Tabul's strength is not strong, we will protect him. And in the future, he can still be stable and happy enough. Belorta seemed to have made up his mind. He turned to ask the Grand Elder if it would be possible to leave Tabul on Namek, and if they could bring him back home after they rebuilt Planet Vegeta. The Grand Elder seemed eternally gentle. "No problem, Belorta. You are a good boy, and your brother will be a good boy in the future as well." "Thank you, Grand Elder. Next, I plan to head to a planet called Earth, so I will leave Tabul in your care." Belorta and the other two thanked once again. While the Dragon Balls of Namek had already passed their period of use, and they could not revive a large number of dead people at the same time. From Belorta's understanding, the Grand Elder's condition was gradually worsening, which in turn limited the Dragon Ball's capabilities. After deep contemplation, he decided that the next direction for the three of them would be Earth. Time passed quickly, and after bidding farewell to Namek, the spaceship continued its journey through the universe. During this time, Belorta trained Vegeta and Raditz, and the results were immediate. Raditz had already become proficient in the Super Saiyan state, but Vegeta was still stuck at a bottleneck. As they moved forward, the spaceship deviated from its course while they were in the gravity chamber and arrived in an unknown region. The area seemed dark and devoid of light, yet something mysterious was drawing the spaceship forward. Unbeknownst to the three of them, the spaceship was engulfed by a strange light and explosion, and only then did they realize the abnormality outside. It was a cosmic whirlpool. Prince Belorta, we are caught in the whirlpool. It is said that can take traveling spaceships to unknown places, possibly remote areas, other galaxies, or even some kind of demon realm. However, there are rumors that no one has survived. Rumors? Belorta found it amusing to listen to such impractical things. It's nothing, I don't believe in this stuff. It's all hearsay and rumors. I'm afraid this so-called vortex is just a barrier set up by some people in a certain place. Raditz, do you remember when Vegeta set up secret passages to evade his father's pursuit? That being said, Your Highness, this metaphor seems to fall short. Hey, Your Highness, there's someone over there. Raditz was staring at a certain spot in the vortex where a light flickered. When he got a clear look, he found it was a person. Belorta followed his gaze, attempting to use instant transmission to rescue that person, but he found that the other party had no aura. I can't sense that person's energy, he muttered. However, Belorta realized that the person was still active and not dead, just trapped. The fact that he couldn't sense their aura was indeed surprising. At that moment, one thought flashed through his mind. That person must be some kind of deity. Belorta took a deep breath, closed his mouth, opened the cabin door, and flew out rapidly, unleashing all his energy to rescue the person. Hey, big brother, this guy looks strange. His ears are pointed. Back on the spaceship, Vegeta's voice jolted Belorta back to reality. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this person was none other than the East Kaioshin Shin. No way, what a coincidence. The Kaioshin is here. Then what about this vortex? What happened next was indeed marvelous. As Belorta had said earlier, this place was indeed a barrier of some realm. Their spaceship had just happened to arrive here, but fortunately, it passed through safely and reached a brand new place, or rather, a brand new planet. Wow, Prince Belorta, this planet is so big. At this moment, Belorta looked around in astonishment. This was exactly the Kaioshin realm from the original story. He didn't expect that by chance. The spaceship would end up here and also save the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin suddenly shouted, breaking into a cold sweat as he woke up. After regaining his composure, he looked at the three people beside him with a puzzled expression. Fortunately, his abilities were unique, and after sensing certain things, he spoke. It seems you brought me back. Thank you. Shin sensed the extraordinary nature of the three children, as they, being mortals, were able to save him from the vortex. So he remained polite and did not act superior as a deity. At that moment, it seemed another deity had arrived, but this one appeared quite worried. Lord Kaioshin, are you all right? Did those guys do anything to you? Upon seeing the newcomer, Shin waved his hand. It's fine, Jebbit. All right, these three kids saved me. Thank you very much, three children. Jebbit, known for his straightforward personality, was taken aback, realizing how impressive these three children were. Being able to rescue the Lord Kaioshin from that vortex. Ahem, with a couple of coughs from Shin, Jebbit recognized his rudeness. I'm sorry. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Shin, and this is the Kaioshin realm. I am the Kaioshin here, and this is my attendant, Jebbit. Lord Kaioshin, another deity. Vegeta spoke first, but Belolta stopped his impolite behavior. He was well aware of Vegeta's arrogance at that moment, as the shadow left by the god of destruction was still significant. These are my two younger brothers, Raditz and Vegeta. My name is Belolta. Hello, Belolta. Shin naturally did not blame Vegeta for his rudeness. All three were children, and a bit of mischief was to be expected. However, Belolta and Raditz appeared different from the usual, as their mentality did not seem childlike. At that moment, he looked behind the three and noticed a tail standing upright in the air, then said, "Are you Scions?" "Yes, Lord Kai." Shin was shocked at this moment. Planet Vegeta had been destroyed not long ago due to Frieza's attack, and he never expected that some Scions had escaped Frieza's clutches. Although Frieza did not seem like much in his eyes, Shin remembered him as quite a ruthless character. Chapter 35. Understanding Perception Search, Gaining Divine Power Training. The Kai was stunned, thinking that one day, Scions could break away from Frieza's organization. For what he understood, while Scions had been quite active in the universe in recent decades, it was still based on Frieza's rule. Not long ago, the Kai and his group spread the news about Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta throughout the universe, lamenting the loss of this once ancient race created by an ancestor from countless eras ago. But he never expected that the Scions could safely escape from Frieza's hands. After all, he had some knowledge of how much the power disparity was between the Frieza race and the Scion race. Belmod didn't notice Sin's daze and stepped forward to speak, wanting to inquire about the whereabouts of the two. Lord Kaioshin, there's something I would like to ask you. At this moment, Belorta spoke, and Xi nodded. Before the destruction of planet Vegeta, I had two uncles who escaped from there. Do you know their whereabouts? For this small favor, Xin said it was no problem. After all, the three of them had saved him. He then pointed both hands to his forehead, seemingly searching the entire universe. Indeed, he was searching the entire universe. As the creator god of the Dragon Ball world, the Kaioshin's abilities were far beyond this. Belorta, take a look and see if these two are the ones you mentioned. Xin pointed his finger at Belorta's forehead, and the image that appeared in his mind was exactly Bardock and Paragus preparing to unleash their energy. Yes, it was them. It seems to be true. Xin smiled and said, but soon his expression changed. At that moment, the image of Bardock along with his continuously rising energy showed Bardock glowing with golden light, like a miraculous existence. Xin and Jebet both felt it was incredible that a Scion could unleash such a strong aura. Suddenly, Xin looked puzzled and turned to Belorta and the others, wondering if they also possessed such power. It's Uncle Bardock. Raditz. Uncle Bardock can also transform into a Super Scion. Father is still alive. Belolta, on the side, also allowed Vegeta and Raditz to see the scene, and at this moment, the long-lost voice in Belolta's mind rang out again. Super Ultimate Comprehension loading, currently facing the perception search of the Supreme Kai Sin in the process of comprehension observation. Perception search. As the god of creation, the Supreme Kai uses divine power to explore this universe, maximizing clarity about events that occur. Super Ultimate Comprehension allows the host to automatically acquire perception search, while the host can also practice divine power. Currently, the divine power state is at 0.01. The panel displays Belolta, reborn transmigrator, power level 390 million, explosive power level unknown, external display 20,000. Mastery status. Super Scion 1 can reach full power. Super Scion 2 Talent 1, Super Ultimate Comprehension Talent 2, automatically increases power level by 1 point per second. Various strength data improve with practical experience. Comprehension observation acquisition. Namekian potential development. Transcend Bloodline 0.1 already fused. Perception search divine power practice. Divine power state has reached 0.01. Wow, this ability is amazing. Moreover, with the stacking of divine power, his battle power directly broke through 390 million, and his basic battle power is about to exceed 400 million. For a moment, Belolta was secretly delighted. At the same time, a refreshing feeling surged into his body, and Belolta clearly felt a peculiar change. This was the feeling of possessing divine power. As the divine power merged with his own aura, he also sensed the auras of Sin and Jebet at this moment. So this is the aura of the Supreme Kai. So this is what the aura of a god is like. Brother. At Vegeta's call, Belolta returned to reality, a bit embarrassed and dazed. Supreme Kai, can we communicate with them? Because they might also be looking for us. Communication? I can't do that. Jebet can take you to Earth. But right now I have something more important to do, which is to pull out the sword on that mountain. Sin thought for a moment and then spoke again. However, the North Kai can contact this side. I can notify the North Kai, so they can communicate with you. Okay. Thank you very much, Supreme Kai. That was how it was. When Belolta and his group looked towards the mountain with Sin, the sounds of Bardock and Paragus began to come from somewhere in the sky. The scene returned to Bardock as they contacted the prince through the North Kai. After Belolta explained, they learned why the prince appeared in the so-called Divine Realm. By the way, Your Highness, Bardock has successfully transformed into a Super Scion. I'm almost there. I went crazy when that bloodline was activated. Paragus seemed to liven up the atmosphere at this moment, as Belolta smiled and said, That's good. At this moment, while Belolta was speaking, Vegeta interjected, Wow, Uncle Bardock. You did it too, so I have nothing left. Moreover, Big Brother and Raditz can transform into Super Scions anytime, anywhere. Big Brother can even become Super Scion 2. Super Scion 2? Upon hearing that both the prince and his son could transform into Super Scions, Bardock was naturally delighted, and Paragus exclaimed beside him. However, Vegeta's mention of Super Scion 2 shattered their renewed desire to improve their strength. They didn't expect that the prince had already surpassed Super Scion. We have to work even harder. Uncle Bardock, I believe in you. Mr. Paragus, I believe in you too. Well then, let's say goodbye for now. Your Highness. Goodbye. The brief farewell was for the sake of future reunions. Bardock and Paragus responded to the prince's words, staying on the North Kai's planet to train, while keeping an eye on the matter of the Wish Orbs on Earth. And Belolta and his group had now arrived on a peak with the Supreme Kai, where a divine sword stood proudly, embedded in the mountain. Supreme Kai, Is this the divine sword you mentioned? Although Vegeta did not use honorifics at this moment, his tone was much better than before. Exine naturally did not want to argue with a child and replied with a smile. Well, this divine sword has been passed down in the Kaioshin realm for a long time. It is said that pulling it out will grant powerful strength. Now that I have no other options, I must rely on it. Belorta is aware that the divine sword has no real function. It is merely a sealing tool used by Beerus to protect the old Kaioshin. However, the old Kaioshin's abilities are indeed what he needs now, and perhaps his ultimate understanding could elevate his potential to a new level. But Belorta began to ponder deeply about why, at such a stage, the Kaioshin would have the thought of drawing his sword. Moreover, the appearance of the Kaioshin in the vortex is not mentioned in the original work. As expected, things are no longer as they were in the original. In fact, his rebirth in the Dragon Ball world might mean that this place is not the original he thought it was. Rather, it is a new world that belongs to him. Chapter 36. The reason for falling into the vortex, Exine has not had a short history as a Kaioshin, but due to the events with Majin Buu, the Grand Kaioshin and the other 3 Kaioshins lost their lives, leaving him to live alone in the Kaioshin realm for 50,000 years. This also led to many things not being continued in his generation. Belolta knew things that the Kaioshin did not. To thank the other party for their help, he planned to assist him and also take the opportunity to see if he had the strength to pull out the divine sword that even the Kaioshin could not pull out in the original work. This is the Kaioshin sword. Looking at the long sword embedded in the mountains, Belolta muttered to himself, judging by its shape and craftsmanship, it truly is a fine sword. At this moment, Vegeta had already stepped forward first, and when no one was paying attention, he placed both hands on the hilt. The loud shout that came from him made everyone react. Wow, big brother, this sword is stuck so tight, it can't be pulled out at all. Seeing this, Belolta just smiled and seemed to gesture to Raditz to give it a try as well. Upon receiving the prince's order, Raditz immediately stepped forward, using all his strength with both hands, but the sword remained unmoved. This divine sword had been in the temple for 50,000 years, or even longer, and it was said that only specific Kaioshins could pull it out. As mere mortals, it was impossible for you. Watching the 2 mortals eager to try, Jebit explained from the side, seemingly to highlight the uniqueness of the Kaioshin identity. However, before he could finish, Raditz took a deep breath, and at that moment, his whole body suddenly shone with golden light, causing the ground to shake. Sin and Jebit were momentarily stunned. This suddenly expanding energy was similar to the aura that the Scion named Bardock had unleashed on Earth. Super Scion. Sin was taken aback, not expecting that the boy named Vegeta was not lying. Raditz before him could also transform into this state, and the surge of energy seemed even stronger than the aura of that Bardock. So, what Vegeta said earlier, had Belolta reached Super Saiyan too? Could it be another transformation after they Scions transformed? At this moment, the Kaioshin couldn't help but think more. Raditz had instantly maximized his energy, and the barrier seemed to be broken by the energy. With his golden hair flying, Raditz's impressive appearance truly shocked the 2 gods before him. However, Belolta noticed that even though Raditz had transformed into a Super Saiyan, the divine sword remained steadfast and unmoving. It seemed that the sword was making a sound, but it was merely a slight friction with the mountain. With a sigh, Raditz turned to the group and shook his head. Your Highness, my strength is still too weak. It's okay, Raditz. It's called a divine sword for a reason. If it could be easily pulled out by us, how could it have existed here for tens of thousands of years, as Mr. Jebit said? Hearing Belolta's words, Jebit immediately retracted his awkward demeanor. Yes. However, Sin had clearly noticed that the divine sword had already moved slightly just now. He couldn't help but start to feel shocked again, realizing he couldn't underestimate the Scion race any longer. Belolta, why don't you give it a try? Your strength should be above Raditz. I also hope you can succeed because, speaking from my ability, I really cannot pull it out. Lord Kaioshin, why don't you give another try? Perhaps today you will succeed. Seeing the Lord Kaioshin belittling himself, Jebit, as a subordinate, naturally had to maintain the dignity of the Kaioshin at all times. How could he show weakness in front of mortals? Jebit, although I also want to pull out this divine sword, I truly cannot do it. Sin smiled bitterly at this moment. For so many years, since Babidi suddenly appeared in the universe and began to act, he had tried to pull out the divine sword. If he could succeed, he wouldn't have been pushed into the vortex by those guys. Lord Kaioshin, I don't really understand why you're so determined to pull out this divine sword. Does it have any special abilities? Yes, if it can't be pulled out, then forget it. Raditz asked at this time, genuinely puzzled, and Vegeta echoed from the side. But it was clear he still had a child's mentality. Listening to their questions, Sin just smiled, but his expression seemed to sigh, and then he slowly spoke. It's because I desperately need the power of this divine sword now. Belorta could sense something and recalled the vortex he encountered earlier, asking, Lord Kaioshin, is it related to the vortex? Yes, it is, Sin replied without hiding anything, and continued, at first, Jebbet and I were chasing after someone. That guy was planning to do something bad, and we eventually found him in the demon realm. We chased him into the demon realm, but we didn't expect that he had inherited his father's magical abilities and was able to control the people of the demon realm. The development of events was always so interesting. According to Belorta's memories from his previous life, the sorcerer mentioned by Kaioshin should be Babidi from the original Majin Buu saga, which shocked him. He didn't expect Sin's pursuit of Babidi to have started at this time. Moreover, one of them was the king of the demon realm, Dubra. When Belorta heard this, it was also unexpected. Babidi's abilities were indeed extraordinary. He could actually control the demon realm king at this time. Dubra, the king of the demon realm, was inherently filled with an evil aura, and naturally, he was quickly brought under Babidi's malevolent magic. During my fierce battle with them, I was initially holding my own, but I saw an old acquaintance who, in a moment of carelessness, was scattered to the edge of the demon realm by Dubura's powers and ultimately swept into an inexplicable vortex. At this point, some memories emerged in Exion's mind. The old acquaintance he referred to was his brother, Digos. He never expected that his brother would serve one of the evil beings of the demon realm. Although Dubura, as the king of the demon realm, posed a significant danger, that wasn't the reason I needed to rely on the divine sword. It was because, prior to this, Jebbet and I had sensed that guy's scheme. He intended to resurrect someone who once caused turmoil in both the demon realm and the divine realm, the demon Majin Buu. I had initially planned to deal with him before that could happen, but he managed to escape. Now I couldn't pinpoint that guy's location, so I needed to prepare to draw the divine sword, at least to have the strength to fight after Majin Buu was revived. So that's how it was. Belorta listened to the words of the Supreme Kai, which resonated with his own thoughts. This is a whole new Dragon Ball world, and his views on the original work can only serve as a supplement. Chapter 37, showcasing a new state, full power of Super Saiyan 2. After explaining the reason he needed the divine sword, Exion adjusted his state once again. Despite countless failures, he was determined to try again under the encouragement of Jebbet. He must pull out the divine sword to gain its power. Otherwise, when Majin Buu is resurrected in the future, he will fall into the same tragedy as 50,000 years ago. Exion signaled for everyone to step back with a serious expression. As the only surviving Supreme Kai in the divine realm, he suddenly exuded an inexplicable aura, almost as if to say, everyone step aside, I'm about to show off. Just as everyone was still in a daze, the world seemed to undergo a change. The divine realm began to shake violently under the explosive aura of Exion, which truly surprised Belorta. At this moment, Vegeta and Raditz lamented that it was the power of this deity that could resonate with the world, although the two could not sense the aura of the deity before them. The changes in the world were enough to indicate that the identity and power of the other party should not be underestimated. The Supreme Kai is not weak. Belorta felt the divine power of Exion blooming here, and having just gained divine power training, this was the perfect time for observation. He marveled at Exion's strength. Indeed, in the original work, he would be considered weak, simply appearing too late. By then, the main characters had already grown to surpass his level of Kaioshin power. Exion was continuously radiating a powerful aura, and during his mighty sword-drawing process, it seemed as if the entire mountain was trembling. Everyone watched in awe, while Jebbet prayed that this sword-drawing must succeed. Vegeta and Raditz seemed to witness the terrifying power of the gods under this whirlwind force. On the other hand, Belorta continuously utilized his extraordinary comprehension to observe the divine power unleashed by the Kaioshin. In his mind, the panel indicated that his divine power had begun to change. The original 0.01 had now increased to 0.02. However, in the following 10 minutes, despite continuing to observe, his divine power did not grow any further. It seemed that to observe an even more powerful deity above the Kaioshin, he would have to encounter Beerus. Otherwise, it would be a slow process of self-cultivation. Perhaps once the old Kaioshin emerged, he could refine his divine power training. While Belorta was lost in thought, Exion seemed to have exhausted his methods and slowly retracted his divine abilities. The divine sword remained unmoved. No, Belorta noticed that the divine sword had deviated, but it was too subtle. It's still not enough, Exion sighed, then spoke to Jebbet, Jebbet, we need to confirm Babiti's location next. It seems we must deal with him before he finds the resurrection point of Majin Buu. Understood, Lord Kaioshin. Things would always be less than perfect, but as a Kaioshin, he couldn't be discouraged. He had managed alone for so many years, and with Jebbet by his side, the feeling of loneliness had lessened somewhat. However, they remained strong. There were many unsatisfactory matters in this universe, and he couldn't fall due to a single incident involving Majin Buu. Just as Xian was gathering his resolve, Belorta slowly stepped forward, wanting to see if he could draw the divine sword. No, he must draw the divine sword, although the purposes were different. The outcome was to gain the power within the sword. Lord Kaioshin, let me try. Seeing Belorta getting closer, Xian did not stop him, but instead made space for him. He could sense that the child before him was extraordinary, although he had never doubted why he couldn't perceive Belorta's true strength. Xian could only evaluate him in one way. Unfathomable. Belorta, go for it. Xian was not a lofty god, though he had the demeanor of a deity when facing mortals. His approachable nature was something he retained even after becoming a god. Prince, go for it. Big brother, you can definitely do it. Belolta turned around and smiled. Under the gaze of the crowd, his body began to change. Berorta knows that his current strength may not be enough to draw this divine sword, but transforming into a Super Saiyan might change that. In an instant, his aura surged, seemingly about to break through Super Saiyan 1. At this moment, he simply transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to draw the sword. The power in his back was unleashed and under the gaze of the gods. Belorta's roar echoed throughout the entire divine realm. His muscle density expanded at this time, and his hair changed from black to golden. It was just a moment, yet an enormous aura surged towards everyone present. Wow, Big Brother's strength has improved again. It seems the prince is going to transform directly into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta and Raditz were excitedly talking, and it was only when they noticed the words Super Saiyan 2 that Shin and Jebbet finally snapped out of their daze in fear. At that moment, the little guy, Belorta, was indeed in the state of Super Saiyan 2. What kind of power is this? As the Supreme, Kai marveled. The tremors of the earth and the booming thunder gradually subsided, and a new figure stood tall before everyone. Belorta, at this moment, was like a shining existence, surrounded by crackling lightning, radiating golden light as if he could annihilate everything. It seems he has finally mastered the complete power of Super Saiyan 2. Belorta felt himself growing stronger as he cultivated divine power, reaching the Super Saiyan 2 state. After a brief meditation, the golden light radiating from his body was reabsorbed. And at that moment, Belorta sensed his inner self, the light in his eyes flickering continuously. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar, and his aura began to rise again. His brother's power was increasing once more. A wave of pressure continued to build, further reshaping Xian's understanding of the Saiyans. He never expected Belorta to enhance his strength, and not just by a little. The aura of Belorta instantly swept through the area. Although the mountain where the divine sword was embedded did not crack, the surrounding terrain had long lost its original appearance. In just a moment, Belorta once again completed a state enhancement. On his visible system panel, it clearly displayed Belorta, reborn transcender, combat power, 430 million, burst combat power, unknown, displayed power, 20,000. Mastery status, Super Saiyan 1 can reach full power. Super Saiyan 2 can achieve full strength. Talent 1, Super Absolute Comprehension. Talent 2, automatically increases combat power by 1 point per second. All power stats improve with combat experience. Comprehension Observation Acquisition. Namekian Potential Development. Inherited Bloodline 0. 1 already fused. Perception Search. Divine Power Training. Divine Power State has reached 002. Wow, big brother. What state are you in now? After Belorta finished his enhancement, Vegeta and Raditz rushed over, clearly shocked by his new appearance. At this moment, although Belorta was still in Super Saiyan 2 state, the aura surrounding him had obviously changed. Besides the original golden glow mixed with a faint green light, there was now a new radiance, a soft purple flame forming lightning that continuously danced around him. Belorta thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I don't know either. So let's just consider it the full power state of Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 38, Draw the Divine Sword, and an old man appeared. Wow, full power, huh? Vegeta and Raditz were still in surprise, while Shin and Jebbet were repeatedly shocked by the aura released by Belolta in his current state. Belolta, you really are an extraordinary Saiyan, Jebbet said, already intimidated. He could only blurt out a sentence in a daze. However, Belolta maintained a smile, saying it's just the result of training, haha. No, Belolta, you are indeed remarkable. Among the scions I know, you definitely are, exceptionally gifted. In response to the Supreme Kai's praise, Belolta didn't know how to reply, still keeping a smile. He then stood in front of the divine sword. Although he felt powerful in this state, he wasn't sure if he could successfully pull out the divine sword. After all, in the original story, due to the increasing energy, the characters lost their battle power after the Frisia saga, so he didn't know what point in the original story his current strength corresponded to in the main character group. Belorta slowly placed his hands on the hilt of the sword, quickly gathering his strength in his hands. At that moment, the divine sword seemed to sense the tension and began to tremble slightly. As Belorta exerted himself again, the divine sword slowly came out with him. It moved. Everyone watched in surprise as the sword was drawn, but it was still not enough. Belorta decided to release all his strength, and with a furious shout, the divine sword was finally pulled out amidst the astonishment of the crowd. As the divine sword was drawn, one would expect a grand spectacle, but nothing earth-shattering occurred. It seemed like just a sword coming into existence. Is this the divine sword? It doesn't feel any different now that it's drawn. Vegeta originally thought that since it was a divine sword, it must have some extraordinary features. However, after seeing his brother pull it out and swing it a few times, it seemed no different from an ordinary sword. So, he stepped forward to take a look at the divine sword. Belorta smiled and handed it to him. But the moment Vegeta took it, he lost his grip, and the divine sword clattered to the ground, causing the ground to sink instantly. Wow, this sword is incredibly heavy. No wonder his brother just smiled. Seeing Vegeta's awkward expression, Belorta chuckled. Oh, you didn't ask me, haha. Meanwhile, nearby, Jebbit confidently walked over and said, Ha, Vegeta, you're still a child. A divine sword is definitely very heavy. As he spoke, Jebbit bent down, tried to pick it up, but the divine sword remained completely still on the ground, which made him feel embarrassed. Despite his bulging veins, he still couldn't lift the sword. Xin, feeling puzzled, thought that since Belorta had swung it with ease earlier, why couldn't they pick it up? He stepped forward to try as well. But the awkward situation happened again. He couldn't lift it either. The divine sword seemed to be firmly stuck to the ground like a gigantic object. Haha, you're still a child. A divine sword is definitely very heavy. Haha. Vegeta repeated what Jebbit had just said, mocking him with a grown-up demeanor. Belorta approached, picked up the divine sword, and indicated to Vegeta that he should not be disrespectful. Only then did the little farce come to an end. It seemed that Belorta was the one truly qualified to wield the divine sword. Although Shin was a deity at that moment, facing the divine sword passed down through the ages. He had to admit that Belorta drawing the sword and being able to wield it meant he had gained the sword's acknowledgement. However, only Belorta knew the truth behind this. It was just that his full power in Super Saiyan 2 had broken the sword's constraints, allowing him to use it. And the so-called power of the divine sword was not solely about the sword itself. No, Lord Kaioshin, in fact, there are many things you are unaware of. Seeing everyone like this, Belorta maintained his smile, but he had a thought in his heart. Before anyone could react, Belorta swiftly struck down with all his strength, shattering the divine sword. Shin and Jebbit's eyes widened in shock, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary, and they were momentarily stunned. Hey, Belorta, how did you break the divine sword? Ah, this is the divine sword, and it just broke like that. Shin and Jebbit hurriedly picked up the broken sword, exclaiming, wow, such a fine sword is gone. Huh, Lord Kaioshin, why does this sword feel lighter? Oh, strange. While the two were still puzzled about why the sword felt lighter after breaking, a somewhat weathered yet sharp voice emerged. Oh, is it you, little brat, who released me? Startled by the sudden voice, Shin and Jebbit stepped back in shock, and the others looked at the suddenly appearing old man with confusion. Only Belorta continued to smile. Knowing everything and secretly thinking, the old Kaioshin has finally come out. Hey, I say, why do you look so confused? No wonder, I'm one of the oldest Kaioshins. It's normal if you don't recognize me. Hey, young one, what is your name? The two deities listened to the old man's words, realizing that he too was a deity and also a Kaioshin, but they were unsure of which era he was from. Old man. As soon as Shin opened his mouth to say old man, the elder immediately struck down with a fist the size of a sandbag. You little brat. What do you mean, old man? I'm at least a Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. Call me ancestor. 15 generations. Hearing this, Vegeta and Raditz beside him widened their eyes. That was an ancient era. Wasn't he that an old monster? Hey, old man, you were released by my big brother. Vegeta pouted and started to boast. But the old Kaioshin showed no courtesy and struck him with a hammer, saying it was impolite and he should call him Grandpa. Vegeta was suddenly hit hard, and for a moment, his head throbbed uncontrollably. He hurried to his older brother's side. Berorta, seeing this, felt quite embarrassed and quickly apologized. Lord Old Kai, I'm really sorry. It's my brother's fault. Oh, you're quite a polite child, but... Junior, did that kid really say that? It wasn't you who released me. Upon hearing the ancestor's question, both Xion and Jibet felt awkward and stood frozen in place. After a while, Xion cautiously replied, Elder Ancestor, it's true. It was Berorta who released you. We couldn't pull out the divine sword. Sigh, I didn't expect the current Kais to be so useless, needing mortals to pull out a broken sword. When the term mortal was mentioned, Berorta couldn't tell if it was his imagination. But he felt the old Kai suddenly glance at him and seemed to ponder the word mortal for a moment. Chapter 39, The Old Kai's Telepathy. Potential development and advancement, you're quite impressive. At this moment, while being questioned by the ancestor, Xion and Jibet both looked like punished children, standing there being lectured. However, when everyone wasn't paying attention, a voice entered Berorta's heart. Upon hearing this voice, Berorta seemed to have anticipated it. He knew the old Kai would transmit a message to him. Indeed, the old Kai sent a private message to Berorta because he discovered the faint divine power within this child. There was a hint of divine power, though very small, but it seemed that this child had been practicing diligently. Belorta intentionally leaked his aura to catch the attention of the old Kaioshin. Although he only possessed 0.02 of divine power, he was fortunate enough to be noticed by the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin praised him, and upon noticing the tale of the scion, he remarked that they were indeed scions. He expressed surprise that this race could have children like them, especially this little guy who could cultivate divine power without relying on deities. After the telepathy ended, Belorta smiled at the old Kaioshin and nodded in approval at the scion child. Perhaps seeing that all three of them were children prompted him to explore the universe. As Belorta hesitated over his extraordinary insights, he immediately grasped something after observing a slight movement from the old Kaioshin. Suddenly, the panel in his mind displayed that his divine power cultivation had increased to 0.04. Amazing. It was indeed the old Kaioshin's intervention that allowed his divine power to rise again. Once he seemed to have finished exploring the universe, the old Kaioshin appeared somewhat melancholic. But he did not attract anyone's attention. Instead, he transformed back into his usual comical old man appearance. Oh, kids, since you released me, let me give you a gift. Your potential is quite impressive, so let me help you develop it further. After all, I see that my little descendant here might not be able to face the future Majin Buu. At this point, the old Kaioshin glanced at Sin and Jebet beside him. Sin immediately understood that the ancestor was aware of their situation and spoke up. Ancestor, have you found out where Babidi is? Yes, the old Kaioshin replied. Then tell us, and we can go stop him, so Majin Buu won't be revived. Not really. The ancestor pondered for a while, and the not that he suddenly exclaimed puzzled the two deities. Why not, ancestor? I'm just an old guy from several years ago. I shouldn't intervene in the affairs of this era. As the current Kaioshin, you should rely on yourself. However, I did say I could help them develop their potential, so this is also assistance for you. Although Sin didn't fully understand the ancestor's words, he quickly responded, Then ancestor, since you have such miraculous abilities, can you help me and Jebet develop our potential too? The old Kaioshin turned to look at him and then at Jebet for quite a while before responding. Jebet isn't suitable for battle, so that's fine, but you. Sin looked expectantly at him. Your potential is too small. Developing it wouldn't be of much use. After this exchange, Sin seemed to be hit hard and stood there in a daze. However, the old Kaioshin added, Don't look so disappointed. Even if you too have strong potential, I can't help develop the potential of beings who are also gods. Upon hearing this, Sin felt somewhat comforted and nodded. How about it, three little ones? You come out to breathe fresh air today, feeling quite good. Developing potential isn't something that happens all the time. The old Kaioshin had a goofy grin, momentarily causing Vegeta and Raditz to freeze and take 2 steps back. They whispered to each other, Raditz, this old man must be a bit off. He looks strange. It might be because this deity has been in that sword for too long, Prince Vegeta speculated. After a while of scheming, Vegeta stepped forward. Hey, old man, about developing potential, my brother could do that too. But it was taught to him by the Grand Elder of Namek. However, before Vegeta could say he didn't need the old Kaioshin's help, the old Kaioshin laughed, That insignificant Namekian so-called potential development is merely awakening potential. My ability can continuously elevate your latent abilities beyond limits. Vegeta listened in a daze, as the other person spoke, glancing at Raditz and then at his older brother. Raditz felt that his potential development was similar to that of his brother. Hey, what do you know, you little kid? With that, let me show you, since you doubt me, you'll be the first to come. The old Kai grabbed Vegeta, and they followed him to an open area. Once there, the old Kai released his grip on Vegeta's hand and casually said something. Vegeta just looked at his brother, and, after Belorta nodded with a smile, he moved closer to the center. Then what? Shoo! Vegeta wanted to ask something else, but the old Kaioshin signaled for everyone to be quiet. Then, using both hands and feet, he began to take on a bizarre posture. Although the others didn't understand, they were all taken aback. Even Beerus, who already knew what was about to happen, felt shocked when he saw the strange movements up close. This posture was too peculiar. Belorta's mind was still in a daze as he continued to watch. After the old Kai completed a series of movements, he began to shout inexplicably, and then started a circle around Vegeta, officially casting a spell. After about 5 minutes, a sound echoed in Belorta's mind. Finally here, the ultimate understanding is loading. Facing the old Kai's potential development ritual dance, observing and comprehending. The ritual dance is a potential development skill that the old Kai learned when he was young, combined with a witch who had magical powers. It is a secret technique that uses a strange dance to unlock unlimited potential in a person and enhance their strength. The ultimate understanding automatically allows the host to acquire the ritual dance. Since the host has already mastered the Namekian potential development technique, it automatically levels up for the host, removing the long-time drawback brought by the dance development, still focusing on forehead tapping. The potential development upgrade is successful, expanding latent abilities and providing a powerful boost. Wow, just like that, it leveled up. This feeling is truly exhilarating. At this moment, Belorta secretly rejoiced, not expecting that the appearance of the old Supreme Kai would allow him to gain 2 benefits for free. Looking at his current panel, it truly is an old one, is like a treasure. The panel displayed: Belorta, reborn transmigrator, combat power 480 million, burst combat power unknown, external display 20,000. Mastery status: Super Saiyan 1 can reach full power, Super Saiyan 2 can reach full strength. Talent 1, absolute comprehension. Talent 2, automatically increases combat power by 1 point per second. Various strength data improves with practical experience. Comprehension and observation acquired. Develop potential, expand, and strengthen. Transcend Bloodline 0. 1 already fused. Perception search. Divine power training. Divine power state has reached 004. Chapter 40 development is still ongoing. Looking forward to future dialogues. It has been 3 hours since the old Supreme Kai started dancing his strange dance. Everyone admired themselves for being able to watch him dance for so long. And just then, the old Supreme Kai finally stopped his movements, sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly exuding an unfathomable aura. Can it finally be over? Vegeta saw the old Kaioshin stop, and thought that the potential development was complete. Just as he was about to walk away, the old Kaioshin, although his eyes were closed, uttered a word. Not yet finished. The important moment is still to come. This made Vegeta retract his foot back helplessly, having no choice but to continue waiting. However, what the old Kaioshin pulled out next left everyone in shock. The old Kaioshin, with one hand facing Vegeta, gradually opened his eyes, while the other hand was rummaging for something in his pocket. The nearby Shin rushed forward. Ancestor, what are you looking for? Let me help you. Get out of the way, I found it. As he spoke, the old Kaioshin casually pulled out a book with a sexy and voluptuous woman on the cover. Placing it aside, as he flipped through it with one hand, the contents inside were even more exciting. Oh ho, this is good. Wow, this one is nice too. It's been a long time since I've seen this treasure. In an instant, Shin and Jebbit awkwardly fell to the ground, while Raditz wanted to step forward but was stopped by Jebbit. Ahem, kids can't look at this. Hey, Ancestor, there are 3 kids here. Why are you looking at this kind of stuff? The old Kaioshin heard Shin scolding and looked over, then said, Oh, you want to see too? I'm not giving it to you. I only have this one. Shin glared with wide eyes, feeling helpless, while Belolta thought to himself, the old Kaioshin is really quite amusing. It could be considered a little farce. The potential development continued, albeit in a strange manner. Time passed for quite a while, and, at this moment, the sky of the Kaioshin realm had darkened. Night was approaching. Belolta then asked Shin, Lord Kaioshin, is there dinner? Raditz and I are hungry. Upon hearing Belolta's words, Shin also began to feel hungry. Jebbit, prepare something. We'll eat first. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Hey, youngsters, just put my portion aside. While they were talking, the old Kaioshin also made a sound. Vegeta looked over at this moment, with an expression that seemed to think about eating, but the old Kaishin spoke again. You can't eat yet. This is a crucial moment. No impurities can be present. Prince Vegeta, it's important to become stronger. Just endure one meal. Raditz smiled from the side, and Belolta also smiled, while Vegeta watched the others leave gracefully. Time passed again, and just as the sky started to brighten, Vegeta, who had wanted to sleep well last night, was called up by the old Kaishin. At this moment, he stared with wide eyes at the old Kaishin's sleeping form and instantly felt exasperated. Hey, old man, when will it be ready? The old Kaishin, still in a deep sleep, was awakened by the noise. Stretching one hand lazily while the other continued the motion of facing palm forward, he said, "Oh dear, don't rush. Child." Vegeta was already filled with anger. He never liked gods, and now he was furious. It's important to know that a 3 or 4-year-old child is at their most fiery age. You jerk. In an instant, this place was engulfed by a massive surge of energy. The group of Belolta, who were far away, immediately sensed this aura and rushed over. But they only saw Vegeta in a fit of rage. The swelling energy continued to rise, and even though Vegeta had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, everyone could clearly feel that he had already surpassed the power he had when Raditz drew his sword and transformed into a Super Saiyan. How much longer will it take? Are you messing with me? Vegeta, calm down. Vegeta, still fuming, suddenly calmed down upon hearing his brother's words. However, after settling down, he noticed his own energy. Is this the energy I unleashed? Vegeta, calm down and trust the old Kai. His brother's words echoed again, and it was only then that Vegeta realized he had lost his composure. Once he had stabilized, he weakly said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, it's my fault." "Take your time, kid. You have great potential. Just be patient," the old Kai replied. Hearing the old Kai's non-blaming words, Vegeta responded. Time passed, and soon it was noon again. Everyone was happily having lunch, and the passage of time seemed to align with the old Kai's ritual. A subtle power, difficult to perceive, was gradually gathering, continuously flowing into Vegeta's body and bloodline. Meanwhile, while everyone waited, Belorta's sensing abilities were at their peak, and he suddenly felt a new energy aura emerging for Vegeta. Belorta smiled in that direction. And for some reason, being reborn in this new world, this was already the 4th time he felt such a wonderful sensation. The first time was when he could communicate normally with others and met his father, King Vegeta, in this world, sensing the hope and expectations in his heart. The second time was at the moment of Vegeta's birth, when he looked at the young Vegeta in the incubation pod, feeling the bond of blood. The third time was after the destruction of planet Vegeta, when Tabor was wandering in the universe, and he held him in the flight pod. For some reason, Belorta felt that all these experiences were something his previous self had never possessed. Perhaps he had lived here for too long, and the memories of his past life seemed to have faded away. Xin seemed to sense Belorta's loneliness at that moment, and thought he was still immersed in the destruction of his homeland. After all, at such a young age, he was forced to bear heavy responsibilities. Even though he possessed profound strength, ultimately he was still a child, just a child not much older than Vegeta. Taking a step forward to comfort him, Xin intended to pat the child, but instead placed his palm on the other's shoulder, assuring him that everything would be all right. Belorta heard a voice and turned to see the Supreme Kai. He quickly understood the Supreme Kai's actions and words at that moment. "Belorta, I was once the youngest Supreme Kai in the universe. At that time, the Supreme Kai and the other 3 Supreme Kais were still alive, and we were all so happy. But the appearance of Majin Buu shattered our dreams. Everyone died, leaving only me, the cowardly and last Supreme Kai. I have always thought that if I could go back to that time and save their lives, even if it meant sacrificing myself, perhaps the universe would become even more wonderful. Belorta, you possess extraordinary intelligence and profound strength. Despite the current difficulties in the future, you will surely be able to restore the glory that belongs to you." Listening to these heartfelt words, Belorta was indeed very grateful for the encouragement from the Supreme Kai. From his impression of the original work, it seems that among the 12 universes, this Supreme Kai of the 7th universe uniquely has a closeness that belongs to mortals. "I understand, Lord Supreme Kai. Thank you. However, you should not underestimate yourself. There is a path to the future beneath your feet, and I will seek it step by step on my own, as you can too." "Oh, is that so? Haha. Perhaps, in fact, when they protected me back then, they regarded me as a hope." The few of them seemed to have a moment of laughter. The interaction between gods and mortals sometimes does not require other mediums. Perhaps one could say that the interaction between people sometimes only requires an open heart. Chapter 41. sharing stories. The Legend of Dragon Balls, everyone had been waiting for a while and was starting to doze off. The sky was turning dark, and the old Supreme Kai was still happily reading a comic book, occasionally laughing, making everyone feel quite uncomfortable. Ancestral Lord, can we not yet? Xin seemed unable to hold back and asked. The old Supreme Kai just glanced at him and then looked at the twitching eyelids of Vegeta. This kid's potential is not small. Perhaps he still needs to wait a bit longer. Saying this, the old Supreme Kai seemed to lack confidence at this moment. He did not appear as resolute as before. Indeed, the old Supreme Kai was secretly thinking that it was the first time he had seen someone with such enormous potential. However, he remembered what Vegeta had said earlier. This kid seemed to have mentioned that his older brother could also develop potential. Meanwhile, Belorta noticed the old Supreme Kai's attention and immediately became serious. To the old Supreme Kai's delight, he could also communicate telepathically. Lord Supreme Kai, I have not developed Vegeta's potential. However, I was once developed by the Elder on Namek, and the rest was just letting the local Dragon Balls enhance his comprehension ability. Dragon Balls? Listening to Belorta's telepathic message, the old Supreme Kai thought to himself, and then replied, that must be the balls from Namek that can summon the Dragon God. Ah, I remember the Dragon God of Namek is called Purunga. As the old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment, he then continued speaking to Belorta. Purunga's words should not pose any problems. Its wishes come from the Elder of the Namekian Dragon Clan, and if the Elder feels close to someone, the Dragon God Purunga can add a bit of surprise. So that's why Vegeta's potential space is so vast. Perhaps it was enhanced after being developed by the Elder of Namek, and then boosted by Purunga's improvement in comprehension. Belorta quickly grasped the key point in the old Supreme Kai's words. The phrase Purunga's words should not pose any problems seemed to be a hint from the old Supreme Kai. But he knew from watching the anime in his past life that the world he was reborn into would also be influenced by the Black 7 Dragon Balls. However, Belorta genuinely wanted to understand these matters, so he decided to inquire about the old Supreme Kai today. Lord Supreme Kai, what you just said seems to express some reservations about the Dragon Balls. Although the old Supreme Kai did not speak directly, Belorta still asked. Upon hearing the younger generation's inquiry, he did not want to hide and took the opportunity during this boring ritual to share a story with them. Would you like to hear a story? A story known to the ancestors? Xin and Jebbit gathered around, naturally wanting to listen, while Belorta and Raditz also moved a bit closer. As the center of attention, Vegeta, upon hearing that the god was going to tell a story, wanted to see how the god's story differed from what his older brother had told him. Then where shall I start? There are many legends in the world, but there is only one that is eternal. The story began, once upon a time in the universe, there was a deity, or perhaps that fellow was not a deity at first. After crossing many times or histories out of a whim, he created a magical ball that could grant any wish to anyone. These magical balls were called Dragon Balls by the people because they could summon the Dragon God to fulfill wishes, so let's call them Dragon Balls. The appearance of the Dragon Balls, in ancient times, was once regarded as a rare treasure and was sought after by everyone. The one who created the Dragon Balls disappeared after leaving them behind. However, some prominent figures claim that he exists eternally. Eternally existing? Lord Supreme Kai, aren't you deities eternally existing? Upon hearing this, Raditz asked in confusion, while the old Supreme Kai did not scold him but also did not reply, merely stating, although we are high above as Supreme Kais, we are not eternally existing. The old Supreme Kai simply answered and did not continue this topic, but continued with the legend of the Dragon Balls. After the Dragon Balls appeared, the ensuing scramble caused all universes to fall into crisis. Many powerful universes even fell into chaos. And all the beings above the gods chose to seek out the person who created the Dragon Balls to end the consequences brought about by their emergence. Ancestral Lord, all beings above the gods. So we Supreme Kais are not the creators? Who is above us? You little brat. Don't interrupt my words. Sigh. Your great Supreme Kai died so early. Many things were not passed down, and I was sealed away by that despicable fellow, leaving you knowing nothing. The beings above the gods are those who stand proudly above the 12 universes, residing in the Xeno's palace, the Great Xeno. Great Xeno. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this name. But at this moment, Belorta was even more surprised. The story of the Dragon Balls is also related to the Great Xeno. Lord Supreme Kai, what happened next? Did you say that the Great Xeno was searching for that person? Belorta seemed eager to know, and the old Kaioshin continued the legend. In the end, they certainly found that person, but the Dragon Balls had been tainted by ignorant years. The Grand Minister and that guy exhausted all their energy to completely seal the Dragon Balls. As for the Dragon Balls after the sealing, they have long been lost, but, well, after a long time, a being with dragon lineage was born among the Namekians. After many generations of interbreeding, the dragon descendants of the Namekians created something called the Dragon Wish Ball, and the dragon god within it was named Purunga. Listening to this, Belorta thought to himself that the Dragon Balls had such a story. At this moment, Shin asked, so, ancestor, besides the Namekian Dragon Balls, are there Dragon Balls in other places? However, at this time, Vegeta, in the center of the circle, spoke up first. I know. The Earth also has Dragon Balls. Lord Kaioshin, when we communicated with Uncle Bardock earlier, my brother mentioned that Uncle Bardock should pay attention to the Dragon Balls on Earth. Hearing Vegeta's words, Shin nodded at that moment, but he was also curious about how Belorta knew such things. Similarly, Raditz and Vegeta looked equally curious. It was just a coincidence. I only heard the Elder mention that during the crisis on Namek, some of our people went to Earth, and that person happened to be a dragon descendant as well. Belorta felt awkward for a moment and randomly made up a reason, but the reason he fabricated turned out to be true. The Earth? The old Kaioshin pondered for a while. He didn't know that the Earth also had Dragon Balls. However, in the demon realm, there were indeed Dragon Balls, created by a Namekian. That guy was quite disciplined. According to rumors, he even created a dragon god to protect the Dragon Balls from misuse. However, none of this is the main point. The main point is that whether it's these Dragon Balls or Wish Orbs, they should not be overused. If the Dragon Balls become overly contaminated by the outside world, the impact could be significant. Although the current Dragon Balls are not as powerful as the ones I mentioned, some matters should still be approached with moderation. After all, everything in the world needs balance. Chapter 42. A new enemy? A strong, evil presence. The old Kaioshin's words seemed to carry some implications. Belolta pondered the meaning behind it. Indeed, in the case of the anime Dragon Ball, it was the result of the main character's reckless and excessive usage. I understand now, Lord Old Kai. This whisper seemed to be directed only at the old Kai, and seeing that Belolta could understand made the story he told feel worthwhile. The development of potential was still ongoing. It seemed that within the story narrated by this ancient Kai, time was gradually passing, and soon there would be a new dawn. In the early morning, both Belolta and Raditz were yawning, watching the old Kai still casting spells. Belolta couldn't help but marvel, thinking that his brother might surpass the original and become the real Super Vegeta. Jebbit, pay attention. Just as everyone was joyfully chatting, Sin seemed to sense a foreign presence. Belolta was also searching around. It was an extremely massive, evil aura. It felt somewhat familiar. Belorta muttered to himself, feeling as if he had experienced it somewhere before. After pondering for a long time, he finally squeezed out that fragment from his mind. It was the aura he sensed when he first arrived on Namek. Belolta became alert at this moment, instructing Raditz beside him. Raditz, there are evil beings approaching. Protect Vegeta. Seeing the sudden, solemn expression of the prince, Raditz also dropped his playful demeanor, raised his energy slightly, and took a combat stance. Belolta, do you feel it too? Yes. Lord Kaioshin, this evil energy is unusual. For a moment, Belolta didn't know how to describe it or what analogy to use. And Shin reminded him that the presence felt even stronger and more evil than that of Frisia that they knew. Yes, that's right. Upon hearing the Kaioshin's message, only one thought filled Belolta's mind. This sudden energy was even more sinister than that of Frisia, as if it came from pure evil. Could it be Majin Buu? But that is impossible, he thought. It feels somewhat similar. Shin whispered nearby, saying that the energy reminded him of Majin Buu from back in the day. At that moment, the voice of the old Kaioshin came from behind. No, it's not Majin Buu. However, this guy might be controlled by the same person. The old Kaioshin's words seemed to give Shin a hint. Jebbit, locate Babiti's position. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Jebbit then seemed to search for something with a faint light in his eyes, but soon he appeared flustered. Lord Kaioshin, although there's no trace of Babiti. But, just as everyone was surprised by Jebbit's stammering, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere from the sky, standing above them. Coincidentally, there were two others beside that person, one of whom Shin recognized as the Demon World King, Dabura. The other person, whom Shin did not know, Belolta had an impression of Shrag. However, the person in front of them was unknown to all, simply because he was wearing a black robe that concealed his face. The old Kaioshin looked up at the sound. Oh, Dabura and Shrag. Huh? Both are high-level fighters of the demon race. Is that guy Babiti? He doesn't seem like his father. No, ancestor, that guy is not Babiti. To be honest, I don't know who he is, but Shin seemed to tremble while explaining to his ancestor, and before he could finish, Belolta added, this guy's evil energy has surpassed those two behind him. Moreover, his power is extremely strong. I'm afraid I couldn't defeat him even if I unleashed all my Super Saiyan 2 power. But that was the truth. Belolta had already sensed the opponent's energy and opened the data panel, which displayed something that shocked him. The panel showed Berorta, Demon World King, enhanced under Babedi's control. Combat power, 10. 8 billion. Shrag, Demon Race Super Warrior, enhanced under Babedi's control. Combat power, 10. 3 billion. Black Robe Man, Identity, Majin, combat power, 80 billion. Explosive combat power, unknown. Looking at such massive data, the basic combat power of that black robe guy was already close to twice his full power, which was indeed a huge gap. For the first time in this world, Belolta felt a strange fear. Hey, did you run away earlier because of the pressure from that Kaishin down there? The black-robed man spoke at this moment. Although his voice was not loud, the group below heard it clearly. They understood that he was not speaking to them, but they also didn't know who he was talking to. While everyone remained vigilant, the man slowly descended, and the two behind him followed suit, stepping forward. Although they were still quite far from them, the Kaishin and his group could now communicate face-to-face with the other party. Who are you to dare intrude into the God realm? Ispit, as the Kaishin's personal attendant, naturally stood in front of the Kaishin when someone intruded into the Kaishin's realm. Although his strength was not strong, and he was not a combat-type person, his sole mission was to protect the Kaishin. God realm? Unable to see the face of the black-robed man, the group realized from his laughter and words that he did not fear the gods. After all, it was just the Kaishin realm, so he intruded without hesitation. I came today because I happened to encounter someone skilled in magic who said there are powerful beings here. So I came to see how strong they are. However, it turned out to be a surprise for me. I didn't expect to see you, Scion. The last sentence seemed to be articulated word by word. Upon hearing it, Belolta felt that the other party recognized him, but he had never seen him before. Upon careful sensing, perhaps the only memory he had was the energy from the other party, which was similar to the energy he sensed the first time he went to Namek. No, the energy I sensed back on Namek was indeed Shrag, but I didn't expect Shrag to be his subordinate. Belorta speculated in his heart, but the other party spoke directly. Although he didn't know what you were thinking, you should still have some impression. At that time, when you and this guy next to you first arrived at Namek, it was I who brought Slag to visit. Today, seeing you here again really surprises me. You have actually cultivated to this level in such a short time. Super Saiyan 2's power fully unleashed? That name is really interesting. Upon hearing the other party's words, everyone finally realized that he had already appeared in the divine realm. It was just that he only revealed himself now. Chapter 43. The half-sleeve robe, the pride of the past and future. What exactly do you want to do? Xian stepped forward and asked at this moment. Although he sensed the other party's extraordinary strength, as a Kaishin, he couldn't shrink back behind mortals. Immediately, a surge of divine power was released, and it seemed that an inexplicable force filled the area. The man in the black robe, sneered dismissively, merely extending his right hand slightly, pressing a few fingers towards the sky, and the aura released by Xian was easily shattered. Kaishin, no matter when you are still weak. At this point, a gentle breeze happened to blow towards the side of the man in the black robe, and the sleeves of his robe lifted with the wind. Belorta's gaze was sharp, and he instantly noticed that it was empty. Belorta thought to himself that the empty half was the imperfect form of this person. At that moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps this person was the original from a past life, and both the original work and the anime had a tragic Dragon Ball world. That person's solitary battle was a source of sorrow for all Dragon Ball fans. One person's training, one person's life. After the fall of everyone during the Z era, he became the last warrior of Earth, and that half-sleeve robe was a pride from the past and the future. Goku and Gohan. Belorta accidentally blurted out a name that had not been mentioned for a long time, and Raditz, who was closest to him, naturally heard it. However, he did not ask the prince about it, instead remaining vigilant in front of the prince and Prince Vegeta. The person across from them, whether due to keen hearing or not, was indeed somewhat moved by the long-forgotten name. But once he regained his composure, he finally understood why he had a strange feeling when he first met this little scion on Namek. This prince of Vegeta, who had never appeared in his own world. And the elder brother of Vegeta, the man in the black robe, silently thought to himself that indeed, traversing different worlds would lead to different outcomes. However, there was no time for him to ponder further, as the man in the black robe spoke up again, responding to the Supreme Kai's inquiry. It was a simple matter. The three of us will have a match with you. If we win, we will leave. If we lose, let me think about the cost. I know. If we lose, that old guy will die. The man in the black robe spoke in a calm voice. Yet it shocked everyone present because his words carried a blatant disregard for life. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai, who was still focused on unlocking Vegeta's potential, looked bewildered and astonished. He pondered for a long time about the origins of this man in the black robe and realized he did not recognize him. In fact, the people present had no connection to him either, and in all his years, he had never encountered this individual. But when he heard the price mentioned, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Ah, you rude guy, are you coming for me? Do you know who I am? Even that guy before didn't dare to kill me, and you want to kill me? Huh, I've just gotten out of the sword of the gods, and I still have plenty of time to enjoy. Ancestor, please don't get too excited." For a moment, the old Supreme Kai's outburst made Shin feel a bit awkward. His ancestor's reaction was too extreme. But it was also understandable. An unknown but powerful individual suddenly came to challenge others, with the consequence of a spectator dying if they lost. Anyone would find that unacceptable. Enough noise. The man in the black robe seemed to dislike the current commotion and casually released an energy blast to signal them to be quiet. Raditz, seeing the energy blast coming towards them, quickly dodged in front, but unexpectedly, the casual strike had such tremendous power. It took considerable effort for Raditz to withstand it. "Raditz, are you okay?" Belorta was indeed worried. The tribesman who had grown up with him, whom he already regarded as his brother, Raditz, was injured at this moment, which prompted him to step forward and inquire. "It's nothing, Your Highness. That guy is indeed powerful." I know. If there's going to be a fight next, just make sure to protect Vegeta and the old Kai. Leave this side to me and Lord Kai." Upon hearing the command from the Crown Prince, Raditz took a protective stance. "Yes, Prince Belorta." After speaking, he retreated a bit to stand beside Vegeta. Seeing this, Belorta held nothing back. Since the opponent had appeared to challenge him, he would unleash his full power. Just as the chaotic phenomena of the world manifested, with winds and thunder clashing, Belorta transformed, fully activating the power of Super Saiyan 2, his eyes gleaming gold while a faint purple aura swirled around him. Meanwhile, Shin signaled Jebbet to retreat, while he himself released all his divine energy in front. In an instant, the overwhelming power as a Supreme Kai burst forth. Two powerful figures leaped forward to protect everyone, their expressions resolute, facing the figure in the black robe without a hint of slackness. Then let the show begin. Seeing the opponent's soaring spirit, the laughter of the black-robed figure marked the start of this confrontation. To the left and right, two figures shot out, seemingly acting on command, with Dubra even summoning his magic sword, while the energy gathered in Shrag's hands was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the two demon warriors heightened their auras. According to the data relayed from Belorta's panel, they exceeded his expectations and could unleash even more energy, with their combat power reaching an astonishing 30 billion at that moment. "Belorta, leave Dubra to me. We have unfinished business from before," Shin called out as he charged toward the Demon King, summoning a divine sword that resembled the one used by the former Supreme Kai. The battlefield did not allow Belorta to think. Following the sound, he flashed in front of Shrag, facing the incoming energy blast. Belorta swung his hand, easily deflecting the opponent's attack, and then unleashed a barrage of punches. Below, Vegeta was extremely tense, witnessing their battle against a formidable enemy while worrying about his older brother. "Old Kai, hasn't the potential development been completed yet? My brother is facing a strong enemy. I need to help him. Raditz, you go help him too." At this moment, Vegeta, as the former Prince of Planet Vegeta, was issuing commands to his subordinates, but Raditz did not act. He only said, "Prince Vegeta, I cannot go. His Highness instructed me to prioritize your safety." Moreover, looking at the battle above that was difficult to perceive with the naked eye, Raditz felt truly powerless. "Even if I transform into a Super Saiyan, I can't assist His Highness in this battle. I might even become a burden. I cannot let His Highness be worried about me." Chapter 44. The Shadow of the God again. Indeed, as Raditz said, even if he went, it would probably be insignificant. The intensity of the battle among the four had already surpassed the strength of him and Raditz. Heading to the battlefield would only be a futile sacrifice. Joe, don't worry. I believe my juniors and little Belorta won't be in trouble dealing with those two guys. However, that guy ahead is the real problem. His aura is beyond anything any of us here can handle. So, old Kai, when will the potential development be completed? Vegeta's already anxious mindset became even more tense after the words of the old Kai, and he felt an inexplicable fear towards the man in the black robe. It was as if the opponent's power was far beyond what he currently sensed. The battle continued and would not be interrupted by Vegeta and his companion's conversation. They could only helplessly gaze at the battlefield, hoping that the Kai and his brother would defeat their adversary, so they could have a chance to repel the black-robed figure ahead. Hoo-hoo, Dubra, your power has actually increased so much. Even though Sin unleashed a greater divine power than ever before in his battle with the Demon King, he found himself unable to match Dubra's strength, and he clearly felt that Dubra had not yet unleashed his full power. Ha ha ha, this is the power that comes from following Lord Babidi. Dubra's evil laughter echoed through the area, where he charged forward again. His magic sword seemed to demonstrate remarkable power even in this realm, with several slashing attacks that were beyond what the Kai could withstand. No, even if Babidi's magic can enhance his demonic abilities. As he pondered, Sin thought of the person below. Looking around, it seemed to confirm his suspicion. It was likely that person who could strengthen Babidi's magical abilities, while resisting the might of the magic sword on the other side of the battlefield. Belorta did not appear to be in dire straits. Although he found Shrag somewhat troublesome, he was more than capable of handling him. Belorta's power had reached unprecedented heights. Defeating someone with a mere 30 billion energy was just a matter of taking a little more time. The black-robed figure watched the clash between the two, and looking at the little scion, he seemed surprised and unconsciously muttered, Belorta, this new guy from a parallel world, is so strong at such a young age. Shrag, the rumors in the demon realm say he is a once-in-a-thousand-years Namekian, and this is the result, haha, in the black-robed figure's disdainful remarks. The battle above seemed to be approaching its conclusion. A beam of blue flame surged into the sky. It was Belorta unleashing his Kamehameha in fury. Kamehameha? Father S. The black-robed figure pondered, watching Belorta's powerful energy wave. Shrag, who had been fighting him, was defeated and heavily injured, falling back down. Although he was not dead, Shrag was barely hanging on. At the last moment of the energy wave, the black-robed figure concentrated energy blasts that canceled out most of the Kamehameha's power, allowing Shrag to survive. Not bad, Belorta. Now let's see if that Kai has power like yours. After the confrontation ended, Belorta struggled to land back on the ground. Although he had not been heavily injured, when he took on the black-robed figure's energy blast, he unexpectedly found that his Kamehameha had been turned back against him. In an instant, he had to resist both the opponent's energy blast and defend against his own energy wave. Fortunately, he successfully blocked it. Otherwise, the damage would have been much worse. Mr. Jebbit, please help me recover. Belolta, aware of Jebbit's abilities from memory, spoke clearly but trembled before finally fainting. Prince Belolta. Big brother. As they looked at the prince collapse before them, and the big brother down as well, Vegeta and Raditz' anger surged in an instant. But the old Kai suppressed them with divine power, preventing them from recklessly rushing out to settle accounts with the man in the black robe. Ispit, hurry up and heal that kid. Oh yes. After being sternly reprimanded by the old Kai, Jebbit snapped out of his daze from the battle and quickly moved forward to release a healing beam. The sounds of clashing swords continued fiercely, with blades drawn and friction heating up. Although he had carefully dodged Depura's fierce attacks, Sin still suffered several serious sword wounds. The battle over there had ended, but Jebbit's healing was not so quick. Watching Belolta, who was ambushed and injured by the man in the black robe, Sin gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, who was that guy who could injure Belolta like that while being distracted during battle? Depura saw through the old Kai's opening and flashed in with an unceremonious strike, aiming a heavy slash at the old Kai. Fortunately, Sin reacted in time and managed to block the blow. However, the Demon King would not give him any chances. While their fists and feet clashed, a secretly gathered energy blast struck the opponent, causing Sin to be unable to defend himself and get blasted back into the mountains behind him. The old Kai is like this. Depura had an even more nauseating expression, but the group below could not stop him, as the man in the black robe flashed in front of them, and an invisible pressure made it hard for them to move. If that's the case, then this is where it ends for you. Let me eliminate a future threat for Lord Babidi. Depura's mocking laughter echoed in the area, and at the moment he sheathed his magic sword. He opened his mouth wide like a blood basin, ready to unleash his unique skill. He planned to use this proud move to end the old Kai. Energy continuously gathered in his mouth, seemingly coming from nowhere, expanding in all directions in an instant. The energy sphere formed by the intertwining blue and purple flames of demonic nature would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to this divine realm. Oh no, if that guy's attack really comes down, the old Kai won't be able to withstand it. While Jebbit was healing Belolta below, he constantly sensed Sin's aura, As the old Kai's attendant, he had to ensure the old Kai's safety. Ancestor, what should we do? He had no choice. In this battle of uneven strength, as a healing attendant, could not provide any help on the front line and had to seek the old Kai's guidance. However, the old Kai seemed unsure as well. He had been observing the man in the black robe since the four of them began fighting. That guy's power is too strong. Now Belolta is heavily injured and unconscious. And young Sin, I'm afraid. Just as the old Kai felt disheartened, the energy blast that the Demon King had gathered shot towards the already ruined mountains. Sin, struggling to get up, looked at the massive energy sphere rushing toward him and felt helpless. Am I, as the last remaining old Kai, going to perish here? Just as everyone was about to suffer a heavy blow, suddenly a calm voice came, seemingly carrying some anger. Depira? A clown can stir up a storm in the old Kai's realm? Destruction. At that moment, the sound seemed to resonate in everyone's ears. Except for the old Kai. Everyone seemed puzzled about who was coming to help. However, the old Kai revealed a faint smile. Humph, that damn guy. Finally, he's here. Vegeta seemed incredibly familiar with, or rather, unable to forget that figure, that guy. It's that god. Chapter 45. Panic on the God of Destruction planet. The story rewinds to when the God of Destruction and his attendant left Vegeta's planet and returned to the God of Destruction planet. Recently, Lord Beerus seems to be sleeping less. A small fish tank containing clean water floated by, housing a pet fish from the God of Destruction planet called the Prophecy Fish. At this moment, it looked at the temple not far away, where yawning sounds were coming from Beerus's bedroom, followed by energy blasts filled with destructive energy. Seems so. I wonder if he's been troubled. As the God of Destruction's attendant chuckled, Beerus floated over yawning. Hey Whis, I had a weird dream again. It felt like someone was going to be killed. Hi, Lord Beerus. Hearing a voice from beside him, Beerus slightly opened his tear-streaked eyes and rubbed them with his cat-like paws while looking at it. Oh, it's the Prophecy Fish. By the way, what did you say about the Super Saiyan God? Whis reminded him, and Beerus recalled the name. Oh right, the Super Saiyan God. Can he really compete with me? You know, if he tricks me, I'll reduce your meals to once a day. Lord Beerus, is that really necessary? The Super Saiyan God won't appear for a while. The Prophecy Fish muttered quietly, but it followed up on what Beerus had said about the dream. However, the dream you just mentioned seems to be related to the Old Kai realm. Old Kai realm? Beerus pondered the place the Prophecy Fish mentioned. Oh, to be honest, Whis, we haven't been there for a long time, have we? Yes, Lord Beerus. Ever since you sealed that Old Kai and the God Sword, we haven't been back. TCH, that guy must be very old now. I should start calling him the Old Kai. If it weren't for that guy running around, making me always anxious, I wouldn't have sealed him. At this moment, a strange wind suddenly swept through the area, and for a moment, Beerus felt a bizarre chill on his back. And in an instant, the connection with the God Sword in his mind was severed. Whis quickly checked the Old Kai realm. I sense that sword has been broken. Did that guy escape? Oh dear. Whis looked at Beerus's anxious appearance and couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately began to check, and threw the staff in his hand. The scene of the Old Kai realm immediately appeared in the air. When did a new Old Kai appear? Beerus looked at the image, seeing a person wearing patera earrings and the time ring, confusedly asking, as he had been asleep for so long that he had no idea that the Old Kai of this universe had already changed. Yes, Lord Beerus, his name is Sin, and he was promoted from the East Kai position 50,000 years ago. Oh, he's about to draw his sword. Hearing Whis' words, Beerus glanced over again. This kid's strength doesn't seem much. He might as well not draw the sword. However, just as he was speaking, the Prophecy Fish also leaned over. At this moment, the image showed that, as Beerus said, Sin was unsuccessful in drawing the sword, but another person came. This race? I remember he is a Scion, right? Yes. His name is Belolta. I saw him when I went to Vegeta's planet with Lord Beerus before. He's quite a remarkable kid. He's about to transform. I think it's called Super Saiyan. Whis spoke, and at this moment, the tone of the scene leaned heavily towards the word Super Saiyan. He then glanced at Beerus, who, upon hearing a name similar to that of the Super Saiyan God, looked on in astonishment. Super Saiyan 2? Full power? It seems this kid is stronger than when I last saw him, emanating a rather extraordinary aura. He really did pull it off. The old guy's come out after all. Indeed, Lord Beerus, this is good news for them. Whis said inappropriately, but Beerus frowned. This is not good news for me. What if he runs around and ends up dead? Lord Beerus seems a bit cranky. Then let me tell you 2 good pieces of news for you. Seeing Whis' expression, Beerus didn't expect any good news, but still listened. All right, Whis, go ahead. The first piece is that, as per your arrangement, Frieza has prematurely destroyed planet Vegeta. Yeah, so that group of scions is dead too? Beerus asked in shock, but his expression was not one of pity, just plain surprise. Meanwhile, the Oracle Fish chimed in, huh? Lord Beerus, but there are still scions in the Kaioshin realm. Oh, that's true, Weiss. What's the second piece? The second piece is that Frieza is dead too. Someone managed to kill Frieza? Although he's not that strong. At this point, Beerus glanced back at the screen, thinking about the Super Saiyan that Belolta had just activated. Oh, it seems in this state he might indeed be enough to kill Frieza. Not quite. Frieza was also killed by a Super Saiyan, but it was another Saiyan from planet Vegeta. As he spoke, Weiss displayed another scene, revealing the moment when Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage and annihilated Frieza. Oh, so Frieza triggered the planet's self-destruction. But whatever, Frieza is dead. That's that. It's just a pity it wasn't Belolta who killed him. I was hoping for a showdown between them. Lord Beerus, it seems you really have high hopes for that kid Belolta. What high hopes? A god of destruction, would think that way. It's just that over the years, Frieza hasn't improved at all, so it is what it is. But Weiss, why do I feel like you've been paying attention to that kid all along? Oh, is that so? When Lord Beerus mentioned it back then, I thought you wanted to train him, so I've been observing him for you. As Weiss spoke, he shifted the topic, just as the scene from the Kaioshin realm suddenly revealed a mysterious figure, and an ominous aura caught Weiss's attention. Look, Lord Beerus, this guy's evil energy is even stronger than Frieza's. Even though it was just through the screen, Beerus could naturally sense the figure's aura, a man in a black robe. Flashy and accompanied by lackeys? That looks like the demon King Vegeta, and the other one seems to be a Namekian. The Oracle Fish added at this moment, and they looked on to see what this black-robed person would do. The scene continued, showing a battle, with Belolta defeating the Namekian and the black-robed figure ambushing Belolta, all visible to them. That Namekian is too weak compared to Belolta, but that black-robed guy's strength is quite impressive, Beerus remarked as he watched the scene. Weiss chimed in. Yes, if Lord Beerus likes this guy, I could observe him, but his demonic nature is too strong. He might be a wanted criminal. Wanted criminal? Beerus pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. If this guy appears on any universe's wanted list, I don't want to get involved in that mess. But this new Kaioshin is too weak, though he's slightly stronger than that old guy. Just then, the scene showed Shin being pummeled by Vegeta, and Beerus began to comment, while Weiss chuckled. Yes, it seems this generation of Kaioshin is just like that. How tragic. Huh? Weiss, what's so tragic? If he dies, the old Kaioshin is still around, and can continue to select a new Kaioshin. Beerus had a nonchalant expression and yawned, seemingly wanting to return to his pillow. But Weiss's next words startled him. If he dies, I'll have to serve another master, and that's truly tragic. I would want to part with you, Lord Beerus. As he spoke, Weiss's eyes seemed to glisten with tears, putting on a dramatic act, while Beerus's ears perked up. What? Weiss, what are you saying? His death has nothing to do with me. Didn't I tell you, Lord Beerus? Shin wasn't promoted through selection. He became the Supreme Kai of the 7th Universe because the previous Grand Kai died, and the other 3 Kais from the South, West, and North also died. So Shin naturally became the Supreme Kai. Beerus's eyes widened once more. The old Grand Kai is dead. The old Grand Kai was sealed by you in the Sword of the Gods. After so long, he has long since lost his mission as a Kaioshin. Weiss. Quickly. Oh, it seems Lord Beerus is no longer sleepy. Sleepy? Quickly take me to the Kaioshin realm. Yes. With a smile, Weiss raised his staff, and in an instant, a burst of colorful light soared, transporting the two out of the God of Destruction's planet. Chapter 46. The God of Destruction arrives, and the black-robed man disappears at this moment in the Kaioshin realm. An energy that seemed to be born from nature erupted. A mass of purple flames filled with pure power, pure enough to destroy everything. Destruction. As the sound echoed, the old Kaioshin below smiled. Completely unaware of the expression on Vegeta's face, he was terrified, utterly terrified at the sight of that god again. He was so frightened that his body stiffened, and Raditz, noticing Vegeta's unusual behavior, stepped forward to ask, Prince Vegeta, what's wrong? That voice, that figure, that is a god, a very bad god. Vegeta recalled the scene from back then, which undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to his young heart. At that time, he was still immersed in the protection of his father and older brother, but he realized that the god could easily pin his father down with just a flick of his finger. Moreover, his brother had exploded with over 10 million in battle power, yet he was still severely injured and knocked unconscious with a single punch. However, at that moment, He was paralyzed by just a glance from the opponent, and the fear deep within him surged to its peak. The old Kaioshin noticed Vegeta's expression and likely saw that this child had suffered a significant blow from Beerus in the past. Just then, a figure appeared, holding a staff and appearing next to Jebbet. "Mr. Jebbet, leave Belolta to me," he said, and at that moment, his staff was swaying over Belolta, emitting a crisp light. Jebbet naturally understood that this was a special recovery method. Just as he thought, Belolta quickly awakened under the glow of the green light. "The prince is awake. That's great," Raditz exclaimed excitedly. As Belolta regained consciousness, he looked around and saw unfamiliar faces. Who were they? He carefully recalled his memories and was suddenly astonished. Angel Whis. What was he doing here? Of course, these were his internal thoughts, but his expression was still one of shock. "Oh, Belolta, you're awake. Thank you for protecting the Kaioshin realm," Whis said. Belolta was indeed confused by Whis's gratitude, but at that moment he sensed another aura, the aura of a god, and it was incredibly pure. Is this destructive energy? He never expected destructive energy to be like this. Belorta carefully sensed the destructive energy and also noticed the battlefield above. At this moment, a cat-faced figure stood proudly in the air. As he grasped the Kaioshin, he slowly descended. However, this ordinary scene felt incredible to another person. This is what they call a god of destruction. The mere aura emanating from a single glance was enough to annihilate Depura. The shocked individual was, of course, the man in the black robe. The moment he saw the purple, hairless cat appear, he was overwhelmed by an inexplicable pressure. While Depura was still being arrogant, the extinction energy blast he unleashed was inexplicably neutralized. In just the blink of an eye, the hairless cat had calmed down in front of Depura and killed him with a single glance, while still uttering the word destruction. Only then did the man in the black robe come to his senses. This person was indeed the god of destruction of this universe. Whis, heal him as well. Old man, you let this junior get hurt. Do you want to be sealed in the divine sword again? Beerus tossed Shin to Whis and then instantly appeared beside the old Kaioshin, tightly gripping an energy blast in his hand, seemingly threatening him. At that moment, he noticed Vegeta trembling in front of the old Kaioshin. "Oh, you little guy are here too." It seems you were still in fear from that time. As Beerus looked at Vegeta, a mischievous smile appeared, though it was unclear what he was planning. However, Belorta stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your intervention, Lord Beerus." Belorta was still polite as before, and for some reason, Beerus felt a bit inexplicably happy. Beerus just nodded and walked away lightly, seemingly maintaining the dignity of a god of destruction. However, Belorta understood that he wouldn't hold too much against someone who was polite to him, but at this moment, there were other troubles. Beerus naturally knew this. With just a turn, his speed was beyond what anyone present could imagine. The demonic energy was indeed great. "This green fellow should be destroyed too," he said casually. However, Beerus's sharp gaze shot over, and the slag lying on the ground next to the man in the black robe vanished in an instant, being erased. The man in the black robe was still in shock when Beerus's voice came again. "Hey, are you from the demon realm?" But logically, there shouldn't be anyone with such great demonic energy from the demon realm. The black-robed man only then realized how this hairless cat had appeared before him. This power. He was still shocked by the god of destruction in front of him when Whis, who had healed the Kaioshin, also appeared. The black-robed man was startled again. This guy was even more mysterious than the god of destruction. "Lord Beerus, it seems he doesn't belong to this universe, or perhaps he doesn't belong to this time." After a close examination of the black-robed man, Whis said lightly. However, Beerus was already on high alert. "Time travel? You really are reckless." As the god of destruction of Universe 7, he had to fulfill his duty whenever there was an invasion by outsiders, especially since Whis had said this person came through time travel and had such strong demonic energy. Therefore, he couldn't let you continue to exist. Beerus slowly raised one hand, palm facing the opponent, and at that moment, the gathered destructive energy surged forth. But it seemed the black-robed man was calm enough. After a faint smile, he also raised his right hand, but he wasn't gathering energy. Instead, he was rotating a ring between his thumb and index finger. Immediately after, this black-robed man unexpectedly vanished without a trace before everyone's eyes. However, at that last moment, under Whis's keen observation, the half of the black-robed man's face that was revealed caught the deep gaze directed at Belorta behind them. The mysterious outsider left just like that, surprising both Beerus and the Kaioshin, because they clearly saw the ring between that person's right-hand fingers, which was the time ring exclusive to the Kaioshin. How could this be? Could he be some Kaioshin? A Kaioshin? Kid, that's impossible. The Kaioshin, as the creators, would never allow a being filled with demonic energy to take that role. Xion's words were rebutted by Beerus, but Xion spoke again. What if he was a righteous one when he served as a Kaioshin? Following up on the Kaioshin's words, Weiss added, indeed possible. Perhaps this guy was once a righteous Kaioshin. Oh well, it doesn't matter as long as he doesn't appear in Universe 7 again. But you kid, suddenly being so dangerous, should I seal you too? Beerus indeed looked deep in thought, which made Xion and Jebet alarmed. After all, the term seal mentioned was exactly what their ancestors had talked about regarding being sealed by some guy. Chapter 47. Weiss's Inquiry. Following the god S training? Beerus's words, however, provoked Xion's dissatisfaction. As the highest figure in the divine realm, Xion couldn't tolerate being sealed by someone else, even if that person had saved them. Hey, although you saved us, the act of sealing. But before he could finish, the old Kaioshin used his ability to immediately shut Xion's mouth, then said in fear, I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, please don't hold it against this young one. Universe 7 has suffered too much in the past, with over 50,000 years of gaps. He doesn't understand many things. Hey Xion, this person in front of us is our god of destruction. How can you be so disrespectful to him? At that moment, the term old man made Beerus a bit displeased. No, you're not the old man. I am. In any case, Lord Beerus is a god above us. Although in terms of divine rank, the Kaioshin and the god of destruction aren't very different. The last part, the old Kaioshin naturally didn't say out loud, but whispered into Xion's ear, then scolded him again. Have you forgotten the story I told earlier? In the entire divine realm, the Omni King is the supreme god. Next is the Grand Minister who governs order, followed by the various gods of destruction of the 12 universes. And then the Kaioshin. At this moment, Xion could finally move his mouth again, but his ancestors' words truly shocked him. This person in front of him was a god of destruction. Indeed, the destruction he displayed earlier was also divine power, and it was particularly pure. So pure it was frightening. After realizing all this, Xion's expression changed completely, and he immediately became submissive. I'm truly sorry, Lord Beerus. How could I hold it against the kid? But you old fellow. At that time, I told you to stay in the divine sword, and you refused. Was sealing you meant to harm you? And you want people to unseal you? Was it easy for me to have that divine sword made? The old Kaioshin showed an unashamed expression, then slightly changed his demeanor. Oh, Lord Beerus, since I've already come out, let us not bring up the past. However, his demeanor made Beerus feel disgusted. In an instant, Beerus gathered energy right there, and, at that moment, the old Kaioshin used his telekinesis to block Xion in front of him. For a moment, the energy Beerus had gathered in his hand began to dissipate, stunned in place. Truly helpless. You old thing. Watching this scene, Weiss couldn't help but chuckle on the side, while Xion looked confused. Why was it that when he stood in front of his ancestor, Lord Beerus didn't get angry? He, the Kaioshin, and the god of destruction share a life bond. I'm already old and no longer have the functions of Kaioshin, but you are currently the only Kaioshin. If you die, that guy will die too. So that is how it is. At that moment, Xion felt speechless about his ancestor. Weiss, since the matter is resolved, let us go. By the way, you kid, don't wander outside too much. It's best to stay in the divine realm. Beerus initially wanted to remind Xion, but thought about the black-robed person who had intruded into the divine realm. It didn't seem safe. Perhaps he should take him to the god of destruction's planet instead. Why are the Kaioshin of Universe 7 so weak? If that Grand Kaioshin hadn't died, it would have been better for them to inherit. Beerus was getting angrier as he thought about this. For Universe 7, after so many generations of Kaioshin, he still valued the Grand Kaioshin from 50,000 years ago more. But time cannot be reversed, and as a god of destruction, he certainly couldn't turn back time to save a dead person. Therefore, at this moment, he was feeling powerless and furious. No way, Lord Beerus. The Kaioshin has their own mission and cannot be taken away by you. Hey, Weiss, I know I'm just complaining. Beerus natürlich unterstützt Weiss reminder. But looking at Universe 7 at this moment, he felt helpless again, thinking to himself, when will Universe 7 become strong? And as he pondered, stretching his neck, his keen eyes quickly fell on Belorta. But just as Beerus was about to speak, Weiss ran over first. Yo, Belorta, are you interested in coming with us? The old Kaioshin was startled by Wiss's words. He clearly understood that Wiss, as the attendant of the god of destruction, was also a teacher on the path of the god of destruction's training. If he were to be guided by him in the future, his achievements would surely be limitless. We're going to the god of destruction's planet, the place where the god of destruction resides. Whis noticed that everyone was frozen in place, and seeing Beloruta's confused expression, he added, "The god of destruction's planet." Upon hearing this name, everyone reacted immediately. "It's the planet where the god of destruction lives." "Wow, your highness. Doesn't that mean we can witness the god of destruction's training?" Raditz exclaimed excitedly, and others responded with equal intensity. At that moment, for some reason, Whis leaned again and said, "Not only that, but you'll also follow the god of destruction in training. After all, most of Lord Beerus's skills were taught by me." The first part of his statement was clearly heard by everyone, shocking them once again, while the second part was only conveyed to Belorta through telepathy. Although he didn't know Whis's intentions, Belorta was indeed contemplating that following Whis to the god of destruction's planet would be the best way to quickly enhance his power. However, seeing Whis's unusual behavior at that moment, even Berus, who was standing nearby, did not oppose it. The two of them seemed to be deliberately waiting for his response. Belorta did not seem particularly excited. Instead, he needed to calm down and think carefully. After all, this is the Dragon Ball world. And in the original work of Dragon Ball, whether it be angels or destroyers, they're not gods one can truly open their heart to. Although his current strength could be considered formidable, he should not be viewed as someone deserving of such favor in their eyes. After all, among the 12 universes, Whis and Berus's true power is truly unmatched. So is this a test? A test of something? Belolta was deep in thought, and at that moment, perhaps sensing that Belolta had not responded for a long time, a cold gaze suddenly fell upon him. Due to his heightened perception, he quickly realized where the gaze was coming from. It was Whis's eyes. Upon seeing this, Belolta immediately adjusted his demeanor and reined in his aura, which seemed to have leaked out after the earlier battle without being concealed. After identifying the cause, Belolta quickly suppressed his weak divine power. It was for this reason that Whis and Berus decided to probe further. Berus slowly stepped forward, and an inexplicable atmosphere spread, causing everyone to shift from surprise to shock. Because at this moment, the aura emanating from Berus was the same destructive power he displayed when he obliterated Depura. At this point, everyone could only listen in fear as Berus spoke in a low voice. "It seems you understand my and Whis's intentions." Belolta, where does your divine power come from?" Just then, an unexpected voice echoed in Belolta's mind. Supreme comprehension loading, closely observing destructive energy, acquiring for the host. Wow, seriously? It didn't show up when Depura was destroyed. And now, it's acquiring something at this moment? Chapter 48. The Divine's Compulsory Favor, Vegeta's Strike Against the Gods. The continuous sounds in his mind instantly elevated Belolta's spirit to its peak. Why is it awakening my comprehension at this time? Every time Supreme Comprehension activated, Belolta would gain some ability, thus enhancing his corresponding strength, and his aura would involuntarily explode for a brief moment. According to Belolta's previous self-assessment, it was about 1:32 seconds. Supreme Comprehension loading. System awakening from slumber. Since the host has observed destructive energy twice today, divine power has been automatically acquired for the host. Current divine power increased to 1, reactivating the system for the host. Hello, Belolta, long time no see. Since your divine power status has reached 1, the talent of increasing combat power by 1 point per second has been modified to automatically increase divine power by 0.01 every 10 days, thus enhancing strength. All physical data will improve with practical experience until divine power increases to 10. As the sounds in Belolta's mind gradually faded, he was both surprised and delighted. But the biggest shock was that the system had awakened from its long slumber. Unexpectedly, this thing awakened and directly bestowed a brand new buff on his body. This was too outrageous. He couldn't help but sigh. With his divine power status suddenly rising to 1, at that very moment Belolta's aura visibly expanded, and a tremendous energy surged from his body. Although it had only been 1:32 seconds, Berus, who was currently showcasing destructive energy, was still shocked. This little guy, as expected. Whis, you guessed correctly. He has innate talent. Berus's face revealed a long-lost smile at this moment, and his conversation with Whis was merely a private telepathic exchange. However, the Elder Kaioshin was completely focused on the scene before him. When he saw Berus's fleeting smile, he finally relaxed. It seemed that Lord Berus was merely playing around, which was a relief. Xin, there's no need to be overly anxious. Lord Berus does not harbor malicious intent. The Elder Kaioshin transmitted this to Xin, and upon receiving the message from his ancestor, Xin felt somewhat more at ease. To be honest, seeing Lord Beerus suddenly in a furious state was indeed terrifying. He feared that encountering such a young combat genius and witnessing his fall at this moment would undoubtedly be a loss for their seventh universe. Although Belolta had gained immense power in an instant, the sudden surge of divine power to one caught him off guard. For a moment, it felt as if he could not control the combat power brought on by the amplification. At this moment, after the surge of his aura ended, it unexpectedly began to violently fluctuate again. This increase in divine power was too much. I cannot fully compress the surging aura. Belolta continually steadied his mind, trying his best to suppress the energy within him. Yet, he faintly heard a voice from the void. Whis, go help him. After that soft utterance, Whis swiftly appeared before Belolta, and as he stood there, the staff in his hand fell, drawing upon the vast energy that was pulling at Belolta's body while also helping him to suppress it. Belolta, you are indeed impressive. Knowing that the surging aura needs to be condensed through suppression. This is the greatest safeguard for yourself. With Whis's reassurance, it seemed that the rising flames of energy within him had also calmed down considerably. Belolta then carefully explored his own state, transforming the energy of the moment into the foundation of his being, gradually exhaling and inhaling. After noticing Belolta's improved condition, Whis finally ended his control over the energy within him. Just a bit of wear and tear still needed to be polished by external forces. After all, Belolta had been reborn. In the memories of his past life, he seemed to be just a weakling. However, during the enhancement of his physical prowess, a master had indeed taught him that cultivation should be gradual, and that sudden elevation in realm was not merely about strength. Establishing a solid foundation was paramount. Reflecting on this memory in his mind, he hadn't recalled the events of his past life for a long time. Why did he suddenly have this segment of his previous life? Was it not an ordinary place? A place where one could cultivate while modernizing? What exactly was it? Despite Belolta's continuous attempts to remember, he seemed unable to come up with anything else, which only led him into distress. However, it was worth noting that his past life was not just an ordinary world. In the face of Whis and Beerus's assistance, Belolta naturally remembered this in his heart. Bowing respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Whis. Thank you, Lord Beerus. However, Mr. Whis, I currently do not possess the qualifications to accompany you and Lord Beerus to the Destroyer planet. If possible, I would like to." At this moment, Belolta glanced at Vegeta and Raditz, who were still developing their potential, and wondered if he could bring his two younger brothers along. With your guidance, their future would be promising. Belolta, you seem to be taking this for granted. Whis did not respond to Belolta's words. He was merely waiting for the Destroyer's opinion. Beerus, with a slightly displeased tone, slowly stepped forward. You have indeed understood our earlier test. You are quite impressive. To cultivate divine power without the guidance of a deity as a mortal is indeed commendable. I admit, when I first saw you on planet Vegeta, I had a glimmer of hope for your growth. You have indeed astonished me in such a short time. However, you are still a mortal and do not yet have the qualification to request anything from a deity, especially from a destroyer. Following Beerus's words, which chimed in Belolta, your abilities and potential are precisely what Lord Beerus and I are interested in, but those two children are not like you. They are quite impressive at their age, and the old Kaioshin will also help develop their potential. However, granting them the qualification to accompany us to the Destroyer planet is definitely not possible. As he spoke, Whis quietly stated a reason. Their cultivation was still insufficient. For two beings who could be ranked among the highest deities, Belolta naturally listened closely to every word they said. He glanced again at Vegeta and Raditz, but at that moment he smiled. The smile appeared with a gentle breeze, and Belolta seemed to relax a bit before he spoke. Sorry, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, I will not accompany you to the Destroyer planet. If I leave, I cannot imagine what direction my two younger brothers will take in the future. Moreover, I have a younger brother on Namek. If I were to rebuild our home, I will need to go pick him up. Everyone was taken aback by Belolta's response. They initially thought that the Destroyer's inexplicable rage was a bad thing, but they had helped Belolta when his aura was suddenly chaotic, and now, facing the invitation from the two deities again, Belolta actually refused. In just a moment, Xin and Jebit felt their hearts rise to their throats, but when they looked at their ancestor, they seemed less tense. Velmad's response was undoubtedly unwise. Beerus seemed to exude a chilling aura, his voice low as he asked, "Are you sure?" Faced with Beerus's current majesty, Belmod steadied his emotions and replied calmly, "Yes, Lord Beerus, I sincerely apologize for rejecting your and Mr. Whis's goodwill." Goodwill? Knowing its goodwill, you still dare to refuse a god, to refuse a god of destruction? Beerus spoke each word deliberately, stepping closer to Belmod until they were mere inches apart. He raised his hand, palm facing his opponent. At that moment, a loud voice interrupted. Hey God, my brother said he doesn't want to go with you. Are you going to force him? Just because he refused, you want to slaughter him? You are a bad god, a terrible god. The words echoed as Vegeta shouted, tears streaming down his face. For he recognized Beerus's stance. It was the same as when he destroyed Dapla, a technique that could obliterate beings in energy blast without a trace. Just then, amidst Vegeta's continuous roar, a surge of energy erupted, revealing the old Kai's potential being unlocked at an opportune moment. Vegeta's eyes gathered an invisible brilliance, and his aura took off in an instant, with the surrounding condensed lightning creating a feeling of tearing through the air. The final form of his aura erupted, with an endless stream of light coming through the thunder. At this moment, Belorta was astonished, not expecting that Vegeta could unleash a mysterious state akin to the one Son Gohan reached in the original work. Chapter 49, The Response from the Gods. The mysterious state was fully displayed at this moment, leaving Belorta stunned in place, not for any other reason, but in admiration of his brother's astonishing talent. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power had surprisingly soared to 56 billion. From Belorta's perception panel, Vegeta's combat power was still skyrocketing until it stopped at 67.9 billion. In an instant, he shot forward from his position, and with a single powerful punch, he pushed Beerus back several meters. This scene left everyone present in shock. The old Kai felt a surge of fear, realizing that if this form angered Beerus, it could lead to the annihilation of everyone. Belorta quickly stopped Vegeta. He just unlocked his potential, and now he's been stimulated again. He might not be able to control this rising aura. If this continues, not only will your brother be killed, but Lord Beerus will act without hesitation. The old Kai quickly transmitted this message to Belorta. Upon hearing the voice, Belorta immediately prepared to rise and stop Vegeta. However, at that moment, his body became completely immobilized. What's going on? Turning to the side, he saw that Whis had him under control. Whis? Belorta was confused, but Whis floated over to comfort him, saying not to be nervous. Lord Beerus wouldn't get serious with a child. However, regarding your rejection, Lord Beerus is indeed a bit upset, and it's also a way to stabilize your brother. Listening to Whis's explanation, Belorta was at a loss for what to do. He decided to go with the flow. If it could stabilize Vegeta's suddenly inflated ego, then practical combat was indeed a good method. However, he also prayed, hoping that Beerus was just practicing. If Lord Beerus really got angry, I would naturally do anything. I couldn't disregard my brother's life. This statement was not a request to Whis, but a reminder, and he didn't even know where he found the courage to remind a god of destruction's teacher. However, Whis, upon hearing his words, showed no anger or disgust at his current demeanor, nor at his disrespect towards the divine. Instead, he smiled and said, "Well then, Belorta, I certainly won to stop you." In contrast, the old Kai and his group were still in a state of fear, and at this moment, Raditz came to the side of the prince. But after being stopped by Belorta, he remained in place. In the distance, Vegeta was indeed reckless, or perhaps he was overwhelmed by emotions. This surge of power was beyond his control, much like when Vegeta fought Frieza on Planet Vegeta, resembling Paragus in a berserk state. Facing Vegeta's repeated attacks, Beerus did not dodge, but instead used one hand to block left and right while simultaneously countering. If Vegeta had any self-awareness at this moment, he would surely be howling in pain. The clash of sharpness in moments of unawareness often leads to a false sense of invincibility. Even when facing the God of Destruction's heavy punches, Vegeta could still dance wildly, and the battle with Beerus seemed to have reached a new level. But for Beerus, it was merely dealing with a slightly stronger weakling and still an uncontrollable one. Too weak. At the moment of confrontation, Beerus merely said lightly that this child, named Vegeta, didn't hold any significance in his impression. However, after being pushed to unleash his potential by the old Kai, he was willing to pay attention to this name. Vegeta, huh? Let me think. I believe I saw you on Planet Vegeta as well. Were you so scared that you were cowering under my gaze? Beerus's words pierced deep, and although Vegeta was now in a rage, a faint stir within him was provoked. It seemed like the scene from that time flashed by. Fragments of being pressed to the ground by pressure struggled in his mind. Vegeta, floating in the air, was momentarily stunned, feeling the overwhelming pressure coming from the God of Destruction. Vegeta appeared somewhat dazed, his originally formless hollow eyes gathering light at this moment. Beads of sweat inexplicably forming on his cheeks. Was all this fear stemming from his own weakness? No, it was the overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus, the immense force making it hard for Vegeta to breathe. The state of rage began to dissipate, and that mysterious aura lost its brilliance. As Beerus reappeared in front of him, Vegeta was truly shaken from his stupor. Although the destructive power was now converging, Beerus merely raised his hand slightly, plunging the 3-year-old child back into an endless valley of fear. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was knocked down, his head spinning, falling backward in free fall, undoubtedly signaling his failure to strike against the divine. Looking back at the rising smoke, the confrontation came to a halt at this moment. Belorta's bound body was released, and at a speed unimaginable to everyone, he flew upwards, embracing his brother. In that higher position, there seemed to be a barrier, an insurmountable chasm they could not cross. The invisible celestial realm echoed with the calm laughter of a deity. Belorta, I agree to your request. It was not a divine mockery, but a god's response. At this moment, Belorta smiled and replied towards the deity, Thank you, Lord Beerus. Raditz, follow Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis, and take care of Vegeta. Also, take care of yourself. A casual yet entrusted voice rang out, undoubtedly lifting everyone's spirits while easing their heavy hearts. It seemed safe. Lord Beerus would not destroy this place. The one most pleased was the old Kaioshin, who understood the temperament of the god of destruction all too well. In any case, ending up in such a situation was not only the best outcome for everyone, but also the best for Belorta and his companions. The farce came to a close, and the Kaioshin realm seemed to begin to welcome the sunlight again. The slanting sun cast shadows, and everything appeared to return to calm. Just before Raditz escorted the unconscious Vegeta alongside the deity, Belorta hid his medal in Vegeta's pouch, saying, Prince, this is the last relic given to you by the king. Raditz, witnessing this, was indeed surprised and seemed to want the elder prince to keep the item, but Belorta merely smiled and let it pass. Saying it was also a gift from their father to Vegeta, there was only one, and it was to be regarded as Vegeta's legacy for us wandering warriors. Belorta gently stroked his brother's forehead, although he was only a year older than Vegeta and of similar age to Raditz. At this moment, he seemed like a significant figure burdened with responsibility. Mr. Whis, Lord Beerus, thank you once again, Belorta said. Are you really declining our invitation? Beerus spoke calmly, without any emotion, but the very mention of an invitation revealed his intentions. Belorta bowed again in gratitude. Seeing this, Beerus said no more, simply adding as he leaned in, the training of divine power requires caution and a gradual approach. Your potential is indeed impressive, even without our guidance. You will be able to step into the realm of the third-tier gods in the future. Beerus showed a rare smile, though it was faint. Whis, let us go. Hey, that Kaioshin kid named Shin, right? Don't run off. If you sense that you're about to die, hurry up and hand over the position of Kaioshin. Beerus's final reminder surprised everyone, as they hadn't expected a god of destruction to joke like a mortal. However, Shin maintained a serious demeanor and stood at attention, responding, Yes, Lord Beerus. Then, we'll take our leave. Goodbye, everyone, and farewell, Belorta. Raditz carried the unconscious Vegeta on his back, and along with Whis, he quietly bid farewell to the prince. Goodbye, Prince Belorta. Watching the colorful ascent, Belorta waved goodbye to the two gods, also bidding farewell to his family. Just as he had asked Bardock and Paragus to stay on North Kai's planet, this was merely a temporary separation, meant for a better reunion in the future. Chapter 50. The Empty Hell, the True King of the Winter Star. The affairs of the Kaioshin realm have come to a close. After saying goodbye to the old Kai and his companions, Belolta traveled alone through the universe, unaware that the ship's path had been diverted by a black barrier emerging ahead. He thought it was merely an incidental obstacle in the cosmos and paid it no mind. What he didn't realize was that the diverted path led to the unknown, and it was being subtly influenced by a higher power that touched his trajectory. Looking back at the universe, on the planet of the powerful race that once enslaved most of the cosmos, the Winter Star, news of Frisia's death had spread across the entire planet. How could this be? What are you talking about? Although King Cold still sat on his throne, he was internally filled with panic. Despite usually using his status to suppress Frisia, the news of his son's death was unbelievable. Moreover, more importantly, 2/3 of the legions that once controlled most of the universe were under Frisia's command. Now that he was dead, the immediate major issues to face would undoubtedly be the defection and rebellion of his subordinates. Damn it, Frisia is actually dead? How is that possible? He had a battle power of 12 million. How could that bunch of monkeys have harmed him? King Cold was already furious, his anger clouding his judgment, and he kicked over the messenger who had come to report the news. He couldn't believe this was true and grabbed the other S scanner. As an advance team, they regularly recorded orders, and at the moment he opened the screen, King Cold finally recognized the reality. It turned out the legend was true. He looked at the images transmitted by the scanner with an incredulous expression, filled with mixed emotions, gritting his teeth as he was further stunned by the sight of the golden aura scion. A super scion. Damn it. That imposing scion made King Cold erupt with rage, and he immediately fired an energy blast that obliterated the messenger. Seemingly still unsatisfied, he stomped on the ground multiple times, his furious roars echoing. In that moment, his grotesque appearance would likely evoke laughter rather than fear in those who witnessed it. We are the powerful ice demon race. Why does that mere scion father evoke such a demeanor? A voice seemed to come from outside, growing louder until a figure appeared, resembling Frisia. Upon seeing the newcomer, King Cold regained his composure, suppressing his earlier chaos. After clearly seeing his appearance, he coldly said, "What brings you back, Cooler? I don't recall sending you back to the Winter Star." At that moment, he was inquiring from the position of the king of the ice demon race. However, Cooler merely smiled and approached, slowly saying, "Hee, Father, the region I oversee is already peaceful and safe. I have come merely to resolve the troubles left by Frisia. After all, Father, you are still the absolute emperor to the outside world, right?" But as soon as he finished speaking, although Cooler's words seemed respectful, his sudden movements had already offended King Cold. In an instant, he appeared right in front of his father, lightly swinging his tail. The sound of it striking the ground felt heavy in King Cold's ears. Recalling the past, he realized that his own strength had long fallen behind Frisia's. Not to mention this eldest son who had been fighting on behalf of the Winter Star. "Cooler, since you have returned, then temporarily take over the royal duties. And the remaining legions of Frisia will also be under your command regarding the Scions." Although planet Vegeta was destroyed, the Scions were not completely wiped out. The probe transmitted information that before the destruction of Vegeta, more than 20 escape pods shot away in all directions. Father, leave it to me. You should just rest well. The transfer of power seemed so simple and direct. The king of the Kurds had to temporarily compromise with reality. After all, Cooler was more ruthless and cunning compared to Frisia. At least Frisia had some fear of royal power during the Winter Star incident, while Cooler, he was the strongest ruler on this Winter Star. Then Sad immediately announced to the universe that I, Cooler, am offering a bounty for the escaped Scion children. The bounty for a child is set at 100 million zenny, along with a quota for the Cooler Corps expedition team. Additionally, our next stop will be to check out Namek. Tracking Slug's traces has led us in the direction of Namek. I must get my hands on that bottle of Hell's elixir. Just after the king of the Kurds left the palace, Cooler immediately issued a death order for the remnants of the Scions. In an instant, a figure appeared, received the order, and disappeared. In just a moment's time, the warriors on the Winter Star were filled with fervor. Although the evil emperor in the universe had fallen, many who had once followed Frisia were still confused and caught up in the conflict. Most parts of the universe quickly fell into devastation. All these tragic events undoubtedly posed a huge problem for King Yenluo in the underworld. How infuriating! King Yenluo struck the table, watching the death list continuously appear on the bulletin board. Not only in the Northern Galaxy, but there were also numerous records from the other 3 galaxies. At this moment, the long queue of souls at the entrance of the underworld was the most troublesome for King Yenluo. With so many souls, how should he handle them? He noticed that there were evil people, ordinary people in distress, and former subordinates of Frisia. How did Cooler S troops end up in the Northern Galaxy? Although it was just a momentary confusion, what troubled him more was the sheer number of souls. Aside from distinguishing them, it seemed there were still no vacancies in hell and heaven. Let me think. The evil ones can be tossed into the blood pool to become nourishment. The troublesome ones can be kept in hell to suffer. As for the suffering ones, they aren't worthy of going to heaven? While King Yenluo was in a dilemma, a ghostly assistant wearing glasses who was responsible for recording approached him. "My lord, why not try exiling the extremely evil ones to heaven as well? Just like Frisia. Earlier, it was precisely because of Frisia's destruction that the hearts of the people in hell were in turmoil." Following the ghost suggestion, King Yenluo indeed began to ponder. After repeatedly looking over the list of souls, he shook his head. No, it won't work. Frisia's malice is too great. Sending him to heaven would certainly have an effect in containing him. However, now, let alone evil people, even some righteous warriors can't retain their physical forms. If not, we might as well throw them all into the blood pool at once. Just as King Yenluo was still deciding, a new, ghostly assistant suddenly appeared, standing at attention beneath King Yenluo's desk. Noticing the newcomer, King Yenluo bent down to look. He appeared to be another ghostly assistant, but seemed to be of a much higher grade than those in King Yenluo's realm. "Oh, it's Moro. What brings you here?" Seeing a familiar face, King Yenluo directly inquired. After a respectful greeting from the ghost named Moro, he conveyed the instructions from above. "My lord King Yenluo, the great Kaishin has given orders. Recently, too many people have died in the universe, and if there isn't enough space in hell and heaven, after removing the troublesome evil ones, the remaining souls can be sent to the great Kaishin star." "The great Kaishin star, huh?" King Yenluo pondered. Indeed, there have been instances in the past when large numbers of souls had died in the universe, leading to mismanagement, and they were sent to the great Kaishin star. "All right, since that's the case, let's proceed according to the great Kaishin's orders." Chapter 51, Scattered Stones, Expectations from Afar. Hiya. Amidst the flickering shadows, the strikes were sharp. The dodges were swift, and after a rapid assault, the clash of light waves came to an end. At this moment on the North Kaishin star, the fiery battles were being fought daily between Bardock and Paragus. The one enduring such torture daily was the owner of the North Kaishin star, the North Kaishin. Watching his planet being damaged to such an extent every day, he finally could no longer sit still. "Hey, oh no, this can't go on." Hearing the North Kaishin's roar, the two finally reined in their aggression. Only when they noticed the devastation around them did they show embarrassed expressions. "We're really sorry, Lord North Kaishin." Paragus immediately apologized, and Bardock felt the same regret. However, the North Kaishin was generous enough to wave his hand in resignation. "It seems I can no longer let you use my planet as a training ground." Hee. However, the expression that surged within the North Kaishin made the two feel something strange. For some reason, they recalled the foolish look of the North Kaishin when they first arrived at the North Kaishin star. "The North Kaishin has gone silly again, huh, Bardock?" Cough. "I don't know." But the North Kaishin did not notice their conversation and continued to laugh to himself. "This is a great opportunity. If I win the match with the great Kaishin, I can show off among the three of them." After muttering to himself, the North Kaishin quickly ran over Bardock Paragus. "I made my decision. I'll take you to the great Kaishin star." Recently, the great Kaishin has been receiving souls from all over to prepare for a large-scale contest in the underworld. This is a rare opportunity. Strong warriors from all over the universe will be there. The North Kaishin thought to persuade the two to agree to go by mentioning the presence of strong warriors. For them, if they wanted to increase their strength, they indeed needed breakthroughs from battling powerful opponents. Paragus, upon hearing this, was full of excitement, and the unique cells within him as a scion were stirring. However, when he looked at Bardock, he found him still deep in thought, thinking it might not be a good idea. "Lord North Kaishin, we still need to visit Earth. After all, Prince Vegeta mentioned that there is something called the Dragon Balls on Earth that can help us revive our people from planet Vegeta." At this point, Paragus's thoughts shifted from battling strong opponents back to their people. Indeed, their current goal was to increase their strength, but rebuilding planet Vegeta was even more important. "How about this? I'll have the God of Earth help you check on the existence of the Dragon Balls. In the meantime, you can come with me to the great Kaishin star and witness that grand scene." Seeing the two warriors about to leave, the North Kaishin's mind raced. He remembered that their prince had mentioned that the Dragon Balls on Earth were related to the God of Earth, so he brought him up. Upon hearing this, Bardock thought, "The God of Earth is that Namekian Brolt who said the Dragon Balls of Namek are wish orbs, and the Dragon Balls of Earth have some connection to the God of Earth. Therefore, having the God of Earth help might be a good idea. Perhaps it could save them the time searching for the Dragon Balls." Thinking of this, Bardock finally spoke. "Then let's go with Lord North Kaishin's plan. I do trouble you, Lord North Kaishin, to help us ask the God of Earth." "Huh, not a problem, not a problem." Cough, cough, hey, is the God of Earth there? "I am the North Kai." The North Kai replied with a smile, and then he contacted the other side of Earth. Just a moment later, a voice came through. "North Kai, what can I do for you during your busy time?" No rush, God of Heaven. There's something I would like your help with. I'll let Bardock explain it to you. It's about the scions that appeared on Earth earlier." "Oh, okay, I remember them." Then, Bardock placed his hand on the North Kai's back, establishing a connection with Earth. "It's been a while, God of Heaven. I have something to ask of you for the second time." No problem, Mr. Bardock and Mr. Paragus. "I also want to thank you for the vegetable people you planted back then. Shortly after you left, the vegetable people helped find the whereabouts of Demon King Piccolo. Fortunately, he was in a weakened state from escaping his seal and couldn't rally the demon clan in time. So now Earth is free of crisis. You're too polite. God of Heaven. Well, I wanted to inquire about the Dragon Balls. Do you know anything about them? Bardock's words surprised the God of Heaven. He didn't expect Bardock and the others to know about the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls are wish orbs, and I know about them because I created them. The God of Heaven's answer astonished Bardock, but it indeed confirmed what Prince Vegeta had said before. He had mentioned that the Namekians possessed many magical abilities. Continuing on Earth, he said, that was a long time ago. When I first came to Earth as a child, I can't remember when it was or who sent me to this planet. But I must also thank you, Mr. Bardock. From what you told me about Namek, I checked the information, and I indeed come from a planet called Namek. At this point, the God of Heaven smiled and said, oh dear, how did I start talking about myself? Ahem, as I grew older, I gradually awakened my abilities as a Namekian, or perhaps I should say, I awakened my abilities as a descendant of the Dragon Clan. So I had the idea to create 7 orbs. When they gather together, they can summon the Dragon God to grant wishes. As he spoke about this, a fragment flashed through the God of Heaven's mind, recalling that when Mr. Popo made him the God of Heaven, he had indeed inquired about some of his abilities, particularly regarding his lineage as a descendant of the Dragon Clan. However, these thoughts were fleeting. After listening to his explanation, Bardock asked, so, God of Heaven, can the Dragon Balls on Earth be used now? After this question, the God of Heaven sighed and said, I'm really sorry, but if you want to use them, it's not possible right now. The 7 orbs are still sealed, as once the Dragon Balls are used, there is a 1-year cooldown period. This was set to prevent the Dragon Balls from being misused. Although he said this, the God of Heaven thought to himself that this rule was deeply ingrained in his blood, as if it were necessary to have this rule to limit the power of the Dragon Balls. Ah, I see. Yes, because on Earth, there are a few people who know about them. They discovered them by chance, and just recently, the Dragon Balls were used. I initially intended to create them to help this planet, so I didn't restrict who could use them. Understood, God of Heaven. All right then, let's leave it at that for now. God of Heaven, you can get back to your work on Earth. Okay, North Kai. Thank you for your hard work. After disconnecting, the matter of the Dragon Balls on Earth was temporarily out of reach for Bardock and the others. Paragus then said, some weights are worth it. Bardock, let's continue to grow stronger. In the future, when we revive our people, only by becoming strong can we prevent someone like Frisia from destroying us again. Yes, well said. Paragus. North Kai. In that case, take me to North Kai's planet. Let's see the strong ones in the universe. Haha, sure. Let's get going, hold on to me. I'll locate North Kai's planet. With many thoughts in mind, the road ahead seemed long. Bardock and Paragus began their next journey. But as they looked up at the sky, Bardock thought of the invisible hope in his palm, Prince Belolta. Raditz Jine. Chapter 52. The Unknown Zone, the dialogue between the Black-Robed Man and Babidi. At this moment, it is mentioned that Belorta's spaceship is roaming through the universe. He is still meditating in the gravity chamber, confronting his imaginary enemies. This is undoubtedly training his mental aspect. After several days of intense training, he has finally stabilized the enormous energy surge brought on by the one divine power state. Now, Belorta can fully control this power, and the data panel in front of him reveals an impressive level of strength. Belorta, reborn transmigrator, Scion, has a combat power of 4,329 billion, with an unknown burst combat power externally displayed as 2 to 15,000. Mastery status. Super Scion 1 can reach full power. Super Scion 2 can reach full strength. Talent 1. Super Absolute Comprehension. Talent 2. Automatically increases divine power by 0.01 every 10 days, with strength improving accordingly, and various physical data enhancing with combat experience. Current divine power status. 106. Comprehension and observation acquisition. Develop potential ability. Expand and strengthen amplification. Transcend bloodline 0.1. Already integrated perception search. Looking at his data, Belorta let out a slight breath, then finished today's training. Feeling the change in his strength once again, he murmured softly, at least when facing the Cloaked Man again. He should have the strength to fight. Remembering the Cloaked Man who suddenly appeared in the King Kai's realm. The guy whose base combat power reached 80 billion really made Belorta feel a shiver. Could that person really be Gohan? If it were him, appearing at this time and with such immense strength, he was no longer the future Gohan with a broken arm from the original story. Belorta could not imagine how the man in the black robe trained, but when Beerus pressed the black-robed man, the display of the time, Ring naturally left a deep impression on Belorta. Could it be that, as they speculated, he had once become the king of the worlds? It seemed to attract strong individuals. At this moment, while Belorta was pondering the black-robed man in an unknown part of the universe, the originally black-robed figure revealed his true appearance. The sharp short hair, the scars of time on his face, and the missing left arm. This image was exactly the future Gohan that Belorta remembered. However, the attire he wore was no longer Gohan's usual clothing, but rather a garb similar to that of the King of the Worlds, though this outfit was already tainted by darkness. The demonic aura attached to it was self-evident. "Haha, you said you would help me revive Majin Buu if I showed you my magical abilities. Why did you take away my two subordinates?" And they both died. It's one thing if Shrag is dead. After all, he was only captured by me after escaping from a battle with another galaxy's cooler. But Dabura, he was the embodiment of ultimate strength. And now he's dead too. The small figure beside him was none other than the sorcerer Babidi, previously mentioned by others. At this moment, all his complaints erupted when the black-robed man returned, making him seem extremely aggrieved. When future Gohan revealed himself, his deep gaze struck coldly, causing Babidi to immediately shut his mouth. Heh, Dabura is considered strong? Listening to this guy's words, Babidi could only nod submissively. But he was merely the king of the demon realm, a mere king of the demon realm. In my world, even a few supreme kings of the world working together are nothing to me. The black-robed man's words undoubtedly left Babidi even more astonished. When he first saw this guy, he was not only shocked by his power, but also amazed by the deep demonic aura he exuded. Now, from his words, it seemed that the divine realm was nothing in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he was aware of this man's immense strength, he would have long since controlled him with his magic. Otherwise, given future Gohan's current temperament, he would have already taken this weakling's life. I will naturally help you revive Majin Buu, but don't forget what I need. As for the losses of these subordinates, just have someone else compensate you. After speaking, the black-robed man threw out a capsule from the future, seemingly a product of the Universal Capsule Corporation, and suddenly, two human siblings from Earth emerged. Androids 17 and 18. Looking at these two faces, memories from long ago surged in his mind, reminding him of his past troubles, especially after his father's death, when these two androids inflicted a heavy blow on the world. After the two androids awakened, the black-robed man merely gripped their necks, causing them to struggle instantly. The ferocious and bloody gaze in his eyes was fully visible to Babidi, seemingly presenting him with a good opportunity. Babidi displayed an evil smile, attempting to forcibly control this powerful figure with magic from behind, but it did not go as he wished. His magic naturally failed, and when future Gohan turned to look, Babidi returned to his usual timid self, standing in place. The black-robed man coldly stated, "Don't even think about your magic controlling me. Even if I weren't a god now, your abilities would still be useless to me. Of course, if you want to die, you can try. After all, you've seen my power before." At that moment, the black-robed man mercilessly snapped the necks of the two androids, and they immediately suffocated, the air filled with silence. He simply extended his palm for a moment, and a vibrant light descended, causing the two androids to revive. However, after that, it was as if the black-robed man had extinguished his humanity, killing them again and then reviving them once more. This scene plunged Babidi's heart into an invisible pressure. He had clearly witnessed the other party's abilities. When Shrag and Dabura fought this person to protect themselves, they too were tortured in this manner, which was why he had compromised and cooperated. "I'm sorry. I was momentarily foolish. I will never challenge your authority again. Not a challenge. I will never offend you again. Heck, control those two. Although they are androids, they are still more than enough compared to any king of the demon realm." After saying this, the black-robed man directly tossed the two out, and Babidi immediately activated his magical abilities. All of this was observed by the black-robed man, who seemed to be constantly exploring this guy's magic in his mind. In an instant, the android siblings were turned into absolutely loyal subordinates of Babidi, and under the pressure of the black-robed man, they could naturally be commanded by him. "Lord God, do you want to take these two with you?" Babidi was naturally delighted at this, not expecting that their strength under magical control would exceed Dabura's by twice. So he cautiously inquired, fearing that the black-robed man would take them away, losing those who could collect energy for him. "If you want to take them, at least leave one for me. I can still have someone collect energy to revive Majin Buu. Heh, you can keep these too. Stay with me. I can kill them at any time. By the way, here is something for you. It's energy generated from the battle in the King of the World's realm. Do you think I was joking when I said I would help you revive Majin Buu?" The black-robed man changed his tone, looking at Babidi with disdain. having already shaken Babiti's heart. No, no. How could I not believe, Lord God? I'm just afraid of delaying your matters. You're not worthy of worrying. Recently, there are significant events in the Northern Galaxy. I sensed a similar evil aura. Cooler, a member of Frisia's clan, has appeared. If you want to collect energy, you can go there. The location is on Namek, waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Babidi was overjoyed. At this moment, he anticipated massive energy, making the revival of Majin Buu to achieve his goals even faster. Thank you very much, my lord. I need to set off quickly. After saying this, Babidi stood up without hesitation. With the two magically controlled androids following him, he no longer needed to regard Cooler as a threat. After Babidi flew away from the place, Future Gohan also put the black robe back on, but then he vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to where he went. Chapter 53. The artificial city of Planet M2. Traveling through the universe always seems particularly uninteresting, especially when it is a solitary journey. Belorta sat alone in the control room, reminiscing about the fun times he had with his two younger brothers when they were together. Big brother, you're not eating this, right? I'm gonna eat it. Hey, Prince Vegeta, why did you take mine too? Big brother gave it to me, so you should give it to me as well. I'll give you mine next meal. The scene of competing for food flooded Belorta's mind, and his hands controlling the spaceship paused unconsciously, a smile blooming on his face as the warmth of being reborn in this world enveloped him. All right, let's decide like this. First, I'll find the 25 scattered young members of our clan, and then we can go back and reunite with Uncle Bardock. He thought that by then, Uncle Bardock and the others must have also used the Dragon Balls to revive the members of Planet Vegeta, right? Sai, father, the father of this world, and Grandpa Raul. I wonder how you all are doing in the underworld. We will meet again, talking to himself, accompanied by the mysterious light flashing past the spaceship. It seemed that Belorta had arrived at a remote area in the Northern Galaxy. Looking at the planet ahead that seemed to be enduring a sandstorm, Belorta wiped away his tears while pondering about that place. Where's that? While he was lost in thought, the spaceship had already floated away, but for some reason, it was not affected by the sandstorm. It was only when they passed through the storm that Belorta realized it was merely a barrier, likely an illusion set up for outsiders. The newly revealed scenery was the true appearance of the planet. Wow, this is a technological planet. The spaceship soared above, and seeing this place filled with futuristic technology, Belorta exclaimed, "That's why it's called a technological planet." However, despite this futuristic world, as soon as one crossed that invisible boundary, there would still be a tragic reality. That desertified area was only on one side of the future city, separated by merely a patch of green forest. And it was this natural barrier that divided the people on both sides into different worlds. Clearly, they were people from the same planet, yet they lived in two entirely different forms. Belorta sighed as he watched the scene unfold. He could only sigh, as it was unlikely he would become an idealist to help the suffering people here. The spaceship gradually moved away, passing two locations, but Belorta chose to land at the border area. He decided to stop on this planet because he sensed a familiar presence. It was his kin. It seemed that there was an unexplainable blood connection, and Belorta's perception became clearer. Indeed, there was a child on this planet. It appeared that before Vegeta's explosion, his father and the others had not determined the destinations of the 20 escape pods, making the search in the universe much more troublesome. The border area, as the only connecting section between Sand City and Future City, had long established its own considerable trade system. Belorta walked along the road of the border town, where he could see many merchants coming and going, as well as raggedly dressed people playing along the street. When someone dressed in bright clothes appeared, others would part ways, seemingly creating an invisible hierarchy. "Ah, sir, hello. May I ask if there are any places to stay around here?" Belorta approached someone to chat, noticing that the person's appearance and clothing were neither too shabby nor too extravagant, just typical attire. He preferred to inquire about local matters with such individuals. However, the person did not behave as Belorta had expected. After sizing him up, the individual seemed to regard Belorta as a child, and upon noticing his battle attire, immediately ushered him into his shop. "Hey, you must be from another planet, right? You're in the right place looking for me in this border town. Look, that place over there, where I work, is right next to our M2 Stars artificial city. It's a great spot, but the costs are a bit high. But looking at you, you probably aren't short on money, right?" This guy didn't seem to have any ill intentions, openly expressing his thoughts. As a shopkeeper's assistant trying to connect with customers, he wasn't a bad sort. Belorta smiled, tossing a gold coin from his pouch. "This should be enough to offset quite a bit of the currency. You can keep the rest for yourself." However, at this moment, Belorta suddenly displayed a hint of arrogance. which left the few people hiding in the corner stunned. They didn't expect this kid to have such strength. Forget it. Let's not provoke him. Understood. The man understood the other S words, and the simple aura he released earlier faded away. He then gestured for the people in the shadows to leave. I apologize. Those few were just here to prevent guests from backing out, not targeting you. As they traveled on, Belorta had already been led to the shop by the attendant. On the third floor, the money you paid is sufficient. And let me give you a piece of news. There will be a major announcement in a few days in the artificial city. This is a once-in-a-century event. If you wish to go, we can send someone to take you there, as your financial capability has already qualified you. Is there a place nearby to replenish spaceship fuel? Oh yes, there is also in the artificial city. However, you'll have to wait until after the big announcement, as that is when the city will open its gates. This is also why so many merchants have gathered in the border town now. I understand. With that, the attendant withdrew, kindly closing the outer door for the guest. Belorta stood by the window, gazing at the so-called artificial city, feeling the bloodline aura within him grow closer. M2-star. This is the place that appeared in Dragon Ball GT. Now, the aura of my kin is strong enough to confirm the location. The center of that place is where he is. Belorta was anxiously waiting, but he didn't expect to find the children in the universe so soon. However, he also didn't anticipate that it would be in this place, M2-star. Isn't that artificial city where many artificial humans and robots coexist? Thinking about this, Belorta couldn't help but show his frustration for the first time. Artificial humans and robots. If you remember correctly, there was a variant robot with considerable strength. That guy seemed to be called Leard, or was he a general of the robotic army? And who else was there? Belorta continuously recalls memories from a past life. The plot from that anime, and the character that appears on planet M2, who is an enemy of the protagonist. Suddenly, a dangerous voice flashes through his mind, reminding him of that being, the civilians who had brought about devastating blows to Earth in the anime. Yes, that creature created by Dr. Mew that can parasitize humans, baby. It first appeared here, and later followed to Earth, possessing Son Goten and subsequently controlling everyone. At that time, it took Super Saiyan 4 to defeat him. My current base combat power isn't enough to transform, right? And here, Belorta looked towards the outer space, where the vast sky was not particularly blue, nor were there many clouds gathering. As dusk gradually descended, it seemed that night was approaching quickly while he was lost in thought. The starry sky adorned the area, but the moon was not quite round. With the moon's light, how could it transform successfully? With a helpless expression, Belorta decided not to think about it for now. Even if he were to encounter those strong enemies from the anime, he would just take it one step at a time. The most important thing now was his own thoughts about his people. Chapter 54. Behind the Black Robe Man, a fragment of stone, the revelry on the planet. I forgot who sealed me. However, when the god of destruction appeared, it just so happened that the energy from his battle with Dubra shattered the last lock. It surprised me as well. Clearly, that lock was on the verge of collapse, yet I couldn't extinguish it. I didn't expect that the appearance of that god of destruction could actually break the lock with their confrontation. It's been 10,000 years, right? No, perhaps even longer. Maybe tens of millions of years, or even over 100 million years. In any case, I've forgotten a lot. In my hand was a fragment of stone. It seemed incomplete, but overall, it still had a rounded shape, shining with blue flames. Upon closer inspection, it also carried a deep purple hue. The fragment was speaking. After escaping from that prison, it had traveled through the universe, ultimately being held by the person who grasped it tightly. He took off the hood, revealing a face that was unmistakably future Gohan, who had gone to provoke the god of destruction. In this corner of the universe, he arrived at this place following the guidance of the fragment. So what you really meant to say was that the powerful being in the god of destruction's realm is that scion named Belorta? The black-robed man seemed to be conversing with the fragment, which did not disappoint him. Of course, how could I possibly be under the pressure of that god of destruction? With his strength, if I were my complete self, I wouldn't even need to mention the god of destruction. The angel you saw in the god of destruction's realm, one of the 12 angels of the universes, I could match half of them in strength. Match half. The black-robed man listened to the fragment's arrogant words, which suited his temperament. This was also the reason he had taken it away during that chance encounter. So what brings me here now? Looking down at the planet, the black-robed man did not find anything miraculous about it, nor did he feel it held anything he desired. However, the fragment's words did pique his interest. Earlier, my consciousness affected that science spaceship trajectory. At this moment, he could be on this planet. Belorta? The black-robed man recalled this name with interest. With his current strength, he was too weak. If you wanted to duel him, don't get your hopes up. After all, don't forget, I'm also a scion. Haha. Future Gohan's words were not finished when the fragment, shimmering with light points, laughed out loud. You are a half-breed. What does the former scion race have to do with you? When you faced a major crisis on Earth for the first time, you were alone, and, at that time, you identified as an Earthling. The memories stirred up by the fragment echoed in his mind. His father had died, friends had been killed one after another, and the only remaining warrior was the yet-to-grow Trunks. He had felt such despair back then. But don't be afraid. I'm not here to see you duel with your kin. The fragment continued, pulling the black-robed man back from his memories. I modified the traces of this planet. Let me think. In which timeline did this planet have the Scion's mortal enemies? Just like the Scions and Frisia, this race despises the Scions even more than Frisia does. The black-robed man listened with confusion but continued to hear the fragment. After a pause, as if sensing something, it spoke again. Soon, I want to see what sparks will fly if they collide. Oh, by the way, you Scion's transformation, Super Scion 4. You should not have succeeded yet, right? As they spoke, the fragment led the black-robed man's thoughts to Super Scion 4, and the light shining from his eyes seemed to indicate it was a focal point for him. Maybe this time, Belorta will have a chance to reach Super Scion 4. Want to take a look? The fragment again tempted the black-robed man, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Future Gohan simply replied, Super Scion 4 is not the purpose for which you brought me here. Go on. Your mind is still steady. Even though you've been tainted by this demonic nature, you still retain a part of your former self. This is why you have yet to reach the third stage of divinity after becoming the god of destruction. To let go or not to let go. Listening to the fragment's idle chatter, the black-robed man appeared somewhat impatient. Just as he spoke one word, the fragment revealed the true reason for guiding him here. There's a portion of my power here, a fragment. Go find it. I can feel it. What? What's wrong? Are you also confused? The black-robed man asked as he listened to the fragment's halted speech. After a long pause, the fragment spoke again. Oh, there's another scion on this planet. Oh, it's a child, what a pity. He absorbed my portion of power. Haha, as it spoke to itself. The fragment's voice gradually faded, and the originally flickering light dimmed at that moment. The black-robed man appeared bewildered again. This cursed thing. However, looking at the planet once more, the black-robed man pondered some of the fragment's words and said lightly, Afraid? It's just not time for a confrontation yet. Let us grow a bit more. After saying that, the black-robed man's figure disappeared again, just as he had done at Babiti's place, vanishing without a trace. However, it seemed that the fading figure had left a new trace on that planet. He must be on the planet. After resting here for 2 days, just as that fellow said, the great event of the artificial city was announced. In a bustling city filled with revelry, a figure resembling a city lord proclaimed joyous news. This was the greatest birth in the autumn of the year 735 of the Age of the Gods, achieved through research on the mysterious fragment, resulting in the successful creation of a new humanity combined with the children. Looking out through the window, at the moment he heard the knock on the door, Belorta was accompanied by the person arranged by that guy, walking along the edge of the border city. This was supposed to be a joyful time in a man-made city. The many merchants gathered here also made trade vibrant, but for some reason, Belorta could only see the sights, yet felt an endless resentment in his heart. He didn't pay much attention to this. It was only after following the guide through the entrance that he truly witnessed what a city of technology was like. It wasn't like a steel body. Everything he saw had already realized a futuristic model. If one were to describe it, it would probably be akin to the Earth during the Dragon Ball GT era, when technology had reached its peak. However, Belorta suddenly felt empty. This is how the artificial city on M2 planet is now. No wonder during the GT era this planet was considered to be dominated by androids and robots. As he moved forward, watching the lively scene of singing and dancing, Belorta found himself somewhat immersed in it. Although the planet was extremely polarized for the residents of the artificial city, this was indeed good news. It wasn't until he saw the transparent screen display that he vaguely understood why such news was not a good thing for the suffering residents of the border city and the Sand City. The obvious result above was another advancement in technology. Even the lord of the city had achieved a half-human, half-machine form. According to the locals, this was the way to make their strength formidable, and the strength generated from this allowed the legions of the artificial city to have a place in the universe. The reason why the struggle for dominance in the universe is more intense than ever is rooted in Frisia's death. Since the news was spread by the four Kais across various galaxies, Any planet that wasn't considered weak was sharpening its blades to compete for the so-called cosmic dominance. Naturally, M2 planet, relying on the powerful development of the technology in its artificial city, could indeed compete for some territories in the future. However, the city lord himself did not foresee that the mechanical army led by Leard would eventually overthrow his power. Perhaps the timing is now. Just now. He heard about some mysterious fragments combined with a child. Could it be that this force's influence led M2 planet to become the dominator of machines? Belolta gazed ahead, trying to trace the origin of the news that delighted the city lord. On the viewing screen, near the center of the area, an astonishing scene unfolded. A child was battling against numerous robots and androids, and inevitably, the scales of victory tilted towards the child. The people in the city marveled at the child's strength, which was attributed to the fusion with the mysterious fragment. As Belolta opened his eyes to observe, he gradually began to notice the clues. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse at the moment the child unleashed a key wave. What was wrapped around his waist was not mere decoration, but a tale belonging to the same race. A child of his kind? What was going on? Chapter 55, The Power of the Mysterious Fragment, Deformed Mutation. Gazing at the image on the viewing screen, Belolta remained incredulous. No, the scattered infants weren't that old. They should be at least 7 months to a year old, but the child in the image looked about the same age as Vegeta. Yet that was indeed a member of his race. At this moment, Belorta was just standing there in a daze. As the sensation in his heart continued to expand, he used his divine power to perceive and search within the artificial city, which suddenly blossomed. He had to know what was going on. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of this place began to change slowly. It seemed that in a corner of the artificial city, the sudden crash of a flying pod coincidentally encountered the city lord who was patrolling outside. What was brought out from it was a scion child, one of the scattered remnants from planet Vegeta. The scene continued, and all of this kept flashing in Belorta's mind and eyes. The unknown city lord brought the child to the center of the city. At first, he took great care of it. But then a large-scale explosion occurred in a shining area at the center of the artificial city. In the end, what was rescued was only a spherical object adorned with star patterns. The city lord held it in his hands and let out a sigh of relief, seeming to regard it as something very important to him. As the perception returned to the present, Belorta nearly lost his breath. It seemed that I still wasn't quite capable of using this divine power. The spherical object with star patterns. Belorta steadied himself while recalling something similar. A bit like the Dragon Balls, but these were black stars. Shouldn't that be impossible? Did the Black 7 Dragon Balls already exist this early? Although the scene he perceived during his search surprised him, the urgent matter first concerned the children of his clan. In the center of the city, it should be there, right? He sensed the place with his eyes, and in an instant, Belorta vanished from his spot. Fortunately, the area was lively and would not notice the sudden disappearance of a person. However, there were still those hiding in the shadows, merely scoffing lightly, gripping an unknown device in their hands, while muttering reminders from the Zypher clan in their hearts. Dr. Likey, the Hachiyak device has indeed been activated ahead of time. That old man Muna estimated correctly. With the first scion, there would be a second, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Huh. But if this guy saw that child, he would surely be shocked, right? Let your kind start fighting each other first. The one hiding in the corner continued to lurk, following the edge of the junction city, heading towards the outer sand city, where the resentment was greater and more intense. Respected City Lord, Reg has already been able to independently slay 30 top-tier robots, and among the 6 artificial humans in the hall, 3 are no longer a threat to him. Good. Upon hearing the report from a monitor, the one sitting high in the center of the artificial city, at the pinnacle of the mechanical heart, was indeed the City Lord. Looking closely, half of his body was already covered by machinery. Being half human and half machine seemed to be the norm for this mechanical heart. Recalling the great explosion at that time, he was still worried and afraid, fearing that the mysterious fragments had lost the vitality to provide energy for the mechanical heart. But a guy who called himself Dr. Muna came, able to light the way, allowing that child to merge with the mysterious fragments, achieving a brand new crystallization. The model of the artificial human was not unfamiliar, but that guy's methods were truly marvelous. The artificial humans he created actually had such capabilities. This city lord was still immersed in a beautiful dream, after the child from outer space merged with the mysterious fragments. It not only created a broader future for the artificial city, but also became a conquering machine with enormous growth potential. Delightful. Invite Dr. Muna. He cannot miss today's grand event. The joy of the heart of the city was no less than that outside. While enjoying the endless dancing, the heart of the city had already welcomed another presence, as Belorta captured the aura and teleported over, though he did not know where he was. In front of him were his kin. Although the other party now appeared as a half-mechanical body, the feeling deep within that aura was indeed akin. Belorta could not be mistaken. It seemed that the originally quiet artificial human noticed something unusual and opened his eyes at that moment, releasing a remarkable aura as he stood up, simply muttering, "Intruder." As the words fell, the other party immediately launched a punch, the speed surprisingly beyond Belorta's expectations. While dodging, he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of his aura. Unexpectedly, it was significant. The mark on that arm glanced over to the child, who still had a human arm, and the marks above reminded Belorta of something. When he was chatting with Bardock on Vegeta Star, one of Bardock's squad uncles had passed by holding a child with such triangular marks. It shouldn't be called marks, but rather a prominent birthmark. Thus, Belorta recognized the child's identity. He was Uncle Dorg's child, who was only 9 months old at the time. Why had he become like this now? However, before Belorta could ponder further, several heavy punches were swung again, with the force increasing in stages. The echo filled the entire mechanical heart, and the commotion gradually began to spread. The city lord, still in the lively area, was greeting distinguished guests, but the disturbances from this side were also heard. What happened? City lord, it seems there is a situation at the mechanical heart where Reg is located. Not good. City lord, a signal source has come in. There is an intruder. What? Quickly. Dispatch personnel. Upon hearing news of the intruder, the city lord felt a wave of unease. He did not want such a promising conquering tool to encounter an accident. Reg was still in his growth phase and needed more time to truly serve as a weapon for sweeping surrounding planets. Meanwhile, the distinguished guest below wore an evil smile and stepped forward, seemingly wanting to relieve the city lord's worries. City lord, let me go. After all, that artificial human is my creation. I can eliminate the intruder faster by working with him. Good. Dr. Muna, I will trouble you again, the city lord said without hesitation. And after receiving an affirmative reply, Dr. Muna vanished in a flash. Fortunately, the mechanical heart was very close. That intruder must be the other scion mentioned in his thoughts. Detestable scion. Let me see if I can get another experimental subject. When merging that scion child with the mysterious fragments to create an artificial human, Dr. Muna had also made preparations, able to sense its position at any time and control it with 70% ease. If this works out, I will destroy that failed product. That detestable baby is merely an artificial being I created, thinking of himself as the Zephyr King. But the king's energy is indeed immense. Even if baby only has a trace of the king's power, at least the flames of revenge will never extinguish. Chapter 56. The Controlled Artificial Warrior. Humanity obliterated by a single punch. How detestable. Must I be passive? Inside the mechanical heart, the anxiety continued. Facing the attack from his kin, Belorta could only dodge. But he was also deeply pondering whether to strike back. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seemed devoid of emotional fluctuations. The vacant look in his eyes made Belorta wonder whether he was being controlled or had already merged with the cold machinery. If he was being controlled, then as long as he found a way to resolve the source of control, he could save his kin. If he had become a half-mechanical body that only knew how to kill for others, then Belorta would have no choice but to take action himself. However, if that were the case, Uncle Dorg would lose a child, and if Vegeta Star were to be rebuilt in the future, there would be one less scion. After all, the Dragon Balls cannot revive deceased robots. Thus, at this moment, Belorta had to first assess the other party to see if he still existed as a person. Dodging the opponent's fierce impacts, Belorta also observed as he approached. There seemed to be something on the half-mechanical body that was shining. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the round object with black stars that Belorta had sensed during his search. Was it just a fragment? But it was indeed the Black Star Dragon Ball. While pondering, Belorta attempted to get close to the other party's body to take the fragment. He suspected that this was the reason his kin had become like this. However, it was futile. At the moment his palm approached, the fragment emitted a scorching heat, making Belorta momentarily unable to act. It seemed there was a protective device. Damn! Who on earth transformed him like this? Belorta's anger was stirred. He naturally could not tolerate harm to his kin. Just then, a beam of energy containing considerable power launched a surprise attack from behind. However, with his agility, he merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the beam to pass by. Noticing the sudden attack, Belorta turned around and looked, only to murmur in confusion. A robot? Unable to sense the opponent's aura, Belorta scrutinized the figure before him. The face seemed somewhat familiar. and the opponent also made a sound. Hee hee, you really are Scion. Very young, perfect as a test subject. The guy's voice wasn't loud, but Belorta still heard it clearly. Upon hearing test subject, he understood that his kin had become like this because of this guy. You evil creature. Not only have you transformed yourself into a machine, but you also harm others. Belorta reproached in a deep voice, yet the man merely displayed a sinister smile. Harm others? The combination with machines is the greatest progress. But if we're talking about evil, no one in this world is more evil than you Scions. After hearing this, Belorta finally realized that this seemed to be another grudge from the previous generation. Since they were on planet M2, he could roughly guess the man's identity. Among the Zypher people, there were two top doctors. Were you Dr. Likey or Dr. Mio? However, seeing that you've transformed yourself into a half-machine, it must be Dr. Mio. The man's words shocked him a bit. You Scion are still very young, yet you know my identity. Is it possible that the history of past plunder is preserved among your kind? No, I just know about the past of planet Vegeta. It was once Zypher. Dr. Mio initially thought the other party knew something, but was soon disappointed by the response. He suddenly burst into laughter, but the laughter was mixed with unusual emotions. Scions truly are a despicable race. The planet was destroyed by your own hands, and then you went to plunder others' territories. I still held a glimmer of hope that you could record our past, but it turned out to be just my delusion. That guy Baby's desire for revenge is much more steadfast than mine. Dr. Mio suddenly muttered to himself. Although Belorta observed this, he remained vigilant. This guy was utterly deranged, completely mechanical, and had lost any real aura. But at least the kin beside him still had half a human body, and Belorta could judge that he currently possessed considerable combat power. Although he posed no threat to Belorta, he still had to be wary of whether Dr. Mio had a backup plan. The beginning of revenge will be demonstrated on you. Come on, Reg. Capture this guy for me. The guy who was still muttering to himself unexpectedly issued an order. The modified person called Reg immediately charged over, his aura rising again. As he swung a heavy punch, Belorta had already reacted in time, dodging to the opponent's back. Upon observing the fragment's bright transformation becoming more intense, he attempted to remove or destroy on the spot, but the invisible protective device was still in place, and the heat waves nearby continued to surge. Want to destroy the fragment? It has perfectly merged with Reg. Oh, you should understand too. He is your kin, right? So you want to save him? Haha. Look, Reg, that is your kindred. Kill him right here. Dr. Mio seemed to have guessed Belorta's inner thoughts, his voice growing louder, bluntly stating that Reg had become the blade of slaughter ordered by someone else. This is my proudest artificial warrior now, thanks to that mysterious fragment. Dr. Mio continued to reminisce, recalling the powerful force provided by this fragment in the artificial city, combined with his fallen Scion child, along with the mistakes he previously made with Baby, leading to the creation of this new being, which became the most successful symbol. This is an artificial warrior with infinite energy, the heart replaced by fragment, yet still retains the growth potential of a human. I finally named him Super One, Reg. Watching the scene of kin turning against kin before him, Dr. Mio seemed even more excited, directing the battlefield while narrating his great achievements. After hearing the opponent's idle talk, Belorta could confirm one thing. The kin before him was no longer a living person and could no longer be considered kin. A living machine. Just thinking about how heartbroken Uncle Dog would be when he hears about this in the future. Belorita's gaze began to turn sharp, no longer holding the tenderness of a member of the same clan. The body that once dodged now changed its stance, and its own aura started to reveal itself. That ruthless punch came crashing down, but Belorita merely used 2 fingers to block it. The subsequent sweeping attack was also met with Belorita's arm raised in defense. Dr. Meow had yet to notice this change, still inwardly anticipating the joy of the Scion slaughter, but the roar that followed shattered his fantasies. Belorta constantly self-soothes, but ultimately, anger overwhelms reason. It is just one punch, and it can only be one punch. He does not want the loss of humanity to cause more harm to his mechanical kin, and the heavy punch he delivers at the end is meant to free the weak tribe members before him. Ignoring the scorching flames brought by the shattered pieces, Belorta still retrieves it, and it is at this moment that his kin truly loses their life. No. Dr. Mio looks at the scene unfolding before him in disbelief. It happens too quickly, too unrealistically. He cannot believe that a Scion possesses such power, capable of defeating his masterpiece in an instant. He also gazes incredulously at the terrifying figure before him. Indeed, Scions are cold-blooded, even able to kill their own kin. Chapter 57. The arrival of the Time Patrol to resolve the incident. Holding the Black Star fragment in his hand, Belorta initially intended to destroy it violently. But for some reason, the moment he obtained the fragment, it vanished without a trace, and a mechanical voice emerged in his mind. It was the system notifying him that it detected the host acquiring the Black Star Dragon Ball fragment and had automatically hidden it in the system space. No, system. Take it out. I want to destroy it. It is the Black Star fragment that turned this kin into this state, and Belorta would never allow such a thing to remain in the world. However, the system remained silent at this moment, and only after a while did it respond. The Black Star Dragon Ball is a key item in the Dragon Ball world. Once all fragments are gathered and purified, those who have been infected will be revived. You need not worry. After saying this, the system seemed to return to calmness. Belorta wanted to ask more, found that silence returned to reality, and Dr. Mio wore an expression of disbelief, mockingly ridiculing himself. Indeed, Scions are cold-blooded, even able to kill their own kin. Regarding this guy's words, Belorta did not want to explain further, but instead returned the same words to him. For the sake of revenge, you are willing to turn children into killing machines. Isn't that also a cold-blooded existence? Revenge. Of course I want revenge. If it weren't for you, Scions, our planet Zypher would have its own glory, and we Zephyrians would have our own future. Facing Dr. Mio's roar, Belorta remained calm, merely responding that this does not justify your harming my kin now. Not a justification. In response to the merciless rebuttal from the Scion before him, Dr. Mio shouted, "You Scions can exterminate us Zephyrians, but I can't seek revenge for my pathetic kin. Scions indeed have their own set of cosmic balance rules. No, I do not deny your desire for revenge. In 2 lifetimes, with memories from the previous life, Belorta certainly understands the tragic world of being invaded by others and even exterminated. However, I deny that you could not retaliate at that time, leading you to plan for the persecution of the next generation now. I believe that, given the technological level of Zypher at that time, it wouldn't have been an issue to create or even produce beings capable of fighting against us when we transformed into gorillas. It's just that when facing invasion, your kin were weak. Perhaps some of your kin were weak." The words of the Scion before him left Dr. Mio stunned, involuntarily reminiscing about the past, where the voices of choosing weakness among kin seemed to stand against the voices of resistance. But when Dr. Mio came back to his senses, he still sneered. "You Scions are the victors now. You, child, certainly have a hypocritical look. Victors?" Belolta found the word somewhat amusing. The world is not static. The powerful will naturally replace the weak, but if the weak do not even have the determination to resist, then a fatal outcome is destined. Belorta stepped forward, leaving footprints behind. "You say we Scions are victors?" Considering the news of planet Vegeta's destruction, as someone who despises Scions, you should be quite aware of it, right? However, my people are not like your people back then. They fought desperately to defend their home in the face of the so-called Cosmic Emperor's invasion. When confronted with the approaching Scions, Dr. Mew appeared helpless. According to his brain's calculations, this child's power was indeed formidable, to the point where the estimated result was X. Unknown. Look at you, still acting like a sanctimonious victor? Do you still want to correct the destruction of planet Vegeta? As a Scion, there are some things that Belorta must do in this life, especially when faced with someone who is transforming his own people into killing machines. He slightly raised his hand, palm facing that person, as his energy began to gather and take shape. To you, we Scions may indeed appear evil, but to me, you are the evil one for harming my people. I will not correct the destruction of planet Vegeta. After all, it was the grudges of the previous generation of Scions that led to Frisia's revenge, and it is our Scions who brought this upon ourselves. However, in this generation, my kin have already done their best to resist the enemy's invasion. Despite the few remaining members of our race, I have no intention of seeking revenge in Frisia's homeland, as he is the true culprit, and he has already died during the invasion. This is the difference between you and me. If there is hatred, I will repay it on the spot. Even if I'm outmatched, I will fight with my life. My strength is great, and I will not endanger the innocent. And now, you can die. After all, I am the Scion you resent. After saying these words, Belolta's energy blast shot directly at him without any hesitation, and Dr. Mew fell on the spot, without even a last word. After resolving the matter, Belolta looked around for just a few seconds before disappearing in a flash. By the time the mechanical troops from the artificial city arrived, only chaos remained. However, the story of Planet M2 does not end with Belolta's actions. With the arrival of the Black Robe Man, He had already found the power of that guy, the rubble. The trace of the fragments was hidden in the center of the artificial city, but just as he was about to approach, the black-robed man was intercepted in the distant sky above the junction city. Hee, I didn't expect you to track me here. The black-robed man looked at the person in front of him with mixed feelings. The child from back then had grown up and could now face him independently. That outfit with the time-space symbol, but the face belonged to his old friend. Searching for perception? Trunks, it seems you still applied what I taught you to me. Gohan. No. According to the cosmic time and space law, the harm caused while traversing different time and space is enough for conviction. You are currently registered as a Level 2 wanted person, codename Fallen, as a time-space patrolman. I am here under the orders of the King of Time to apprehend you. Fun? The black-robed man found Trunks' words quite amusing. I didn't expect that Korinoya gave me such a codename. It shows that she still recognized me when I was serving as the King of Time. As his words fell, the black-robed man immediately changed his mood. He didn't want to fight against this brother who once fought alongside him. Go back, Trunks. You are still not my opponent. At that moment, the black-robed man dispersed his form, and before Trunks could react, he was already in front of him. You have never met my expectations. At this moment, the wind blew past his ears, and the piercing words followed. Trunks' body instinctively retreated slightly, facing his former brother and mentor. He still chose to firmly follow the orders of the King of Time. Meanwhile, the sky above the junction city began to change violently. The tremors of the earth made the people below think it was some sudden event, causing them to rush back to their homes. Little did they know that a fierce battle between strong fighters was about to take place above. Chapter 58. The Battle of the Survivors' Divine Flame from the Past and Future. At this moment, the sky was undoubtedly being invaded by a massive force. The dusky sky seemed ready to tilt, and lightning flashed as Trunks, as a time-space patrolman, prepared to bring his former friend back for judgment in the realm of the God of Time, unleashing a powerful aura. A burst of light shone, and the black-robed man seemed to see the power that belonged to the origin within it. The infant in swaddling clothes stabilized its power as it transformed into a giant ape. Trunks' hair instantly grew wildly, and electricity danced around him. In an instant, an enormous aura was born. Super Saiyan 3? The black-robed man looked at Trunks' transformation with a disdainful expression. I told you during my time as a trainee King of Time that this transformation has its limitations. I didn't expect you to try to use this transformation against me. Facing the black-robed man's words, Trunks was well aware that Super Saiyan 3 consumed a tremendous amount of stamina, and the instability produced when reaching a certain level of power was indeed a major issue. However, he had no other means at this moment. At least a long time ago, if the person in front of him was still Gohan, he might have had a breakthrough. But now, even though his strength had grown exponentially through training after becoming a time-space patrolman, he still needed to use this transformation to boost his power, at least to have a chance to fight. Seeing the determination to fight in Trunks' eyes, the black-robed man also assumed a stance. Since you want to take me back, let us see how much you've grown in the time-space patrol team over the years. As his words fell, the clash began. The black-robed man's sharp attack came, and almost before Trunks could blink, he received a significant blow. Although he quickly reacted to block the attack, he was still shaken by the other party's power. His strength is indeed still that formidable. Are you in a daze? After just a moment of contemplation, the black-robed man ruthlessly struck again. A simple horizontal kick sent Trunks flying back a considerable distance, and the figure that disappeared from the spot reappeared in front of him. The black-robed man then launched a fierce energy blast, finally igniting Trunks' fighting desire from his hesitation. This was his counterattack. He gripped the long sword tightly behind him, and the sword energy flew through the air. As he approached the black-robed man, Trunks once again unleashed a cross slash, and at this moment, his aura surged once more. As the black-robed man defended, Trunks dove toward him at full speed, breaking through the dark clouds and creating a wave that affected the surrounding space. The sound of raspy clashes echoed continuously, as if even the heavens and earth were being compressed by the collision of two powers. As a result, many mountains around them crumbled in an instant, and the rivers surged violently. The collision of fists seems to resonate with the past at this moment. Back then, although they were in a broken world, they were still filled with hope for the future and for humanity. The fierce battles did not erase Trunks' memories. Instead, they made him ponder why his brother Gohan, who once vowed to protect the world, was favored by the Supreme Kai after defeating the androids. Even after becoming a trainee Supreme Kai through mental proof, he was invited by the Kai of Time. These memories have always puzzled him. His eyes seemed to glisten with tears, and the fierce fighting spirit began to wane. Perhaps it was because the figure in the black robe was indeed powerful, or perhaps Trunks was hindered by the memories of the past. His momentum gradually fell behind. In facing the opponent's unreserved attacks, Trunks ultimately became distracted from his responsibilities as a time patroller. Slowly lowering his fists, Trunks murmured, "Why, Gohan? Why is all of this happening? Why does our world seem to be improving? Why is our life gradually returning to normal? You always taught me to be hopeful, to protect the world we love, to protect our friends and the world our ancestors cherished. Why did you use your powers as a Supreme Kai to make everything beautiful, yet choose to destroy it with your own hands?" Once again, Trunks' thoughts seemed to return to the first time he faced Gohan, who had turned into the figure in the black robe. "Gohan, how could it be you? Why would you turn the world into this? This is our home." At that time, the black robe figure said nothing. When he realized it was Trunks, a silent but fierce attack came, knocking the already mature boy to the ground before he could even muster the strength to resist, leaving Trunks helplessly watching his mentor disappear. As memories stirred in the present moment, the black-robed figure delivered another merciless blow, causing Trunks to remember the past. "You have changed, haven't you? Gohan, you have changed long ago." Like a spark rekindling in the ashes, it was possible to break through new boundaries. At that moment, Trunks' Super Saiyan form faded. His energy began to converge, and that elusive point of power erupted upwards. With a magnificent transformation, his eyes shone with a blue light, exuding an aura reminiscent of divinity. This young time patroller once again entered the state of boundary breaking he had glimpsed during training with the Supreme Kai of Time. This was the gathering of divine energy, the mark of released divine power. Although it was still a basic Super Saiyan transformation, the intensity of the blue flames covered him, already stepping into the realm of higher divinity. The black-robed figure's punch was instantly dismantled, and seeing the heightened emotions of his opponent, future Gohan felt a flicker of interest. He pulled back the hood that had covered his face, revealing the scar etched on his left eye and the left arm he had lost while guarding Hope. This was proof of their past battles against the androids. It was also a reminder of what they had lost. How he finally entered the state again? Future Gohan spoke, revealing a part of his true strength. The white flames ignited in his eyes, and an invisible aura rose around him, clearly displaying a state approaching divinity. This was the result of his training in the upper divine realm after becoming a Supreme Kai. Then, future Gohan spoke softly, "Trunks, you have also paid a considerable price for your training. Let's see which of our boundary states can enter the third-tier divine realm faster." Chapter 59, No Match. As both sides' auras continued to rise, the energy in the area surged to a dimension, with the black-robed figure's words coming to an end. The ensuing clash marked the beginning of their duel, with faint blue flames and brilliant white edges manifesting in the world, creating a battlefield that was beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. For this reason, a child who had come to watch from afar dared not approach. Is that really the black-robed figure? And that face? Is that Trunks? From a distance, Belolta stood, gazing upwards, having felt the black-robed figure's presence earlier in the center of the artificial city, which led him here. To his surprise, the two who had already engaged in battle included Trunks. Was that Trunks from the same future as him? How could he possess such power? At this moment, the auras of both fighters seemed to rise to similar heights, which shocked Belolta greatly. Did the black-robed figure not use his full strength? Yet, this Trunks had actually trained to such a level. He had also entered the realm of divinity. The battle in the distance would not end because of Belolta's contemplation. On the contrary, in the desolate area above, it seemed that the two fighters' edges would be even more unrestrained. The planet shook continuously at this moment. The rising flames surged in the sky, and the thunderous clash of fists echoed throughout the region, even sending shockwaves into the universe. Nearby planets seemed to go into a moment of silence, as they could not comprehend the immense aura that had spread throughout the northern galaxy. Codename Fallen Eye, in the name of the Supreme Kai of Time, will apprehend you. Surrender. Look at you now. You really seem like something. The intense struggle between the two seemed to gradually dissipate as they pulled away from each other, perhaps surprised by their own previous physical reactions. Two powerful auras surged once more. Without much time for words, both sides prepared for a desperate fight. For Trunks, this was true. If he could not bring Gohan back, then he would perish at his hands. "Fallen, this is the ultimate technique you once taught me." Trunks shouted in anger, recalling the past. The initial moments that belonged to their future selves seemed to bloom before him, and the gathered blue light was the hope that once resided in Gohan's heart. Kamehameha, Hith. Trunks, you've grown. Perhaps you've long since earned my respect. Whispering softly from a distance, future Gohan expressed his true feelings. Yet at this moment, the two faced each other as enemies. His half-sleeve fluttered in the wind, and his remaining right hand waved Kamehameha. The two similar waves of energy surged across the entire planet, and the sky was momentarily illuminated in a brilliant blue by the immense energy. Kamehameha. The two figures seemed to unleash their attacks simultaneously, and the clash of their energy waves swept through the area. If they were not currently high in the atmosphere, the ground would surely not remain unscathed. But it was not unscathed. The cracks in the earth continued to expand, and the desolate volcanoes erupted simultaneously, while the ocean far from the city surged with waves, seemingly reflecting the planet's fury against the invaders in their battle. Although both of them had entered the realm of gods, it was clear that Gohan's strength in the future far surpassed Trunks. His aura continued to rise, while the other seemed to grow weaker in his eyes. "What's wrong, Trunks? Can't you hold on any longer?" A voice echoed in confusion by his ear. Uncertain if it was his own illusion, Trunks was astonished to see his former big brother Gohan standing beside him, just like at the beginning when they fought the androids. "Gohan, I'm not him. I'm not your opponent." Listening to Trunks' words, Gohan simply smiled his usual smile. "What are you saying, Trunks? You must believe in yourself. You have Saiyan blood, just like me. Our fathers were both strong and resilient people. So, Trunks, you need to believe in yourself. Now it's just you." The murmurs faded, and tears welled up in Trunks' heart. As he blinked away the tears, the former Gohan gradually vanished, as if all along. He was the only one fighting against the powerful opponent at this moment. However, at that moment, the aura within Trunks began to rise. He seemed no longer confused or lost, and he softly uttered a past sound that had never existed before. "Now, it's only me." "No, that's not it. In my heart, there's still you. I can feel it. In your heart, my existence still remains, along with the existence of the past world. I will definitely bring you back. I want to understand everything." Trunks' voice echoed once more in this place, also reaching Gohan's ears and heart in the future. Perhaps at this moment, the faint smile he could still show was the last proof of the existence of the former Gohan. "Trunks, you've really grown up." Just a low murmur, and the brief smile dissipated. In the face of Trunks' passionate aura, the figure in the black robe would offer greater respect to him. Magic flash wave. In the instant of the roaring Kamehameha, the figure in the black robe unleashed another energy wave. A multitude of abnormal energies engulfed Trunks' light wave. And as it approached that moment, both he and his master were submerged in the aura of the figure in the black robe. Defeated. As an outstanding time-space patrolman, Trunks' first mission had lasted 3 years since it began, and in this newly emerged unknown time and space, he was defeated by his former close friend and mentor. The fierce aura gradually dissipated, and the figure flying down to the ground was the defeated Trunks. The figure in the black robe did not approach, only watching from this side, but not in the joy that a victor might have. He was merely touching his heart, feeling pain. Ultimate insight loading, observing the initial clash of divine realms, enhancing the host's divine power state, currently at 113. The powerful fighting spirit quickly ended. Although Belorta was watching from afar, he was still caught in the residual waves. Fortunately, the energy shield that formed in time was enough to reduce some damage. At this moment, the sound of ultimate insight began to appear in his mind, but this time there was no strength enhancement brought by divine power. He only felt a calmness in his body, as if suppressed by a force. However, he didn't pay much attention to this, because after witnessing Trunks' defeat, the true strength of the figure in the black robe became a mystery in his heart. The clash earlier. The auras of both sides were something I could not reach now. Not only the aura of the figure in the black robe, but also Trunks' aura. He could not reach it now. What surprised him was that his data panel could not display the corresponding battle power of their explosive strength, only showing their basic battle power as 80 billion and 49 billion, respectively. System, why can't it display their explosive battle power? Belorta inquired of the system, but the response was simply that the current host's strength was insufficient. Although he could perceive the opponent's aura, the system could not help the host detect the corresponding combat power value. It would only match the host's perception when the host's strength became formidable. In summary, it meant that his own strength was lacking. Belorta did not expect the system to respond with such a truthful statement. Chapter 60. The arrival of a new time patrol. Future Gohan retreats. Faced with the system's reply, Belorta could only helplessly show a resigned expression. Observing the battlefield again, Trunks' defeat dealt a blow to his spirit. He had thought that with his increased power, he would have a chance to fight the Black Robe Man after transforming. But in reality, he couldn't even touch the opponent's finger. As he watched Trunks plummeting rapidly, Belorta wanted to rush in to save him. But he realized that he wasn't strong enough to confront the Black Robe Man. He thought about using instant transmission, but the divine realm they had entered was still beyond his reach. Although Trunks had been defeated, the aura belonging to the divine realm had not completely dissipated, and his instant transmission could not serve as a medium to flash past. In a state of extreme anxiety, was Belorta really going to just watch Trunks? This, a new aura. Someone is coming. Just then, while Belorta was at a loss for what to do, a new figure seemed to appear in the distant sky. As the light spot grew larger, in the blink of an eye, the person had already appeared in front of the diving Trunks and caught him. That figure. As Belorta recognized the face, his heart was filled with astonishment. It was his father. No, just another version of his father from a different timeline. Meanwhile, the Black Robe Man on the battlefield was also surprised to see such a powerful figure appear, but upon seeing the person's face, he calmly said 2 sentences. The person gently lowered Trunks, relieved that he had arrived in time, and remarked on Trunks' progress over the years. Hatlanks, the last time we met, you could only transform into Super Saiyan 2, but now you have begun to step into the divine realm. As he spoke, he fed Trunks a senza bean, and as Trunks chewed and swallowed it, he miraculously regained his state, his aura instantly restored and even enhanced. Ah, Uncle Goku, you've joined the Time Patrol too? Seeing his savior, Uncle Goku, dressed in attire similar to his own, Trunks asked as he regained his strength. Not exactly. Lord Kuranoya asked me to help out for a while, so he gave me this outfit. Goku pondered for a moment. How long has it been? 1 month, 2 months? A year, 2 years? Ah, it seems like it's been about 2 years, but I was in another timeline before. After explaining, Goku stood up and looked towards the battlefield. You rest for a bit, Trunks. With that, he took just 1 step and was instantly in front of the Black Robe Man. Before the latter could react, Goku spoke. Gohan, no? Code name fell. I am here under the decree of the Kaishin of Time to apprehend you. Will you surrender? It was reminiscent of what Trunks had said earlier. But Goku's tone was very calm. Even facing his own son, he still spoke in a tranquil voice. Father. But the Black Robe Man couldn't remain as calm as Goku. Even though he appeared stunned on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. After all, he hadn't seen his father in many years. It had been a long time since his father had stood alive right in front of him. Ultimately, the malevolent side of him still occupied the upper hand. Goku, you've also become a Time Patrol? In response to the inquiry from Fel, Goku simply said, I'm helping Lord Kaishin of Time, but you can consider me a Time Patrol since I'm wearing their uniform. Goku pointed to his attire, his tone seemingly relaxed. The Black Robe Man observed this and thought. As expected, no matter which timeline, his father was always like that, an optimist, simple yet powerful. The Black Robe Man shook his head, revealing a smile that seemed to express the relief of meeting a long-lost relative. However, his words remained in opposition. No, I want to go with you. I still have unfinished business. The latter part of his statement was only spoken in his heart. Ah, that makes it difficult. Lord Kuranoya asked me for help, but indeed, capturing my own son is a challenging task. Although you're not Gohan from my timeline, as your father, I can still say that I am your father. Goku began to ponder at that moment, and after a long while, he finally spoke again. How about this? You take 1 punch from me, and I'll let you go this time. But only this once. The Black Robe Man stood frozen in place, still the same father. You didn't say anything, so I'll take that as your agreement. Then I'm going to strike. As the words fell, Goku took a deep breath and gathered his strength into a single fist that roared forth. The Black Robe Man widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't sensed the opponent's aura, or rather, the aura being displayed was already beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, he still tried to defend himself and assumed a defensive stance. The Black Robe Man actually managed to take the punch, and Goku nodded at that moment. All right, you can go now. I'll let you off this time. It seemed that the earlier strike had left the Black Robe Man still dazed. And upon hearing Goku's words, he instantly vanished. In a mysterious dark space where he reappeared, the Black Robe Man spat out blood. His internal organs shattered in an instant. What are you trying to prove? With me here, they can't possibly chase us if we escape. But why did you have to take that punch? He is not your father from your timeline. Indeed, you can't reach the 3rd-tier deity. The opponent's strength was already that of a 2nd-tier deity. How could he possibly withstand such a punch? Damn it, I even used up my power. Take care of yourself. I'm going to lie down and sleep. After returning to this space, the rebel raged at future Gohan, and finally, even the last bit of energy he was holding on to was exhausted. leaving him silent. Meanwhile, Gohan began to laugh unexpectedly, perhaps stunned by the heavy injuries. However, his words were filled with confidence. "You're just a piece of rubble. What do you know? This pain will make me stronger. Next time we meet, I'll be able to touch the realm of the third-tier deity." Returning to the original battlefield, Goku watched as his son from another timeline retreated, letting out a brief sigh before returning to Trunks' side. In just one step, Goku appeared before him. Trunks continued to marvel at the powerful strength of this Uncle Goku from the X timeline. "Uncle Goku, how did you sense I was here?" "Oh well, it was Lord Korinoya who informed me. But for now, let us check on our friend over there." "Friend?" Trunks was puzzled by Goku's words, but at that moment, he shouted, "Hey, on the other side, Scion, I know you're there. I also know you're not a bad person, so come out." Chapter 61. Goku meets from Dimension X. Belorta continues his journey in the universe. "Hey, you over there, Junior." At this moment, Goku started counting on his fingers. As if he didn't consider himself your junior. If he exists in my dimension, he has the same age as Raditz. It seems I should call him Big Brother? Ah, forget it. After thinking it over, Goku decided not to get tangled up in it and continued shouting, "Hey, come out. I know you're not a bad person. My name is Son Goku, and this is Trunks. We are also Scions." Meanwhile, far away, Belorta was shocked. Has the system's ability to conceal his aura failed? How could he perceive me? Not thinking too much, he flew over, and when he stood in front of the two, Trunks exclaimed, "It really is a Scion. Didn't he, the king of the north from this dimension, say that planet Vegeta was destroyed? How could there be a surviving Scion? My guess was right. It really is a Scion." At this moment, a look of surprise appeared on Goku's face, and Belorta felt speechless. Could it be that the other party is just trying to trick me? "Hello, my name is Belorta. How did you discover I was over there? I didn't expose my aura?" Hearing the question, Goku just smiled and said, "Hee, your control over your aura is indeed impressive. I didn't sense your aura. It was just that Lord Krinoa informed me that I would meet new Scions when I came to planet M2. Hee, maybe it's because we are both Scions. The resonance here seems to have surged a bit in my heart." After Goku said this, Trunks looked confused. He didn't feel any resonance, as Uncle Goku mentioned. Trunks is half-blood, so naturally, he feels less resonance. Seeing Trunks' confusion, Goku continued speaking, slowly walking closer, his gaze lingering on Belorta, as if he were appraising him. Well hidden, not a trace of aura leaking out. I was still a mischievous kid at your age. Belorita? Yes. Hey, it sounds similar to Vegeta's name. Is there someone named Vegeta in your timeline? You should still be a kid now, right? Belolta just smiled lightly and said, "What you said is correct. Vegeta is indeed still a child. He is my younger brother." Hearing this response, the most shocked was Trunks. In his own timeline, there was no uncle named Belolta. So you're Trunks' uncle then? No, this timeline hasn't seen Trunks yet. Sorry, Trunks. At this moment, Son Wukong's words made the two laugh, laying a good foundation for their familiarity. However, he still found it strange. He never expected that in this timeline, Vegeta actually had an older brother. Belorta, can I see your strength? Indeed, Son Wukong is still the same Son Wukong. When faced with someone he perceives as strong, he always seems eager to compete. At this moment, he inquires about Belorta's power, wanting to see what kind of existence this Scion from another timeline is. My strength, huh? From what I just witnessed in their battle, my power is far from reaching that level. I am very weak. Although he said this, Belorta still unleashed his aura. However, since you are also Scions, even if you come from different timelines, you are still considered kin. As he spoke, the lightning that fell from the heavens suddenly swept across, and the winds and clouds began to change again. Son Wukong and Trunks were both surprised at this moment. Oh, this timeline Scion can already transform into Super Saiyan 2? Looking at Belorta's rising aura, the expanding lightning form, and the overwhelming feeling, it indeed resembled the Super Saiyan 2 state, though it was somewhat different from their impression of Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, both of them transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as they looked at each other. Belorta's Super Saiyan 2 golden aura flickered with a green glow, and the lightning swirling around him was even tinged with a faint purple. This is quite extraordinary. Belorta, is this also Super Saiyan 2? Trunks asked, genuinely amazed by this different Super Saiyan 2 state. Belorta simply nodded, yes, it is indeed Super Saiyan 2, but in this state, I call it Super Saiyan 2 full power. Full power? Son Wukong stared at him, truly feeling something extraordinary. His Super Saiyan 2 possessed a wild power that seemed familiar from somewhere, and after pondering for a long time, he finally recalled a past enemy. Broly, Belolta, why do I feel like your state is even more powerful? You have Broly's aura. Broly is a scion from my timeline, who transforms into a super scion because he can't control his aura, which is a kind of ancestral state, a maximum berserker form. But you managed to control it. That's amazing. Seeing Son Goku's praise, Belolta was a bit flustered but still humbly replied, "You're too kind, Mr. Son Goku." Hearing the word Mr. made Son Goku feel awkward, and he asked curiously, "By the way, Belolta, is there a scion named Bardock in your timeline?" "Yes, he is currently on Earth with Mr. Pargus. They escaped before planet Vegeta was destroyed." "Oh, actually, Bardock is my father in my timeline, and I only found out about it a long time later. But I'm still shocked by this timeline. My father is actually on Earth with Pargus?" "Yes, they are comrades. The reason for planet Vegeta's destruction was Frisia's invasion, and they were both heroes resisting Frisia. It's just that due to my mistakes, planet Vegeta ultimately." At this point, Belolta's expression darkened, as if Son Goku sensed his worries. Son Goku comforted him. "Everything will be all right. In my timeline, before planet Vegeta's destruction, I was sent to Earth by my father. Later, during enemy invasions, I also made mistakes and almost let an artificial being blow up the Earth, but fortunately, everything was resolved perfectly in the end." At this moment, Trunks also stepped forward to comfort him. "My timeline is the same. My world is constantly being attacked by enemies. Although the process is challenging, we must face it with hope. My older brother used to say, never give up hope for survival, because hope will be the lighthouse guiding your way forward." "I understand, Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Trunks. All right, since everything is resolved, we should be leaving. Belolta, would you like to come with us? If it's Lord Kuranoya, the god of time, she would be very happy to see you. After all, there is such a young and powerful warrior in this timeline." At this moment, Son Goku was undoubtedly inviting him. But Belolta still rejected him like he did with the god of destruction. "No, Mr. Son Goku, I still need to find my scattered kin and children. They need me more than I do at this moment." This statement seemed to strike Trunks, as the words echoed in his mind. "They need me more than I do at this moment. All right, Belolta, you have your mission to complete first, so we will take our leave. Goodbye, Belolta." After saying this, Son Goku and Trunks bid farewell, and Belolta waved as well. This encounter would be the prelude to a future reunion. Chapter 62, The Nest of Time. Return of the Time Patrol. After bidding farewell to Son Goku and Trunks, the brief acquaintance was indeed an unexpected surprise for Belolta. After this, he continued his journey through the universe, but the story must first return to these two time patrollers. As time passed, they returned to the place where the god of time was located. In the time square, some time patrollers also returned, seemingly preparing to submit orders, and some brought back escaped criminals. Trunks, who had previously chased down the codenamed Fallen, also returned to this place, while Son Goku comforted him. "Trunks, next time we meet Gohan, we'll bring him back. By the way, he used to be the god of time in your timeline, right? That's impressive." "Yes, Uncle Son Goku." At that time, Brother Gohan proved himself through effort and potential after becoming the god of time, and had a chance to become the supreme god of time in that timeline. But in the end, he became the current codenamed Fallen. We can't expect every timeline to be perfect. Son Goku's words were simple, yet they held truth. Trunks indeed didn't understand what this Uncle Son Goku from Timeline X had experienced after the android incident. Because from Lady Kuranoya's description, it seemed this Uncle Son Goku from Timeline X had realized the divine realm afterward, and after many years of training, had stepped into the third stage of the divine realm, and now he was already in the second stage of the divine realm. Uncle Goku is incredibly powerful. "Hey, it's Vegeta from Timeline Y. It's me. We met during our patrol in Timeline Z. I'm Son Goku from Timeline X, Kakarot." As Trunks was reflecting, the Goku in front of him waved his arms joyfully upon seeing a familiar face in the square, which was a bit awkward in Trunks' eyes. "Hey, that Trunks. Keep an eye on this Kakarot. What a shame." Vegeta from Timeline Y's ruthless criticism made Trunks' face turn bright red. As he walked to Uncle Goku's side, he quietly said, "Uncle Goku, let's leave. We still need to report to Lord Kuranoya." "All right, that Vegeta is still so unapproachable." Seeing Uncle Goku's complaint, Trunks felt speechless. "You're too enthusiastic." As the two approached a place called the Nest of Time, which is where the god of time, Kuranoya, resides at that moment, a figure walked out from inside and smiled faintly at the two. For a moment, they felt a familiar aura. Trunks blurted out, "Belolta?" The person seemed to have heard their inquiry and stopped him. "You know me?" "Oh, so my existence is also in your timeline, as Lord Kuranoya mentioned." Hearing this, Trunks realized and quickly apologized. "No, it's not." But he didn't know how to continue, and Uncle Son Goku followed up, "It's Trunks who made a mistake. It's not that your existence is in our timeline. It's just that during our mission in the timeline where the target is, you exist. We just happened to meet him recently. Oh, I see. Then let's get to know each other again. I'm Belolta from Timeline L. I'm Son Goku. You can also call me Kakarot from Timeline X, and this is Trunks. Currently, in his timeline, the mortal world has been destroyed, and the King of All and the Grand Minister are still rebuilding. Oh, you are the supreme god of destruction from Timeline X, and you, the so-called wandering warrior. But I think that nickname isn't very good. It doesn't matter, it's just a nickname. Trunks didn't mind, but he indeed learned for the first time about Uncle Goku's true identity in Timeline X. It turned out he had already reached the level of a god of destruction. Alright then, we'll take our leave first, so we won't delay your report. After a brief exchange, Son Goku and Trunks continued on their way. This place was not overly prosperous, even simple and plain, just plain and simple. As they walked, Trunks wanted to ask how this Uncle Goku trained, but at that moment, another thought crossed his mind. He realized late that what Belolta from Timeline L said earlier, there is also his existence. This statement puzzled him. Having a parallel existence at every moment is normal, but seemed he just found out? At this moment, Sun Wukong noticed Trunks' confusion and simply stated, "It should be that Lord Korinoya hasn't mentioned it to you. Since we've encountered two Belortas in a short time, let me explain." Lord Korinoya said that among all the normal trajectories in time and space, there are only 3 timelines where scions named Belorta exist. The Belorta from the Lee timeline we just saw, and the Belorta we encountered earlier in the F timeline when he was still a child. Upon hearing this, Trunks sensed the omission in Uncle Wukong's words. What about the 3rd timeline? Which one is it? Unknown. I should say, Lord Korinoya doesn't allow me to say. But that's not something we need to worry about. Just focus on being a time patrol. Then what about you, Uncle Wukong? Why did you agree to take on the role of a time patrol for Lord Korinoya? Logically, you are already a god of destruction, and you shouldn't be allowed to traverse time, since your own timeline still needs a god of destruction to guard it. In my timeline, there is a substitute god of destruction who is executing tasks in my stead. The reason I agreed to take on the patrol role is to find someone. Find someone? Yes, a very powerful person. Powerful enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Priest of my timeline. Shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Priest? That's impossible, even in the weakest initial timeline. The Grand Priest is an existence of unknown power. Could there really be such a person? Sun Wukong merely smiled. Some things haven't been encountered yet. He didn't reveal the truth. He had indeed seen something beyond their timeline. After defeating Cell, during his training in the other world, he accidentally encountered an existence from 12 universes that didn't belong to their timeline. It was after that encounter that he gradually began to understand, eventually cultivating divine power early on, and ultimately taking over the position of Lord Beerus, becoming the god of destruction of the 7th universe in that timeline. Now, as the god of destruction, he is the supreme god of destruction across the 12 universes of his timeline, having defeated the other 11 gods of destruction and even progressed to the realm of second-tier deities when challenging the angels. As they spoke, the two quickly arrived at the interior of the time nest and met the supreme Kai of time. Trunks bowed in greeting, while Sun Wukong, due to his status as the supreme god of destruction, did not need to pay respects. Chapter 63, Legendary Figures. Lord Korinoya, I have failed again. Trunks expressed his disappointment, which Korinoya noticed. Although she was the supreme Kai of time, she was different from other gods. She was filled with humanity, capable of understanding compassion and offering comfort. Don't be discouraged, Trunks. Moreover, in this battle against the one coded as fallen, you once again entered the realm of deities. Although it's still preliminary, it's already remarkable. As she finished speaking, a figure slowly descended from above, appearing somewhat childlike, perhaps due to her height and youthful face. Anyone seeing her for the first time would not associate her with the supreme Kai of time. That's right, Trunks, don't be discouraged. The Sun Wukong from the X timeline also encouraged from the side, giving a thumbs up, but Korinoya was getting angry beside him. But I didn't say I wouldn't teach you a lesson. Who told you to let him go? And what do you mean by letting him off with just one punch? You're already a being of the second-tier realm. How could Fallen possibly withstand your punch? You should have held back, Korinoya said with an annoyed expression, seemingly scolding Sun Wukong. But it felt more like she was throwing a tantrum at him. Observing this scene, Trunks quickly devised a plan. I'll take my leave, Lord Korinoya. As soon as he finished speaking, Trunks left the scene, leaving Sun Wukong to bear the brunt of Korinoya's displeasure. Trunks can't stand your demeanor either. He ran away. Don't worry about him. Didn't you hear what I said? How could you let him go? Sigh. After all, he's also my child. Suddenly, Sun Wukong became serious. Facing another timeline son was indeed difficult for him, so he made a joke. But then he changed the subject. I hit Gohan with a punch. He indeed relied on something, although it wasn't the power of that thing. But I could feel that the existence of that thing was not good. I just can't figure it out for now. So, you decided to do that after sensing something unusual? Yes, just to see if there was indeed something causing trouble. After all, the trajectory of the F timeline has changed. I saw the Belorta from the F timeline, and that guy is very strong. Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Kuranoya seemed a bit sad. Okay, I understand. However, the issue with the trajectory of the F timeline is not a big problem. Belorta can still grow well. Once he matures, and when he meets the Belorta from the Li timeline, that's when he will return to the low timeline. At this moment, Kuranoya appeared excited. The he she mentioned, although Sun Wukong didn't quite understand, was at least related to Belorta. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called for help under the guise of time patrol to create a chance encounter with the Belorta from the F timeline. Then, I need to prepare to go back. Aren't you still looking for someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Priest? Why are you leaving? I've been temporarily acting as a time patrol for 2 years now. I've been to the places I needed to go. After all, it's just a temporary role. I can't really abandon the X timeline, and I still need to teach that substitute kid of mine. Recalling that time, he was genuinely surprised. That kid, Goten, actually has such great potential. He's even bigger than Gohan. All right, then we'll meet again. I'll leave this outfit for you. If something comes up next time, I'll look for you. Oh, that's fine. Who told me I'm relatively free? Hee, then see you again, bye. After saying that, Sun Wukong instantly vanished from the spot, having returned to his own timeline on the destruction planet that belonged solely to him. His angel attendant had been eagerly awaiting his return. Welcome back, Lord Wukong. Hi, Merus. Long time no see. Where's Goten? Oh, Mrs. Chi-Chi said he had to go back to Earth first. It's been a while since they got together. Oh, really? Then let's go too. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I need to have a good talk with Vegeta about another Vegeta I saw during my time travels. The story in the X timeline continues. In the time nest, Kuranoya stood days before the patterns behind her, contemplating, "You will come back." Time seemed to twist along with her words, and it was unclear how long had passed. In the vast universe, a spaceship began its journey once again. It was our story's protagonist, Belorta. Looking at the data transmitted from the panel, he realized that his divine power had reached 137, marking another significant progress. He never expected that merely observing the battle between the two sides would lead to such a leap in his divine power. As expected, the products of the system are bound to be high quality. It's as simple as that. Clearly, the power that is easily obtained. Belorta knows that she cannot stop here, so she is preparing to start training in the gravity chamber. But before that, Belorta needs to confirm one thing, so she speaks up. System, I observed the battle between Trunks and Gohan earlier. Although my super understanding has enhanced my divine power, why am I not the same as before? And why was my super understanding silent after Goku appeared? The silence gradually gave way to sounds, and mechanical noises began to fill Belorta's mind. Returning to the host, the system has blocked the sudden surge in enhancement for you. The system sensed that a powerful deity was about to arrive. So it has sealed off the negative effects of super understanding to prevent your consciousness and body from experiencing chaos at that moment. Okay, I understand. Wait, are you referring to that deity? The new Goku dressed as a time patroller from X-Time and Space. He is currently the supreme destroyer of the 12 universes in X-Time and Space. The system revealed the true identity of that Goku to Belorta, and at this moment, she was extremely shocked by this news. No wonder I couldn't sense his aura. He clearly attacked the man in the black robe. Yet I didn't notice his divine power fluctuations. Just as Belorta was talking to herself, the system spoke again, pulling her back into astonishment, and not just astonishment, but also deep fear. Host, that Goku did not release his aura, nor did he unleash his divine power. The punch he threw at Gohan was merely an ordinary punch. What? Belorta could hardly imagine the strength of that Goku. When she thought about what the system had just said regarding the Supreme Destroyer, she asked, "He is the Supreme Destroyer. What does that mean?" Returning to the host, it means exactly what it says. In X-Time and Space, Goku cultivated his divine power through his own inner enlightenment and soon stepped into the realm of deities. Belorta listened to the system's explanation, paying close attention to every word, as if he were listening to a legendary figure. The Sun Wukong from X-Time and Space was indeed such a legendary existence. After stepping into the realm of gods, he was discovered by Whis, and through Whis's guidance and training, he officially entered the third tier of the divine realm in less than 4 years, becoming the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe in X-Time and Space. It was surprising that Sun Wukong would choose to become a candidate for the god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Belorta was indeed puzzled. It didn't seem to align with Sun Wukong's personality. However, this was not the main point. He continued to listen to the system's introduction. And during his training as a god of destruction, Sun Wukong's strength began to make new breakthroughs, even comprehending a divine technique known as self-extreme intent. Self-extreme intent. Just hearing this made Belorta marvel at the power of the Sun Wukong from X-time and space. He truly was a legendary figure. Chapter 64. The so-called Divine Realm. So what happened next, system? Surely that Sun Wukong has even more exciting stories, right? Belorta felt a surge of excitement. As a fellow scion, though from different timelines. The cells in his body were now pulsating with passion. Later, after he developed his self-ultimate state to a certain level, he took Whis' advice and fought against the god of destruction, Beerus. The final outcome was that Son Goku became a qualified god of destruction for Universe 7. Thus, Beerus entrusted him with the position of god of destruction. After that, Son Goku continued his training, making attempts in Universe 7 that Beerus had never made before, specifically to enhance the overall strength of Universe 7. However, I cannot discern how he accomplished this. I only know that afterward, he sought an opportunity from the Grand Minister to battle the gods of destruction from the other 11 universes in the X timeline. What? That Son Goku is so powerful. He wants to fight against 11 gods of destruction? Yes, just like Beerus in the Z timeline, he also battled the 11 gods of destruction. And the result was the same. Facing the combined forces of the 11 gods of destruction, Son Goku defeated them. Belorta could hardly imagine such a thing happening. According to what the system said, he calculated the time briefly, and it seemed like it had only been about 10 years, right? So this is how he became the supreme god of destruction. After a total of 13 years of training, the Sun Wukong of the X dimension defeated the other 11 gods of destruction. However, he became the supreme god of destruction because, in the 5 years that followed, he successfully defeated 2 angels. This is roughly the experience of that Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Belorta could no longer contain his excitement. The Sun Wukong of the X dimension even defeated angels, 2 of them, even if they were the 2 weakest among the 12 angels. They were still not something Beerus could defeat, yet he managed to do it. The Z dimension must be the original timeline, right? It seems that in the original, Beerus only claimed to be able to match the weakest angels, right? This Sun Wukong from the X dimension has become so powerful. However, Belorta couldn't pull himself out of the shock for a long time. Then the system made a sound again, but this time it wasn't recounting someone else's legendary deeds. Host, would you like to extract the super extraordinary comprehension gained from observing Sun Wukong's slight actions? The system has officially awakened and will now actively present the gains according to the host's wishes, no longer passively. Okay, extract. Belorta suddenly returned, marking the correction of a bad habit. As his words fell, the extraordinary comprehension began to resonate, and the extraordinary comprehension was loading. The host observed the initial competition within the divine realm, further increasing the host's divine power status, which currently reached 176, resulting in a corresponding enhancement of strength. At this moment, within the entire gravity chamber, Belorta's aura suddenly erupted. Fortunately, he was prepared, unlike before when the rapid growth of divine power led to a berserk state. At this moment, he proceeded gradually, absorbing the immense power bit by bit, turning it into a foundation. With the host's divine power status nearing 2, an explanation of the divine realm of the world was provided to the host. Belorta, while immersing himself in a solid foundation, listened to the system's explanation about the divine realm, which serves as the benchmark for mortals who attain divinity through divine power, with the Supreme Kai as the dividing line. Upon reaching the Supreme Kai, one can enter a realm characterized by divine flames and divinity, generally referred to as the third-tier divine realm. And beyond that is the third-tier divine realm. Next is the growth towards the second-tier divine realm, followed by entering the first-tier divine realm, with the threshold between the second and first tiers being where many practitioners of divine power reside. Most angels are in the first-tier divine realm, while some weaker angels are in the second tier. Continuing to ascend beyond the first tier is the existence known as the zero-tier divine realm, which can provide a persona for the host. For example, Vis from the Z space-time is one such being. Then there are the Wanjia and indelible tiers, which sounds somewhat understandable and seem to indicate very powerful existences, presumably like the high priests. However, the system's mention of etc. is indeed difficult to grasp. Belorta speculated if the Omni King might be one of those, etc. However, at that moment, the system surprisingly added that the years.The is equivalent to an existence that transcends angelic combat power, while the High Priest and the Omni King exist in the indelible divine realm. Belorta's puzzled expression was fully revealed at this moment, and at this moment, he also stabilized his breath. His strength had increased significantly. After calming his mind, Belorta then asked in surprise, "Who are the others?" The system replied, returning to the host. The system has no authority to know. Upon receiving this response, Belorta was instantly helpless, and after that, the system fell silent again, seemingly diving back into his mind to slack off. It seems that the Dragon Ball world is not easy to mix in. My current strength, boosted again by the divine power, has reached over 5 billion, but it is still just a drop in the vast ocean. Inside the gravity chamber, Belorta kept marveling at the wonders of this world, especially after learning about the experiences of Son Goku from the system. It undoubtedly opened up more possibilities for his future. He began to envision himself defeating 2 angels. Then in the future, I must also be able to defeat angels. The inspiring momentum surged at this moment, and Belorta's fist erupted with a roaring aura in the gravity chamber. Now, even the 800 times gravity he had been training under could not limit his steps. Looking at the special button beside him, he prepared to increase the gravity multiplier. Then, let's lift the restrictions of this gravity chamber. At the moment he pressed the button, an immense pressure suddenly struck the gravity chamber, and Belorta's body was momentarily weighed down. 1100 times? Let's take it slow first, then break through to 1,600 times. For the next several moments, Belorta spent his time like this, seemingly indulging in a complete release. In the gravity chamber, he was not only honing his will, but also training his physical body, while the spaceship's journey was something he did not notice. In the boundless universe, Belorta arrived at an unfamiliar place. If he were to come out of the gravity chamber and see the scene, he would surely be shocked, because on the planet he passed, under the bright full moon, 2 raging giant apes were destroying everything here. This undoubtedly brought about a new grudge. However, this time, Belorta could not stop it. His spaceship did not stay here, but instead swept past and continued on to the next destination. Chapter 65. The journey through the universe ends. The chaos scene on the return journey in the vast expanse. Many planets are merely the twinkling stars people see when they look up at the sky. And when there is no light or shadow, it is just a dark void above. But even being a tiny speck among countless particles, it has its own unique brilliance. On such a planet, it seems to be located in a corner of the universe, but no one knows exactly where that corner is. The human group living there, however, has a significant background, just like at a certain time and moment. At this moment, this planet is fighting for its ancestral belonging. Kaiju, do you really want to compete with me? What? Didn't I knock you down last time? As the clouds parted, this vast land did not seem like the surface of a planet, but appeared to be floating high in the air. Yet the 2 people engaged in verbal sparring were walking on solid ground. At a glance, they seemed not very old, and their conversation revealed a childlike nature. "T-Sich, you only won with 1 punch last time. How can you say you knocked me down? You just refused to admit your defeat." Then let me show you what I have newly comprehended. The last speaker's body seemed to undergo a transformation at that moment. An ethereal aura swirling around him, enveloping him. He did not display a fierce aura, nor did he roar to elevate his momentum. He simply breathed calmly like water. Although each inhalation and exhalation was small, it compelled the opponent to take him seriously, for they saw the faint dragon shape behind him. Awakening from his memories, the fragment of stone, which seemed to regain some strength, sighed at this moment. The person in the black robe who had wrapped it in his mind had not yet recovered after such a long time and had to divide a bit of his strength. A mysterious power surged out from the black-robed person. You actually dare to spare your weak power to help me. The black-robed man quickly appeared to improve a bit, and the fragment of stone faintly replied, "My weak power is something you cannot even hope for." "What? Are you going to extinguish your last bit of humanity?" "Not really. I was just shattered by an ordinary punch from a father in another dimension. It's not like I need to steal your power." The black-robed man disdainfully replied, having heard this inquiry from the fragment of stone no less than 10 times, and he had always answered this way. "I still haven't found the answer I need. You should just behave for now." Then I will continue to sleep. By the way, I dreamed about the past not long ago. I was truly nostalgic. I didn't have to worry about much back then. But in the end, I still abandoned my humanity. Then you stepped into the realm of the divine? The black-robed man followed his words, while the fragment of stone rambled onto himself. I became bound by the inheritance, or rather, I obtained the power of the progenitor. With that power, I can reach the first-tier divine realm. Did you forget what I said before? I could match half of the angels from the 12 universes when I fought them. The black-robed man had heard these words no less than 10 times. And now he felt that this fragment of stone might just be a child, a highly gifted child who fell after gaining immense power, as his words occasionally exhibited such stubbornness. The pain on the black-robed man's body was finally completely healed at this moment, as he stretched his muscles. He also felt his own strength. I thought I could touch it, but I'm still a bit short. Filled with restlessness, he struck a punch into the empty space before him, and the force of his strike shattered the dark void, revealing a slowly emerging figure in the air, gazing ahead. And it was already the scattered fragments of planets floating in this universe. The black-robed man pondered in his heart. He must have spent quite a bit of time recovering in this dark void. And it was time to return to the northern galaxy and see if that guy's magic had progressed further. As he spoke, the universe seemed to tremble. And with the disappearance of the shadow, the surrounding planets that had not yet completely shattered also cracked into several pieces. Looking back at the past, distancing himself from planet Vegeta, away from Namek, away from the Kaioshin realm, away from his loved ones at this moment, in the midst of pure white light, a person slowly opened his eyes, and the brilliance in his gaze formed a more concrete determination. Calculating the time, Belorta then said to himself, "It has already been 8 months." Looking at his panel data, the divine power status had reached 2 and 0. 24 increase in divine power indicated that Belolta had been traveling through the universe for 8 months. Thinking back over these months, it seemed that after leaving planet M2, everything had been quite dull. He spent most of his time in the spaceship's gravity chamber, and the immense pressure he faced during that time undoubtedly advanced Belorta's strength to a new level. However, the only regret was that he had not found any trace of the children from his race. The universe is vast. Maybe the remaining tribe members were taken to another galaxy by the flying pod? Perhaps I have not yet explored the North Galaxy thoroughly. However, now I should go back and take a look, so let's head to Namek first. I wonder if Tabul will recognize me as his brother? The rumbling sound gradually spread, and the spaceship began its return route following Belorta's words. It is worth mentioning that during the cosmic voyage, Belorta encountered a trade planet that offered equipment for updating the spaceship's speed, which was being loaded onto both sides of the ship, forming a kind of tailwing. This allowed Belorta to travel from this corner of the North Galaxy to Namek in just 10 days, with a speed increase of 36 times. I must say, the expenses were worth it. Although Belorta could not feel the speed of the spaceship while sitting in this stable vessel. The view before him was flashing with countless planets appearing in succession, hundreds and thousands of planets twinkling in the blink of an eye. With the prompts displayed in the control room, the spaceship's speed surged once again, and in an instant, it was as if there was a metallic galaxy in the universe, sweeping from one side to the other like waves, while inside the cabin, Belorta saw only the starry sky transforming into a curtain of flowing light. In this way, time quietly passed, and within a few days, the spaceship approached Namek, which should be just 1 day away, sitting steadily in the control room. Belorta calculated the days once more. It was only a distance of 7 planets to reach Namek, and as he gazed at the increasingly familiar light screen, memories of home flooded his mind. However, beautiful thoughts are always fleeting. As the spaceship entered the vicinity of the former Vegeta planet, this piece of cosmic space suddenly appeared desolate in Belorta's eyes. The scene of decay was unlike before, even under the control of Frisia's army. It was not as desolate as it is now. What happened to these planets? Instead of the brilliant glow of various planets welcoming him, he was met with cosmic debris that had already formed into meteoroids, which nearly blocked this cosmic route. After the spaceship dodged left and right, it finally returned to stability. I need to check the location of Namek. There is still a signal, but it seems a bit dim. Why have these places become like this? Have they been attacked again? Everywhere he passed was in ruins. Belorta looked at this area in disbelief. It seemed that this piece of cosmic space had once again fallen into the clutches of some powerful figures. Chapter 66. The Tragedy of Namek. Belorta was furious. After several days of flying, Belorta finally entered the location of Namek. As he got closer, for some unknown reason, he felt that the comfort he used to feel when arriving at Namek was gone, and instead, he had to face an overwhelming evil aura. The evil energy here was so intense. The spaceship had already arrived above Namek. After passing through the atmosphere, Belorta simply kept the spaceship floating in the distant sky and did not rush to meet his old acquaintances. He needed to observe what had happened to Namek and the terrible state of the universe along the way. Fortunately, the auras of Elder Muri and Brother Neru were still present. Belolta felt the atmosphere here, although the air on this planet had become sparse. At least the Namekians still existed, and he could sense the presence of old friends among them. However, he continuously searched for their essence. And even after scouring the entire Namek, he could not find the Elder's presence. Despite his reluctance to face the truth, sadness and regret suddenly overwhelmed Belolta's heart, followed by a surge of anger that welled up within him. The slightest display of his fury could impact the survival of Namek. So he had no choice but to forcibly suppress his anger, yet he needed to understand how Namek had come to this state. Following the faint essences, on this planet where sunlight rarely penetrated, Belolta gently brushed the scattered light spots in his palm before disappearing from his original spot. Tears glimmered in his eyes as he saw the remnants of the Namekians gathered here, with some children still trapped in their fearful nightmares. After wiping away the tear stains, he reminded himself and his kin to stay strong. Everyone, don't cry. At least Neru is alive. Neru, just recover from your injuries. The voice of Muley reached Belolta's ears, and at the moment when no one reacted, the sudden appearance of a figure speaking made them alert. Elder Muley, what happened to Namek? In an instant, the frail children were suddenly alarmed, and Elder Muley was also startled by the unexpected voice, continuously pulling his kin behind him. After a long moment of confusion, he finally recognized the identity of the figure. Was it Belolta? It was indeed Belolta. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is our friend. The encouraging tone surged within Belolta's heart. Not only had he seen the few remaining Namekians, but he also noticed that Brother Neru was lying in one spot, seemingly gravely injured, struggling to recover even his arms. The restless flames in his heart could no longer be contained. Instantly, his imposing aura swept through the hiding place. Although Belolta did not erupt in a furious roar, the sharpness of his aura and the righteous expression on his face could not hide the anger of this old friend. Elder Muley, what exactly happened? It seemed that Belolta's words were still calm, but this inquiry no longer felt like a question. Muley, recalling the suffering, couldn't help but tear up again. They are the rulers of the universe, more evil than Frisia. They have come, just as Muley was struggling to recount. A child nearby had already burst into tears. Those monsters killed the elder. And our kin, Brother Neru, has also turned into this. Belolta slowly stepped forward, not waiting for Muri to relay what he knew. For them, recounting the disaster was like striking them again. So he used his divine power to perform a sensing search. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to fall silent, and everything began to regress to the scenes reminiscent of Planet M2. At some point, those legions gathered densely above Namek. And under the orders from the command ship at the center, the slaughter began. Despite Neru and some Namekian warriors desperately resisting, they were no match for that behind-the-scenes figure. It was only when the darkness of the scene appeared that Belolta clearly saw this person's face. Cooler. The search continued, and after Cooler's subordinates obtained the Dragon Balls, he made his wish and directly strangled the Elder's remaining lifespan. Neru fought him again, but was blasted into the pitiful state he was in now. This battle for the defense of Namek was lost. Belolta only then realized that the tragic situation in this universe was likely caused by Cooler. As the sensing ended, Belolta comforted everyone and asked Elder Muri, where did Cooler come from? At this moment, Belolta was filled with only one thought, to eliminate Cooler. During the sensing search, Belolta desperately wanted to see two things. One was that the Elder did not pass on his abilities as the Elder of Namek before dying. And the other was that Cooler had actually kidnapped Tabul. The earlier scenes seemed still vivid. Through the anger in his heart, Cooler's sneering face reappeared before him, laughing, "Bring this scion back, and I will leave you insignificant ants behind. I have clearly investigated and found out about a scion named Belolta. Go tell him. If he returns to this universe, I will treat him well on Winter Star. After all, his brother is in my hands, haha. Oh, and I wonder if he is satisfied with the gift I prepared for our meeting." Before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, more than 20 escape pods were sent out. I order people to search this part of the universe. You see, I am much more compassionate than that Frisia guy. Unfortunately, we only found 3 children, but sadly, they were too weak and died. Sigh. Ha ha ha. Cooler's sinister face constantly filled Belolta's vision, and at that moment, a powerful aura swept through the area, continuously leaking from Belolta's body. In this instant, Belolta's rationality could no longer suppress the agitation of his cells. The mechanical sounds in his heart also seemed to be ignored by him. Warning: the host's anger is about to go berserk. Divine power is now uncontrollable and has forcibly activated the previously fused transcendent bloodline, which is currently at 1 and still rising. Super absolute comprehension is loading due to the host. Super absolute comprehension perception error. Super absolute comprehension is loading again, forcibly activating the transcendent bloodline for the host, which has now risen to 2, 3, 3, 5, 4, 4, 5, 5. System prompt: super absolute comprehension is damaged by anger. Congratulations, host. The transcendent bloodline status has reached 5, and the host can now automatically gain combat power every second. Belorta's sudden frenzy left everyone present at a loss. However, after just 2 seconds of worry, he charged out of the place, already soaring high above Namek, seemingly close to the edge of space. The sounds of the system and transcendent understanding echoed continuously in Belolta's mind, and his breath began to expand. It seemed that at this moment, his reason was still reconciling with his anger. But as the surge of power rose, Belolta ultimately became deeply immersed in frenzy. Chapter 67. The Sounds in the Heart. The Earth is also destroyed. The aura of Belolta continued to expand, seemingly still not reaching its peak. When a sudden moment, Belolta's body began to change. A fierce momentum accompanied by a rampaging appearance. The pale purple flames and lightning continuously manifested around him, forming a tangible existence. The stars in his eyes gradually turned blood red, and his clothing began to explode, replaced by bulging muscles and a complete red-haired battle suit. At that moment, the tangible purple flames and lightning merged into the battle suit. Belolta clenched his fists tightly. The murderous aura between his brows had already reached its peak. The fluttering black hair revealed a faint blue hue, proving that Belolta had completed a new state. Perhaps this was his new understanding after enduring 1,600 times the gravity in the training chamber? Of course not, because at this moment, Belolta had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. He was merely exhibiting a form created by the sudden increase of 5 of his Saiyan bloodline in a rampaging state. However, this form quickly began to fade away, and Belolta's eyes started to regain their light, slowly returning to normal. It was too early. This power was not something you could handle. A low, yet powerful voice echoed from an unknown place, and it was unclear how it was transmitted. Yet at this moment, Belolta felt at ease, with a new aura in his heart struggling against his rampaging state. Delving deep into his soul felt like being in a completely new world. Here, it was an inexplicable void, but the light shone brilliantly. Through that beam of light, the earlier voice came from this place, and immediately a momentum surged, driving him out of the vicious flames. Only when he regained inner peace did Belolta open his eyes, finding himself back on planet Namek. And at this moment, he stood perfectly in front of Elder Mu, although he could clearly hear the mechanical sounds in his mind. Superb comprehension loading. Superb comprehension restoring. System detected host returning to normal, providing data analysis for the host. Berorta, reborn transcender, Scion, F-Space battle power 5. 6,753 billion. Explosive battle power unknown. External display 20. Mastery state. Super Saiyan 1 can reach full power. Super Saiyan 2 can reach full strength. Mysterious posture, ordinary. Talent 1. Super ultimate comprehension. Talent 2. Automatically increases divine power by 0.01 every 10 days. Strength increases accordingly. Physical data improves with combat experience. Current divine power state. 2.01. Comprehension and observation acquisition. 1. Develop potential abilities, expand and enhance power. 2. Transmit super bloodline 0.1. Already integrated. 3. Perception search. When these data appeared in Belorta's mind, he just stared blankly, still resonating with the earlier scene. Who was that voice? Was that place in my heart? Why did that rampaging appearance seem to be my own power? Just as he regained his composure, Belorta felt a chaotic swirl in his mind. However, at this moment, he still remembered one thing. This universe space was destroyed by Gula. The planet Mech was destroyed by Gula. The Elder and the Dragon Balls were annihilated by Gula. His younger brother was also captured by Gula. These are unforgivable. This time, when Belorta thought of these things, he no longer felt emotional agitation or rampage. He recalled the earlier perception search scene. Gula's words, "I will treat him well on Winter Star." Winter Star. Belorta murmured the name of this planet, but at that moment thought of the conversation with Dr. Mew on planet M2, how the world is ever-changing. After all, it is a continuation of the War of Revenge. Saying this, Belorta spoke to Elder Mori. Elder Mori, the remaining Namekians can come with my spaceship. I will take you to a safer place. If all goes well, I intend to visit a planet called Earth, where there are wish orbs similar to those on Namek that can help us. Upon hearing this, not only Mori, but even the children who were unfamiliar with the world began to smile, saying, "Thank you so much, Belorta." Belorta looked at the fallen Nera brother, feeling a mix of emotions. No matter which world it is, destruction is always present. Leading the remaining Namekians, Belorta journeyed with them, and the destination of the spaceship changed at this moment. It was a place they had accidentally entered before. So let us go to the Kaioshin realm first and ask the Lord of the Lower Kaioshin for help. The spaceship began its voyage in the universe once again, but this time Belorta carried hope. For the Namekians, Belorta was their hope. However, the tragic state of this universe was far from over. In a part of the northern galaxy, on a planet with a blue sky, the battle between several super-strong beings had inexplicably affected this place. The city was shattered to pieces, and the wails of the people echoed through every mountain and river. Earth was facing such a presence for the first time in history. At this moment, in the heavenly temple, the god of heaven was observing the lower world. Those few outsiders had been fighting for several days without a clear victor. But Earth was being destroyed beyond recognition by them. Yet he felt powerless, as those individuals' powers far exceeded his own as a god. What he thought of now was how nice it would be if Bardock and Paragus were here. In the previous days, the god of heaven had tried to contact Lord King Yema of the North, but the news he received was that Lord King Yema had gone to the Grand Kaioshin Star for a long time, and for now, he could only add to his sorrow here. I really am a failed god. Majin Buu was unable to handle the situation himself, and now powerful beings from all over the universe were coming to Earth, one of whom was even Frisia's brother. The god of heaven sighed, undoubtedly determining that Earth would face annihilation. However, from behind, an encouraging sound came, and it was Mr. Bobo walking slowly. Lord God, you must cheer up. Earth will get through this crisis. Let's hope so. By the way, Mr. Bobo, have you contacted Lord King Yema of the North? The god of heaven kept praying, but he also needed to find a way to save himself. However, seeing Mr. Bobo shake his head, he sighed again. But at that moment, a powerful aura emanated from the heavenly temple. The originally dejected god of heaven was startled and turned toward the back. Mr. Bobo also saw it first and spoke up. Oh, Lord God, there's the aura of Lord Kaioshin. Mr. Bobo's words surprised the god of heaven. The figure that suddenly appeared before them was indeed the legendary Lord Kaioshin. Greetings, Lord Kaioshin. I am the god of heaven of earth. I apologize for the inadequate welcome. The god of heaven did not know why a high-ranking deity had come to the mortal realm, but he could not neglect the proper etiquette. No need for that. Lord Kaioshin walked gracefully, appearing elegant and mysterious. However, at this moment, a loud shout came from behind, making this mysterious entrance somewhat comical. Oh dear, what time is it? Hurry up and eliminate those who have fallen into madness. The voice came from the old Kaioshin, who was currently reprimanding a younger generation who had fused using the Patera earrings. Okay, ancestor, stop scolding. I'm getting ready. At this moment, Lord Kaioshin looked extremely awkward, coughing a few times in front of outsiders to ease the embarrassment. Chapter 68. The Fusion of Kaioshin. First appearance on Earth in the past few months. Ever since Belorta left the Kaioshin realm, since life seemed to have returned to normal. Oh dear, this is really lively. An unashamed comment came from the side, and it turned out that the old Kaioshin, who was still lamenting time, was now looking at him with an awkward expression. Isn't it inappropriate for an ancestor to peek into the mortal realm? Since saw the old Kaioshin glaring with wide eyes and gesturing, feeling quite shy. However, the old Kaioshin turned to him and said lightly, "What's wrong with watching a few cicadas fight? What are you thinking, young one?" The old Kaioshin squinted at him, which made him a bit uncomfortable, and then he looked in the direction of the ancestor, and indeed there were insects fighting. I thought you were watching some insects fighting too. Hee. This little farce reflected the tranquility of the Kaioshin realm at this moment. However, the old Kaioshin spoke again. But you, young one, still need to cultivate. You can't really just throw the position of Kaioshin to the next generation when you encounter life-threatening situations like Lord Beerus said, right? Besides, I'm getting old and no longer suitable to consider the future of the universe. Listening to the old Kaioshin's preaching, Sin thought to himself that it was indeed time to cultivate. However, since he became the only Kaioshin of the seventh universe, he didn't know how to continue controlling his divine power. In a moment, Sin thought of Belorta. By the way, Belorta's talent is indeed high, being able to cultivate divine power alone. Back then, I was still a Grindel from the demon realm, and it was under the guidance of the Grand Kaioshin that I. At this point, Sin suddenly lost focus, reminiscing about the happy lives they had 5,000 years ago in the divine realm. A scene that could not be returned to. But looking at the sunlight shining on the divine realm again, Sin encouraged himself. Ancestor, you are right. I should cultivate. Filled with enthusiasm, he jumped up and was about to fly off into the distance when the old Kaioshin spoke again. Bring Jebet along too. Also, the Pod-era earrings have wonderful uses you probably don't know. Sin shook the earrings on his ears, knowing a bit about them. Aren't they a symbol of the Kaioshin? Just like the time rings? Hee hee. The old Kaioshin smiled at this moment. The earrings also have a great effect. They can fuse two people together and create a new powerful warrior. How about it? Are you interested in trying? The old Kaioshin said this with a mischievous look. And Sin couldn't grasp the ancestor's intentions, so he thought it was better to leave it. Ancestor, your expression is not very trustworthy. Just then, the old Kaioshin gave him a light knock on the head. You young one, I am your ancestor. Why would I harm you? Hey, Jebet, come over here. Then, the old Kaioshin called for Jebet, and in an instant, a figure appeared. After the old Kaioshin explained, Jebet seemed to understand. Oh, so it can make Lord Kaioshin stronger, right? Here, Sin, give him one of the earrings to wear. Oh. As the earring was put on Jebet, a brilliant white light suddenly burst forth. While the two were confused about what was happening, they began to attract each other. Once the flickering light faded, a new warrior was born proudly. This is the power of the earring's fusion. I feel so powerful, much stronger than before. The old Kaioshin looked at the fused warrior, rolling his eyes. You're feeling proud over such little power? Sigh, he thought to himself. Perhaps this was the reason why the strength of later generations of Kaioshin was lacking. Too little ambition. By the way, it seems something incredible has happened in that universe of Namek. Didn't you notice? Facing the inadequacy of the younger generation, the old Kaioshin spoke again. But the Kaioshin directly said, I know. It's that planet in that universe space that was destroyed, led by the frozen demon clan. It seems to be Frisia's older brother, right? Are you not planning to go? The old Kaioshin tentatively asked, and after a moment of contemplation, the Kaioshin replied straightforwardly. No. Although the universe had begun to stir again, it had not yet reached a point of imbalance. He answered decisively, but still cast a glance at the ancestor beside him. After watching the ancestor look up for a moment, he slowly said, you should come closer. His voice seemed somewhat subdued. The Kaioshin complied with the order and moved closer, while the old Kaioshin surprisingly placed his hand on the other's forehead. Hee young one. Sometimes your thoughts are still too conventional. Alas, I am getting old, and the big matters of the future will have to be handled by you. Now, I will pass on my limited divine power to you. In an instant, a faint light surged forth and instantly flowed into the body of the fused warrior. After a moment, he felt a new aura rising within him, and by the time he reacted, the old Kaioshin was trembling as he sat on the ground, looking somewhat dim. Ancestor, how can this be? You have given away your divine power. Ancestor. Seeing his ancestor lying down, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The yelling made the old Kaioshin, who wanted to rest for a bit, glare again. I just passed my divine power to you. Not that I'm dead. Why are you so agitated? I'm just taking a break. Oh, speaking of which, ancestor, if you have given your divine power to me, doesn't that mean you will return to being ordinary? Can't you tell that my aura as a god is still here? You young one, why do you always look so foolish? I definitely retained enough divine power to maintain my existence as a god. All right, don't block my view. You go train in the realm. Remember to come out in 2 months. We need to go to Earth. With that, the old Kaioshin used his power to send the fused warrior away, and he remained alone to appreciate the current tranquility of the Kaioshin realm. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, which was the reason the Kaioshin had come to the Temple of the Gods. At this moment, looking down at the lower world, they were also marveling at how such a devilish character had appeared in such a short time in the universe. All right, let us see how powerful we become after our fusion and training. With that, the Kaioshin observed for a moment, then looked down and instantly created a gust of wind that swept through the Temple of the Gods. Wow, what is going on? Just a slight whirlwind made the gods below astonished, constantly exclaiming about the power displayed by the higher gods. The old Kaioshin also smiled and nodded at this moment. seemingly affirming the results of the younger generation's training. The sweeping wind quickly surged into the battlefield below, and the two sides that had been fiercely clashing were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this character. Chapter 69. Confrontation. Gula faces the sudden god? Lord Old Kaioshin, I didn't expect the troubles on this little earth would alarm you. The gods were pleasantly surprised by the arrival of the higher gods, while also reflecting on their presence. The Old Kaioshin followed the words of the god, and although they were higher in rank among the gods, they did not act arrogantly and treated him like an ordinary person. Oh, you're the god here, huh? It's our first meeting. This planet I rarely visit. The last time I came was before I was sealed. It must have been thousands of years ago, and I can't even remember. The Old Kaioshin looked at the changes on Earth now, seemingly reminiscing about the past, but after a moment of reality, he spoke again. Earth, huh? We didn't plan to come, but the one called Gula, who has a bit of a conflict with our young friend from before. So I sent the young ones here to balance things out. Hearing this, the god somewhat understood, but he also caught a hint from the Old Kaioshin's words, which was that Gula had offended a friend of the higher gods. Back on the battlefield, the two sides that had been fighting looked at the suddenly appeared character, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, a small figure hiding in a secret place below looked at the intruder and took a long time to realize who it was. Oh, that's the Kaioshin. He has changed. However, this guy was truly hateful. He chased him all the way to such a remote place. The one stamping his feet in anger was Babidi. 8 months ago, following the black-robed man's orders, he took the enchanted siblings to Namek to gather energy and coincidentally ran into Gula. A mysterious helper has come, huh? At this moment, Gula, who was at full power, shouted at the intruder, useless sorcerer Babidi. Even if these three want to team up against me, they are not my opponents. Hand over the magic potions honestly, and at least I can consider not shattering your body after you die. Hearing Gula's inexplicable roar, Babidi's ears were almost calloused. What kind of magic potion? Did we even make any when we enchanted Shrag? Forget it, number 17, number 18, get in there and take out Gula first. With Babidi's telepathic command, the two enchanted warriors launched their attacks again, and the area quickly became a battlefield once more. Facing the two surprise attack, Gula defended while looking for openings to counterattack. The lightning-fast clashes intertwined in an instant, and the explosive energy roared between heaven and earth. However, the Kaioshin, who had finally made a stylish entrance, was left on the sidelines. What a bunch of foolish guys. The Kaioshin observed them disdainfully, and suddenly his eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. In an instant, a punch separated the two sides that were locked in combat. Since these two are controlled by Babidi, let us make them clear-headed first. The Kaioshin looked at the two human-shaped enchanted beings, believing they were originally good people. Suddenly, he flashed to their side, gathering green light in his hands, while also concentrating the light waves. In just a few seconds, the two enchanted beings were knocked down, but it seemed as if they were unharmed, and suddenly they stopped in mid-air, then switched their target to each other, launching energy blasts one after another in the sky, instantly filling the sky with energy blasts that the two summoned. The Kaioshin felt surprised. The healing light, after fusion, should be able to remove the mark of enchantment. But it seemed to have been wasted effort. Could it be that Babidi's magic has become stronger? He couldn't help but think more. The Kaioshin shot up into the sky, directly facing the numerous energy blasts. However, gathering the Earth's energy waves with both hands, he surged upward, dissipating the energy blasts that the enchanted beings took pride in. On the other side, Gula watched the situation and acted as a bystander, seemingly enjoying the chaos among the few. Looks like he is not Babidi's helper. Babidi, then I'll personally come to kill you. Gula then vanished, his figure flickering in the sky. He had long locked onto Babidi's hiding spot, and this time he was coming at him with magic claws. Swallowing a shocking gulp, Babidi appeared anxious and hurriedly called back the enchanted siblings. Upon receiving the command, they abandoned their battle with the ones in front and flew towards Gula's position. The battlefield changed in an instant. In just a few dozen seconds, the enchanted beings were back in combat with Gula, and the Kaioshin was left stunned in place, as if watching a playful brawl. Hey, it seems that just purifying you is of no use. Another thought crossed my mind as the Supreme Kai flew to the battlefield where several people were fighting. This time, he didn't hesitate. He struck directly, not only sending Gula flying, but also severely injuring the two transformed beings. It seems this guy's target is everyone here, Gula thought to himself at this moment, while also glancing at Babidi's hiding place. Forget it, I'll teach him a lesson next time. For now, let's treat this guy well. Hey, You're also from the Ice Demon clan, right? How come you're different from Frisia? Hearing the voice of that person, Gula came back to his senses, only showing disdain. That foolish Frisia can't compare to me. My current form is above his transformation. Oh, you actually regard your brother as an object of insult. You're quite different from the kid I encountered earlier. In fact, the more important reason I came here is to retrieve my friend's younger brother. Where's that child? At this moment, the transformed beings attacked again, but this time the Supreme Kai didn't give them a chance to breathe. He defeated the two in an instant. And while he was chanting something, it seemed like a unique ability that bound the two in place. My ancestors warned me before I came here that even though I have become a god, sometimes following the rules can hinder my own training. Although I can't fully understand it, one thing my ancestors said is indeed true. When a friend's brother is in trouble, how can I stand idly by when he is not here? Listening to the person in front of him rambling on, Gula realized that he was actually with the Scions. But the other party's words revealed that he was a god? A god? I have seen gods before, but I don't know who is stronger compared to Lord Beerus. At this moment, Gula suddenly appeared somewhat polite, but the sinister look on the corner of his mouth remained. The Supreme Kai smiled and said, "You're not bad. You even know about Lord Beerus. However, I certainly can't compare to Lord Beerus, but dealing with you is more than enough." The Supreme Kai was extremely confident at this moment. Since merging, and having spent 2 months in the realm, his confidence had reached its peak. Of course, as a god facing mortals, the gap in strength was naturally significant. However, after hearing the other party's response, Gula twisted his neck, seeming to take on a contemptuous demeanor. "Oh, is that so? Then, may I ask your name as a god? I never kill nameless people." Chapter 70, Gula's dazzling silver form. I have naturally less to compare with Lord Beerus. However, to deal with you, I think it should be more than enough. The Supreme Kai appeared very high profile, exuding an unprecedented confidence. Is it a common trait for merged warriors to have such a flaw? Oh, then I must ask for your name. I never kill nameless people. In response to the Supreme Kai's answer, Gula displayed a proud state, his eyes shining brightly, paired with an unruly sense of superiority. Looking even more ostentatious than the god in front of him. "You are Frisia's older brother. I knew you wouldn't be polite. Want to know my name? I need to think about it." Gula looked at the other party's pretentious demeanor with disdain and then charged forward. He unleashed a massive strike. However, the Supreme Kai merely tilted his head, still wearing a contemplative expression, but as Gula approached, he also threw a punch at him. That punch landed solidly on Gula's abdomen. Pain immediately followed. Gula retreated a step, his expression one of disbelief, but then he smiled. "It seems your strength is quite that of a high-level god. The old guy said before that Frisia and I could roam the universe unhindered, as long as we were careful not to anger Lord Beerus and a guy named Majin Buu. I really didn't expect that now another god like you has emerged." At this moment, Gula's body seemed to feel like it was boiling. It was as if all the blood in him ignited at once. Originally, this state was meant to show that Scion monkey, but since that's the case, let me see what a so-called high-level god looks like. At this point, Gula began to speak to himself, filled with passion. The Supreme Kai finally thought of his name after merging. "Good, this will do. Cough, cough. Hey, you wanted to know my name, right? Listen carefully. I am the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, and now you are facing the merged god warrior. I am Shimbit." On this side, it seemed he was also talking to himself, but after dropping his name, he looked back at Gula, and the aura on his side surged with fervor. It seemed that the entire world was filled with his presence. Wow, the Ice Demon clan can actually raise their aura to this level. Shimbit was indeed shocked by Gula's rising aura, which was nearing the threshold of higher gods. The restlessness in the area was rapidly escalating under Gula's sinister smile. The world seemed to transform into another appearance. Gula's body began to change further, shedding his complete form, and instead reverting to the original form of the Ice Demon clan. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated. In the blink of an eye, Gula had completed a brand new transformation. This, Shimbit looked at the other in disbelief. Such a dazzling silver light actually appeared on a being filled with demonic traits. Haha, I didn't expect you to reach this level. It seems I underestimated the Ice Demon clan, a race created by ancient ancestors just like the Scion race. The last sentence was Shinbit's inner monologue. He had never taken the Scions and Ice Demons seriously before. After all, the vastness of Universe 7 allowed them to act recklessly for a time without concern. He didn't need to specifically regulate them for the sake of balance. But now, first encountering Belorta and then Gula across from him, he was given a whole new perspective of the universe. A god? After Gula displayed this state, he became even more disdainful of the god before him. He began to recount his experiences, as if admiring the grandeur of his form. I'm different from that guy, Frisia. I'm not one to be complacent just because of a little innate fighting power. I have fought in the chaos beyond the northern galaxy. After countless trials, I transformed into something noble. As Gula emphasized the last two words, he laughed loudly. Amidst the howling wind, a silver light suddenly flashed. Before Shimbit could react, Gula had already reached his side. This time, instead of a punch collision, it was just Gula's tail sweeping across, sending Shimbit flying. And then, with another flash, the thunderous, destructive beam followed, representing Gula's profound respect. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Shimbit had stabilized his form, but was again astonished by Gula's several strikes. While Gula continued to boast about his greatness, after learning about the Scion monkeys, I was indeed quite surprised. However, more importantly, it is astonishing that those savage monkeys could cultivate such combat abilities. So, while returning to the Northern Galaxy, I underwent 3 months of intense training. At this moment, Gula completely disregarded the god's face and once again charged towards him. A heavy blow caused Zimbite, God, to stagger. This guy, just like his ancestors, enjoys smashing others' heads. Zimbite, God, complained as he stepped back, while Gula began admiring himself again. After 3 months, I have finally cultivated this form, truly beautiful and noble. And I will give it a simple name, Shining Silver Gula. Hee, you really are narcissistic. Hearing the so-called noble name of the form, Zimbite God's first reaction was to think about the other party's narcissism. But when he turned to face Gula again and felt his aura, Zimbite God indeed recognized the other's extraordinary presence, Shining Silver Gula. This aura could expand to such an extent if he followed the right path. He might even consider an internship as a god of destruction. As Zimbite God spoke, he shook his head, seemingly regretting the loss of talent. However, if you think the state can kill a god, you are too naive. The sound of this conversation was not loud, but Gula heard it clearly. At this moment, Zimbite God seemed to have entered a different state, but suddenly the world changed again. Although Gula's aura was close to the threshold of a higher god, since he had not cultivated divine power, he could not sense the changes in Zimbite God's aura. He just looked at the other party's state, which had undergone a significant transformation. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shining Silver Gula looked at the raging winds and waves around him, and the sharpness generated in the air seemed to represent the true power of the god opposite him. In the face of this situation, Gula laughed heartily. In a contest with the gods, I am the first. Again, it would be the killing of gods. In the face of the unknown power level of the other party, Gula did not hold back and raised his own momentum again. The contest in this space suddenly became a transcendental clash between divine power and mortal energy. Meanwhile, the demonized siblings who were originally bound in the distance had long been swept away by the two powerful energies. Their bodies became uncontrollable, and the core of infinite energy within them began to go berserk, drowning them in an instant. Seeing Babidi hiding in the shadows, he no longer cared about stopping Gula. He now understood Gula's true power and had secretly used magic to distance himself from this place, disappearing from sight amidst the fighting above. Chapter 71. Gula's serious injury and escape. Since you, as a mortal, have cultivated to this extent, let me see if this evil guy's shining silver form can still shock me. A bright light suddenly appeared in his eyes. A streak of light raced across the sky. It was Zimbite God's unpretentious strike. Although Gula had raised the aura of his shining silver form to the maximum he could bear, he was unable to dodge the current god. Just a moment ago, the god was shocked by his own power, and now he had switched from offense to defense, becoming the weaker one. This wouldn't he do? Gula instantly exploded with rage, death energy and light constantly boiling between heaven and earth. In just a moment, a large-scale battlefield of disaster formed in this place. As the dust gradually settled, Zimbite God moved his muscles and bones, simply saying just so. He then rushed forward with both hands raised, striking with a speed like lightning. Compared to Gula's punch, this god preferred the thrill of flying kicks. This kind of ultimate technique of power and speed was often the most ordinary posture, and this ordinary posture could often deal a huge blow to those self-centered individuals. How is this possible? This form of mine is something even I marvel at. Even if you are a god, there would be no gap. Gula pushed his momentum to another level, a power beyond what he could bear. Yet he disregarded it, as the silver light once again swept across the entire battlefield. In contrast, God simply spoke lightly. For a mortal, you are indeed extraordinarily powerful. Your current strength has surpassed what I know of mortal friends, including that science brother you captured. However, you have only touched the threshold of higher god power. You have not yet reached that level. If you continue to practice patiently and explore your current form, perhaps when you truly stand shoulder to shoulder with higher god power, you could indeed act as you wish to some extent. What gods, what higher gods? So you're telling me that even in my current form, I'm just a weakling in the eyes of the gods, right? Gula's eccentricity drew God's attention, who then swiftly moved away, gathering power to hammer Gula into the sky. As he flew towards the opponent, with a snap of his fingers, he shattered Gula's bones in an instant. Is this all the Ice Demon clan is capable of? Do you want to destroy Earth in the same way Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta? God's words made Gula furrow his brow. He didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through by the other party, having just been severely injured and now helpless. Gula momentarily felt like a true defeated weakling. Is this the true power of a god? Although that old guy's words were not entirely accurate, they could not be ignored before a god. Gula spat blood, and the aura of his shining silver form began to leak slowly. However, at that moment, Gula revealed an evil expression. But as a god, you wouldn't kill me, would you? Gula asked tentatively. Though God did not respond immediately, the hesitation flashing in his eyes was clearly caught by Gula. It seems the old guy was right about one thing. In the universe, aside from the god of destruction, another god, although not strong among higher gods, governs creation and is also responsible for balance. You must be the king of worlds. Gula laughed cruelly, showing disdain. The order of your gods is truly interesting. There is destruction and death, and there is also creation and rebirth. It is quite contradictory. This is what you call balance, But I only understand one thing. You cannot kill me. Although you have restrained me to this extent, you have only restrained me, not destroyed me. Just as Gula distracted God with his words, God took a few steps back in a daze. At the moment of his hesitation, Gula launched a surprise attack with a poisonous needle that exploded towards him, and in that instant of distraction, he unleashed all his energy. He directly flashed away from that place. In just the blink of an eye, Gula's figure disappeared without a trace. But by the time God reacted, he was left alone. The balance of the universe, I planned to break the rules to help Belolta punish Gula and retrieve his brother, but unexpectedly, I was manipulated by a guy full of evil magic. God sighed. At least Earth has temporarily returned to peace. I guess it wasn't a wasted trip. Looking at the tragic scene, God then unleashed a large healing light, restoring the realm before swiftly departing. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the heavenly temple. Ancestor, I still choose to uphold the order. Upon his return, the Supreme Kai appeared apologetic. But the old Supreme Kai slowly approached without any particular expression, just smiling as he said, Shin, Jebit, you need not blame yourselves. You have naturally adhered well to the principles of order. The current era is a future that you younger generations must create, not mine. What I have provided are merely suggestions, but you must remember to follow what you believe is right. For Shin, in this era, you are the Supreme Kai. Faced with the encouragement from his ancestor, the Supreme Kai regained his brilliance. But after a moment of surprise, he said something that left the old Supreme Kai at a loss. Ancestor, I am neither Shin nor Jebit now. Please call me Shinbit. As the Supreme Kai, I am Shinbit God. Looking at his still foolish younger generation, the old Supreme Kai once again showed the love and encouragement of an elder. The heavy blow to Lin Li's head made Shinbit God become serious in an instant. All right, Heavenly God, the crisis on Earth has been resolved, so we will take our leave. The old Supreme Kai bid farewell to the Heavenly God and his attendants. Even when facing lower deities, he maintained a sense of courtesy, but their departure was quite amusing. It was indeed the old Supreme Kai dragging the beaten Shinbit God away. However, sometimes the development of events is just coincidental. Just as the crisis on Earth was resolved and the Supreme Kai had left, the Heavenly God received a voice from the North Supreme Kai. Finally received a response from the North Supreme Kai. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, the North Supreme Kai expressed his amazement. I didn't expect the Supreme Kai to come to Earth. Truly a blessing, Heavenly God. Not all, but North Supreme Kai. Why have you stayed on Great Kaishin's planet for so long, without any news? The Heavenly God inquired cautiously, as the North Supreme Kai was clearly superior to him. So he had to be careful with his questions. However, the North Supreme Kai apologized. Oh dear, I'm really sorry. there was a bit of a problem. A riot occurred on Great Kaioshin's planet. Too many souls of the deceased were sent there. Originally, Great Kaioshin was hosting a grand tournament, but a Grim Reaper accidentally damaged the soul absorption system, causing a big mess. Fortunately, it was ultimately resolved. Oh, Bardock has something to ask you. Oh, Heavenly God. I'm sorry. I only learned about your message later. At that time, I happened to be dealing with a bad guy along with Pargus. By the way, Heavenly God, how are the Dragon Balls? Are they usable? Oh, the Dragon Balls can be used now. Bardock, if you come, I can help you gather them. Earth is fine now. Oh, thank you very much. We will head to Earth in a few days. We are still on Great Kaioshin's planet now, where Great Kaioshin is expressing condolences to some experts. Oh, okay, let's leave it at that. It's really a pity that I didn't get to see the Supreme Kai. Speaking of which, I realized I have forgotten to mention that I have never met this generation's Supreme Kai. The conversation among the few ended with the North Supreme Kai expressing regret, and Earth seemed to be entering a period of peace once again. However, on another front, just returning to the Supreme Kai realm, the Supreme Kai and others were filled with surprise. To their astonishment, Belorta had returned. Chapter 72. The challenge proposed by the Supreme Kai Elder Mori. Let us temporarily settle here. The scenery here is something that even the Namekians have never seen. Everyone looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, as if it were a residence of the gods. Belorta smiled. Indeed, this is the planet where the Supreme Kai resides. This is the Supreme Kai realm, and I suppose the Supreme Kai won't interfere, right? At this point, Belorta seemed a bit unsure, but indeed, bringing a group of people to the land of the gods without permission, he didn't know if the deity would drive them away. It's fine, we'll stay here for now, and we'll send you to Earth later. It's just more convenient to come here first to get to Earth. Just as Belorta was speaking, a sound came from behind. Seemingly surprised, Belorta? Everyone turned to look, and two extraordinary-looking individuals approached, their demeanor indicating they were not ordinary. Elder Mori, somewhat worldly, guessed after a moment of thought that these two must be the deities of this place, so he hurriedly led everyone to bow in respect. Seeing this, the god of destruction simply raised his hand, and with a flick of his power, made them stand up. As they continued forward, Belorta didn't quite recognize the other party at first, but he soon realized from the aura they were emitting, it's the Supreme Kai. Hey kid, I'm here too. The old Supreme Kai slowly stepped forward, jokingly saying, wow, you little brat have really improved a lot in just a few months. Hee. Belorta only smiled as usual. And of course, he did not reveal any aura. However, due to the sharp perception of the old Kaioshin, he felt that Belorta at this moment had an air of inscrutability, which was why he found it amusing. The Namekian? At this moment, Shin realized that the person accompanying Belorta was from Namek, and he also noticed the injured individuals along with the healing light shining. The recovered Neru immediately expressed gratitude, but the Kaioshin merely gestured simply, indicating no need for excessive formalities. Beside him, Belorta explained, yes, Lord Kaioshin, after I returned from my journey through the universe, I discovered that every planet in this cosmic space has been destroyed. Namek was among them, and it is no longer suitable for my friends to live there, so I plan to have them temporarily go to Earth. Since the Dragon Balls exist on Earth, it is necessary for us to go there. Additionally, regarding Gula, my brother on Namek was captured by him. At this moment, Belorta is speaking, but he hasn't forgotten the story that the old Kaioshin told everyone earlier. However, he does need to use the Dragon Balls now. The old Kaioshin, on the side, seems to be lost in thought, looking at the horizon, as if recounting memories. The Dragon Balls. At this moment, Belorta's thoughts are with God Simbit, who has a guilty expression on his face. I am sorry, Belorta. I know about what happened on Namek, so I'm also aware of the matter regarding Gula. At that time, I did not intervene, because as a Kaioshin, my first consideration is balance. Gula's position did not truly threaten that balance. Listening to the Kaioshin's words, Belorta feels a bit disappointed, but after all, the distinction between gods and mortals inevitably leads to differences in certain matters. He still maintains his smile, but regarding his brother being taken away, his gaze reveals a different kind of solemnity than before. Kaioshin, I understand. Regarding Gula, after I settle my friends on Namek, I will go personally. I will bring my brother back. A flash of fierce determination crosses his eyes, which the old Kaioshin notices, but it lasts less than a second. Belorta manages to let reason triumph over the anger in his heart. At this moment, when the old Kaioshin uses his abilities to probe him, it seems like he can see through everything about him. A transmission comes through. Belorta, it seems that a lot has happened to you during your journey in the universe. Facing the old Kaioshin's question, Belorta does not hide anything and responds in his heart. Yes, old Kaioshin, although I did not bring back the scattered members of my race. There are still some gains. I wonder if you are aware of the existence of multiple timelines? Upon hearing the term multiple timelines, the old Kaioshin's thoughts seemed to drift back to a time long ago. That was a long time ago. The current master of the time nest managing the multiple timelines, if I remember correctly, is a girl named Kuranoya, right? I don't quite remember. Did you encounter anyone? You don't need to answer me too much. Just a yes or no will suffice. I don't want to know too much about the matter of multiple timelines. In response to the old Kaioshin's words, Belorta thinks, yes, I encounter people from other timelines, and they are all very powerful. Another important matter is that the black-robed person who appeared in the Kaioshin realm earlier came from another timeline, but I don't know exactly which one. I see. But Belorta, you don't need to know too much about this. After all, the existence of the black-robed person will be handled by those above. Yes, I understand. The transmission ends here. And then the old Kaioshin finally speaks. Young one, tell me about the situation on Earth. Simbit, reminded by his ancestors, suddenly realizes, yes, Belorta, in fact. I returned from Earth with my ancestors. Gula and Babidi were entangled together, and they caused chaos on Earth. Although I defeated him, he still managed to escape. At this moment, God Simbit also realized, it seems that Babidi has also gotten away. He looked regretful and angry, determined to continue tracking his whereabouts, and must not allow him to release Majin Buu. Belorta didn't care much about the Majin Buu incident. As he learned from the system's data panel something unexpected, the combat power of the Supreme Kai was actually over 10 trillion. Moreover, this seemed to be just the base combat power, and his explosive combat power was listed as unknown. In this case, the matter of Majin Buu could easily be resolved by the Supreme Kai himself. However, Belorta couldn't understand why Sin looked this way. He should have fused with Jebbit using the earrings, but with this level of combat power, it was indeed strange. At this moment, Belorta began to carefully sense the divine energy of the Supreme Kai, which was surging with such power. So strong, Berolta couldn't help but marvel. This was no longer the support-type Jebbit from the original work. Lord Supreme Kai, I have something to ask you. Seeing the Supreme Kai nod, Berolta continued. You must have easily dealt with Gula in your battle, right? At this point, the Supreme Kai added, oh, I was delayed by Babidi's escape just now. Gula has become very strong. His aura has surpassed what it was when I first met you. And the form he displayed when fighting me is called the Radiant Silver form. The aura is indeed very powerful, already touching the threshold of the higher divine realm. However, I was able to handle him quite easily because that form is not particularly stable. He can't maintain it for long. I see. Belorta pondered for a moment, sighing inwardly about the existence of the Frozen Demon Clan. Indeed, like Frisia, they possessed extremely high talent. He never expected that in this timeline, Kula would take that step in strength first. Belorta couldn't help but exclaim, but he was also fortunate enough to know Gula's current strength in advance. If you were to fight him, it would probably just be a draw. The fastest way to improve his combat power right now was to have a battle. Only then could he break through the bottleneck he had faced during months of training in the gravity chamber. So, Belorta stepped forward slowly and said, Lord Kaioshin, would you be able to have a match with me now? I want to know how far my training has come. Chapter 73. The Glimmering Light of the Kaioshin Realm. Lord Kaioshin, could we have a match? I want to know the height I have reached. Belolta's inquiry was merely a deliberate question. His true aim was to break through the bottleneck he had encountered after months of training in the gravity chamber. Under 1,600 times the normal gravity. He had stepped into that mysterious posture in silence and invisibility, and after reaching a stable state, it seemed there was a flame rising upwards that had yet to burst forth. Therefore, if he were to face Gula in the future, he had to break that bottleneck to master new powers. After deep contemplation, Belolta concluded that this power should be an advancement of the mysterious posture. The god of Simbit looked at him, his eyes still shining as pure as before, and then he smiled and replied, all right. Following that, Simbit slowly ascended, and as he used his special abilities, Belolta also began to rise slowly. At this moment, both had reached a certain height, ensuring that the aftermath of their confrontation would not harm Belolta's friends. Belolta, let me see the results of your training, said the god of Simbit, his eyes suddenly becoming resolute, and a dense divine power erupted from within his body. It felt as if not a single bit of it was leaking out, merely circulating through his internal meridians. Belorta immediately felt the strength of the opponent. A sudden sense of oppression hit him. At that moment, the data panel from the system changed. Supreme Kai, Fused Warrior, Combat power 10 trillion, currently increasing, has reached 13 trillion. Explosive combat power unknown. It's just a simple panel, but it shows what Belorta can only look up to in terms of basic combat power. He mocked himself internally, wondering when he would ever be able to reach this level of strength without relying on any other conditions, just as he is now. Belorta smiled calmly, the light in his eyes settling back to tranquility. In just a moment, a powerful aura surged within him. At this moment, Belorta was already able to circulate basic energy within his body. In an instant, Belorta was surrounded by a layer of transparent aura. It was a form driven by his own rising energy, the same form that the Kaioshin had seen before. Oh, Belorta, can you also reach the state that Vegeta attained after being developed by his ancestors? However, at this moment, your potential is far greater than what Vegeta exhibited back then. Perhaps in the future, you might even reach the threshold of upper deity strength. Shimbit at that time truly admired his friend's strength and had to praise this child in front of him who, at such a young age, could achieve such a height. Yet, they did not know that even if he truly reached the threshold of upper deity strength, it was not what Belorta valued. His current goal is to hope that he can one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the angels. Just like the son Goku from the X dimension he encountered on planet M2, he aims to possess the strength to defeat at least 2 angels. Can my future really be like son Goku from the X dimension? Belorta introspected and continuously felt his inner self. Ever since that outburst on Namek, he had realized that there was a hidden power deep within him. If he could truly master it, this would be the next direction for his strength enhancement. However, for now, he needed to address the bottleneck of his mysterious demeanor first. Belorta continued to elevate his aura, drawing astonished looks even from the Supreme Kai. He hadn't expected that Belorta's strength was beyond this. The intensity was still rising. It wasn't until a faint, shimmering blue flame flickered around Belorta that he finally stopped his ascension, realizing this was the bottleneck he knew of. Although there were occasional flashes of blue flame around him, he couldn't maintain this state. However, feeling his current aura and looking at the displayed data panel, he had definitely improved a lot compared to his time in the gravity room. Belorta, reborn transcender, Scion, F spacetime, had a combat power of 6,378,000,000. Current status, mysterious form, nearly faint. Explosive combat power had reached 7.8 trillion, nearly a 1,300-fold increase. Belorta looked at his data, and the term nearly faint truly surprised him. So, the ordinary next stage was nearly faint. Just being nearly faint already had a normal 1,300-fold increase. But the ordinary form only had a 650-fold increase back then. This mysterious form indeed enhanced strength, serving as another training state aside from the Super Saiyan transformation. Belorta reflected on his current state, thinking that Super Saiyan 3 only offered a 400 times increase, while the mysterious form still had the potential to enhance quality, which was truly remarkable. For a moment, Belorta smiled, a smile that came from feeling his own powerful strength. Not only was the god of destruction across from him taken aback, but the old Kai also watched in shock from below. That kid Belorta had actually brought that state close to the micromagnitude. Ha, what an impressive little guy. As the old Kai nodded with a smile, his eyes showed admiration for the younger generation. The only thing he sighed about was that this young one did not belong to the Grindel race. However, after a moment of thought, he muttered to himself, well, there are cases of other races becoming gods of destruction. Although he might be troubled by demonic influences, I will personally teach him. In an instant, it seemed the old Kai had already mapped out a future path for Belorta, and the battle above had also begun. Belorta raised his energy to the limit he could reach, which indeed astonished the god of destruction. Sinbit, good job, Belorta. Perhaps you will soon attain the power of the upper deities. If I'm not mistaken, Scions are a race that grows stronger with battles. So you must need a match to break through your own limitations, right? As expected of the Supreme Kai, Belorta smiled and nodded. Thank you for agreeing to my request, Lord Supreme Kai. Now, let this contest begin. At that moment, both sides seemed to speak simultaneously, and the battle commenced. As their words faded, a flash of light across the sky came from their rising enthusiasm. The electric flashes generated by the constant clash of their attacks made the beautiful Supreme Kai realm even more vibrant and colorful. The contest of fists and feet roared like a meteor. The flames rose, sweeping over mountains and rivers. It was evidently a true clash between gods and mortals, filling the entire Supreme Kai realm. Both were fully engaged, This was not only an extraordinary battle between mortals and deities, but also a contest of spiritual resonance between friends. Chapter 74. The Fiery Gleam in Battle. The Supreme Kai's call to Belorta was different from battling an enemy. The collision of flames did not have that cold sharpness. This contest between friends was solely about the connection between you and me. It was about setting aside the identity of a deity and resonating spiritually with a friend. As Belorta launched his attack, the Supreme Kai responded strongly, wrapping countless energy orbs in divine power, swirling and accelerating in the air. However, the flicker in his eyes was not a fierce intent to strike down his opponent, but rather an appreciation for a younger comrade. Belorta created multiple afterimages, which wasn't a difficult technique, but rather the result of ultra-high-speed movement. He effortlessly struck down the incoming energy orbs one after another, and while counterattacking, Belorta also unleashed a wave of light gathered in his palm upwards. In that moment, the chaotic battle began to perform a solo dance of energy waves. The light blazed as they intersected, and both sides' momentum continuously intertwined, leading to another surge of excitement. The rising heat briefly adorned this realm, nearly shaking the entire Supreme Kai realm with their clash. I didn't expect Belorta to have reached this level. The fierce competition in the distance also astonished those watching. Among the Namekians, Neru was captivated, and he resolved to continue advancing on his path of cultivation. As the intense clash of energy swirled, their rivalry seemed to burst forth towards even higher aspirations within their hearts. Belorta, a 4 or 5-year-old child, one incredible presence. However, let's call it day for this match. Faced with Belorta's response, the Supreme Kai understood the lofty goals his opponent must have. However, he was holding back in this duel, since Belorta needed a fight to break through his bottleneck. Shin-God was more than willing to serve as a catalyst for his strength improvement. The true power of Shin-God, which had never been showcased before, was likely about to shine once more. Belorta gazed with his eyes, and the divine power of the King of Worlds began to swell again. It seemed that this moment truly showcased the aura befitting his 13 trillion combat power. Meanwhile, the sensed aura continued to rise. Belolta also understood the other party's intentions. Lord Kai Wangshan, are you using this overwhelming power to help me survive against all odds? He looked at the continuous gathering of light, as if he could once again feel the call within his heart. Come on, let's strive for the height that belongs to you at this moment. The height that belongs to me. This was the echo of the soul, and it was also the echo that Belolta had to touch. Under the pressure of the divine power released by the other party, Belolta's body began to rise. His breath was unknowingly mobilized, and like a blocked bottle, it erupted and soared the moment it came into contact with a medium. The shadow of Belorta leapt as if it had stepped into empty space. And in just a moment of leaves falling in the wind, a sudden surge of momentum swept across the entire King Kai's realm. Belorta has reached that level. The sound echoed from the old Kai's mouth. The level he spoke of was precisely the next realm of the mysterious form. At this moment, the majestic power between heaven and earth would shine for Belorta. A faint gleam and soft voice briefly emerged from his lips. Belorta felt an unprecedented height, experiencing the infinite strength this power brought to his body, swinging it casually in laughter, reveling in every step. This was his own moment of celebration. The crisp sound surged forth, accompanied by the rumbling of the earth, as if this world began to compose a new chapter for Belorta. With a mechanical voice resonating in his mind, a more fiery form stood proudly in the distant sky, standing tall before the god of Zimbiter. Belorta, reborn transcender, Scion, F spacetime, had his battle power skyrocketing to over 6.74 billion, currently in the state of mysterious form, successfully advancing to the faint gleam. With an explosive battle power reaching the peak he could currently accept at 11 trillion. Due to the host's confrontation with the realm of higher gods. Breaking through his own shackles, the host gained an opportunity for an extraordinary comprehension. Extraordinary comprehension is loading. The host faced the divine power expansion of the higher gods. Observing for the first and second time, the host automatically obtained insights from the observations, initially possessing divine might, which is a sense of pressure that comes with the strength to enter the realm of higher gods, a mark of reaching that realm. At the same time, the host's divine power is being enhanced, currently at a divine power status of 3, with relative strength increasing. The battle power further increased, reaching over 8.1 billion, with explosive battle power at 1.37 trillion. As the sounds in his mind gradually settled, Belorta's eyes once again sparkled with miraculous brilliance. That originally bright and light blue aura gradually transformed into a more piercing radiance. Although still in the realm of faint gleam, it appeared even more imposing and dazzling. The world no longer trembled. Belorta had already reigned in the aura that matched the strength of the god of Zimbiter. The god of Zimbiter continued to be astonished by this child before him. Recalling their first meeting just a few months ago, the extraordinary presence of Belorta at that time. In the clash with the god of destruction, he had received a response. Just moments ago, the results of his training were displayed in their confrontation. Now, he had broken through his shackles in battle, reached the strength of a higher god, and was further improving. All of this was witnessed by the King Kai. Yet it felt so surreal. How many years had it been in the 7th universe since a mortal like you had appeared? Belorta, perhaps in the future there will be an opportunity for you to become such an existence? Simbit gently touched his heart, and he began to feel a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Ever since he embarked on the path to becoming a supreme Kai, he hadn't felt this way for a long time. If I had never met you, I probably wouldn't have this feeling again in the future. Belmont, can you keep your ambition in your heart for this universe? Will you leave a path for the true supreme Kai of the 7th universe in your heart's future? There is no longer any sound here. Only the voice of the supreme Kai echoes endlessly. Belmont hears it clearly, and he understands that this is the supreme Kai's appreciation turning into affection for him, just like when Whis and Beerus wanted to take him under their wing for training. The love for talent exists in every world, regardless of the people or the divine and mortal paths. As long as one possesses the strength that shakes boundaries, they become an existence worth observing and paying attention to at a higher level. Belorta paused, leaning closer to the Kaioshin, and slowly spoke, seemingly with a hint of refusal. Lord Kaioshin, my future is something I cannot know. I only understand one thing. That in the river of time that I can shape, I need to continuously become stronger. It seemed like a rejection, but Belorta did not say that the future would not move in the direction of the Kaioshin. Strength was simply 2 words in Belorta's heart, and he was indeed constantly grasping it. I understand. Zimbite smiled, feeling that there was no need for further words at this moment, and the two almost spoke in unison. Let's begin again. Chapter 75, the conclusion of victory and defeat. With just one punch, Belorta set off on another journey. The words exchanged between the two had once again come to an end, but the contest continued. The roar from the sky signified another fierce clash between the two. At this moment, their auras were similar. Belorta momentarily closed the gap in strength, giving his opponent a dazzling brilliance of his own. The momentum of the azure flames swept everything away, seemingly pushing aside the shield formed by the opponent's divine power with ease. While the Kaioshin's counter-force blocked Belorta's rising aura to one side. It was a confrontation where neither could trouble the other, yet both could inflict pain upon each other. After countless exchanges, their auras still climbed. They seemed undeterred and possibly had endless energy. Their respective ultimate techniques collided in this fiery battlefield, elevating both of their prowess. However, battles between experts often rely on the simplest methods. Both seemed to understand each other's intent. This final strike was to be unleashed as if gathering infinite energy. A punch bursting forth from their palms, flying towards each other at incredible speed. The world had no time to depict their figures. In an instant, as no one could clearly see, the resonance created by their colliding fists instantly destroyed all the mountains in the Kaioshin realm. The force was so great that it belittled their confrontation. This power ultimately affected realms beyond the divine, but fortunately, the surroundings were empty. Otherwise, many planets would have perished in this unparalleled divine-human duel. As the mundane settled, this evenly matched contest did not end in a draw. Despite Belorta giving his all, the Kaioshin was still superior. As the victor, he did not feel pity for the mortal before him, but instead looked at him with admiration. He knew clearly in his heart that with time, no, just give Belorta a little more time, only 2 or 3 years of preparation, and he would surely surpass himself. If given several more years, he might even advance to the realm of third-tier divine strength. And although Belorta slowly descended, the shadow behind him was moving forward. Adjusting his post-battle breath, Belorta felt his strength progressing to a higher level, while Zimbite was also restoring the area as the damaged battlefield needed to be renewed. The old Kaioshin smiled gently, as if watching a younger generation. Indeed, Belorta, I believe that soon, my junior will no longer be your opponent. You flatter me. Lord, old Kaishin, I still have a long way to go. Belorta simply accepted any praise without much thought. He understood that there were always many strong individuals in the world, and those who were even stronger often remained nameless, silently observing everything with eyes imperceptible to ordinary people. At least in his heart at this moment, Belorta had two figures of incredibly powerful beings, the man in the black robe and son Wukong from X-Space. The confrontation in the divine realm had temporarily come to a close, and Belorta returned to the main topic. Continuing to explain the reason for bringing the Namekians was to have them temporarily settle on Earth. So, I hope to trouble Lord Kaishin. Don't you want to see your kin? Zimbite asked Belorta, recalling a memory. Belorta looked at the setting sun in the divine realm and simply smiled faintly. Not this time. Next time, when I bring back my brother, I will gather with him. Belolta's words fell here, and the Kaishin noticed that he had unfinished thoughts, but did not say much, only responding to the other party's request. All right, I will relay your message to Bardock and Paragus. At this point, Shimbit was searching for something in the vastness, and soon there was a sound. Oh, they were on the Grand Kai's planet earlier, together with the North Kai, seemingly participating in something, receiving accolades from the Grand Kai. They have already returned to Earth. That location is the Heavenly God Temple. Is this the Dragon Ball? While the Kaishin spoke, he sensed the information and judged the position, as if he were leading his ancestors to Earth again. At this moment, facing the Namekians, you will place your hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you. As long as one of you touches me, it will be fine. Beelzebub. Then I will take them to Earth first, as it seems that the Heavenly Temple is about to summon the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Well, thank you very much, Lord Kaishin. Berorta said goodbye to his friends, while Mori and Neru could only express endless gratitude. Berorta, thank you. When you come back, I will leave a message for your kin on Earth. At that moment, Neru found himself at a loss for words, only shedding tears. Berorta smiled and said, We will meet again in the future, Brother Neru. You must practice hard. The encouragement from friends can truly stir one's heart. Neru regained his smile and bid his final farewell. As the light and shadows responded, the group gradually disappeared from this place. The old Kaishin did not want to move, so he stayed behind, while Berorta was about to leave after bidding farewell to the old Kaishin. Thank you as well, great old Kaishin. Belorta expressed his gratitude. For him, each brief encounter with the old Kai was filled with advice from an elder, a rare treasure in the Dragon Ball world. The old Kai understood the direction he was heading. With his current strength, there was no need to worry about Belorta's journey, just a simple wish, safe travels. Beirut responded, his fingertips touching his forehead in farewell, a fleeting shadow in the gentle breeze. In just a moment, the spaceship that had been stationed in the Supreme Kai's realm was preparing to take off again. The acquaintance with Beirut, if we count the time, has barely added up to a few days, but every meeting with him seemed to evoke a sense of familiarity in the old Supreme Kai's heart, perhaps reminiscent of childhood friend. As he watched the spaceship ascend into the sky, at the moment when the clouds were dispersed, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Soon, Beirut's figure disappeared from this universe, while the old Supreme Kai, still in the Supreme Kai's realm, whispered a light breath carried by the wind, a whisper known only to him. The flashing light stirred at the heavenly temple. At this moment, a corner above Earth became dim due to the arrival of the dragon. Just as Bardock made a wish, the god of destruction also appeared, followed by the Namekian who had temporarily settled there. Supreme Kai. The god of destruction noticed the unfamiliar Namekian behind the Supreme Kai and felt a wave of inexplicable thoughts in his heart, perhaps a sense of kinship. The older Namekian, Mori, and Nera smiled towards this direction. There is no need to be overly formal, god of destruction, Mr. Bobo. I came here mainly to talk with Bardock and the others. As he said this, the god of destruction slowly turned towards Bardock and Paragus. With just a glance, he sensed the extraordinary nature of the two. It had only been a few months since he last perceived them, and they had become much stronger. What potential do the Scions possess? Chapter 76, The Sparkle of the Universe. The Call of Family. Hello, Mr. Bardock. Mr. Paragus. I come from the Divine Realm, as the Supreme Kai of this universe. Faced with the sudden arrival of this group, Bardock and Paragus immediately became tense, especially upon noticing the appearance of the leading figure, who exuded an extraordinary presence, making them aware of each other's strength. When the god of destruction stepped forward to greet them, the two suddenly realized that the other party was also a deity. While astonished, they also harbored doubts in their hearts. Could this truly be a real god? Among the deities they had seen, it seemed that this person before them could truly be called a god, giving off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling to mortals. Faced with the very polite words from the other party, Bardock and the others naturally could not be negligent, and they stepped forward to respond, "Hello, Supreme Kai. Is there something you wish to discuss with us?" Although they could not sense the other party's aura, both remained vigilant. After all, the prince had mentioned that among the deities, there was one called the God of Destruction, who was incredibly powerful enough that no opponent in the universe could fight him. These words were precisely what Berorta had told them before, and when faced with this person, Bardock and Paragus immediately associated him with the so-called God of Destruction. Sensing their concerns, the God of Destruction merely smiled and, moving a little closer, said softly, "I am not the God of Destruction. The Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are two different beings." Once regaining his composure, the God of Destruction formally continued, "Berorta is your prince, isn't he?" Upon hearing this, Bardock and Paragus's eyes sparkled, their thoughts leaning more towards this direction. "Supreme Kai, do you know the prince?" At this point, Bardock recalled a few months ago, I asked the Supreme Kai to contact the North Supreme Kai, so naturally I would know." A scene emerged in his mind. Bardock realized, it was at that time. "You are the Supreme Kai that the prince mentioned. Forgive our rudeness on our first meeting." At this moment, Paragus also reacted and recalled the name he had heard before. "No problem, Mr. Bardock, Mr. Paragus. The situation is like this, Berorta." The God of Destruction paused for a moment, then continued, "He has some matters to attend to. The people behind me are Namekians, friends of Berorta, who need to temporarily settle on Earth." At this moment, the Supreme Kai slowly looked up, and the figure above began to descend. "Arno, Supreme Kai, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. As the highest being that can be welcomed from the divine realm to the lower realm, do you have any wishes that need to be fulfilled?" At this moment, the dragon's attitude seemed somewhat inexplicably flattering, yet his own aura remained intact. The God of Destruction continued, "I indeed need to use the Dragon Balls to find a new home for these Namekians." "Oh, you wish to make a wish to the dragon, of course. Our 2 wishes have already been fulfilled, and there's one left that you can use." Paragus mentioned. The Supreme Kai was taken aback. This so-called Dragon Ball actually had 3 wishes. Truly a wondrous existence. As if noticing the Supreme Kai's expression, the God of Destruction explained, "After the Dragon Balls were restored, I made some adjustments, a sort of small upgrade." The Supreme Kai didn't understand these things, but he nodded in acknowledgement. "In that case, the last wish can be given to the Namekians." Elder Mori?" The God of Destruction called out, remembering the name. Soon, Mori stepped forward. "Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls have one more wish available, which you can use. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Mori was genuinely delighted, continuously thanking everyone present. "We can finally have a new home. These leftover children can live well." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Mori tried to ease the sorrow in his heart, but couldn't stop it. At this moment, Bardock and Paragus, although meeting these Namekians for the first time, understood what had happened when the others spoke of a home. They had experienced similar tragic events. In recalling the conversation with the God of Destruction about the one called Gula wreaking havoc in the universe, they realized he had destroyed their planet and kin. "Supreme Kai." Mori addressed the Supreme Kai, the being before him who resembled his group. "Please, can you help request with the dragon to revive the Namekians who died on Namek because of Gula and bring them here?" "Okay," the God of Destruction replied. Then turned to the dragon. The Dragon Balls on Earth were not as complicated as those on Namek, using a simple universal language that everyone could understand. "Dragon, revive the Namekians who died on Namek because of Gula and bring them to the heavenly temple." As soon as the words fell, the dragon's eyes flashed red, its body swaying slightly as if the world trembled at that moment. "Okay, the 3rd wish has been granted, so I shall take my leave now." As the dragon's figure slowly dissipated in the air, the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, scattering towards unknown places. At that moment, many figures suddenly appeared at the heavenly temple. "Door, SG, Dant." Neru's loud calls echoed. It was not just the 3 of them, as a group of Namekians instantly revived and reappeared in this world. More importantly, the Elder's figure returned to everyone's sight. "Elder." Not only are Muri and Neru smiling with joy, but the children of Namek are also rushing towards them, diving into their embrace. At this moment, the God of Creation, Zimbit, is watching all of this and begins to understand why Muri's wish was not to rebuild their home. Because wherever there are family members, that is home. Perhaps Belorta has always understood this, which is why he was not in a hurry to meet his kin, but waited until he truly had the strength to protect them. Zimbit smiles at this beautiful scene. As the God of Creation of the 7th universe, he hasn't witnessed the bonds of kinship between mortals for a long time. something he had always overlooked. On one side, Bardock and Paragus are also filled with joy, celebrating the reunion among their loved ones, while also missing their relatives far away on planet Vegeta, Jinnel, Taz, Kellen, King Vegeta, and their kin. Vegeta, star has been rebuilt. How are you all doing after your resurrection? We will meet again sooner or later. The call from afar and the thoughts in my heart seem to be at the location of the originally destroyed Vegeta's star. As the dim light points begin to flicker again, and the silence of the planet is filled with joyous sounds once more. Bardock Paragus. This is the transmission of thoughts for loved ones from afar to the universe. And in the Scion Royal Palace, King Vegeta gazes at the unknown horizon. Rel, did Bardock and Paragus succeed? It should be so, my king. Can we calculate how long it has been now? It has likely been a few months since our deaths. Ha! The long-lost laughter once again echoed through the royal palace and resonated throughout the entire Vegeta star. At this moment, more thoughts came from being a father. Belorta, Vegeta, Tabor. Chapter 77. The two emperors of the Winter Star flying through the universe. Belorta stood in the control room, feeling a strange fluttering in his heart, a call that had not been felt for a long time. The place marked on the radar was precisely where Vegeta's star fell, and now it shone with light once again, marking its resurrection. Uncle Bardock and the others have successfully revived our homeland. The word homeland had disappeared from my heart for a long time. The 8 months have been the most disheartening for Belorta, but today, the flickering light has finally appeared, igniting that hope. However, at this moment, he was not deeply immersed in joy. He had more important matters to attend to. In the past, there were children of the tribes sent out before the explosion of Vegeta's star, scattered throughout the universe. Recently, there was a rampage by Gula, who kidnapped Tabor. His immediate goal was to rescue his brother, and the destination of the spaceship journey was the very place he did not want to unleash his anger. Winter Star? The planet stood proudly in this universe. Once the royal home of the North Galaxy, its location was not difficult to find. A little inquiry led to a direct route to Winter Star, and the spaceship's journey was smooth sailing. After the battle with the gods on Earth, did Gula escape back to Winter Star in a state of disarray? Disarray is an understatement. He was still heavily injured. Inside the special healing pod, Gula was receiving full treatment from his subordinates. How could this happen? King Gula was injured to this extent. Increase the healing potion quickly. Several subordinates were panicking, and when Gula returned to Winter Star, it was a scene of devastation. After several days of treatment in the healing pod, he still had not recovered. I said to wait a little longer before going to Earth after my resurrection. Why the urgency? A familiar voice echoed as someone slowly walked into the healing room, and the sound grew louder, making the atmosphere heavy. Several subordinates immediately turned and bowed, trembling. Long time no see, King Vegeta. It seemed to be a rather anxious remark from someone, and suddenly a beam of light struck, that familiar feeling, when the figure became clear before everyone. It was indeed their long-lost cosmic emperor. Long time no see? I don't particularly like that phrase. I won't kill you this time, just a little lesson. It seems I become kinder in the afterlife. Vegeta chuckled to himself, instantly making the atmosphere even heavier. However, Vegeta suddenly became furious. That detestable King Yama. He actually threw me into heaven. Those slippery things, those angelic spirits, are truly disgusting. Just as Vegeta was gritting his teeth, the healing pod finally showed signs of movement. The evil emperor's finger lightly touched the glass, and it exploded into pieces. The person inside slowly opened his eyes, every movement instilling fear in everyone present, except for Vegeta. Watching his older brother step out, his eyes revealed a chilling glare. For a moment, the two locked eyes, but to Gula, Vegeta still seemed much smaller. Perhaps it was due to Gula's sudden surge in power. Facing the resurrected Vegeta, he merely smiled disdainfully. My dear brother, you've resurrected. Words that seemed like blessings emerged from his mouth, but Vegeta was quite displeased. However, he also knew very well that although Gula returned from Earth defeated, the combat power data transmitted back from the cosmic fleet of Winter Star was beyond doubt. After all, it was a battle against a god, and at that time, Gula's combat power reached 8 million. Now, given Gula's recovery situation, his fighting spirit was evidently much higher. Perhaps his power had become even more refined, which put Vegeta in a difficult position. But how could the former cosmic emperor tolerate an existence more arrogant than himself? Though he had died, his powerful body still existed in the afterlife, and the days of suffering in heaven had ultimately honed him. Vegeta remained as confident as ever. A dignified cosmic emperor should have the demeanor of an emperor. With a slight movement of his body, at a speed undetectable by the naked eye, Frisia unleashed a punch. The power of this punch was so great that it need not be described in detail. The healing pod's location was already obliterated. Several subordinates nearby were immediately injured by the aftershock, and when the dust settled, only two figures remained, Gula and Frisia. Seeing this, Gula merely raised his hand to block his dear brother's punch. In such a brotherly manner, how could Gula not respond? Before Frisia could react, it was as if he saw a punch coming from the person before him. Frisia was in pain, clutching his abdomen from the counterattack. This was the love from a brother. Haha, my dear brother, still the same as before. Faced with Frisia's current weakness, Gula burst into laughter, waving away the floating debris and heading towards a direction on Winter's Star, the endpoint of which was the ice prison of the Ice Demon clan, a place of training for their ancestors many ages ago, known as the Ice Hell due to its extreme cold. King Frisia, are you all right? The detestable Gula was approached by Belolta, who had come to the healing pod. She had accompanied Gula during the battle on Namek. Before Frisia's invasion of Vegeta's star, she was sent to investigate trading planets and did not reach the battlefield. So, she was one of the few survivors in Frisia's army. However, her survival was like an arm to Frisia. During Gula's battle on Namek, she seized the opportunity. Upon hearing that the Dragon Balls could grant wishes, she maneuvered her loyal subordinates between Gula's army and the Namekians, ultimately gathering the Dragon Balls in secret and resurrecting Frisia. This was the reason for Frisia's resurrection. Hee. Don't worry, Belolta. But you did well to use a wish on a Dragon Ball right under Gula's nose. The light in Frisia's eyes seemed to reveal something, but perhaps Belolta did not notice. She simply responded as a subordinate. It was a pity that the loyal subordinates she had secretly cultivated for Frisia had all died. Alas, Jacono also unfortunately sacrificed. Seeing this, Frisia retracted the sharpness in his eyes. This person, who had been by his side since childhood, was like his personal maid, still a loyal subordinate. King Frisia, Lady Belolta. At this moment, Belolta's voice rang out again. No, upon closer inspection, there were two new figures approaching from behind Belolta. Frisia naturally did not recognize them, and then looked at Belolta, but she turned and reprimanded, "You too dare to disturb King Frisia." This commotion also caused Frisia to widen his eyes. This little caretaker was indeed just like before. No matter, Belolta, who are these two? Chapter 78. The loyal duo Frisia's hard training plan on planet Winter. Although Frisia's death led many former members of the army to start fighting for themselves. After Gula returned to planet Winter, Frisia's former subordinates also began to switch allegiance to Gula. However, amidst the unpredictable world and the difficulty in expressing loyalty, there were still two individuals on planet Winter who inexplicably followed Frisia, not only because Frisia was once the undisputed ruler of the universe, but also because they, as logistics personnel confined to planet Winter, harbored a longing to follow King Frisia. Under Belolta's machinations at that time, these two also played a role in the plan to resurrect Frisia, and after the events concluded, the only ones who survived from Namek were these two. For this reason, Belolta did not consider them as confidants. At this moment, a strange sound came from behind, and Frisia and Belolta noticed the newcomers, King Frisia, Lady Belolta. As the sound grew closer, the two began to introduce themselves. King Frisia, I am Sobel, and he is Tagma. You two dare to disturb King Frisia. With Belolta's angry rebuke, the two gradually lowered their voices, but Frisia did not mind and decided to observe what these two were like for now. King Frisia, they both contributed to your resurrection plan, but as Belolta's voice grew quieter, she leaned closer to Frisia and whispered, "They're the only two survivors of the resurrection plan. I still cannot gauge their true loyalty." I see. Frisia nodded and then said, "No need to panic, Belolta. There aren't too many left in Frisia's army, right?" Upon hearing this, Belolta appeared embarrassed, fewer than 30. 30? Listening to this number, Frisia chuckled. Ha ha ha. This is really quite infuriating. Belolta was explaining that ever since Captain Ginny died in battle with you, those guys who still pretended to be loyal to you, while scattered across the universe, started to turn against you, and almost fought for themselves. Even after Gula returned, some of them even joined Gula's army. While Belolta was narrating this, Tagma, who was standing nearby, spoke up, "Don't worry, Lord Frisia, with me Tagma around, we will surely restore the former glory of the Empire." At this moment, Sobel, who was beside him, still hadn't realized that something was off, and he continued to praise Tagma. "Yes, Lord Frisia, Tagma's strength has surpassed that of Captain Jinyu. Now, he is also one of the best in the team on planet Winter. Surpassing Jinyu? It seemed that the two of them were unaware of the implications of their words. Bilibulu had already moved aside when Frisia slowly stepped forward, coming within an arm's length of Tagma, and then threw a punch that echoed loudly, followed by a pitiful figure collapsing to the ground. This is the guy whose strength surpasses Jinyu? You're called Sobel? If you hadn't mentioned the word captain while you were talking, you would have already lost your life. Frisia's cold words frightened Sobel so much that he quickly knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe, having lost all his previous bravado. Looking at the barely alive Tagma, he was even more terrified of the Emperor in front of him. Looking at your attire, you are also a Tektai person? Frisia said lightly, to which Sobel immediately replied, Yes, yes. Lord Frisia, I serve in the technical team on planet Winter, currently as the minister. Considered a useful guy, Frisia said again lightly, and Sobel felt a bit better. However, the next words made Sobel so scared he could hardly stand it. Bilibulu, temporarily transfer him to the position of Kikono. If that's not possible, then execute him. Yes, Lord Frisia. After hearing this, Bilibulu lifted Sobel up, not by using her hands, but seemingly employing some kind of ability, and slowly left the place. Meanwhile, Tagma was grabbed by the neck by Frisia and was taken there as well. Not too far into their journey, they arrived at a location on the Winter Star that resembled a base. It was the place that Frisia had previously ordered Kikono to build for training purposes. Although at that time, he had no intention of training. The training room was only completed at Kikono's insistence. As Frisia looked at the base, he recalled many memories, regrettably realizing that Kikono had died. However, that was in the past. Frisia then said, Mr. Sobel, please further modify this place. I need extremely strong gravity and the ability to endure harsh training. Lord Frisia, have you decided to train? Bilibulu was asking, but at this moment, she seemed to have a smile on her face. Frisia had grown up watching her, and he was very attentive to his matters. However, Frisia showed a slight difficulty. Bilibulu, please don't look at me like that. Yes, yes, Lord Frisia. After a period of hard training, since that group of monkeys could grow through training, and since that guy Gula could also achieve some kind of silver form through training, it really is infuriating to think about. As Frisia spoke, he scorned the Scions and his older brother. I, Frisia, as the most outstanding existence of the frozen demon clan on the Winter Star, silver form? Haha, the mental pressure I endured in heaven has already brought my emperor's mental state to its peak. Next comes the training of my body. Silver form? Then I will just surpass this form. Haha, my dear older brother, you really shouldn't have thrown that punch at me. I can probably gauge his strength at this moment. I'll train for 5 or 6 months. This guy will be my sparring partner. He gets a little strength and becomes complacent. This flaw is really terrible. While Frisia spoke, he disdainfully glanced at the still fallen Tagma, who was thus used as a punching bag by him. Thus, on the Winter Star, the surface was still the world called upon by Gula, while secretly, the resurrected emperor began to gather power. Not only was it the training Frisia mentioned, but his caretaker and advisor was also secretly reassembling the Frisia force. The winds and clouds on the Winter Star were not any weaker than the Belorta currently sailing through the universe. Stepping out of the gravity chamber once again, Belorta stabilized his foundation once more, and after stabilizing his repeatedly ascended power, his current panel data show that his base combat power had exceeded 8.5 billion. Looking in the direction the spaceship was heading, that endpoint was the Winter Star he had never seen before, but within Belorta's eyes, there was already the passionate flame of ascension. Chapter 79, a familiar figure after a long time, under a vast ancient tree. The story of Belolta continues. At the same time, those two little guys who hadn't seen each other for a long time are also engaged in their own training. This planet isn't particularly dark. When they first arrived, they mistakenly thought it was the residence of the god of destruction, not expecting it to be so picturesque. At that time, Whis boastfully claimed that all of this was due to his own efforts, having nothing to do with Lord Beerus. Such simple jokes brought the two little ones closer together, allowing the confused Vegeta to gradually accept the fact that he was on the so-called God of Destruction's planet. Now, under one of the few ancient trees on the God of Destruction's planet, the two of them were dressed in peculiar outfits, panting heavily. It seemed that this was a daily essential training project for them. Just a bit more. Prince Vegeta, you only need 20 more. As he spoke, Vegeta could no longer withstand the pressure of his clothes and collapsed to the ground, while Raditz beside him sighed. Oh, you were just 5 short. But it's okay. Prince Vegeta, you made progress. Lying flat on the ground, Vegeta looked at Raditz, who was effortlessly managing 300 pulls, enviously asking, Raditz, how did you adapt so quickly? Saiwa said, we can only train in our normal state. Otherwise, I could definitely do it too. No, Prince Vegeta. Training in your normal state is essential to mastering stronger powers after transformation. After all, it's the foundation. As they talked, Raditz began to miss the great prince. Momentarily lost in thought, Vegeta naturally noticed his thoughts and took out the medal left by his older brother. It had been a long time since he had seen his brother, and he wondered how powerful he had become now. His brother must have grown even stronger. While the two were lost in their thoughts, several energy blasts suddenly surged into the resting room of the gods. As they swung their arms, the blasts flew towards them. But they seemed to know in advance and quickly unleashed their momentum, dodging the energy blasts. However, they were still caught off guard. Vegeta was hit by the blast, and the instantaneous energy corroded his body, subjecting him to endless pain. Moments later, Whis arrived just in time to cleanse him of the energy's influence. Vegeta, you failed again? Oh, how many times has it been? Over 200 times. Oh, Whis, it's all your fault for giving us these clothes. I can't perform at all. In response to Vegeta's complaint, Whis shook his head. Raditz did very well. You just need to put in more effort. Hearing this, Vegeta muttered to himself for a moment. But Whis was indeed right. Raditz managed to do it, yet he still couldn't dodge in time. Could it really be that he wasn't training hard enough? Whis watched this unfold, knowing it was all in good humor. Vegeta's talent wasn't low. In fact, it was even above Raditz. Working hard in front of talent was always just an additional factor. Whis believed that Vegeta still had a sense of reliance within him, and that reliance caused his growth to temporarily hit a bottleneck. Hiyo, good morning, Whis. Vegeta doll, Raditz doll, good morning. A short yawn was heard, and as a few people looked over, the small fish tank slowly floated over to greet them. Raditz was quite polite, responding first, good morning, prophecy fish. Vegeta tilted his head towards that direction, his childhood habit of being tsundere still evident in this nod of acknowledgement. Has Lord Beerus been sleeping? He hasn't woken up since he returned, and it's been 8 months. Whis, the prophecy fish, said softly, it seems the god of destruction's work is not yet finished. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled, not yet finished. He hasn't even completed 1/5 of it. Well, when Lord Beerus wakes up next time, I'll take him out for a stroll, he added. Their conversation left Vegeta and Raditz puzzled, only to realize in their hearts that becoming a god of destruction comes with tasks to fulfill. Vegeta looked surprisingly, his heavy outfit swaying left and right as he approached, and asked, hey, is Lord Beerus still working? What is that? Whis glanced down, and Vegeta's appearance at that moment was indeed quite amusing, with his inflated body making the outfit look a bit ridiculous. Whis chuckled to himself before replying, well, as a god of destruction, there's naturally less destruction to do. Vegeta pondered over the two words, feeling a surge of thoughts in his heart. Destruction of what? People? Events? Planets? The universe? Just as Vegeta was immersed in a bad premonition, Whis answered him again, as you think. But it is about eliminating things in the universe that exceed balance and have poor overall quality. At this point, Vegeta couldn't shake off a sense of unease in his heart. But as he gazed at the area where Beerus was resting, an inexplicable feeling rose within him. He muttered to himself, the power of the god of destruction can freely designate the existence within the universe as a task. Then Whis, is the pinnacle of the universe the god of destruction? Is there only one god of destruction? Oh dear, Prince Vegeta, that's not a very good question. Raditz quietly reminded him from the side. Although it was Whis and Lord Beerus who brought them here to train, they were still the rulers of this realm. Such inquiries were rather disrespectful. Seeing this, Whis surprisingly did not reprimand him, but instead smiled and said, wow, Vegeta's question is quite direct. Yes, yes. If Lord Beerus hears this, won't he come out and spank you? The oracle fish chimed in, making it seem like just a joke. Then Whis continued, since you are all here training, let me tell you about the universe. Let me think about how to explain it. While Whis was still contemplating, Vegeta spoke up, just talk about the 12 universes directly. Back in the Heavenly Palace, Old Kai shared some stories, mentioning the Dragon Balls, the 12 universes, and Lord Zeno. As he spoke, Vegeta noticed a slight change in the expressions of Whis and the Oracle Fish, as if Lord Zeno was a higher existence in their hearts. However, he recalled that Old Kai had indeed mentioned that Lord Zeno was the pinnacle of the 12 universes. I see. Since Old Kai had shared some stories, then let me talk about the 12 universes and the gods of destruction. This must be a story from a long, long time ago. As he spoke to himself, Whis seemed to begin reminiscing. That was indeed a wonderful time. Chapter 80. The continuation of the story, the origin of the gods of destruction, the universe. In the beginning, there were 16 universes, and all power originated from Lord Zeno's hands, and it still is so now. The Dragon Ball story shared by Old Kai was merely a fragment of many stories after Lord Zeno created each universe. Since the main character mentioned is the god of destruction, let me talk about him later. After the incident with the Dragon Balls, the 4 universes affected by this event were erased by Lord Zeno, regardless of how mighty the gods within were or how insignificant the beings inside were. In every word that was spoke, it seemed as if everyone present was drawn into that memory, making the current god of destruction's planet appear as a scene from long, long ago. Lord Zeno, the so-called existence at the pinnacle of the 12 universes, lived in a place that was simple and flawless, yet generous and appropriate. The columns arranged inward at the entrance seemed to be filled with infinite divine power. And in the middle, guarded by 2 attendants, was Lord Zeno himself, needing to seal his own power for hundreds of thousands of years, or perhaps even longer. Sitting upright in the divine palace, he appeared like an ordinary person. Yet every move he made revealed infinite possibilities. His profound words at this moment indeed made those around him feel uneasy. Lord Zeno, can't you destroy those things? Do you really have to seal half of your power? The one asking was an attendant beside him, while the other attendant was also anxiously worried. Yes, Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno merely smiled faintly and then changed the subject. How is our Grand Priest doing? Upon hearing the words Grand Priest, the faces of the 2 attendants still showed concern. They all knew that in dealing with the remnants left behind, the Grand Priest had also dissipated his own power, likely ending up in a similar state as Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest. He proposed a plan for the remaining 12 universe angels to each select suitable candidates to serve as gods of destruction. The Grand Priest said that after this event, he understood that all things in the world need balance. Too much of a good thing can lead to decay. He also suggested that the position of the supreme Kai be bound to the god of destruction by life, as the bestowed god of destruction must exceed the supreme Kai's power significantly, perhaps even rivaling the angels. Thus, this was also a necessity to achieve balance. After listening to the attendant's report, Lord Zeno closed his eyes, not appearing tired, but rather needing some deep thought. After a long wait, when Lord Zeno opened his eyes, they seemed resolute. Then let be done. Furthermore, the refinement and execution of this proposal would be entrusted to the Grand Priest. You 2 assist in this. Within 10,000 to 30,000 years, the 12 universes need to give birth to the first batch of gods of destruction. Every word and action of Lord Zeno was a decree, and once he confirmed that moment, the 2 attendants disappeared from this space after responding. Lord Zeno gazed at the void above, contemplating, unsure of when it became this boring. Since he had sealed his power, he would now become a being with simple thoughts. After saying that, the originally majestic being in the divine palace dissipated, and at that moment, a new presence appeared on Lord Zeno's throne, resembling a child. His flawless eyes displayed simplicity, yet he wore garments that boldly bore the 2 supreme words, Lord Zeno. Time seemed to pass for a long while, or perhaps just a fleeting thought in his mind. Whis smiled as he looked at the curtain, which displayed scenes of him training Lord Beerus in the past. So Lord Beerus looked like this. The oracle fish was laughing so hard that it nearly flipped over in its floating fish tank, while the 2 children watching at the side covered their mouths, fearing they would burst into laughter at any moment. Although it was just a past event, Vegeta saw many difficulties within it. Just to become a god of destruction, one must face the angels in their own universe and select one from countless individuals. Wasn't that akin to finding a needle in a haystack? That analogy was not quite right. It was more like having to pick out a single grain of sand that could condense into something capable of resisting a meteor. Perhaps that comparison was more appropriate. However, Whis, you only mentioned the origins of the first gods of destruction in each universe, right? Then how did the subsequent ones come to be? And once a new god of destruction is appointed, what happens to the previous one? Vegeta asked several questions in a row, and Whis smiled, but he indeed couldn't provide a specific answer in a short time. He only said lightly, well, although there is also talent selection later on, the difficulty in training has certainly increased a lot. Our Lord Beerus is quite a diligent student. His journey to becoming a god of destruction was more arduous than the previous ones. Whis shifted the topic to Beerus, and both Vegeta and Raditz were drawn in by what he said, almost simultaneously asking, why was it more arduous? I know this one. The prophetic fish answered first. As a prophetic fish, it naturally knew some significant matters. It gestured for everyone to come closer and then whispered, Because Lord Beerus was actually second to last among the candidates at the beginning. He second to last? However, later, Lord Beerus showcased his own talent. He just had never been exposed to the necessary path to becoming a god of destruction before. He was brought up by me during the initial selection of candidates. At this moment, Whis appeared to be a good master, and after the prophetic fish said a few words, he filled in the reason for Beerus being second to last himself, clarifying that being at the bottom didn't really mean being at the bottom, according to Whiss's explanation. After Beerus understood the path to becoming a god of destruction, he caught up with the first candidate in just 7 days, and even achieved the first foundational requirement of being a god of destruction within half a month. But I still want to know, who was the first to be at the bottom? Vegeta looked puzzled, and Whis certainly didn't explain it to him, only briefly mentioning that the person was now a god of destruction in another universe, so it was better not to discuss it too much. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately closed his mouth again, but his thoughts turned quickly. Becoming a god of destruction in another universe? Could it be that the position of god of destruction isn't limited to one's own universe? However, the story was told earlier mentioned finding candidates within one's own universe. For a moment, Vegeta was completely confused, but for them at the moment, it could only be considered a story, right? It could be seen as a gain in understanding the divine beings of a universe. The day quickly passed, and Vegeta and Raditz training continued. As the sunset approached, a figure slowly walked towards the residence of the god of destruction, and then flashing beside him was Whis. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, I'm truly interrupting your rest. Whis didn't have that expression. Did you tell those stories to prepare them in advance? But I think more highly of that kid Belolta. As for these two guys, Beerus twisted his neck, seemingly still feeling the soreness from waking up, and then slowly spoke. They're average. Maybe after training for a decade or so, they could be quite good, but they lack the conditions to shake themselves. But Lord Beerus, it seems you weren't much different back in the day, right? Was teased from the side, but soon became serious again. At least in the 7th universe, we finally see potential candidates, don't we, Lord Beerus? Moreover, the prophecy fish said it couldn't see Belolta's future. So, to be serious, let's not have any thoughts about him for now. Perhaps he could achieve a higher position? A higher position? Upon hearing this, Beerus looked helpless. All right. By the way, Whis, did you bring back any good food while I was sleeping? Beerus then resumed a homey demeanor, striding forward, heading directly to the kitchen table area. Yes, it's time to eat. Oh, there is some. Chapter 81. An unexpected incident? Belolta enters the cosmic vortex again. The radar display should mean it's almost there, right? In a vastness of space, Belolta was still on his way to the Winter Star, having jumped across dozens of planets in his ship. However, looking at the red light flashing on the radar, Belolta couldn't precisely gauge how much distance was left. At this moment, a thought slowly rose in his mind. Could it be that he was heading in the wrong direction? Adjusting the radar's display again. Referring to the approximate location he had consulted from the Red Star, Belolta compared it several times, repeatedly nodding to himself that there should be no problem. But why was that red light still flashing? He was indeed puzzled, but continued along this route. At least he couldn't waste the effort he had already put in. Just as Belolta maintained this course, an unexpected event suddenly struck him. At this moment, the ship was inexplicably attracted by something, and when Belolta realized it, he noticed that the radar signal was being disrupted. This was back then. Belolta murmured to herself, pondering how the route she should have taken to Earth was inexplicably disrupted by a certain attraction, and what she saw again was the vortex before her. This vortex again? At this moment, Belolta recalled the rumors about the vortex that Rithis had mentioned, and couldn't help but wonder if there was truly something special about this vortex. However, even if the vortex did have some extraordinary qualities, it was not the right time for him to explore it. Belolta quickly maneuvered the spaceship to avoid being diverted from its course by the vortex's pull again. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the spaceship remained uncontrollable, gravitating closer to the vortex. No, he must not be drawn in. Belolta was unclear where this vortex would take him. If it sent him close to the Kaishin realm again, he would consider it a second trip. However, if he were sent to another place, returning could become a problem. Thinking of this, Belolta immediately unleashed his aura, and with just a wave of his hand, his mysterious form reappeared. The faint light shone brightly, seemingly shaking the very fabric of this universe. But the vortex appeared even more rampant, its pull still wildly sweeping through the space. In an instant, Belolta tightened a breath while also opening the opening beneath his tail, quickly flashing to the back of the spaceship. His hands continuously waved within the space. and a moment of brilliance shone here. It was the Kamehameha technique that Belolta released, attempting to use the shockwave formed by energy to counter the pull of the vortex. The aura continued to expand and gather, but the vortex's attraction was relentless. It was like a competition, though Belolta didn't know who he was competing against. However, the pressure he faced was unlike when he sparred with the Kaishin Lord, as the opponent felt like an endless existence with seemingly inexhaustible power. In a contest of stamina, Belolta found it difficult to fight for long, let alone just releasing his aura while holding his breath outside. Soon, he was defeated, but fortunately, he managed to barely return to the spaceship before being consumed by the vortex. As he looked out at the utter darkness, Belolta trembled and uttered a few words, "Tabor," before fainting. The radar continuously transmitted warning sounds, but it was of no use. Would the spaceship and Belolta ultimately vanish in this universe? Of course not. After an unknown amount of time, Belolta found himself in a new place. And fortunately, there were mountains and water here, making it a place filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. In this vast area, two children seemed to be engaged in some kind of competition. How about it, Nakaju? My newly understood dragon might is not bad, right? Linear, when did you also learn this move? Facing the newly revealed form of the other, the child named Nakaju was indeed shocked. He didn't expect that just 6 days after witnessing his new form, the other could also display such mystery. This mysterious move, I've been comprehending it in the land of the dragon ancestors for a long time. Damn, you stole my technique. How can you slander me? We are both descendants of the ancestors. Who says only you can master it? Just 6 days, and I can also transform into this form. Doesn't that prove my talent is higher and more qualified to inherit the ancestral legacy? I don't want to argue with you. In an instant, Nakaju also entered the mysterious form he spoke of, his figure transforming into a dragon-like stance, seemingly matching the powers of both sides. Just then, a tornado inexplicably formed in the sky above, as if a vortex had descended. Before the two could react, a huge object fell from it. They didn't rush to fight, but stepped forward to investigate. Lin Air recognized what it was. It looked like a spaceship. I saw it before with the Elder. TCH, you don't need to tell me. I already know. As they discussed, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, but no one was seen inside. They were sluggish for a while, before realizing that someone had already fainted in a corner of the hatch. Look, Linear, it's a child. I see. Hurry up and help bring him out. The two quickly lifted him out and placed him on the lawn, examining him closely. Is this a human? It should be, but I don't know. Try using that. See if he can wake up. Let me take a look. At that moment, Nakaju extended his palm, and after a moment, a green glow illuminated this small space, seemingly causing the other to respond slightly. He then increased the intensity, and soon they saw the person slowly opening his eyes. This person wanted to say something, but for some reason, a tremendous pressure kept coming, and for a moment, his body felt as if it were under an overwhelming gravity. We need to suppress our aura. He can't handle it. Quickly, Nakaju and Lin Air returned to their normal states, and when the person opened his eyes again, he exclaimed, "Wow, a green dragon person." Startled, this person jumped up. However, after stepping back and rubbing his eyes, he realized he had seen it wrong. The other was just a human with horns on his forehead and a dragon tail. Isn't this just a dragon person? What kind of place did that vortex bring me to? Hey, Nakaju shouted to the other, also signaling that he need not panic. Don't worry, we won't harm you, but you should be a human, right? How did you end up here? Oh, sorry. My name is Belolta, and I'm a scion. Hearing the other introduce himself, Belolta quickly introduced himself, as he did not sense any malice from the two. However, recalling the immense pressure earlier, Belolta realized that the two were definitely not ordinary beings, as that pressure, while not destructive, was as pure and powerful as destructive force. Chapter 82. This place is called Flying Star? The existence of the Dragon Clan descendants. Belorta looked at the two people in front of him, or perhaps he shouldn't call them people, but dragon people. However, they did ask about his human identity, leaving Belorta momentarily perplexed. At least he understood one thing. These two did not harbor any malice. However, the power they had just demonstrated was enough to rival the oppressive force of destruction. They must be extraordinary beings. At this moment, in Belorta's heart, he could only think of one thing regarding their identities. My name is Belorta, and I am a scion. Belorta introduced herself and explained the reason for her arrival here. They then realized that it was due to the cosmic vortex that brought her. This could be a problem. If you want to return to your original location, You also need to rely on the power of the vortex, because the flying stars exist in a different dimension from the cosmos. What does this mean? Belorta didn't really understand what the other party was saying, so he directly asked this person. Linear added, "Our planet is called Flying Star. You can understand it as not belonging to the universe, but it is within the space-time continuum. If outsiders want to enter or exit, they can only rely on the vortex. However, you are quite lucky. The cosmic vortex was able to bring you in. It seems that no outsiders have entered Flying Star for hundreds of thousands of years. Yes, and you are a human. Normally, to enter and exit here, one must be a high-level deity, because only those beings have the strength to reach this place. Through the vortex, unless under specific conditions. I wonder how you managed to enter the vortex?" Meanwhile, Karu also spoke up. Belorta thought for a moment. It seemed he did have some specific conditions. It was when he was traveling through the universe that the vortex suddenly appeared. This had happened a few months ago as well, but at that time, it sent him to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Oh, I see. The realm of the Supreme Kai? Hearing Belorita's words, the two whispered to each other. What is the realm of the Supreme Kai? Linear, do you know? I don't know. Is it a new deity created by those gods? Belorta did not pay attention to their conversation in S language, but was distressed about how to return. After all, his brother was still with Gula, and he didn't know how things were going with Winterstar now. Tabor, I would like to ask you, when will that vortex appear again? Belorta was extremely anxious. Upon seeing this, they realized that the person must have something urgent to attend to. After pondering for a moment, they spoke up, saying that there was indeed no fixed time for this. However, if you're particularly in a hurry, the two of us could take you out. Just then, Karu approached, looked at Belorta's body, seemingly assessing it for a while, and then slowly said, "You seem very weak. If we take you out, you probably won't be able to withstand the pressure of going back and forth. Do you need strength?" Belorta thought. Perhaps the necessary condition for entering and exiting is strength above all. After all, they mentioned at the beginning that only those high-ranking deities could enter and exit normally. And the reason is simply that they possess that level of power. So I will unleash my strongest aura, and you can see if I can withstand the pressure of the teleportation. After saying this, Belorta slightly regulated his breathing, and then, as the two noticed his eyes becoming unusual, in the blink of an eye, Belorta completely transformed. His whole body radiated a bright light, accompanied by a faint blue aura. And the surrounding purple flames and lightning continuously compressed this small area. At this moment, Belorta seemed to exude a unique aura, and soon the two realized that this aura was mixed with divine power. Yes, although it was very weak, he, a human, had cultivated divine power. At this time, Belorta clearly heard and realized something. Perhaps the humans they were referring to only meant mortals? But without any other thoughts, Belorta approached again and asked, "Can I handle the pressure of teleportation?" "Not bad. Your strength is comparable to some high-ranking deities, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But you still need to be careful." Then Karu, let's get started." After Lin said this, the two immediately took positions, one on the left and one on the right, chanting, "In the name of us, descendants of the dragon. By our bond, we send our friend back." It seemed the two were reciting a spell. Amid their words, Belorta was a bit shocked. They said they were descendants of dragons? They are indeed descendants of dragons. However, after being shocked for 2 or 3 seconds, looking at the two, it didn't seem too far-fetched to say they were descendants of dragons. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly rose, illuminating Belorta and his spaceship. Karu and Linner also signaled to each other that they could return to the spaceship. Following this beam of light, you can return to the position you came from, but there's no need to worry about that cosmic vortex. It will not appear multiple times in one place. Belorta nodded as he listened to their words, also expressing his gratitude to the two. "Thank you both. I really have urgent matters to attend to. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will come back with my own strength to thank you again. No need to be polite, goodbye." "Yes, goodbye. But if you come again next time, I might just be an elder." "What do you mean you'll be an elder?" "It must be me." In this final scene, Belorta watched the two of them bickering with each other, feeling somewhat puzzled for a moment. Perhaps they were brothers who had been arguing since childhood. While he was lost in thought, just as the spaceship was about to disappear from the light column, Belorta happened to see, not far away from this planet, a divine dragon appeared. What is that? A super divine dragon. Just after the momentary flash, Belorta felt dizzy, but suddenly woke up. He immediately looked toward the outside of the spaceship and found that they had already returned to the flight path. Absolutely no doubt about it. At this moment, Belorta was talking to himself, seemingly a bit excited, because this was the first time he had seen the super dragon since his rebirth in this world. At the moment he left, The figure that surrounded the entire planet was undoubtedly the super dragon. Those wings, that massive body. However, Belorta realized later that the planet called Feishing was so vast that even the existence of a super dragon could only circle around it once. According to his memories, the super dragon was an existence that could not be contained in any universe. Yet he didn't expect it could only circle around Feishing once. But as he thought deeper, Belorta seemed to have a vague feeling in his mind. Could it be that Feishing was the true place of existence of the super dragon? If he was really thinking along those lines, then what kind of place had he just arrived at? At this moment, Belorta could only feel a sense of survival after escaping from that mysterious and bizarre place. A particularly strange sense of survival. Chapter 83. A Brief Future. The appearance of the Black-Robed Man in Z time and space. During his journey through the universe, Belorta crossed over hundreds of planets. It must be said that the location of the Winter Star was indeed hidden. The Ice Demon clan really knew how to choose their clan star. Belorta looked at the signals transmitted by the radar. The red light was gradually weakening, marking the approach to the Winter Star. However, before that, he had to deal with the trouble at hand. In the territory very close to the Winter Star, not only were there the presence of guard teams, but also many legions circling the planet. Belorta noticed that the flag of that area should belong to the Gula Legion. Forget about talking about peace. Gula had destroyed so many planets, wreaking havoc in that part of the universe. At this moment, he recalled the scene that Dr. Meow had described on planet M2. Although his kin were few, he had no intention of seeking revenge in Frisia's homeland. Remembering this sentence made Belorta feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. Faced with the countless legion fleets before him, as he piloted his ship and slowly approached the atmosphere, he suddenly dashed out. With just a wave of light, he directly cleared this cosmic debris. And when he stowed the ship in the pouch at his waist, a massacre began in this place. Belorta immediately transformed into a mysterious figure, radiating a faint light that was undoubtedly a dimensional strike against the remaining ants before him. The overwhelming momentum allowed no chance for those foolish beings to resist. They could only retreat in disarray, and the remaining 100,000 members of the Gula Legion were completely annihilated. The destruction of this cosmic space was no less than a massacre by Gula at that time. The crimson hue tainted the entire sky above Winter Star, a place that originally resembled a scene of snowy splendor, which instantaneously transformed into a sea of blood, as Belorta unleashed his boundless killing intent upon this planet. His furious shouts echoed throughout. Gula, come out, return my brother. The entire Winter Star was shrouded in his wrath, as if Belorta were a dark figure mockingly observing the scene. The originally clear blue atmosphere around him gradually descended into black flames, carrying an unfathomable malice and hatred towards the frozen demon clan. Let us stop here. As the dragon's roar ended, the majestic dragon shadow began to gradually dissipate in the sky. At this moment, Lin Air softly spoke, quickly retracting his abilities along with Karu. Once the dragon shadow completely vanished, what appeared in its place was actually Belorta. He was still on this planet. Am I not already at Winter Star? Belorta constantly recalls the events that happened earlier, intermittently flooding her mind, and just as intermittently peeling away from her consciousness. Is it an illusion? Belorta held his head, feeling the lingering sensation of dizziness. A slight pain persisted. At that moment, Lin Air stepped forward and said, "What you saw and experienced after you left is a future that you will encounter after leaving the Flying Star. It is a segment of the future that will happen to you." Belorta quickly reacted, or rather, in a different way of speaking, he had perhaps experienced a glimpse of a future event in advance. Based on that vague memory, he was about to go berserk. The aura of black flames seemed to be somewhat different from his previous berserk state. Belorta pondered for a moment and then asked, "So this time, did I pass?" Lin Air, seeing his inquiry, smiled and replied, "Yes, indeed. You were able to react in time. The collaboration between me and Nakaru to send you away from the Flying Star required first going through the so-called possible future trials. Since you only displayed it for a few seconds and didn't get deeply trapped, you could be considered to have passed. So next, we will truly send you out." Nakaru chimed in, interrupting Lin Air, and then showed his stance again. However, this time there was no radiant beam shining here. As Lin Air mirrored the same stance, Belorta felt as if he was comfortably bathed in light, and he fell into a carefree sleep. Is this the reason you thought he was a strong person back then? In a dark and murky place. It wasn't exactly a location, but perhaps more like a spatial passage. When he returned that day, he didn't go back to Babidi, but instead traversed through several time-space tunnels. ultimately choosing this time-space. Belorta resembled that inexplicably arriving doll I met back then, of course, only in appearance. However, that doll was much more powerful than the one I encountered. It had the strength of stepping into the realm of upper gods, right? The talent is indeed impressive. At just 4 or 5 years old, it achieved such accomplishments. In this time-space tunnel, the figure in the black robe, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was currently communicating with the fragments of stone about the story just told. Just then, the tunnel seemed to begin to brighten, and the black-robed person showed a slight smile, ready to enjoy the untouched appearance of this place, which could be said to be undestroyed. What brings you here? He wondered. Let me think. This should be Earth in the Z time-space, right? Oh, there's a small-scale battle happening here. The black-robed person ignored the words of the fragments of stone and sensed something in a certain direction. As he spoke, he swiftly dashed toward that place and soon arrived above a square arena, silently observing the struggles of the people below. It's almost time. Watching the fight below, both Sun Wukong and Cell erupted with fierce auras, but it seemed that this battle would end quickly. After admitting defeat, it was his turn to step in. As time passed with the words of the black-robed person, it had now reached the showdown between little Gohan and Cell. The moment Cell crushed Android 16 with his foot, a dramatic change occurred here. Gohan, fighting for justice is not a sin. Let go of your burdens and freely vent your anger. Protect the nature and animals I love. The explosion that followed was deeply etched in the heart of this child, who was only about 10 years old. The fleeting moment of birds and cicadas in that instant quietly shattered in the child's heart. The world here quickly welcomed a transformation, and with little Gohan's fury. The momentum that surged in an instant shocked everyone present. As the winds and clouds swept, they began to imprint on him, with lightning continuously rising around him, marking his entry into Super Saiyan 2. Now's the time. The black-robed person's words used the time ring to pause this world. Everything became silent and still, and at this moment, he appeared, standing before his younger self from a different time-space. He himself didn't know what kind of emotions he felt, and could only blankly utter, "If my father hadn't died of heart disease, I could have been like you at this age." Everything was just a lament for the past. The black-robed person lightly touched little Gohan's fingertip, and after obtaining a drop of his blood, he disappeared from this place. Soon, the confrontation between the Z warriors and Cell resumed. Chapter 84. The last place of the black-robed person, the Annihilation Time-Space, Father's Super Saiyan 4. This is an ancient recipe. It's not exactly ancient, is it? After leaving the time-space where the Z warriors confronted Cell, the black-robed person began his time-space travel again. In this dark and lightless tunnel stream, he spoke to himself, recalling that when he visited a certain time-space, he happened to see them gathering energy of justice, thus transforming into the Super Saiyan God. Later, I followed the recipe, but sacrificed the entire universe. No wonder the time-space patrol was after you. You and I are practically the same, living for our own goals. The black-robed person did not respond to this, but again sneered in disdain. When the beam of light at the end shone again, it seemed he had reached his next destination. Feels like you are revisiting familiar grounds. Oh no, it should be said that you are revisiting the deeds of another version of you in other time spaces. At this moment in the sky, Gotenks was in battle with Majin Buu, but ultimately due to the premature fusion time, they split back into Trunks and Goten. However, at this moment, a stronger aura suddenly surged in. With a flicker in the black-robed person's eyes, the one who was supposed to be the savior of this universe arrived. The mysterious version of Gohan, who had his potential unlocked by the old Kaioshin. At this moment, he appeared before his 2 younger brothers. Undoubtedly the most reassuring support for them. "You're here, aren't you? Aren't you going to join?" The fragments of stone teased as they noticed the black-robed person did not make a move, while future Gohan was still waiting for something. The battle in the sky continued to intensify until Buu played tricks and absorbed the mysterious Gohan into his body, after which the black-robed person finally prepared to act. With a celestial-like posture rising here, this world was once again briefly restrained, just like before. The black-robed person also extended his fingertip, touching a spot on the opponent's arm and staining it with a drop of blood before disappearing from this place. Similar scenes continued. The black-robed person once again tore through the dimensional barrier and found himself in the stream of the tunnel. His third time, the place he arrived at was a time-space rewritten and similar to the Z time-space. This time-space seemed to be one I had never set foot in, as this father's future existence was too powerful. The black-robed person gazed at the earth at this moment, murmuring to himself, witnessing a tragic scene where nearly everyone he saw had glowing red eyes, like manipulated puppets. However, compared to puppets, they had their independent thoughts. Belonging to a group known as this fur people. Goten, it seems I never taught you to sneak attack from behind. A child stood in the sky above the city, facing a light wave that burst from behind him. He merely raised a hand to block it and waved it elsewhere, not even turning around, just tilting his head back slowly to look, then facing the guy in front of him. At this moment, he was already clear that these were no longer his two sons, but rather beings whose minds were controlled by baby. Understanding this, he had no intention of holding back and began to punch and kick the two children with just a bit of force. It seems that your father in this time-space is quite strong, easily suppressing the two super scions without them being able to fight back. Even though his body is much smaller, the black-robed person quietly watched from the side, still ignoring the fragment's idle chatter. However, after a moment, he spoke deeply, the annihilation time-space. The only time-space without the existence of a destroyer had to be destroyed due to the overuse of Dragon Balls, but he changed all of this. Looking at the father in this time-space, although it was his first time stepping here, he had already gained a general understanding of the annihilation time-space from his previous random travels through various time-spaces. From him, I smell the aura of a kindred spirit. Perhaps this is the reason for his future strength? At this moment, as the fragments of stone spoke, the black-robed person seemed to show some interest and began to engage in conversation, asking, "What kind of kindred aura? It seems you don't have a complete understanding." After the invasion of the Black Dragon Balls in the future, he sacrificed everything to seal the Black Dragon Balls. However, the Black Dragon Balls are not absolutely evil. A trace of good intention preserved his body and soul, and in the end, he became the good intention of the Black Dragon Balls. So, in the future of this timeline, that's why he is so powerful. I see. The man in the black robe listened to the explanation from Swaysher and gained some information. However, he asked again, then, are you considered the good intention of the Black Dragon Balls or evil? Me? Swaysher chuckled and said, returning to my original form, I am certainly not some small Dragon Ball Shinron. My clan is descended from the Dragon Gods, also known as the Dragon Clan, hailing from the land of flying stars. And even that Super Shinron is the guardian of my hometown. What do you think? Saying such exaggerated things, aren't you still in this state? The man in the black robe mocked him, then stopped hearing Swaysher's voice, perhaps afraid that his unwanted memories were being revealed. Soon, the battle in the distant sky changed protagonists. Now, it was the clash between blue-clad Goku and Baby. But he was not Baby's opponent at this moment. Although time passed slowly, the man in the black robe continued to wait patiently. For him, some waiting is necessary. If he wants to obtain the blood after the calamity, what is a little wait? The scene slowly changed. From the perspective of the man in the black robe, he witnessed Goku retreating to the King Kai's realm, his original body being reborn, and then the golden giant ape destroying the city in its rage. At that moment, as the man in the black robe opened his eyes again, he muttered to himself, it seems to be coming. That scene is his granddaughter calling for her grandfather. The bits and pieces of the past revealing that faint memory, accompanied by the photos falling from his fingertips. Everything seemed to return to the past, and the golden flames ignited all over his body slowly rose. The golden giant ape seemed to sense something and was undergoing a transformation. Just as a glimmer fell, an existence emerged from the dust, a wild body, the most primitive form of Scion. That power came from the blazing flame deep within his soul. At this moment, blue-clad Goku had already become a Super Saiyan 4, a level that the man in the black robe had been unable to reach even after years of training. This is Super 4. The man in the black robe excitedly watched the father of this timeline, noting that his father's basic power was too weak. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to annihilate him in this form. Hee ha ha. Future Gohan felt the change in the atmosphere here, continuously smiling in place. Among all the timelines, only the timeline of annihilation had such a rumor that even Krinoa would marvel at it. A timeline without a god of destruction seems to indicate that the Omni King and the Grand Minister of this timeline have not suffered serious blows. So this timeline specifically gave birth to legends. You are indeed such a person. The man in the black robe continued to feel the aura brought by blue-clad Goku's Super 4 and kept talking to himself. This enhancement of Super 4, it actually exceeds so much. Chapter 85, with the blood after the calamity, forge my origin. Indeed, it looks like at least more than 15,000 times the enhancement. Truly remarkable. When he saw blue-clad Goku unleashing energy, Swaysher popped up again to chat. But the man in the black robe ignored him and began to use the time ring to pause the continuation here. Stepping forward, the man in the black robe stood in front of his father, still holding on to that trace of humanity, feeling somewhat moved. Father, but more importantly, the following matters are rather crucial. After he continued to absorb a drop of the other party's blood, everything here returned to normal, and the man in the black robe vanished without a trace. However, the timeline of annihilation did not seem to have its traces like the Z timeline. Blue-clad Goku, at this moment, seemed to sense a slight fluctuation in front of him, but he did not know what kind of existence it was, just paying special attention to it. Then, facing his granddaughter, after stroking her forehead, he charged straight towards baby. After completing his time travel, the man in the black robe returned to a dark place, where light flickered. When the light gathered in one place, it became clear that this was not an empty area, but a part of a cosmic vortex. And the daily life of the man in the black robe was probably to accept the gravitational pull of the cosmic vortex for training. The man in the black robe slowly floated 3 drops of blood in his palm. He had already gained relative control over the vortex's gravity, so he was not worried about being affected by its chaotic pull. 1 drop was from Z timeline's past Gohan's angry Super Saiyan 2. 1 drop was from the final timeline's Bu, who absorbed the mysterious Gohan and became the god Gohan Bu. And 1 drop was from the absolute power of Goku in the Annihilation timeline in Super Saiyan 4 form. The man in the black robe looked at the 3 drops of blood and then made a cut in his palm until his blood flowed out. When the blood from all sides converged, a mysterious aura suddenly surged. The man in the black robe absorbed it without reservation, transforming it into his own power. At this moment, he was about to step into the 3rd-tier divine realm. He had to try this method. In endless struggles, the man in the black robe seemed to feel the pressure of the circumstances at that time, facing the choice of killing or not killing, facing the consequences of underestimating the enemy, facing the explosion of primal power, and the last image was one of constant turmoil. Not only was there the despair from the time of his emergence, but also the hope of a future emperor, the thoughts of reverence, and the rebirth after destruction. The man in the black robe's aura was sublimated at this moment. As he unleashed his energy, it swept across the entire cosmic vortex. In a short time, even the vortex could not hinder the rise of his aura. The cosmic vortex exploded at this time. In an instant, the entire universe was filled with future Gohan's aura. He had truly stepped into the 3rd-tier divine realm. The man in the black robe felt the changes in this universe until his thoughts drifted to the god of destruction planet of this timeline. While enjoying the delicacies prepared by Whis, a strong aura surged over, but Beerus merely responded with a glance, and this aura dissipated from the god of destruction planet. What just happened? I don't know, Prince Vegeta. It seems there was a powerful aura just now, but it disappeared in an instant. The 2 kids, still training on the god of destruction planet, looked puzzled, but just puzzled, then continued their training. Whis, it seems someone has broken through to the 3rd-tier divine realm. Yes, indeed, Lord Beerus, it is. As Whis continued to eat delicacies, he spoke again, seemingly referring to that guy they encountered in the divine realm before. Lord Beerus, should we go and discipline him? After all, he just stepped into the 3rd tier and came to spy on us. Whis was clearly provoking Beerus's emotions, his mouth full of food as he spoke. Beerus, who was still pondering, only then reacted and immediately snatched some food to himself, starting to feast. After a while, he slowly spoke, yes. We should teach that outsider a lesson. The moment Beerus stood up was not in a rage of hot flames, but rather a satisfied burp before he said to Whis, "Let's go, Whis, and practice a bit." Then, facing Beerus's words, Whis did not rush to respond, slowly wiping his mouth, and then said, "Oh dear, Lord Beerus. That guy has run far away. He is no longer in the 7th universe." Hearing Whis's words, Beerus immediately looked uninterested. Disappeared? Or ran off to another place? Let me see. Whis slowly picked up his staff, seemingly studying it seriously. Oh, he went to Universe 9. Universe 9? Haha. Is he going to trouble Sidra? Sidra will definitely give him a boring verbal lecture first. Occasional antics are common, and Beerus felt speechless about that inexplicable outsider. He initially thought he had seen through his strength, but it turned out he was just a pitiful creature running around in other people's universes. It seemed that everything was as if nothing had happened. Universe 7 seemed to return to normal, without any special feeling due to someone's breakthrough into the 3rd divine realm. Meanwhile, on the cosmic navigation route, the protagonist of this F space-time, Belorta, had successfully escaped from the cosmic vortex and continued towards Winter Star. He thought he had delayed for a long time, but the ship's return time only showed that a minute had passed. Belorta also thought that perhaps the flow of time in the star traveling was inherently different from the flow of time in the universe. traveling through the boundless. Belorta piloted the ship, jumping across several planets, dozens of planets, and only when he was 37 planets away did he remember something important. System, activate ultimate comprehension. There should be something to gain while flying among the stars, right? Belorta tentatively asked, although there was no sound in his mind while in the flying star. He could immediately awaken in that brief future, which he attributed to the system. As for Lin Air and Ka Ju's miraculous abilities, he speculated that the superlative insight should yield something, but it was intercepted and blocked by the system. After a long time without any mechanical voice, Belorta continued to wait patiently, only to hear the system simply say, "Sorry, return to host, no insight was gained from superlative insight." Huh? At this moment, Belorta appeared quite embarrassed. If Vegeta and Raditz were here, they would definitely see the awkward expression on his face. They are descendants of the Dragon Clan, and they used their abilities, yet they couldn't comprehend anything. Following Belorta's question, the system responded simply again, stating that it did not detect any individuals that the host had encountered previously, hence no fluctuations from superlative insight were produced. Chapter 86. The Truth of Rage? Caused by evil, purified afterwards. It did not detect any individuals that the host had encountered previously, thus no fluctuations from superlative insight were produced. Hearing the sound in his mind, Belorta looked confused. He did not quite understand what the system meant by not detecting that he had encountered anyone else. Belorta muttered to himself, "System, are you malfunctioning? Earlier, I was brought to the so-called flying star by the cosmic whirlpool. Linear, that Karu." However, at this point, the system still responded simply, just with a bit more detail. "Apologies, host. Only cosmic anomalies have been detected. The whirlpool is a cosmic phenomenon. However, I can remind the host that regarding the past and future, the system cannot make corresponding judgments. The host's divine power must reach 10 before resonating with the past and future." "I don't quite understand what you're saying." Belorta felt speechless at this moment, but as a glimmer of light flickered before him, he suddenly realized something. Could it be that the shooting star I was swept away by the cosmic vortex does not belong to the present? Belorta boldly speculated in his heart, but this was perhaps a bit too bold. Without overthinking these matters, he decided to treat the current moment as if it were a dream. What came next was the most important. The distance to Winter Star was only 10 planets away, which was soon. As he watched the radar approaching Winter Star, an inexplicable feeling surged within Belorta, as if it were similar to what Lin Air and the others showcased with their abilities. He found himself unable to control his emotions, and a spark of anger ignited in his heart. The closer they got to Winter Star, the more he seemed unable to suppress his own arrogance. He didn't even know why this nameless fire was starting to rise within him. Soon, his aura leaked uncontrollably, and the mounting pressure caused him to involuntarily transform into a Super Saiyan. After achieving full power, he then ascended to Super Saiyan 2, unleashing his strength. Finally, after displaying a mysterious posture, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil. What was happening? Fortunately, the situation hadn't escalated completely. Belorta managed to contain himself and slowly returned to his usual calm and reflective state. Just then, a glimmer of life crossed his mind, and Belorta remembered something. "System, please scan my body to see if it has been tainted by the evil aura of that fragment." As his words fell, the scanning process began in his mind. After a long while, it finally detected a trace, and it reported back to the host that there was indeed a hint of aura hidden within. Belorta followed the voice in her mind, sensing the strange place within herself. In a very familiar narrow space, she held that breath in the palm of her hand. It was not as bright as a sphere of light, but within it flickered small, winding things. Perhaps this was the essence of that breath. Detecting the anomaly in the object held by the host, the voice in her mind spoke again, purifying and burning away. After a while, the breath in Belorta's palm became crystal clear, revealing its true form, which turned out to be a dragon-like creature. Is this the fragment of the Black Seven Dragon Ball? Just as Belorta was pondering, the system spoke again, returning to the host. "This object can be absorbed as nourishment to enhance the transcendent bloodline. Would you like to absorb it? Enhance the transcendent bloodline?" Belolta listened to the response, meditated briefly, and then spoke. "Let's make the most of what we have, system. Activate the supreme comprehension, focusing on the breath in the palm." After saying this, a sound echoed in his mind, indicating that the supreme comprehension was loading and observing the breath in his palm. This was the breath of the divine beast summoned by the Black Dragon Ball. A faint wisp. Although it was the breath of the Black Dragon Ball, not all within it was malevolent. there was also a trace of goodness. Currently observing the purified wisp of good energy. It was acquiring the observations for the host, a faint wisp of good dragon energy. As the sound of supreme comprehension faded, the breath in Belolta's palm began to change again, with the dragon shadow becoming clearer, gradually transforming into an almost tangible existence. However, it still belonged to the category of breath. Dragon energy, the divine beast summoned by the Dragon Ball, is naturally the dragon itself. The Black 7 Dragon Balls summon the 7 evil dragons, while the Super Dragon Balls summon the Super Dragon, which cannot be contained by all universes. Earlier, the system mentioned that absorbing that breath could enrich the transmission of the super bloodline, but now that it has turned into dragon energy, why is there no prompt? Belorta was puzzled. He wanted to ask again, but the system only replied briefly with the words unknown. It was such a simple answer. Yet he understood very well that the more the system didn't comprehend something, the more significant it must be. At that moment, Belorta was in a dilemma, whether to absorb this trace of aura for his own use, or to let the system decompose it again. After all, he could see that this trace of aura seemed unable to last long. Its original tangible form had already begun to become somewhat translucent. The internal struggle of absorption was only a brief moment. Even if it wasn't in this world, strength was always the most important. Belorta simply uttered 2 words, and the dragon aura quickly began to merge with himself. Unlike the weak transmission of the bloodline he had obtained at that time, the cost of absorbing the dragon aura into his body was even more severe than before. Belorta was on the verge of exhausting his own life. Was it only at the brink of death that one could truly reveal the essence of life? Was it that I'm still too weak now to support the fusion brought by the dragon aura? Belorta was gasping, feeling his vitality rapidly draining away. For this, he had to do something. Belorta kept pounding his heart. Ever since that outburst, he understood that there must be some power hidden deep within him. At this moment, he undoubtedly intended to awaken it once again, even if it meant another outburst. After all, surviving was the key. He concentrated all his remaining strength in his heart, seemingly hoping to protect that faint glimmer. Gradually, the thumping that should have echoed in his chest became silent. In this last moment, Belorta appeared incredulous, lying with his eyes wide open inside the spaceship. After death, souls wander in the underworld, guided by ghostly messengers to the presence of King Yenluo. However, Belorta did not arrive in the underworld. It was pitch black, except for a flickering light not far away. As he moved closer, Belorta quickened his pace, eager to discover where that place was. When he touched the light, the brightness began to expand, momentarily dazzling him. From night to day, it happened in an instant. Yet, as his bright eyes looked around, he only saw a white void, occasionally hearing faint sounds. It was still too early. It was still too early for Belorta. Just wait a little longer. Your current strength is not enough. Chapter 87. Dragon Chi transformed, new form. Dragon concealment, still too early? Fragmented sounds emanated from the white void. He didn't know where they came from or who was speaking, but hearing the repeated phrase, Belorta began to question, what is too early? Who are you? Is it too early to meet you? Or too early to be here? Belolta is also constantly recalling the fragmented memories in his mind after going berserk on Namek. It seems that he awakened something at that time due to the rampage. Power? Was the power he gained at that time too early? Belorta shouted towards the white hole here, but there was no other response. Then he gathered Zero, one of his bloodline, into form, facing his palm towards it, and asked, do you have a connection with this bloodline? After that, he condensed the dragon energy into another palm. Still this purified dragon energy? Was I dead because of it? No, that can't be right. If I were dead, I should be seeing Lord Yenluo. Belorta pondered for a long time before finally speaking, saying it was due to absorbing dragon energy that brought me here, but indeed, I have died. However, the essence of my being is on the brink of death. Just like that time of rampage. It seems I have come to some understanding. Belorta began to exclaim here, wondering if the outer essence of me has started rampaging a bit. Have I already taken on another form? When Belorta asked this, the sound from that place seemed to carry different words. Yes, the outer you has transmitted the bloodline to over 5, and this time even more, reaching 10. But it is too early. Just as the voice fell, a figure began to slowly appear at that moment. Belorta looked closely, and the figure drew nearer. Are you me? Seeing the resemblance to himself, Belorta couldn't help but express surprise. However, upon further observation, he noticed some differences. You are not me. Rather, you're not me from this time and space. The The figure seemed to be pondering or recalling something. In any case, after a while it responded, I do not remember the time and space I exist in, but you and I are indeed one person. Belorta seemed to understand, but not fully. In any case, he was just another version of himself from a different time and space. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Why did the other versions of himself appear within him? His own time and space should have been destroyed or perhaps was on the brink of destruction. He only remembered scattered fragments and was trying his best to repair that time and space. But his powers were truly limited. Therefore, he divided his strength to search for his existence in other time and spaces. That figure spoke to itself, but Belorta combined its words with his own thoughts, thus finding himself. However, he didn't expect that his current strength was still insufficient, so there was always that phrase, too early, too early. Just as he was pondering, the figure seemed to extend a finger, pointing towards something in Belorta's palm, the condensed dragon energy. He didn't withdraw it, but instead moved closer to the other. When the dragon energy shone before the figure, it spoke again, saying, "It is the goodness in between. Do you also know about the black dragon orb? Black dragon orb?" When Belolta asked a question, the other party immediately followed up with a puzzled response. After thinking for a moment, they said, "Are you talking about those fallen divine beasts in the dragon palace? Among the 7 dragons, only the 4th one retained some goodness. But it's a pity that they ultimately did not become true dragon gods." As that figure spoke, they directly guided the dragon energy over. Looking at that energy before glancing back at Belolta, your posture has weakened. You are on a rampage due to absorbing dragon energy. But your original form is already on the brink of death. Let me lend you a hand. After saying that, the figure suspended the dragon energy in midair and began to unleash a powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, a brand new form appeared before Belolta. Feeling the familiar aura, Belolta exclaimed in surprise, "Mysterious form. You can also take this shape. You can call it the mysterious form. That name works too. However, in my time and space, it should be called Sun, divine transformation. What I am demonstrating now is the 3rd stage of divine transformation, dragon concealment. Super Scion, divine transformation, dragon concealment." Belolta never expected such a situation. In another timeline, the mysterious form was actually a type of Super Scion, but the original works direction for power enhancement is different from that of Super Scions. Does that mean any transformation achieved by a Scion can be referred to as a Super Scion? Something? Belorta exclaimed in surprise. It should be just like that. Super Scion, the divine manifestation of the dragon. Looking at the other person again, Belorta excitedly said, "Can I also reach this level?" Belolta awaited the response from the figure, and it did not disappoint him. At the moment when the dragon energy surged into Belolta's body, it also stabilized his form. The outer entity stood high in the sky, and the rampaging version of itself began to transform, returning to its original appearance. At this moment, another change occurred. Its entire aura began to radiate brightly, with a faint blue flame accompanied by purple lightning coursing through it, achieving a new sublimation. The long-absent golden aura began to rise, but at this time, Belolta did not transform into a Super Scion. Instead, he gathered that golden aura within his body, continuously impacting the bright azure aura. When the thunder roared and the lightning flashed across the heavens, it also signified that Belolta descended in a completely new form. At this moment, he no longer emitted any aura? Of course not. Rather, the originally bright azure aura was once again refined and converged. The energy he released was entirely transparent. Around him, there was no longer purple lightning swirling, but rather a faintly visible golden dragon energy spiraling around him. However, unlike that figure, the dragon energy spiraling around Belolta bore purple markings. He certainly noticed this anomaly, but he did not see it as a bad thing. Instead, he believed it to be a special trait of this timeline's Belolta compared to his own. When Belolta gazed with his bright eyes, it seemed as if he could perceive all things and could bring endless pressure to others. The enhancement brought by this new form was truly exaggerated, and a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging and purifying the dragon energy. The corresponding combat power has been automatically increased for the host, matching the initial divine might, enhancing the host's divine power status by 1, now reaching 4. At the moment he opened the panel, Belolta felt the immense power he possessed. Berorta, reborn transmigrator, Scion, F dimension, combat power, 10. 6 billion, burst combat power, unknown. External display, unknown. Mastery status, Super Saiyan 1 can reach full power. Super Saiyan 2 can reach full strength. Mysterious state. Super Saiyan God appearance. Dragon concealment. 5,000 times in normal state. Talent 1. Super absolute comprehension. Talent 2. Automatically increases divine power by 0.01 every 10 days, with corresponding increase in strength. Body data improves with combat experience. Current divine power status. 4.01. Comprehension and observation acquired. 1. Develop latent abilities, expand and enhance power. 2. Transmit super bloodline 0.1. Already integrated. 3. Perception search for. Initial divine might. Chapter 88. Scions of the Winter Star. This is Super Saiyan, divine appearance dragon concealment. Belorta constantly felt his own power, and now his aura had grown strong to an unbelievable extent. At this moment, his physical strength had also reached a certain peak. With a 5,000-fold increase in basic combat power, Belorta was truly amazed. He never expected the growth of the mysterious form to reach such a level, and he might finally understand the term divine manifestation. Perhaps if he continued to cultivate, he could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with gods like the Destroyer. Since he had succeeded, then let it be. The words of that figure seemed unfinished, but for some reason, he could no longer maintain his illustrious presence. Gradually fading from Belorta's mind. In this fleeting dream, Belorta suddenly awoke from within the spaceship. As he looked around, he felt confused and asked, was it just a dream? But the faint aura that followed dispelled his thoughts. The dragon energy in his palm had already vanished, and upon checking his own strength, that power truly existed. At this moment, the data panel in his mind still displayed the same information as before. At this moment, Belorta could only marvel at which version of himself from another timeline could be so powerful. After saying this, he was also grateful for the assistance of his other selves from different timelines. Now, his strength had risen another level, giving him more confidence to face more enemies or powerful beings in the future. After Gula's recovery, he had been cultivating in the ice prison of Winter Star, until one day, an extremely strong aura swept over this place. Gula, who was still training in the ice prison, seemed somewhat terrified and looked incredulously toward the sky above the ice fields. Looking up at the sky of Winter Star, an enormous aura was generating pressure. Gula tried to capture something, staring into the unknown. Who exactly was this aura coming from? Did it contain a similar energy to that of the god from before? No. This aura was also filled with evil. Gula felt the dual nature of the aura, and at this moment, after battling with the Supreme Kai, he could still faintly sense what was called divine power. Gula continuously discerned this suddenly expanding aura, which contained both divine and evil energy. At this moment, Gula found it somewhat amusing. How ridiculous it was that he and Frisia still called themselves the evil emperors of the universe. Feeling that he had stayed long enough, Gula suddenly vanished and appeared above an ice field, gazing at the world around him. He clenched his fists, recalling the foreign aura from just a few seconds ago, wondering when he could reach such a level. Meanwhile, on another side of Winter Star, another emperor who was also focusing intently on his training had just knocked Tagma to the ground again. Yo-ho-ho. This time I lasted 3 seconds. Next time I need to work even harder. However, how dare you say you can match Jinyo? Facing Frisia's cold gaze, Tagma, whose body was already injured, received another heavy blow to his spirit and could only tremble in fear, saying, I'm so sorry. Lord Frisia, However, before he could finish his words, Frisia stepped forward slowly, swinging his tail while throwing a punch toward him. This practiced dummy was indeed proving its worth. At that moment, a powerful aura surged in, and the mere pressure made Frisia stagger. He instantly knelt on the ground. What? Where did this aura that belongs to the great Lord Frisia come from? Frisia wanted to resist and get back up, but his current strength was not like Gula's, able to withstand the pressure. He struggled to support himself on the ground. If Tagma had not been knocked out by a heavy punch, Frisia's nature would surely have led him to eliminate Tagma for witnessing him in such a state. Damn it! Frisia faced the pressure of this aura and desperately tried to rise, but who could know what would happen next? At this moment, Frisia's body began to undergo a transformation. The aura he emitted gradually became purer, and under the strong pressure, Frisia suddenly stood up, taking one step at a time. At this moment, his form seemed to start resembling Gula's. Was that the so-called Shining Silver form? Not quite. He hadn't reached Shining Silver yet. But Frisia began to realize that he had made a new breakthrough in strength. Ha! Amidst the wild laughter, that aura quickly dissipated. and no matter how hard Frisia tried to sense who it was as if it had never appeared at all. Who was that aura? Could it be that another powerful being had appeared in this universe? Frisia recalled what his father had said in the past. In the universe, besides not provoking the Destroyer Beerus and the Majin Buu, he had not mentioned anyone else. However, Frisia was sure of one thing. It should not be a scion. At least on planet Vegeta, no one had such a demonic nature. But this was just a brief interlude. Frisia continued with his special training, while on the other side, Gula arrived at a place that resembled a laboratory. King Gula. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone in the laboratory greeted him. It seemed that all the people here were part of Gula's army. How's the analysis coming along? Gula stepped forward, looking at the instruments ahead. He gazed at the doll inside, with that striking tail. Obviously, it was no longer a scion. Gula stared at the doll and casually asked, while a nervous subordinate seemed afraid that they had not achieved any results yet. Gula's eyes shifted from the scion to the side, and with a flick of his finger, he shot a beam that crippled one of the subordinate's legs before speaking again. He matches the bloodline of King Vegeta. He must be a royal descendant of the Scions. Oh, so that is King Vegeta's son. I remember the information that King Vegeta had 3 sons, right? Yes, they are Belorta, Vegeta, and Tarbell. So this guy is Tarbell? Yes, my king. He possesses some diluted Scion genes, and he is actually not suitable as a combatant. So that is why King Vegeta publicly claimed that this 3rd son was sent to a remote planet to manage trade. Listening to these words, Gula looked dismissively. He had not heard the results he wanted. Then, another beam shot toward the other side, and another subordinate knelt on the ground, unable to speak due to the pain. My king, we are still researching. We will definitely succeed in turning him into that so-called Super Scion. Currently, it is about the battle between your brother and that Scion named Bardock on planet Vegeta. He transformed into a Super Scion due to anger. And from our extensive research, we found that the instrument detected a point on the Scion's back. It seems to be the place where their energy is most abnormal during emotional fluctuations. Perhaps it is this reason that allowed him to become a Super Scion. Gula lifted a hand again, but this time he did not create panic among others. Instead, he spoke softly. In that case, let us hurry up. When he succeeds, I want to get the first drop of blood from his transformation. Yes. Chapter 89. The Golden Radiance of Winter Star. Then, let's hurry up. When he succeeds, I want to get the first drop of blood from his transformation. After Gula's chilling words, he walked out of the laboratory, leaving the people present in horror, fearing to anger him and doing their best to comply, nodding their heads repeatedly. Over the next 10 days, Gula's return to Winter Star had already been 47 days. Speaking of the Scions stored in the Winter Star laboratory, Tabul, it was then that Gula had gone to Namek and met the Scion on that planet. After learning everything, he realized that the 3 members of the Ginyu Force under Frisia had probably encountered that guy named Belorta. Even if it wasn't him, it certainly had some connection. It was only after learning that even Frisia had perished on Vegeta that Gula decided to return to the North Galaxy, leading to a series of subsequent events. It's really infuriating. The magic potion hasn't been retrieved. In the Royal Hall, Gula, who was in control of the situation, was sitting restlessly, waiting for news while seething with anger. However, upon calming down, he wore a sinister expression. Fortunately, using this guy to create a Super Scion, the long-standing rumor of Winter Star was still possible. I never expected that group of monkeys truly had such existence, haha. However, if your revenge is only based on that so-called Super Scion power, that would disappoint me greatly, haha. Gula was half reclining on his throne, looking very much like an emperor, laughing to himself. Since battling the Kaioshin, he had regained an even greater power than before. In just a moment, Gula's body slightly trembled, undergoing a transformation in mere seconds. The dazzling silver form burst forth, but it didn't stop there. The brilliant display was a promotion to an even more dazzling state. Gula looked at his hands, seemingly feeling the tremendous change within him. To think that after just one battle, combined with days of immersion in the ice prison, my power could reach such a level. At this moment, Gula's entire body shone brilliantly, as simple as in the shining silver form. If the Kaioshin were to see him again, he would probably exclaim that such pure energy could still be achieved. Let's call it the radiant golden form. Ha! Gula laughed once more, seemingly trapped in his own power. However, it is undeniable that the Ice Demon race is still a naturally born warrior race in the universe, and perhaps at some point, Gula is undoubtedly a natural fighting genius. His innate talent, combined with a short period of hard training, had allowed him to surpass his limits, and now he had reached this so-called radiant golden form. Yet, It seemed that he was not the only one to reach this state. In the training room, under immense pressure, another diligent clan member was training day after day. And today, amidst the sound of punches colliding, a different spark seemed to have been honed. A golden aura began to adorn the area. The protagonist of the training room, this cosmic emperor, also effortlessly adapted to the heavy pressure inside. His relaxed appearance was a result of the changes over these past few days. In the next moment, he transformed into an extraordinary figure. Unlike Gula, he did not exhibit any shining silver form. Frisia, who had previously looked down on his brother's transformation, during his own rigorous training, this dazzling golden aura was the mark of his successful exploration. Much faster than expected, Frisia felt the erupting momentum within him, fully aware that his current strength absolutely surpassed that of his elder brother. Mr. Taguma, this effort over the past few days has not been in vain. To keep you entertained, you will be the first to test my new form. With that said, Frisia effortlessly lifted him and unleashed a powerful punch that roared into Taguma's abdomen. This blow was clearly meant to send Taguma to the underworld, but fortunately, after so many days of torment, he had also forged a strong body while being used as a punching bag. Not bad, Mr. Taguma. It seems you have also become much stronger. Where's the training of King Frisia? So good. Then let's head out first. I'm getting impatient to find my brother for some practice. At this moment, Frisia suddenly changed the subject and rushed out of the training room with Taguma. Now, with his entire body engulfed in golden flames, he feared nothing. After catching the aura of his brother, he charged forward. Of course, at this moment, Gula on the throne also realized something, just smiling toward the empty space outside. He just broke through and already thinking of challenging me. Let's see. In our current states, who is the true ice demon? With those words, Gula vanished, already positioned where the gaze fell, also radiating the radiant golden form, waiting in midair for Frisia's arrival. As the aura gradually approached, Gula smirked disdainfully. Frisia, your speed is still too slow. His figure flashed to the side with his words. Just as Frisia's punch came toward him, they brushed against each other, and as he received the blow, he countered with a heavy punch. Frisia at that moment also braced himself against the affection from his brother. Oh, brother, you have reached this form too? That's truly impressive. Frisia seemed to compliment, but his punches and kicks did not stop, and Gula, while clashing with him, continuously mocked, is this the result of your training for dozens of days? It's like a cotton ball. Frisia dodged Gula's horizontal kick. The energy he gathered instantly rushed out, adding, it seems that after a life-and-death battle, my brother has only achieved a form like mine. Their confrontation was no longer a visible battle, whether among the crowd below or the troops patrolling above. They could see that it began as a clash between two kings, and gradually, only two golden lights were seen flashing back and forth in midair. It was completely indistinguishable who was who. The battle between Frisia and Gula began to clash intensely in an instant. Yet both knew very well that as the royal family of the Ice Demons on Winter Star, only one could control Winter Star. Their father was no longer as he used to be, and it was long overdue for a new ruler to emerge between the two of them. One had been fighting outside the galaxy, while the other had been brewing plans. But now, with Gula's return to Winter Star, Frisia no longer needed to concern himself with plans. It was time for an absolute confrontation to determine who among them was the true king of Winter Star. Chapter 90. In the midst of struggle, Shadow's face-off the conflict on Winter Star continued. Regarding the struggle for the throne, the two brothers began to exhibit true camaraderie, both having reached the current golden aura of their forms. Under this aura, the entire planet trembled for them. The cosmic space that this planet occupied also shook for them. So let us see, who is the true king of Winter Star? With their simultaneous voices, a battlefield had already formed here, and the vast ice plains began to shatter. Even Winter Star, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years in the universe, seemed unable to withstand their fury. Gula's momentum swept across the entire world, and Frisia's aura was not to be outdone. The two clashed from mid-air into the atmosphere, the sounds of their battle echoing back to the ground. In the ongoing confrontation of energy blasts and light waves, it seemed there was no clear victor. It appeared that behind such desperate struggle, there were rumors related to the Ice Demon clan. Many years ago, the Ice Demon clan was engaged in unsavory business, and no one could have imagined that the title of the Emperor of the Universe had already been established since the appearance of the Winter Star. Gula and Frisia's ancestors originated from space pirates, and in terms of resource plundering, they were undoubtedly kings. In the universe, were their great achievements not found? Those who suffered were deep in anguish until one day, the race known as the Scions shattered their long-held accomplishments. No, it's impossible. Who are you? Me? I'm just a Scion, the existence you have always feared. This simple dialogue was drowned in the dust of battle, as the ancestors of Gula and Frisia perished. The last moments before being brought back to the recovery pod by their kin were filled with fragmented terror, returning to the icy plains elsewhere. Beware of the race known as Scions, that golden-haired super Scion, King Zild. King Zild. As history turned over time, the Ice Demon clan followed their king's last wishes and returned to their homeland, the Winter Star. It was from this point that they officially became known as Ice Demons. One day, after tens of thousands of years, a child born from them possessed extraordinary power, with immense combat abilities from birth, and thus was regarded as the new ruler. However, as the child grew, their burgeoning ambition began to expand, turning towards the entire universe. Under their leadership, the Ice Demon clan became the first to achieve control over this universe. However, later, facing stronger opponents united against them, they were defeated and fled back to the Winter Star, where they buried the treasure of their own might in an icy expanse, known as the Ice Prison. The key to unlocking the Ice Prison was to become the true ruler of the Winter Star. According to that fallen king, all the kings of the Winter Star throughout history were merely nominal, although they possessed great power. They had never been able to unlock the Ice Prison left by their ancestors. Gula could enter the Ice Prison, but only utilized the bitter cold of that place for training, not truly obtaining the treasures of the Ice Prison. Frisia's long-standing plans were also laid out for the Ice Prison, but now all that was no longer necessary. They understood one thing. Only overwhelming power could eliminate the need for anything else. Since they had achieved their current status, they would engage in direct combat. The heat of the battlefield continued. The back-and-forth brilliance intensified, with two golden auras flashing across the heavens and the earth, each roar filling the space. And the aftershocks of their punches seemed to break the barriers of space, revealing an extraordinary commotion in this long, silent cosmic expanse. While navigating the universe, Belorta finally reached the edge of the Winter Star. However, it did not resemble the brief future glimpsed while flying through the stars. The legion that should have been in the skies above the planet was nowhere to be found. Despite this, Belorta still cautiously investigated, and at that moment, he sensed the aura emanating from the Winter Star. There were two strong presences. Could it be that someone arrived before me and caused trouble for Gula? Belolta thought carefully and realized that there probably weren't many in the universe who would dare to provoke Gula. If there were truly powerful beings, they wouldn't be bothered by Gula. So he decided to stop pondering and immediately began to sense his surroundings. After a moment, he suddenly became aware of the situation. It turned out that Gula and Frisia were fighting. Haha, what a brotherly rivalry. However, for the two of them, the term brother was not fitting. At this moment, Belolta also entered the atmosphere, quickly stowed away his spaceship, and hovered in the air. After some sensing, he swiftly moved to their location. On the other hand, Gula and Frisia seemed exhausted from their battle, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Gula truly did not expect that, as a royal descendant of the Frost Demons, Frisia's talent would surpass his own. This was undeniable. Frisia had displayed extraordinary combat abilities since childhood. Although he had only operated within the Northern Galaxy as he grew up, he was already known beyond it. The title of the Universe Emperor was indeed his. If it weren't for Gula's years of battle outside, he might not even be able to claim the title of Evil Emperor. Haha, good brother, you are not so impressive after all. Struggling to maintain his body, Frisia said with a weak breath, and looking at Gula's appearance, he didn't seem to be doing well either. You're just like this. Although they couldn't determine a winner, it could be said that neither could do anything to the other. If the battle continued to the end, they would both end up severely injured, and thus both would pay a painful price for this conflict. For both of them, as long as they hadn't knocked the other down, today's battle would end in failure, and who knows how long it would be until they met again. After all, within the bloodline of the Frost Demon clan, there was no sense of fair competition among their kind. Today's battle was merely a coincidence of their rising battle spirit, ignited by the name of royalty. Otherwise, if they truly wanted to fight each other, it wouldn't be like this. The whole planet would be engulfed in chaos. In the universe, the legions led by each of them would fall into turmoil again, and other forces would take advantage of the situation. Just as the two were deep in thought, an out-of-place figure appeared before them, accompanied by an inappropriate remark. Truly brotherly respect. Should I make a killing move in your current state? Gula and Frisia looked at the person who had suddenly appeared from nowhere, and his words made them alert. Although they didn't sense this person's energy, and he looked like a mere child, they felt something strange about him, as if they had seen him somewhere before. Chapter 91. The Arrival of the Scions. Should I act as the fisherman? In your current state, wouldn't it be easy for me to kill you both with a single strike? Hearing the arrogant words of the inexplicable newcomer, Gula and Frisia's anger flared up. Who do you think you are, talking like that here? Facing their response, the figure ignored them and floated closer. Although they didn't sense his energy, he gave off a feeling that he was far from an ordinary person, so they needed to be cautious. Damn it! Just as Gula was about to be wary, Frisia was the first to charge forward, without any sense of reason. A kid dared to be so arrogant. Despite Frisia being heavily injured after the battle, he still exhibited exaggerated speed in front of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, he rushed up to the newcomer, delivering a punch of absolute power that seemed to make the heavens and earth cheer for him. However, in this Dragon Ball world, smoke without injury had become a theorem. As the dust settled, Gula felt a wave of terror. What? This guy, Frisia, standing before this person, was even more incredulous. How could this be possible? He merely placed his palm forward and easily caught Frisia's punch. In the following action, Frisia felt as if he had been dealt a significant blow. A heavy punch came like a feather, but when Frisia caught that punch, he felt as if he had been struck by solid iron, causing immense pain. How could the golden form of me not withstand this? It wasn't that Frisia couldn't withstand it at that moment, but the opponent had struck at Frisia's weak point with all their might. As a result, under the absolute power, Frisia's arrogance dissipated, rolling his eyes as he plummeted rapidly. Seeing his brother heavily injured by the figure before him, Gula found himself in a dilemma. Just moments ago, he had been locked in a fierce battle with Frisia, and even though their energies had weakened, being overwhelmed by just one punch from the opponent was still alarming. Moreover, the person before him looked so young. Only when he saw the tail swaying in the wind in midair did Gula suddenly exclaim, You are a scion? Gula would never mistake it. The monkey tail was just like that of the scions. At that moment, he realized, you're the scion from Namek, right? So you want revenge on me? Or are you here to take revenge on Frisia? Who do you think you are? I'm Belolta. There's only one thing. The scion had not released his energy from the beginning. At that moment, he simply spoke, and before Gula could react, he had already moved forward, saying, Hand over my brother, the child you took from Namek. Belolta floated in the air, slowly stepping forward. Although he saw him knock Frisia down with one punch, Gula still held onto a fantasy, trying to sneak attack. But unexpectedly, just as the opponent spoke, an inexplicable powerful energy swept through the area. At that moment, Gula truly realized the vast difference between people. Gula collapsed to the ground. Just the energy released by this person was something he couldn't withstand, as if an invisible giant hand was crushing him, making it hard to breathe. How could this be? You clearly are still in a normal state. Not even a super scion. Before he could finish his words, Gula spat out blood, while Belolta responded to him, Super Scion? I just comprehended a new transformation recently. Perhaps it would be just right to use it on you. With that, Belolta no longer concealed his energy, revealing his extraordinary power, causing Gula to fall into panic once more. He could only weakly lie on the ground, barely managing to utter a few broken words. This energy. Gula's eyes were filled with shock and immense fear. The aura released by the opponent made him feel a multitude of pressures, not only reminiscent of his battle with the Supreme Kai, but also the rumors about Super Scions. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Could it be that the energy I felt a few days ago came from you? Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. He shook his head continuously, no way. But he couldn't shake off that feeling. However, Gula couldn't understand that the energy he felt earlier also came from Belolta's transformation state, hence the similarity in aura. Belorta's aura is continuously rising until the Super Scion God descends. Gula is even more incredulous. The Scion's energy can actually reach this level. Initially shocked by the Super Scion, Gula truly realizes the terror of their power as he witnesses the transformation firsthand. Someone told me that this state is called Super Scion God. As the words resonate in the air, the dragon shadow behind Belorta begins to shake the very heavens and earth. Today, you shall be the first to experience my transformation, Gula. Belorta's words echoed continuously in Gula's ears, sending a chill down his spine. As his gaze drifted, he heard the final words from his opponent, Die. With a powerful punch striking him, Gula felt as if his life was rapidly slipping away. However, the body of the ice demon race was quite unique. Despite such a heavy blow, he did not die, only sustaining severe injuries. At that moment, Frisia, who had been knocked out on the ground, also regained consciousness. Glaring viciously at the person above, his nemesis, the scion monkey. How could I, the mighty emperor of the universe, be defeated by a single punch? Damn it! As these thoughts crossed his mind, Frisia erupted into his golden form once again, charging upwards while unleashing countless energy blasts towards Belorta. Although they were at the end of their strength, they still had to face two opponents at once. Belorta's current battle power was around 50 trillion, while Gula and Frisia, after their earlier battle, had weakened somewhat but still maintained around 20 trillion, and they were continuously recovering. As a warlike race, their fighting spirit was vividly displayed among the three of them. As Belorta engaged in battle with the two, they unconsciously joined forces. After all, resolving the trouble posed by the invading scions was their immediate priority. This scene was somewhat shocking. Originally seeking to reclaim his brother, Belorta now seemed to resemble a character akin to a cosmic pirate under pressure. Recalling the words of Dr. Mew from back on Planet M2, they felt like an ominous prophecy. Scions were indeed cold-blooded beings. Chapter 92. The Unexpected of Planet Winter. Cold-blooded. Warlike. Invasion. Plunder. Belorta felt the echoes resonating in his mind. And at this moment, wasn't he just fulfilling what Dr. Meow had said? Most of Winterstar is a frozen wasteland, and it's normal for cold winds to occasionally sweep through. Accompanied by the current chill, Belorta merely chuckled softly to himself. Any words were pointless. The invasion war would not be initiated by the Scions. Powerful beings are the gears that drive history forward, while the weak souls play supporting roles in the narrative of history. However, for the weak, the powerful are evil. In this half-empty space of the world, a child no more than 4 or 5 years old possessed strength that could rival the world. Faced with the dual onslaught of the former cosmic emperor and the evil emperor, he began to exert his power effortlessly. I still say the past is the past. I will not seek revenge for the scion race of old. Today's grudge is merely against the evil beings who recklessly plunder other lives in the universe, recklessly destroying friends' homes, recklessly abducting younger siblings, recklessly slaughtering the young of my kin outside. With this understanding in his heart, Belorta also began to shine with even more brilliance. His aura changed once again, and the struggling Gula and Frisia nearby felt an overwhelming terror. His power had increased. Damn scion monkey. Today's grudge should have been avenged long ago. Frisia, my anger today will only be vented on Gula. You have already died once and should know the torment of the underworld. However, for you, ascending to heaven is the real torment. At this moment, Frisia gritted his teeth, fully aware of what Belorta meant. Remembering the angels and spirits of heaven, he felt a wave of bitter sorrow. Gula, you must die today. With that, Belorta charged again, his aura now beyond what they could withstand. Under several exchanges of blows, Frisia was again forced out of his golden form. However, Belorta kept his word and did not take Frisia's life. He merely inflicted severe injuries, ensuring that he wouldn't recover as quickly as before. Upon witnessing this scene, Gula's only thought was to run. Escape from this place, escape from this terrifying scion. He never imagined that such a day would come, where two former rulers of the universe, one severely injured twice and the other fleeing for his life, would provoke such laughter. Gula gathered all his strength to flee, quickly arriving at a familiar place. The ice prison. If he could escape inside, he could naturally survive. However, Gula still couldn't unlock the treasure of his ancestors, but he planned to delve deep within. If the ice prison could successfully trap the pursuing scion behind him, it would at least give him a chance to escape. An evil plan rose in Gula's heart, slowly leading Belorta into the icy depths of Winterstar, a place of treasure passed down by the frozen demon clan, which could also serve as a blood sea for slaughtering the strong. Soon, Belorta also chased after him, looking at the icy plains. He sensed a difference from other frozen lands, though he was unaware of the danger within. Gula seemed to have hidden his aura well, but Belorta still caught a hint of it, and, in an instant, flashed into a certain space. Upon seeing Gula's figure, Belorta charged without hesitation, trying to eliminate Gula right there, but unexpected events often occur at such moments. The ensuing loud laughter made Belorta realize he had fallen into a trap. This Gula actually resorted to scheming. The figure of Gula before him dissipated. It seemed to be an illusion cast by the opponent. Belorta sensed the surroundings again. This extreme cold felt like a sealing place, and he began to understand that perhaps it was this very place that was causing his perception to falter. Surrounded by icy walls, Belorta was deeply trapped within. He tried to elevate his aura to break through the barrier, but somehow, the more he unleashed his power, the thicker the cold light became, to the point where, at this moment, Belorta's brilliance began to be suppressed by the icy edge. What kind of place is this? Belorta gradually realized the severity of the situation. This inexplicable place seemed unlike anything from the Dragon Ball world. He was astonished that there was such a strange location on Winter Star. Despite his disbelief, he continued to try to unleash his energy to shatter the ice field. Although he could clearly feel that the entire planet seemed to be stirred by this energy, Belorta could not escape from this place, as if there were some peculiar seal in existence. Laughter echoed from above, and Cooler's voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Damn Scion, trapped in this ice prison. Let us see how arrogant you can be now. Ha ha ha. You will stay forever beneath this ice prison. His words stirred the atmosphere, and Cooler soon vanished, flying off to another location. He returned to the laboratory, tossing Frieza aside before leaving. My dear brother, you truly are a genius of the Frozen Demon Clan. Looking at the severely injured and dying Frieza, Cooler mocked him, throwing him in the machine. Let this potion be refined with you as the catalyst. With that, Cooler slowly extended his fingertip toward something, perhaps a drop of blood, the crimson substance stained with blood from Belorta's earlier attack. Let us see how much color this Scion's blood can add to my potion. Cooler ordered his subordinates to send that drop of Belorta's blood into the apparatus. At this moment, the machine contained not only Tabor, but also the dying Frieza. However, as the blood was introduced into the machine, Tabor seemed to react. His entire body began to grow agitated in an instant. Lord Cooler, it seems this Scion is about to undergo a transformation. His subordinate exclaimed excitedly, thinking Tabor was about to turn into a Super Scion. Cooler observed with delight, unaware that Frieza, who still had some breath moments ago, had quietly breathed his last. As the drop of Belorta's blood was completely dissolved in the machine, Frieza's life dissipated, and everyone was focused on the Scion's transformation. Soon, Tabor's body began to grow larger. The furious rage swelled in an instant, awakening like a ferocious beast. At that moment, the machine finished absorbing Frieza, and with the gathered energy combining with that drop of blood, Tabor ultimately completed his transformation. However, it was not the Super Saiyan Cooler had hoped for. His dream of refining the potion shattered at that moment. Perhaps they had all forgotten that long ago, the Scion's Oozru transformation had once been a nightmare for countless planets. As the Oozru rampaged, the sky above gradually darkened, shadows quietly descended, and the sunlight of yesteryears was replaced by the cold, silvery moonlight that fell upon the icy plains. And as the rampaging Oozru witnessed this, the beast, originally covered in reddish-brown fur, transformed to exude an unusual aura, golden energy rising and expanding. Just seconds later, the golden Oozru unleashed its rage. Chapter 93. The Mysterious Person's Rescue. Belorta, trapped soon. The area enveloping the laboratory was completely destroyed. If Cooler had not escaped in time, he would have suffered significant backlash. In disbelief, he realized that the golden Oozru had once again reshaped his understanding of Science. Yet, he still wore a sinister expression, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Although the aura emitted by the colossal beast was powerful, it still did not seem to match his strength. Even in his unprepared state, Cooler was confident he could handle a rampaging beast. He smiled indifferently, clearly having forgotten the painful lesson he learned from the Scion earlier. Now standing as steady as a rock, his palm pointed towards the rampaging beast. Killing this monkey will lead to the true birth of the potion. Cooler raised his energy to the highest level he could currently achieve. Although it was not peak condition, his energy was still sufficient to reach 2/3 of his previous state. Enough to deal with a wild beast. The gathered energy surged forth, waves of energy engulfing the space like a sinister dragon. In that moment, the world was filled with Cooler's overwhelming aura. However, the effect of this strike was beyond Cooler's expectations. Such devastating energy, crashing into the Oozru's body, didn't cause any harm. Instead, it drew the attention of the beast, which now fixed its fierce gaze on him. Oh no! Cooler was caught off guard when the golden Oozru, instead of moving sluggishly, swiftly lunged at him. Those fists, as large as mountains, swung down from above. And it was at this moment that Cooler realized the beast's released aura was merely ordinary. In that instant, its combat power likely surpassed that of the previous Scion. Cooler could no longer evade and could only adopt a defensive stance. At that moment, he had nearly poured all his energy into his golden form. But facing the golden monster before him, Cooler could not withstand it. With a single heavy blow, he met his demise. He couldn't even muster a single ounce of resistance. Cooler died with his eyes wide open, not realizing he was dead as his soul was guided by various grim reapers to the king of hell. Yet the slaughter of the golden Oozuru did not end. A mere Cooler would not halt the rampaging monster. The destruction continued unabated, and Winter Star now resembled the planets previously invaded by Frisia or Cooler, utterly devastated. The once retired King Cooled was not spared either, as the ruler of the Frozen Demon clan, who had long been wary of Scions, fell to the rampaging Scion's hands due to Cooler's reckless actions. Perhaps the legends of the Frozen Demon clan had always been unclear. They merely warned to be cautious of those Scions who could transform, the so-called Super Scions, but failed to caution future generations not to engage in heinous acts, as evil would eventually meet evil. At the same time, they did not remind anyone that if one held a high position, they must eradicate all threats. For in the eyes of the strong, the weak were always unworthy of a place at the table. Not only did the army resist the rampaging beast, but many young members of the Frozen Demon clan also appeared. Some may have been aware of their kin's actions outside, while others might have been completely unaware. But at this moment, their eyes were fixed on one thing. It was the Scion who had destroyed their planet, the Scion who had obliterated everything they held dear. The looks in their eyes mirrored those of the people conquered by Frisia or Cooler in the past, filled with hatred. Back and forth, the killings continued. The flames of vengeance would never cease, though it was unknown if any Frozen Demon clan members would escape in the future. The downfall of Winter Star had already become certainty. The Frozen Demon clan would also vanish from this universe. However, every cause will eventually have its effect. The kindness of predecessors would lead to retribution. Would Winter Star see a new mysterious visitor? A vague phrase was spoken, and suddenly, a figure stood before the golden Oozuru, looking small in comparison to the massive creature. But this person possessed immense strength. As they drew near, with a mere snap of their fingers, the golden Ozuru's raging aura dissipated, and its massive body was sent flying back a considerable distance, shattering several mountains in the process. As the next turn occurred, the figure appeared again behind the giant ape that had been struck away. With another gentle strike, the giant ape began to transform, slowly shrinking down. Upon closer inspection, it was now a doll-like figure, indeed the unconscious Tabor. "Just stay with me for now," he said. At this moment, Belolta should still be trapped in the ice prison of the Demon clan, where he would be confined for many years before he could reunite with you. Looking at the Scion in his arms, this mysterious person revealed a smile that hadn't been seen in a long time. However, as the breeze swept through the air, just as he turned to disappear, the emptiness of his side seemed to be an old story from a long time ago. How on earth can I get out? Belolta, who had been trapped in the ice prison for a long time, was still searching for a way to escape. He wanted to solve it violently. But this icy land felt like it was sealed. The more his aura increased, the stronger the suppression became. Even though he could walk on the ground under 1,600 times the pressure, the barriers seemed to have a mind of their own, constantly pressing him with unbearable force. And the surrounding cold was not ordinary. This was undoubtedly a dual suppression of body and spirit. At this moment, Belolta could only seek help from the system, wondering if this mechanical entity had other ways to escape. "System, can you help me get out?" However, Belolta's words did not receive an immediate response. The sounds in his mind were not cut off, but seemed to be doing some calculations sporadically. After a moment, a voice emerged, returning to the host. "This place is an excellent training ground. According to system analysis, it is not a place of confinement." This statement left Belolta feeling confused. He wished the system could materialize at this moment, because he wanted to punch it twice. "I know this place is a training ground, but what I need now is to rescue my brother." Before he could finish his sentence, the system interrupted him, saying, "Tabor has already been rescued by someone. The host need not worry. However, training here for several years will greatly benefit the host's future in the Dragon Ball world." Chapter 94, The Blessed Land of Training. The conclusion of 10 years of confinement. Returning to the host. Tabor has already been rescued by someone. There is no need to worry. However, training here for several years will greatly benefit the host's future in the Dragon Ball world. Hearing the first half of the sentence surprised Belolta. His brother was actually saved by someone? Although he didn't know who that person was, the system did not mention that the person harmed his brother, so he could rest easy. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he felt a sense of confusion. Why do I need to train for several years? Does training for several years mean my brother will have enough strength to break this barrier? In response to Belolta's question, the system replied, returning to the host. It is because the system needs several years of time. With the current capabilities of the system, it will take approximately 10 years to access this seal. What on earth? Belorta's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just heard. He repeatedly asked the system about what it had just said, but the answer remained the same. Is this seal really that powerful? Does it take you 10 years to break it? This situation made Belorta utter words that shouldn't exist in the Dragon Ball world, as well as curses that a 4 or 5-year-old shouldn't be saying. Belorta was not only confused but also shocked. System, can I cultivate here for a few months? Even if it takes longer, a year of cultivation should be enough to break some kind of seal here, right? Returning to the host, according to the system analysis, the result is uncertain. Based on the combat power calculations from the Dragon Ball world, at least 1 quintillion combat power is required. The system's response splashed cold water on the less than 5-year-old Berorta, and upon hearing the combat power requirement of 1 quintillion, he immediately lost the arrogance he had just displayed. 1 quintillion. System, be honest, what kind of Dragon Ball world have I been reincarnated into that has a seal requiring at least 1 quintillion combat power to break? However, in response to Belorta's complaints, the system did not reply again. He could only feel powerless and sighed deeply. 10 years. 10 years of uncertainty between life and death. System, will my brother survive safely? This heartfelt question, coming from Belorta, who had been reincarnated here, meant that he was indeed a part of this world. He considered Vegeta, Tabor, and Raditz as his family, his brother. Returning to the host, there is no need to worry about Tabor's safety. Furthermore, the person who saved him will teach him to grow. All right, with this, what more could Belorta hope for? Spending nearly 10 years here. He would only be 15 at that time, so what was there to worry about? Now, he was in the Dragon Ball world. A simple world where strength was respected above all. Why do I believe that strength is paramount? Belorta was quite puzzled by his own inner thoughts at this moment. Memories of his past life surged in his mind, but as he looked at those images, he seemed to have nothing else to feel. He only sensed that it seemed the world of his past life was indeed a place for cultivation as well. However, none of this was particularly important now. Since this place was excellent for cultivation and he no longer had any significant worries, the only concern in his heart was the inability to quickly find his scattered clansmen. Among the 25 clan brothers, one had lost his humanity and become a killing machine, which he had personally dealt with on planet M2. 3 had been brutally killed by Gula, as mentioned. Now, there were still 21 children left in the clan. Thinking carefully if they could grow up safely. Who knows what kind of existence they would be 10 years from now. So, what was wrong with waiting for 10 years? Belorta smiled faintly, as if at that moment he had shed all the burdens from his body. At this age, one should be carefree and playful. Why should there be such intricate worries? Perhaps now, beneath the polar region, my spirit would rise to another level. In the depths of his being, it seemed that subtle changes began to occur around Belorta. He no longer resisted the vast, icy land. Instead, he faced the extreme cold, embracing and merging with it wholeheartedly. Feeling the breath of this ice field, sensing the harshness of the cold, and perceiving the changes brought by the seals here, he realized that a place of cultivation requires one to constantly explore through difficulties, transforming adversity into strength, and treating it as extraordinary. Only then could he walk a path different from others. The temporary frost and cold are ultimately just that, temporary. As long as he can get through it, no matter how great the dangers ahead, he could forge ahead with determination. Being trapped here for just 10 years, Belorta realized that when he returned, he would still be a youth, albeit lacking the ability to comprehend the universe. However, in the face of true strength, all of this would merely serve as an embellishment. Everything ultimately requires the display of absolute strength. Even in adversity, one can smile. Stagnation in difficulties leads to a standstill, while reversing adversity can adorn one's growth with the symbols that appear at the end of those phrases. As for his previous life, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person only after first tormenting their will and exhausting their strength. Now, being trapped, if he could transform this oppression into a honing of his body, would it not also be a way to enhance his strength? Thinking of this, Belorta felt that even with his eyes closed, he was filled with countless surprises. He no longer resisted with his body, but accepted the resistance, just as he practiced in the gravity chamber. This icy field, sealed away, was also an excellent place for cultivation. Time slowly passed as Belorta's spirits lifted. The cosmic scenery no longer bore traces of his spacecraft. It seemed many years had passed, and his old friends on Earth did not understand why he was missing. As if he had evaporated. After a few months, his family began to miss him. After a year or two, they grew anxious waiting. But time rushed by. 3 years passed, 5 years passed, and 7 years passed. Eventually, Vegeta and Raditz returned after their training, appearing on Earth one after another. They met with Lord Supreme Kai and Old Supreme Kai. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, back to their homeland, those relatives and close friends finally understood the seriousness of the situation. They searched personally for hundreds of thousands of miles, but the universe was vast. Was it just hundreds of thousands of miles? One spacecraft after another continued to explore, and notices spread throughout the universe. All in search of the crown prince of the Scion tribe on planet Vegeta, the son of King Vegeta, and the older brother of Vegeta and Raditz. Yet, Belorta's whereabouts remained elusive. No one knew where he had gone. Not even the Supreme Kai sensing search or Whis' staff could uncover Belorta's trace. In the end, Belorta's disappearance seemed to become a mystery. But with concern came malice and joy. At that time, Frieza and Cooler, who had met in the underworld, had been fighting for years, and upon learning of Belorta's disappearance, it seemed as if he had evaporated from the human realm. They all laughed uncontrollably, just hearing them say that the more Scion monkeys died, the better. Little did they know, Belorta was merely trapped on the Winter Star, an already desolate planet. But in a special icy region, life still thrived. Chapter 95, Years Without Seeing. Surpassing the power of higher deities, the residence of the god of destruction was a place that could hardly be described as a divine star. It was also a land of considerable value. The sunlight first fell on this ancient tree that had not changed for a long time, but one could always see spots on it, as if those marks were a testament to its age. With the sound of fists crashing, this extraordinary mud was bursting forth with blue flames. Sitting under the ancient tree, after finishing his meditation, the individual felt that his nearby kin had finally taken this step, slowly opening his eyes. Wonderful Prince Vegeta. The two appeared to be of similar age. One had towering hair flowing in the air, and his brow no longer bore the childishness of before. The one speaking had long hair cascading down his back, yet he did not lose the warrior's posture. He was delighted for the prince beside him as he broke through his strength. Finally, Vegeta looked at the power erupting from his hands, a presence that already belonged to the divine. 2 years ago, he entered Whis' staff space to train alongside Raditz, who had broken through to this state of power before him. Now Vegeta had achieved the same mysterious form, blending that aura into himself. If only his brother could see this, how wonderful it would be. Vegeta's expression immediately darkened. Ever since their last visit to the King Kai's realm and learning that their home and loved ones had been revived, they had gone back with Bardock and Paragus to reconnect, which could be considered a short vacation granted by Whis and Lord Beerus. However, upon discovering that his elder brother had been missing for several years, they searched the universe for any trace of him, but found nothing. Not even King Kai or Whis could provide any information. Now looking back, it has been nearly 10 years. For the past decade, Vegeta has been pleading with Whis for help, but he still couldn't find any trace of his brother. If it weren't for the prophecy fish's words assuring that his brother was safe, Vegeta would probably have exploded in anger and charged into the universe. Vegeta took out the medal that his brother had placed in his pouch when he was unconscious. Raditz had mentioned to them that this was not only left to him by their father, but also for them. As he stroked the medal, tears sparkled in Vegeta's eyes. Over the years, Raditz had been taking care of him. Although he verbally upheld his princely status, he seemed to act as an elder brother, providing comfort during Vegeta's moments of confusion. I believe brother will definitely appear. The prince has never let us down. Ha, Raditz. You always take on a role of the elder brother to soothe your own sorrows. But hasn't Raditz himself been alone out there for so many years? Apart from that time he returned home to visit, he must have his own grief as well. When Vegeta thought of this, he felt a bit sad, lightly punching Raditz's arm. Perhaps this is the bond they built over 10 years of living on the God of Destruction's planet. Ah, it seems you two are full of fighting spirit. Well then, prepare to face Lord Beerus's attack. A figure appeared quietly. Watching the two little ones grow to this extent, Whis couldn't help but show a fond look, but regular training could not be neglected. At the moment Whis finished speaking, the God of Destruction, who had been asleep for 3 years, was preparing to wake up today. However, the morning grumpiness before waking up was indeed unavoidable. A rapid energy blast hurtled toward the two. It wasn't aimed directly at them. It was just that this ancient tree always attracted the sleeping energy blasts. And Vegeta and Raditz just happened to enjoy basking in the morning light under the tree. As the energy blast swept toward them, the two shared a knowing smile. They were no longer the naive children of the past. Now they could face such energy blasts head-on. However, under normal circumstances, they could only block it, and they safely endured several heavy hits. When this morning training ended, a yawn followed, and its owner walked out, still half asleep. Whis, how long did I sleep this time? Oh dear, it's been 3 years, Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus was inquiring about his sleep state, while the two little ones politely greeted him, with Vegeta being the one who changed the most. From initially fearing and disliking the god of destruction to now maintaining etiquette in front of him. He had indeed grown a lot. Hey, Vegeta, Raditz. Beerus looked the two over briefly and then continued yawning, but after all these years, he finally uttered some praise from his mouth. Not bad. You've managed to cultivate to this level in 10 years. Oh, it seems you've become much stronger than 3 years ago. Let me see how far you've come now. As Beerus spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face, and an aura that the two could not perceive approached them. However, this time, they were finally able to withstand a blow from the god of destruction. Of course, it wasn't a successful block as usual, but in that moment, both erupted with their respective auras. Raditz was enveloped in a strange posture, surrounded by blue flames. And just before the punch made contact, he turned into a silent form. Raditz's hair also changed color at this time, similarly adorned with blue flames. If Belorta were here, he would surely recognize what form he had taken. Meanwhile, Vegeta did not fall behind. He did not transform into Raditz's blue flame state, but instead advanced further on the potential developed by the old Kai, merging that unique aura that surpassed the upper-level gods, achieving a mysterious form that radiated blue and white. Both brought forth their strongest forms, which were currently their greatest powers, and indeed, under this divine aura, they could withstand Lord Beerus's heavy punch. Even so, they couldn't help but wonder just how powerful is the god of destruction. But it was merely a simple test. Beerus wouldn't harm them, still being children. 4 teenagers to reach this level already surpassed the realm of upper-level gods, which was indeed impressive. Observing the two's different transformations, but similar auras, Beerus understood that they were still transforming based on their so-called Super Saiyan foundation. He couldn't help but sigh internally, but then thought, there is still plenty of time. They are only teenagers, and there is enough time to cultivate them again. Thinking of this, Beerus regained his smile, but just like his usual waking routine, Whis, is there any good food? That pudding you brought from Earth 3 years ago is still fresh in my memory. Oh dear, of course there is, Lord Beerus. Huh, then today I want to eat my fill. Hey, you two, don't just stand there. Hurry up and gather in the dining area. Oh yes. Chapter 96. The Day of Awakening. The universe shakes. It is said that a long time ago, there were 2 pieces of lore about the Frozen Demon Clan. One was a warning passed down from their ancestors to be wary of the so-called Saiyan bloodline, especially that Super Saiyan. The other was a powerful clan member born after the entire family migrated to the Winter Star, whose remains were left hidden in the icy plains of the Winter Star after death. It is now known as the Ice Prison. The commotion that day was indeed significant. The long-abandoned Winter Star, with a rare sunlight shining down, seemed to show signs of melting. The ice lake began to crack, and, at that moment, the icy plains felt liberated, and the beautiful scenery had not graced this desolate planet in a long time. The 10-year period was up. The Dragon King returns. Of course, there was no so-called Dragon King, only in a certain extremely cold place that had an unusual scene compared to other ice plains. The sound hidden deep within slowly began the countdown, mechanically rotating and opening, 1 minute until the system breaks the ice prison seal. 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 3, 2. With that final sound, joy finally arose here. I have emerged. That loud laughter was only a brief echo, and what followed was just a simple sound. But the exploding icy plains had already triggered a chain reaction. The Winter Star could no longer withstand his aura, perhaps due to the excitement of returning to the light. His aura at this moment was not hidden, freely releasing throughout the entire world. No, it swept across the entire universe. And in his mind, a mechanical congratulatory voice echoed. Congratulations, host, for 10 years of cultivation in the ice prison. And the system has fully returned the benefits from breaking the ice prison seal to the host. Extraordinary comprehension loading. converting the energy from the ice prison seal to enhance divine power by 2. 3. Current divine power status, 996. Looking at the virtual panel before him, he couldn't help but admire his current self. The panel clearly displayed, Belorta, reborn transcender, Scion, F spacetime, has a combat power of 138.68 billion, with the strongest transformation reaching a combat power of 693 for trillion, and the explosive combat power is unknown. Mastery states, Super Scion 1 can reach full power. Super Scion 2 can reach full strength, and the mysterious form of Super Scion God appears, 5,000 times the normal state. Talent 1, Super Absolute Comprehension. Talent 2, automatically increases divine power by 0.01 every 10 days, with strength improving accordingly. Physical attributes increase with combat experience. Currently, the divine power status is at 996. Comprehension and observation gains. 1. Develop latent abilities, expand and strengthen boosts. 2. Transmit super bloodline 0.1. Already integrated. 3. Perception search for initial divine might. After 10 years of training in the ice prison, combined with the divine power that has been automatically enhanced over the last decade and the benefit feedback from breaking the ice prison seal, the current self has gained so much. Watching himself break through the 100 billion basic combat power barrier, Belorta is incredibly excited at this moment. Unable to stop the smile spreading across his face, and his aura spreads throughout the universe. For a moment, the entire universe is once again in turmoil, reminiscent of the last time when someone's strength entered the third-tier divine realm. And today, another person will appear. Although he's still a bit away from the third-tier divine realm strength, this is undoubtedly a shocking event for the entire universe. And among the shock, it also invigorates the mysteries of the seventh universe. Ancestor, can you feel it? What a powerful aura. It seems that soon, perhaps he can enter the third-tier divine realm like that time, with the evil aura. Oh my, this is truly remarkable. It seems that in these years, our seventh universe has produced many talents. Yes, and this time, the aura is pure righteousness. One incredibly pure power. In the Kaioshin realm, the two generations of Kaioshin, one large and one small, feel the tremor of the universe at this moment. And they must say that the aura of this person spreading throughout the universe makes the deities in the Kaioshin realm shudder. More importantly, at this moment, Shimbit has just vaguely realized, Ancestor, this. It seems to be Belorta. The two generations, grandfather and grandson, coincidentally spoke the same name. They indeed felt Belorota's shadow in this aura. But they couldn't believe that a child who had been hidden for so many years would reappear and bring such a great surprise. What a blessing this must be for the seventh universe. It is indeed that child Belorta. Oh my, truly remarkable. Accompanied by words of praise. It also swept across the newly revived Vegeta star. Since Vegeta star and the Scions were resurrected, according to King Vegeta's decree, the Scions began to turn towards interstellar trade. With the dual development of military power and technology, Vegeta star has become a well-known presence throughout the North Galaxy in the past decade, and in other star systems. Many Scion trading teams can also be seen. Bardock and Prowess returned to Vegeta star several years ago, and both have contributed to the development of the Scion bloodline. Now, their young son is diligently training in a gravity chamber with his fathers. The two 6-year-old children can already withstand 400 times the gravity. The Scion genes are truly powerful, worthy of being a warrior race. At this moment, the aura coming from outside the universe shocked the entire Vegeta star and unsurprisingly penetrated into the gravity chamber. This aura, for a moment, Bardock and Prowess paused their sparring. Although the pressure was continuously enveloping them, they quickly reacted. It's Prince Belorta? Absolutely. This aura is unmistakable. Although the aura is different, upon closer inspection, they can still see the figure of the prince. Soon, the two rushed out of the gravity chamber, leaving the two children inside with puzzled expressions. Broly, why did Uncle Prowess and my dad rush out when they felt this powerful aura? I don't know, Kakarot, let's fight. The children were confused for just a few seconds before they began to exchange friendly punches. At this moment in the royal palace, King Vegeta and Rail stood in the great hall, quietly feeling this aura. Just then, the two rushed in, but not to report danger, but to immediately inform King Vegeta. My king, is the aura of the prince. Prince Belorta is not dead. He is alive. The excited voices of Bardock and Prowess grew louder, almost echoing throughout the entire palace. King Vegeta and Ral did not stop their disrespect, but exchanged smiles. Haha, is the energy of the great prince. My king, Prince Belorta, is alive. Yes, Ral, my son is alive, Belorta is alive. Haha. For a moment, the entire Vegeta star was bustling with excitement. King Vegeta also ordered the spaceship searching the universe to return, as everyone believed the king's words that his son was not dead and would naturally come back. So there was no need to lose more manpower. Fellow clansmen, I apologize for having you all mourn with me for so many years. Chapter 97. The Long Unknown Energy. A distant call. The tremors of the universe are still ongoing. There is still some gap in power compared to the third-level God realm. But judging by the rising intensity of this energy, perhaps the seventh universe will soon have another one. The energy quickly approached. While resting on the destroyer planet and enjoying delicacies from Earth, Beerus put down his actions at that moment, and the delicious pudding suddenly lost its appeal. Because for the destroyer, there was something more delightful at this moment. This energy is so powerful. After staying on the destroyer planet for so long, besides Lord Beerus never revealing his true strength, only the momentary energy that came from the universe shocked the two. Yet now this energy, who knows how far it has traveled, has even reached the destroyer planet. Vegeta and Raditz were simply too shocked to articulate their feelings. It seemed that this energy was only slightly weaker than that mysterious flash of power from before. They also put down their utensils and began to carefully sense this powerful, indescribable energy. From it, they felt a divine aura, leading them to wonder if it was the energy of a god from the universe. However, upon deeper reflection, they recognized a familiar presence within the aura. At that moment, both of them suddenly stood up, completely disregarding their manners. But Whis did not reprimand them for their rudeness. Instead, he smiled at the energy, saying, it seems that the child from before has grown up now. Indeed, it was hard to imagine that in just over 10 years, a child could cultivate to such a level. Beerus wore a mysterious smile at that moment, perhaps revealing something from within. He felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Whis, do you think he has taken someone as a master? Or has he trained alone? Listening to Beerus's question, Whis did not ponder too deeply, but answered naturally. Perhaps this is just his talent? What do you think, Lord Beerus? Beerus slowly stood up, hands behind his back, and walked out of the dining room, gazing towards the horizon. It seemed he was looking at something, and then he spoke again, perhaps. Could he be the one the oracle fish mentioned before? Although many years had passed, Beerus still remembered the mysterious entity the oracle fish had spoken of. Someone who could challenge him, the so-called Super Saiyan God. Beerus's deep gaze captured something in the boundless sky. Just the faint mention of the title Super Saiyan God filled him with exhilaration and excitement, as if cells that had not been active for tens of thousands of years were suddenly buzzing with life. With a smile on his face, Beerus unexpectedly displayed a hint of his own aura at that moment. Although it was just a glimpse, it was enough for the owner of that energy to sense a response from the god. At that moment, Vegeta and Raditz clearly realized that there was still a vast distance between them and the higher-level gods. It had been a long time since they felt such exhilaration. The energy coming from afar had not dissipated, seemingly responding to the aura of the god of destruction. Beerus appeared even more cheerful. Indeed, it had been many years since he had seen someone like this. When he first encountered that child on planet Vegeta, although the strength was not particularly shocking, it was rare for a Saiyan to possess such an aura. However, when they met again in the Kaishin realm, that child had already proven capable of standing on his own and even possessed limitless potential, which was why both he and Whis had taken notice of him. Now, after many years without news of the child, seeing him for the third time truly allowed Beerus to recognize this child, Belolta, as a truly remarkable Saiyan. With a smile on Whis's face, Beerus, suspended in midair, called out, "Whis, take me to him." It was a simple statement, but it indicated the importance the god of destruction placed on a mortal. The greeting through their energies counted as an acquaintance. Now, it was time to truly get to know each other again. Whis quickly found the direction of the child's energy, which surprisingly was on the frozen demon race's planet. Winter Star? The distance was not close, but with Whis's abilities, it wouldn't take much time to get there. At that moment, Whis asked the two, "Will you come with me and Lord Beerus?" Vegeta and Raditz were naturally delighted to see their long-lost older brother, and they were curious about what had happened to him over the years. However, at this moment, it was clear that their older brother was not in any trouble, and his strength had only grown stronger. "Thank you very much, Mr. Whis." The two expressed their gratitude together, and just like that, they held onto Whis's side. In an instant, as they grabbed the edge of Whis's clothing, they began to travel through the universe. The colorful light surged through the cosmos, and the two young men marveled at Whis' magical abilities, thinking to themselves that if they had such special powers, visiting their brother and seeing their kin would be very convenient. Meanwhile, at a location on Winterstar, Belorta was still releasing his aura, responding to a probing from a deity. That deity was none other than Lord Beerus. The two began their communication from an unknown distance apart, and soon, he realized that Beerus would be coming here. Not much time passed before Belorta heard two voices growing louder. Brother, Prince Belorta. As these voices became clearer and approached, he snapped back to reality. It was the call of family. When they appeared right behind Belorta, the two slowly floated down, and in their excitement, they forgot to say anything else. Only after confirming their brother's safety did they feel the urge to embrace him, their cells responding to the bond of kinship. Haha, Vegeta, it's been so many years. Why are you crying? The older brother, as before, liked to smooth his forehead and placed a hand on his shoulder. Raditz, you've grown quite a bit. Looking at the two young men's current appearances, they seemed just like their original selves, but the difference was that Vegeta didn't seem as unfriendly, and Raditz wasn't acting so arrogantly. Indeed, how could the two who had followed Belorta since childhood have personalities like those in the original story? What showed more was their healthier growth now. There was no need for too many words upon their reunion. Sometimes, a mere hug or a gesture between brothers could express their feelings. After years apart, they were still who they were, and their older brother remained their older brother. It was merely a matter of growing up, transitioning from childhood to the tall figures of young men. Chapter 98. The Joy of the God of Destruction. Rising Enthusiasm. It's been a long time, Belorta. The feelings of brothers who hadn't seen each other in a while, though as high and mighty deities, did not disturb the moment. Instead, they waited for the others to recover, and Whis then approached with a smile, bringing Belorta over. In the presence of the two deities, Belorta still maintained the proper etiquette he had as a child, which was something they appreciated. Thank you very much, Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. The growth of my two younger brothers is all thanks to you. This was not mere flattery. Belorta sensed the two of them, and the system also delivered their respective panel data, which indeed surprised him. It was truly thanks to the guidance of the two deities. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to reach the level of divine strength. Panel display. Vegeta, F Universe Base Combat Power 12, 67 billion, Strongest Transformation Combat Power 88, 6 trillion to 98, 8 trillion, Explosive Combat Power Unknown, Mastery State, Super Saiyan 1 Full Power, Mysterious State, Floating Blue Flame, 700 to 7800 times normal. Raditz, F Universe Base Combat Power 14, 73 billion, Strongest Transformation Combat Power 110, 4 trillion, Explosive Combat Power Unknown, Mastery State, Super Saiyan 1 Full Power, Early Super Blue, 7,500 times normal. Seeing that the two have surpassed the power of the upper deities, Belorta truly has to express his gratitude, as this is also to thank the two deities for taking care of his two younger brothers over the years. It seems you will soon reach the power of the third-tier deity realm. Beerus did not linger on others, sensing Belorta's current divine power training, and he must have long known the standards for judging the power of the deity realm. Belorta's earlier aura that shook the entire universe might only be a point or two away from the power of the third-tier deity realm. In response to the Destroyer God's inquiry, Belorta nodded and generously replied, thinking that after training for a while longer, he would be able to touch that stage, right? This is not just boasting. Now his power in the entire 7th universe, apart from Lord Beerus and Whis, is likely that very few can match him. With the unusual assistance he has received, his training in terms of power has indeed been much faster than that of ordinary people. Belorta thought carefully. Perhaps when his divine power cultivation reached 10, he could step into the realm of the third-tier deity. These things are uncertain. After all, he had previously asked the system about the status of divine power cultivation, but the system remained unknown. However, upon closer inspection, Belorta always felt that the state of divine power cultivation was connected to the divine realm. You kid, quite generous, Beerus said casually, but he didn't dislike Belorta's words. A person with talent, strength, and diligent cultivation, someone like this would naturally achieve what he has today. Is it considered boasting to speak frankly? Of course not, because such a person clearly knows why he cultivates and what he seeks with his powerful strength. At this moment, with a short sigh, perhaps Beerus still couldn't let go of the thought of wanting him to be a candidate for the God of Destruction. But Whis and the Prophecy Fish's advice echoed in his ears. They couldn't see where Belorta's future lay, only knowing one piece of information. the word supreme. Oh my. It turns out even a god of destruction has his own troubles, unable to take in the person he values. In that case, he could only continue the brief exchange of breaths. Belorta, let me see what height you have reached now. In an instant, Beerus revealed a hint of aura. Perhaps it was only about 20 to 30 of his own strength, but this pure aura made Vegeta and Raditz' hearts tremble. They had never imagined that the power of a god of destruction could be this strong. Sensing it, perhaps the two were evenly matched, but upon closer feeling, the aura of the god of destruction was no longer mundane. This was truly the aura of a deity. I am deeply grateful to Lord Beerus for responding to me twice. Belorta gestured for the two to head in one direction. As his words fell, he released his full aura once again. At such a close distance, both of them couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. It turned out that the aura of the elder brother was terrifying to this extent. Perhaps Belorta truly had the qualifications to fight against a god of destruction? Maybe. Looking at Belorta, it was indeed the power on the verge of entering the third-tier divine realm. Beerus couldn't hide his joyful expression here. It was unclear whether he was happy that the seventh universe finally welcomed a new strong warrior or pleased that the child he had his eyes on had such a solid foundation now. In any case, in Belorta's eyes, he only understood one thing. Since the god of destruction had shown such enthusiasm, he couldn't be lax about the other party's goodwill. He then exploded with all his aura in this space. The mysterious posture was fully revealed at this moment. However, unlike Vegeta, Belorta was enveloped in triple flames, with blue-purple lightning swirling around him. The white light that exuded a golden flame shook the entire planet. The biggest difference was that behind him was a faintly visible dragon form, wandering in this space. This was indeed my transformation, but the elder brother's was even more powerful. The prince had actually cultivated this form to such an extent. The two sighed in shock several times, truly unable to imagine that this form could reach such a level. Like a deity? No, this was already the form of a deity. Lord Beerus, this is the greatest power I can achieve now. God of destruction, this is the maximum aura I can reach at present. So, similar words brought Beerus back to a moment of memory. Looking back here, this little guy really isn't bad. Beerus couldn't help but feel increasingly fond of the child before him. This form is called Super Saiyan, divine appearance with dragon hidden. Lord Beerus, this is the greatest power I can achieve now. It's my first time using this form to fight against a deity. Super Saiyan, divine appearance? Beerus suddenly laughed heartily, not in mockery, but in admiration. You really dare to name it. Not bad. Divine appearance is quite good. It's just a pity that it's still not that so-called Super Saiyan god. The latter part of the sentence was just Beerus's mumbled thoughts. But seeing the power Belorta was demonstrating now, he considered slightly making a move. Since that's the case, then I'll use a bit of my strength to practice with you. Chapter 99. The Collision of Divine Auras. Divine appearance, dragon roar. As the words fell, both sides disappeared in an instant. Such a battle truly deserves to be called a confrontation with a deity. Vegeta and Raditz focused intently, finally able to catch glimpses of both sides. The flickering in the distant sky was not a meteor soaring overhead, but the fierce clash of fists between Belorta and the god of destruction. Big Brother is truly amazing. Watching his brother's figure here, the dragon shadow that flowed from his godlike stance made Vegeta, already a fan of Belorta, shout in awe. The dragon hidden is evident, and the dragon shadow appears. Perhaps this is the origin of what is called a divine manifestation. As Vegeta looked up from midair, he secretly made efforts in his heart, believing that one day he would reach this state too. Of course, the battle with the god of destruction also allowed Raditz to constantly feel the sparks generated by the collision of energies in this place. He was comprehending that there is always something special in the duels between masters. Having been influenced by the prince since childhood, with a solid foundation, he could walk further on his future path, feeling nature, feeling all things, feeling the mysterious energy between heaven and earth, which is the so-called spiritual cultivation. Raditz had been doing this for many years. Perhaps this is one reason why he has always been a step ahead of Vegeta in strength. This confrontation did not stop. It would not end just because someone expressed their feelings. Instead, their exchanges were fully invested, with no distractions. Every cell in their bodies was excited at this moment. Beerus had not felt such joy in a long time. Even though Belorta still did not have the true strength to confront him, his growth had indeed earned Beerus's recognition. Belorta, you should have more potential, right? In such a wonderful moment, why not release it fully? As the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus lost the noble aura that could induce fear. At this moment, he felt like an old friend reuniting after a long time. So why say more? Just have a fight. Since Lord Beerus has spoken, I will show my clumsiness. Oh, it seems you really have hidden strength? Facing Belorta's enthusiastic response. As the god of destruction, it felt a bit inappropriate to let a novice give him fighting spirit, and he immediately raised his momentum again. Even if it was just a hint, it was an unattainable height from afar. Beerus from the F-time space was immensely powerful. In truth, Belorta did not know. Because from a moment he saw the god of destruction on Vegeta's planet, he had checked his panel through the system, which only displayed the word unknown. And during their second meeting in the Kaioshin realm, even though Beerus displayed his destructive power, the value still read unknown. Now, in a real battle with Lord Beerus, the system panel still showed those two words. However, this time, Belorta was astonished to find that behind unknown, the system recognized him as the host. The god of destruction currently battling the host was the supreme god of destruction of the 12 universes in the F-time space. Recognized as the strongest among the 12 universe gods of destruction without having fought against any other god of destruction. The sudden system prompt shocked Belorta in an instant. He understood Lord Beerus's power, even if it was in a different time-space. In the Z-time space, which served as the original work's background, Beerus, there was the pinnacle of the 12 universe gods of destruction. The system had previously reminded him that his father, Goku, in the X-time space, had also faced other universe gods of destruction one-on-one, just like in the Z-time space. Comparing this, Beerus in the X-time space would not be vastly different. However, what surprised him was that Lord Beerus in the F-time space was even stronger. Strong enough not to need to prove himself to other universe gods of destruction, but rather recognized as the strongest among them. It was beyond his imagination. But thinking of this, Belorta did not back down. Instead, every cell in his body became even more inexplicably restless. Perhaps they were also exclaiming about the divine presence across from them. His entire being was starting to get excited. Lord Beerus, even if I cannot be your opponent today, I still want to offend you with my greatest strength. Driven by his soaring enthusiasm, Belorta's words towards the sky were heard by everyone in midair. Vegeta and Raditz, as two fans, naturally admired their big brother even more, while Whis, who was watching the show, smiled slightly and occasionally nodded in approval. Oh, good kid. Since that's the case, let's go. The atmosphere between the two sides was as tense as drawn swords, and at the moment Belorta's aura surged again, their fists met, officially unveiling a new stage for both. The divine aura was fully revealed at this moment. Belorta never expected that he could continuously enhance his divine power amidst the flames of battle. At this moment, his divine power had reached 98, 99. He was about to break through the 10 divine power threshold, and Belorta naturally understood what this meant in battle. Manifesting his power was the highest tribute to the god of destruction. With just a mere 0.01 left, and alongside his innate skills, when the pointer touched the next moment, 10 days had passed. In that instant, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the universe trembled once again. Wow, he stepped into the third tier of divinity. Why said with a laugh. When he spoke, the two people beside him were once again stunned by this aura. However, more of their expressions were filled with immense excitement. The prince is amazing. Big brother, big brother. The shouts were cheering for Belorta, and they were also a response to the power exhibited by their big brother. Good kid, you've truly stepped into the divine tier. Belorta's performance made even Byros unable to stop praising him. Just moments ago, they were engaged in a fierce battle, and now he has once again pushed his limits. Looking back, it seems that even his past self couldn't compare to him now, right? Belorta was continuously stabilizing his emotions, and his breathing was constant. At this moment, his basic combat power had successfully broken through to 150 billion. The manifestation of the dragon hidden form also changed at this time, seemingly advancing further. The circling dragon shadow was fully tangible at this moment. It was no longer the previous ethereal form, as a dragon's roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a rising aura that swept across the entire universe. Congratulations to the host. Super Saiyan God Manifestation Dragon Hidden has successfully broken through, with a boost of 6,000 times in a normal state. Since the breakthrough had occurred, calling forth the dragon hidden again seemed somewhat inappropriate. Upon reflection, Belorta recalled the words of Kaju on the Flying Star, which contained a dragon's roar. Thus it was named Super Saiyan God Manifestation Dragon Roar. Chapter 100. The third stage of the divine realm. The shadow of the figure in the corner wearing a black robe, with the dragon's roar resonating. This divine form should have a new name. Thus it was named Super Scion, God Manifestation Dragon Roar. At this moment, there were no longer blue-purple flames of lightning surrounding Belorta. Apart from the white light tinged with golden aura, only the now tangible divine dragon was roaring here. His eyes, in the blink of an eye, transformed into blue-purple flames, emanating an imposing majesty. Now, Belorta appeared as if a true deity had descended. Indeed, Belorta, stepping into the third stage of the divine realm for the first time brings such an aura. Beerus once again praised from the heart, and at this moment, he was once again considering bringing Belorta under his wing, completely disregarding everything else. Belorta, after this battle, regardless of win or lose, you can find Whis. He will clarify the responsibilities of a god of destruction with you. Beerus did not explicitly mention the notion of a candidate, but what he said, Belorta naturally understood the intention from the deity. However, Belorta once again rejected the deity's goodwill. Lord Beerus, I still have many paths to walk in my future. Touching this at such a young age seems to be outside my training plan. I must apologize for your goodwill. Once again, he was rejected by a mortal. No, it should be said, he was rejected again by a former mortal, who had now grown into a youth and already possessed the strength of a deity, yet still refused the invitation of a god, turning down the invitation of a god of destruction. Looking at the other party, Beerus was not angry this time, but instead joked, responding to the initial remark, goodwill? Since you know it's goodwill, you still refused, and it was a refusal from a god of destruction? Ha ha ha. In this space, apart from the aura of Belorta stepping into the third stage of the divine realm, there was only the laughter of Lord Beerus echoing endlessly. Looking at this lovable youth, he really had no way to deal with him. Perhaps this is truly you? As the smile slowly faded, Beerus finally became serious, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of Belorta. It was merely the distance of a finger. Belorta was completely unaware, only realizing later that the terrifying matter was the system's reminder and the unknown power of the golden quality. Belorta, I still say if you need anything, you can contact Whis. He will tell you everything about the god of destruction. Beerus responded to Belorta again, as if this was a forced favor from the divine. In his words, the original duty was replaced by everything. At that moment, Beerus suddenly unleashed a powerful blow towards Belorta. The blunt attack was always so simple and unadorned, and with just one punch, it dissipated Belorta's momentum entirely. But fortunately, it only knocked him unconscious. Supporting Belorta's body with one hand, Beerus slowly descended, and upon seeing Vegeta, he returned the young man to his brother, saying, "All right, this competition is enough. You all can absorb quite a bit from it. Then let's go back, Whis." Seeing Whis turning to look at something else, Beerus shouted, and Whis returned, looking at the injured Belorta with a smile, jokingly saying, "Oh dear. It seems the little one Belorta will need to rest for a long time." But his actions did not stop. He quickly opened the staff portal, and in the blink of an eye, colorful light descended, taking everyone away from that place. Soon, they returned to the god of destruction's planet, and at this time, the three brothers were finally reunited, but they still had to wait for some time, as Belorta was still in a coma. Watching them so joyful, Beerus couldn't help but think back to the past, sigh. Everything seemed to have changed so much. He then asked Whis, was there something off just now? There was a guy watching us. His aura is somewhat familiar to that of the previous black robe man, but not quite the same. Whis seemed to be puzzled as well. He then opened his staff and began to search the universe for something, and the displayed image revealed a person appearing in a secluded area when Belorta erupted with energy, entering the third-tier divine realm. "It's him," Whis said, looking at this person, and then another image unfolded, showing the scene from many years ago when the black-robed man invaded the Kaishin realm. Comparing the two, Beerus spoke up, "It really looks like the same person." However, the two auras were quite different. Hearing Beerus' words, Whis nodded. One aura was extremely evil, while the other had a righteous air. What puzzled Whis was that the new guy's aura seemed to have been purified by something. It felt like a rebirth after destruction. For a moment, both Whis and Beerus pondered, "Prophecy fish, come out." Without waiting to think, Beerus directly summoned the prophecy fish, which quickly appeared beside them. "What's the matter, Lord Beerus? Show me if anything major has happened recently in Universe 7. Major events?" The prophecy fish spoke to itself, its eyes becoming dazed as if sensing something. Then it spoke. "No, but Belorta has broken through to the third-tier divine realm. that should count as a major event, right? You don't need to tell me that. Beerus looked at the prophecy fish speechlessly, his face fierce as he continued. It seems your life has been too good lately, prophecy fish. I'm considering reducing your meal portions to 1/3. How about that? Oh no, why are you doing this? Please, Lord Beerus, let me check again. After saying this, the prophecy fish immediately began its work and soon reached a conclusion. Oh, there are two people from other timelines in our timeline. Strange. Why is the information in my head the same wave pattern? But they are different existences. Getting the answer he wanted, Beerus gestured. All right, you can go now. Go play over there. Okay. Oh, Lord Beerus, that dream figure of yours seems to already exist. All right, I got it. Go play. Beerus did not take the prophecy fish's kind reminder to heart. He was just dismissing it aside. What was more important now was the matter of the two black-robed individuals. And based on what the prophecy fish said, combined with their thoughts, was quickly had an idea. Perhaps they were the same person, just from different times. One from the past, one from the future. The two spoke back and forth, unsure if their speculation was accurate. But now the only thing they knew was that both black-robed figures seemed to have an inexplicable interest in Belorta. And looking at the still, unconscious Belorta, who was finally the candidate he had set his sights on, and the first time he had this feeling, he absolutely could not allow anyone to threaten him. Extra chapter. The mysterious black-robed man. Why? The blue-haired boy was hysterical, looking at his once good mentor and friend, who had now personally destroyed this planet. The thunder of that day, accompanied by cosmic rain, in a world of ruins, the blue-haired boy lingered in midair, confused and unable to think. He exhausted all his strength searching for his mother and Aunt Chi-Chi, but found nothing. In this extreme anger, the barrier he had previously been unable to cross suddenly shattered, and a golden light with green eyes surged through the entire world. The expression of disdain for everything was fully revealed at this moment. Super Saiyan 3, possessing a certain level of ancestral power, Trunks finally stepped toward a higher direction. However, this was not what he had hoped for. He imagined joyful times with his family, living happily with his big brother who had taught him since childhood. But everything turned into a dream shadow at this moment. Just then, a familiar yet strange aura approached, and Trunks looked incredulously at the person in front of him. The one who had once been by his side day and night, teaching him how to train. Was it still his brother? The aura displayed by the person before him was no longer that of protecting the world and family, but filled with demonic qualities. Trunks trembled, wanted to understand everything, but found himself at a loss for words. The person in the black robe, still showing some signs of the Kaioshin's attire, smiled knowingly. Long time no see, Trunks. The voice was still his, but it lacked the feelings of the past. Trunks couldn't calm his inner turmoil as he looked at the troublesome scene before him and shouted, Why? Why did you personally destroy the world you saved? He had just returned from being an interdimensional police officer and once again witnessed the destruction of his homeland. Trunks could not believe what he was seeing. Upon learning the news and rushing back to Earth, if it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, he could never have imagined that it would be his kind brother Gohan who was responsible. Why Gohan? He had just quietly flashed and disappeared, and the black-robed man had already reached his side. At the moment he turned his head, it seemed he still carried gentleness, and he only heard a slow voice. Forget about your brother Gohan, Trunks. With just a single handblade, Trunks was astonished by the opponent's power. With just one strike, he shattered his own state. In the final moment of confusion, he watched as Gohan disappeared before him, leaving only this broken world as his companion. Years.The. Notify everyone and classify him as a cosmic fugitive. In that last moment, the Grand Kaioshin felt reluctant, but something still had to be done. After all, the once beloved apprentice Kaioshin had become what he was now, Grand Kaioshin Gohan. Years. No need to say more. He has not only thrown the 7th universe into turmoil, but also disrupted the order of time and space. Soon, Lord Kuranoya will personally issue a time-space want to notice. But Gohan was also favored by Lord Kuranoya. Besides, it's useless. Once the heart becomes murky, the qualifications of a Kaioshin have already been lost. However, Gohan had a chance. Years. No need to say more. That is not something we should consider. That is not the path to becoming a destroyer. His actions have disrupted the order and peace of time and space. Even though he was once highly regarded by Lord Kuranoya, all words seemed to drift away like the wind. Accompanied by an unchangeable situation, Years and Jebet followed the Grand Kaioshin's orders and issued a wanted notice for Son Gohan. Which time and space have we arrived at this time? Looking at the brand new land before him, the figure in the black robe was certain that he had come to a different time and space. Although each time and space felt somewhat different, this time felt oddly unique. Perhaps the troubles that had lingered in his heart for so many years would find their answer here. However, upon careful observation, this time and space seemed to follow a normal trajectory. At this moment, the figure in the black robe saw a familiar place. Although it was in a different time and space, the iconic buildings were unmistakably the residence of the Namekians, indicating that he had arrived at this time and space's Namek. At this moment, the figure in the black robe looked toward a distant place, sensing other presences that were much stronger than the average Namekian. He flew over and soon reached a certain height, where he saw, upon closer inspection, that the figure was Babidi, whom he had encountered in the Z time and space. This version of Babidi had actually come to Namek. When he looked at another figure nearby, he recognized him as a guy named Slug, someone he had seen in other time spaces, a weakling whose father could barely defeat him. Is this a magical ability? The figure in the black robe observed Babidi's appearance as he directly controlled Slug beside him. It was indeed a magical ability, but it seemed that this time's Babidi was somewhat extraordinary. His magical abilities were even more powerful. With a slight smile, the figure in the black robe swiftly moved to the side and silently descended beside the two. Wow, who are you? Babidi exclaimed in disbelief at the sudden appearance of this figure, fearfully asking. He had just used his magical abilities to control Slug, sacrificing much of his energy, and now faced such a powerful existence, making it too late to use other abilities or even escape. However, he quickly flashed a thought, then exhausted all his energy to once again use his magical abilities, attempting to turn the figure in the black robe into his subordinate. After a series of actions, it seemed that the figure in the black robe had been branded. The marks of the magical flames appeared between his brows. But just as Babidi was about to issue commands, the figure in the black robe merely shrugged, and the magical mark disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Babidi was frozen in place. As the wind blew through, Babidi finally noticed the insignia on the attire of the figure in the black robe. You are Kaishin, Babidi exclaimed in horror, realizing that he had not yet implemented his plan and was about to be obliterated here. However, the words of the figure in the black robe eased his mind. Kaishin? Hey, I used to be. You, Babidi. Are you planning to turn Slug into a demon to control Dabura? Babidi was shocked that the other party could guess his thoughts. He intended to control Dabura to implement his plan, and he had just happened to encounter the fleeing Slug while wandering through the universe, hence turning him into a demon. While Babidi was lost in thought, the figure in the black robe did not show any goodwill. He merely released some of his aura, rendering them immobile. Slug wanted to unleash his energy, but was forcibly suppressed. Your ultimate goal is to resurrect Majin Buu. I can help you, but as a condition for exchange, I need your magical abilities, but not your current abilities, rather those after resurrecting Majin Buu. Really? Babidi exclaimed in surprise. Although he was now forced to submit, as long as he could resurrect Majin Buu, what did a brief submission matter? Thus, the two quickly reached an agreement. Rather than a transaction, it was more like the unilateral decision of the figure in the black robe. As the figure in the black robe prepared to take the two away to the demon realm, he sensed a familiar energy at that moment. He quickly flashed to a location and saw a figure conversing with an Namekian. He soon recognized the identity of the small child, Sion, watching the tail wagging freely behind him. The figure in the black robe muttered to himself in confusion. Perhaps the Sion in this time and space was different from those in other time spaces. With just a simple thought, the figure in the black robe left this place, while the child, not yet 4 years old, sensed the presence of someone nearby. In the demon realm, Babidi sent Slug to battle the then Demon King. After all, it was a being filled with demonic energy and facing Babidi's magical abilities. It was not particularly resistant. Soon, he gained another high-level combatant. However, in the eyes of the figure in the black robe, these two were practically useless. If it weren't for the magical abilities of Babidi in this time and space being able to enhance the strength of those turned into demons several times over, he would have left this guy with no life. After all, a weak existence does not have the right to dominate life and freedom. The figure in the black robe accompanied Babidi in the chaos of the demon realm and seemed to encounter the Kaioshin of the 7th universe in this time and space. He had not expected that in this timeline, the Grand Kaioshin had perished while resisting Majin Buu, which was quite similar to the Z time and space. Sometimes he felt as if he had come to a past moment of the Z time and space. But upon further thought, the Sion he had seen on Namek was not present in the Z time and space. That child looked small, but his strength was indiscernible, and it was impossible for him not to leave a trace in the Z time and space. Thus, The figure in the black robe concluded that he had likely arrived in a time and space with events similar to those in the Z time and space. But it was probably due to his frequent time jumps that had caused a butterfly effect. Just as the figure in the black robe was pondering in a certain area of the demon realm, Babidi and his group had already cornered the Kaioshin to a certain vortex, and at that moment, the figure in the black robe sensed something unusual. A voice was calling out to him. Twisting the time ring on his finger, combined with his perception ability, the figure in the black robe quickly arrived at the vortex, where amidst the pressure of the space, a piece of shattered stone was calling out to him. I can help you achieve your goals. Not just reaching the third-tier divine realm. Just pay a small price, relinquish your last shred of humanity. Finally breaking through this boundary, feeling his current self. The figure in the black robe released his aura in this moment, and his entire energy surged through the universe in an instant. Even the god of destruction planet felt something, but it was just for a moment. The figure in the black robe quickly restrained himself, but with a faint smile. He said, I don't need you. I have indeed stepped into the realm of third-tier deities. It seemed he was speaking to the broken stone, but the stone didn't really want to converse. If it hadn't protected the black-robed man with its hard energy at that time, how could he have withstood a blow from the god of destruction from the X dimension? The black-robed man shook his head and then expressed his gratitude, saying, I really should thank you, otherwise I wouldn't have escaped a punch from my father in the X dimension. And now, I shall go explore other universes in this dimension. The ninth universe seems quite promising. As his words fell, the black-robed man immediately activated the Ring of Time, instantly crossing the barrier between two universes and appearing directly in the ninth universe. He had long been able to survive within the universe, having hidden in cosmic space since the seventh universe, and in the ninth universe, he could also come and go freely. See, laat my plan begin. The black-robed man laughed heartily, releasing his aura to the fullest, and in an instant, a wave of energy swept across the entire universe. The expanding aura quickly reached the god of destruction planet of the ninth universe. A question broke the long-standing tranquility of the god of destruction planet. Mojito, do we have a new deity appearing in our ninth universe? There's actually a being with the power of a third-tier deity? While observing his universe, Sidera inadvertently discovered an aura sweeping through, so he asked the angel beside him. Looking at the god of destruction, who had not completed his mission for a long time, Mojito could only feel helpless. No, Lord Sidera, this aura seems to be from an outsider. You should take action to stop it. Stop him? But he is merely releasing his aura. Perhaps he is just excited to have finally reached this level. Let us wait and see. Sigh. It's always this kind of reasoning. As a god of destruction, Sidera is always like this, lacking the necessary decisiveness and appearing indecisive. Just as Mojito shook his head and sighed, that sudden intruder had already begun to cause havoc, destroying many areas of the universe. Lord Sidera, you could take action to stop him now. Mojito, despite being an angel, could only remind him. If it weren't for the fact that the places the intruder was destroying were targets that needed to be eliminated, he would have already brought Sidera over directly. At this moment, Sidera was still moving slowly. All right, it has come to this. It seems this guy is not a good one. Mojito, let us go. Looking back at the black-robed man, who had been playing around for so long, he finally sensed a powerful aura. Although Sidera was a god of destruction, his character was not what one would expect from a being of destruction, which was also why the black-robed man chose the ninth universe as his first target in the F dimension. Finally here, listening to the other party's words, Sidera was quite puzzled, but the angel behind the god of destruction saw this guy at first glance and felt he had potential, although the dark aura around him was indeed significant. But if he could be well carved, he might just combine with the power of destruction. So, as an angel, he directly told Sidera, Lord Sidera, it seems we should look for candidates for the god of destruction in the ninth universe. Guided by this topic, Sidera did not hesitate and directly affirmed his attendant. Yes, indeed. But then he reacted, Mojito, do you mean him? Sidera pointed to the man ahead, looking him up and down with suspicion. The dark aura was too strong. He might be a wanted criminal from somewhere. If we train him as a candidate for our ninth universe's god of destruction. Just as Sidera was pondering, the black-robed man revealed an unusual smile, saying, Mr. Mojito, I came here wanting to become a candidate for the god of destruction. If possible, let me have a match with the god of destruction of the ninth universe, and then we can decide. As the words fell, Mojito maintained an ambiguous smile, while Sidera simply asked, Are you sure you want to fight the god of destruction? Of course, the black-robed man replied simply, releasing his aura once again, this time without reservation, which left Sidera without hesitation. It seems this is your confidence. All right then, let me see if you have the ability to become our 9th universe's candidate for God of Destruction. Chapter 101, The Space Realm in the Past Decade. When the silent winter star of Berorta was in its slumber, the man in the black robe who once shone in the third-tier divine realm of the 7th universe was sitting cross-legged in a mysterious place, seemingly in outer space. In any case, after years of cultivation here, he finally awoke on this day. It had been 7 years. A ball of black and purple flames gathered in his palm, and the black-robed man smiled, seemingly having achieved his previous plan. It didn't look like much, haha. I might as well give up that little bit. With my complete power, all of this is insignificant. The fragments of stone began to murmur again, but did not receive a response from the black-robed man, who remained as he was. At this moment, a new power was fully displayed from his body, and the fragments of stone sensed it and chose not to say more. An energy that seemed to be naturally cohesive blossomed freely in this mysterious space. The black-robed man was enveloped in faint purple flames, and as his enthusiasm surged, the area was already illuminated by a purple light. At this moment, his appearance also changed. The black robe he wore was blown away by the aura, revealing his true face, the scar on his face everlasting, and his unhealed arm. However, these did not hinder his burning fighting spirit. Immediately after that transformation, purple flames surged around him, and as his pupils deepened into a profound black brilliance, a divine aura of purple surged through the entire space. The outside seemed to sense the anomaly here, but did not disturb it. As a servant angel of the God of Destruction, a faint question arose. How do you feel now, our candidate for the God of Destruction from the 9th universe? It had been 2 days since Belorta fell into a coma. Fortunately, Lord Beerus only had a brief spar. Otherwise, he would have to lie down for a few more days. However, upon awakening at this moment, Belorta looked around in confusion, wondering where this place was. He sensed no aura at all. It was a mysteriously dark place, yet there was inexplicable light shining. Moreover, at this moment when Belorta wanted to inquire about the system, he found nothing. The system surprisingly did not respond, or perhaps he was unable to sense the system at the moment. What exactly is this place, brother? Just as Belorta was deep in thought, a familiar voice came from behind him. When he heard the words clearly, Belorta turned to another direction, where under a huge tree, the 2-year-old Vegeta was calling out in a babyish voice. "Oh, Vegeta, how did you get here? Father, give me the cloak." It turned out he came to show off to his older brother. Belorta smiled contentedly and quickly put down the boulder in his hand, and when he tossed it aside, the sound echoed throughout the area. Not bad at all. It seems Vegeta can handle things on his own now. Facing his little brother, Belorta ruffled his forehead, showing approval. However, being only a year older, Belorta fulfilled his duty as an older brother. "I think I know what this place is now." As he waved his hand, Belorta had already dispelled the first layer of the dream, and then the scene suddenly changed. Just as he had thought, this space could allow people to enter various illusions. Presenting Prince Belorta. No need for such formalities. Uncle Bardock, there's no need for this between us. Besides, privately, you know, Raditz has lived with me since childhood, and he has long been like a brother in my heart. Your Highness. Belorta slowly approached one side, then spoke. Uncle Bardock. The main reason I called you here today is still about preventing Frisia's invasion. You can consider my intuition since childhood. In any case, Frisia's ambitions are well known. Your Highness, is it still about that legend you mentioned before? Well, the Super Saiyan has always been a rumor among the Frost Demon clan, and it is something they fear. Why did King Cold send a large army to planet Vegeta when the previous king was in power, and why? After my father took the throne, did the planet's autonomy still fall into Frisia's hands? In any case, after I leave planet Vegeta in a couple of days, you and Mr. Paragus must protect our home well. Yes, Prince Belorta. Time returned, and at this moment, Belorta watched as an image dissipated, and he couldn't help but think of preparing for the second trip to Namek. Before that, he had summoned Paragus and Bardock one after another. Remembering these things, planet Vegeta still could not escape its fate of destruction. Fortunately, these were all in the past. The old self had only been reborn in this new world for 4 years. Yet for some reason, he still had impressions of his previous life, which made him believe that his rebirth here was merely going through a new life without having the sense of belonging to this world. However, after the loss of planet Vegeta and his kin, ripples began to stir in his heart. It turned out that the kinship belonging to this world had long been deeply ingrained in his heart, yet he was unaware of it. Sighing. As if having jumped for a long time, the scene shifted again, and Belorta became confused, thinking, this person is me. But why did it feel not quite like me? Wearing clothing with a time-space exclusive mark, Belorta looked at that familiar face and couldn't help but wonder if this person was really himself. At this moment, the image not only resonated with him, but also made him realize that this Belorta's strength was several times that of his own dragon roar form. Perhaps it was even more than that. Just sensing this aura was truly far beyond his own. He feared that this power could match a god of destruction without falling behind. Greetings, Lord Kuranoa. After the formalities, Belorta slowly raised his head to gaze at this ancient and vast place, which was the exclusive space of the King of Time. Above, there was only one figure. Belorta could not see their face, but he sensed an even more powerful aura. Belorta, not bad. You completed the task in the initial time-space very well. I didn't expect your first mission as a time-space patrolman to achieve such accomplishment. What reward do you wish for? You have a chance to fulfill one wish. Belorta did not think too much. The moment he chose to become a time-space patrolman, he did so to complete missions and obtain wishes. As the difficulty of the tasks increased, the wishes he could realize would also be broader. Return to Lord Kuranoa. I want to resurrect someone. Upon hearing this answer, the King of Time fell into deep thought. After a moment, a response came that might not be possible. You are from the early time-space, making a wish for another time-space, but the wish level is insufficient. However, you need not worry too much about the outcome of that matter. In the few time-spaces with normal trajectories, the F time-space happens to have your presence, and he will naturally be able to handle future matters well. Listening to these words, Belorta simply nodded. I understand, Lord Kuranoa. Then I have no other wishes. Let's save it for next time. After saying that, Belorta formally bid farewell. And as he exited the time nest, he happened to run into other time-space patrolmen coming to report. At that moment, the image dissipated, and Belorta was puzzled as to why this space had other time-space matters of his own. Could it be that it was not as he thought? And this was not a place that created illusions? Chapter 102. The space continues the teaching of Whis, controlling Chi. Although Belolta was pondering, he could not fully understand. After this space turned again, he still wore a confused expression. The scene shifted to darkness, or rather to a realm of darkness, where the flashing faces of the stars were all tattered and worn, as if the entire universe, all universes, appeared exceedingly bizarre at that moment. A figure appeared unexpectedly, and as Belolta looked closely, he finally recognized the person's face and sensed their aura. He quickly realized the identity of this person, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is she the Supreme Kai of Time?" Contrary to his imagination, she seemed more like a lowly, but her power was beyond his comparison. Her strength seemed to belong to the level of a god of destruction. Sigh. It seemed that he would still need the other version of himself from two different timelines to be able to. With a heavy heart, Kuranoa soon vanished. And when she reappeared, she was already in a brand new timeline. However, the scene at this moment was not the Kuranoa from before, but many years ago. After searching through various timelines, she finally saw hope, as there was indeed a timeline with a figure named Belolta. She approached a crying child, and facing the child, Kuranoa softly comforted, "I'll take you away. I will teach you to become strong, strong enough to protect yourself and those you want to protect." The child, with a whimpering voice, seemed unable to fully articulate, "I don't want to become strong. I want him to come back to life." Sigh. Kuranoa did not want to discourage the child and continued to comfort, "He doesn't belong to your timeline. If you want him to live, you must first become strong. Only by becoming strong can you possibly change everything." Seemingly understanding somewhat, the child wiped away tears, looking at the deceased loved one before him. He nodded, following the words of the person who had suddenly appeared beside him. He went with her, but at the moment of disappearing, he asked, "My name is Belolta. What's yours?" My name is Kuranoa, the Supreme Kai of Time and Space Manager." Within the space, Belolta was still caught in many scenes, seemingly turning endlessly, while outside the space, several people were comfortably at the God of Destruction's planet. Since Belolta returned, Beerus had exceptionally given the two boys a break. They had not trained for several days, but as the saying goes, work and rest are complementary. Resting is also a form of training, isn't it? However, Vice, is it really okay to let him enter that space so early? Won't anything happen? Beerus was eating delicious pudding while slurping noodles and simultaneously asking questions. The scene was quite comical, causing Vegeta and Raditz to almost choke. Ahem, Lord Beerus, you should pay attention to your image. Sigh. Seeing that he couldn't lecture them, Weiss was too lazy to speak and returned to the topic about Belolta. He simply mentioned that the space was a fast-track passage to becoming a candidate for the god of destruction. Regardless of whether he could successfully come out, he would hold the identity of a god of destruction candidate. However, it ultimately depended on his own choice. Merely having an identity does not determine anything. Sigh. Having this identity is enough. Fast-tracking is good. Fast-tracking is good. Beerus was equally delighted. He definitely wanted to take Belolta under his wing as his candidate. Even if it was just an identity in the end, but at least the 7th universe could finally boast a candidate for a god of destruction. All right, a brief rest is sufficient. Tomorrow we will continue training. However, today I will tell you what truly constitutes a master. The few stood aside, while Beerus leisurely sat on the ground, watching Weiss teach the two boys. They really did not quite understand Weiss's meaning, and Raditz was the first to respond. Like Lord Beerus, with unfathomable strength? Upon hearing this answer, Beerus cast a look of approval. Or like Weiss. Weiss's strength far exceeds that of a god of destruction. Vegeta continued, and at that moment, Beerus really wanted to slap him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, because what he said was indeed true. However, for some reason, he felt that Vegeta's words were a bit strange. It seemed that after all these years of interaction, Vegeta had actually learned to make jokes about the god of destruction. Oh my, Vegeta really said it well. I am indeed stronger than Lord Beerus, to some extent. After all, who am I but the teacher of the god of destruction? Ha ha ha. Whis, can you please stop making that face? All right, I'm not joking anymore. In short, the more proficiently one can use and control their energy, the stronger their power will become. Under the premise of a relaxed body, achieving a feeling of being at ease is essential. When faced with an attack, one should be able to react without thinking. Simply put, it is a reaction of shallow consciousness, not relying on thought. Raditz pondered over this statement at this moment, but still did not understand. However, it seems that familiarity is necessary. How can a shallow, conscious reaction dodge an attack? But regarding the control of energy, it seems this was also something Prince Belolta talked about with us when he was young. His Highness once said that to be familiar and proficient in controlling energy is crucial to maintaining a sense of calm, even as one's